In at West Point Liggett of Sugarland Studios, KILT FM HD2 Houston. On Odyssey Sports Station, the Texans play here.
Sports Radio 610 presents Seth Payne and Sean Pendergast.
We coming to H-Town. Let's get their work in, man. Let's go.
Great day, great day. Oh, give me some juice, baby.
Oh, yeah. Let's do it.
Hey, what's happening, everybody? Happy Monday to all of you. Nice to be with you. We appreciate you getting up with us. We are with you till 10 a.m. this morning. Pleasure to be with you this morning. I am Sean Pendergast. Thank you.
Got the day and the time right.
Day and time. It is 6 a.m. and 30 seconds on a Monday. I'm Sean Pendergast. He is Seth Payne. Hello, my friend.
What's up, bro?
How are you?
Oh, good.
It's good to see you.
I feel weird.
Very good to see you. Why do you feel weird?
There's a third person in here.
I know.
I know. Talking around him.
Yeah. No. He is here. I was just driving in this morning, and I saw him walking around outside the building.
Raheel.
I saw Raheel Ramzanali, and I'm like, hey, we used to work together back in the day.
Yeah.
What are you doing today, Raheel?
Yeah.
He said, I think I'll come in and do some radio with you.
You can talk now, Raheel.
Yeah, I'm already on this side of town, so I said I might as well.
That's right, man.
Come on in, because I live out in Richmond, Rosenberg.
Yeah,
it's a trek.
Yeah.
You know what? I actually had that thought since you were joking about picking up a hitchhiker.
Yeah.
Because I had a long drive this weekend. I was thinking about they should have, because I saw a couple hitchhikers, and I always feel guilty when I don't pick up a hitchhiker, and then I entertain it for
It's
a
not
minute.
1978.
I know, but my dad and my
I'm
dad's
with you.
friends.
I feel guilty, too.
Yeah, so I feel like this is what they need. And now a lot of hitchhikers are not going to be cool with this, but the ones that are cool with it, just create some kind of like TSA type thing where people can register and like that, it has facial recognition. That it's an app on your phone. You can just have the guy can hold his hand up with a card saying I'm registered, and then you put your you scan the guy's face and you're like, okay, cool. Maybe pat him down a little bit, and then off you go.
I like that idea, because
Yeah.
I would pick up more hitchhikers. I'm always afraid of the logistics. I don't care about the potential murder or all the awkwardness that might come. But if you pick up a hitchhiker, are you telling them to sit in the back or the front? Because I think that immediately starts it off on like, okay, I need you in the back. But then the guy's like, hey, I want to be in the front. Then it's awkward.
He can Garrett you from the back.
Yeah.
He just
That's true.
Yeah.
But
That's true.
It's awkward in the front. If you're just sitting right next to him and you're like, all right, music selection.
It's not an Uber
the talk.
ride. Oh, yeah.
No, it is. As you're laying this out,
Yeah.
I'm like, this is just an edgier version of Uber. Is all
I
it
feel like
is.
with hitchhiking, it's whatever comes with a conversation. Like he's either going to be a chatty fella or not.
Yeah.
There's no preferences that you set, right? Like,
Yeah.
there's no, like, I want it to be cool in the car. I want conversation. I don't want conversation. You just need them to be validated in some way that you know they're not going to kill you.
The last time I was in any kind of a hitchhiking situation, my brother and I broke down on, what is that, I-80 that goes through Pennsylvania?
Yes.
We were on our way home from one of his college wrestling matches, and our car broke down in the middle of winter. A trucker picked us up, and my brother, big brother, he's like, you get in the back. In the sleeper cab there. And my brother's sitting in the front, and this guy was weird. And he had a big old Bowie knife sitting between the...
What?
He had a big old Bowie knife between the driver's seat and the passenger seat, and I'm sitting in the back, and he gets to talking about how it gets lonely out on the road and everything.
Like everything you've seen scripted in a hitchhiker scene in a movie.
I could see my brother's hand, like, up on close to the handle in case he needed to.
The Bowie knife?
No, to the door to get the hell out.
He's out, but you're stuck in the back.
Yeah.
Oh, man. I like
so
that.
But if we'd had the TSA style
we had the
registration
technology,
back in the day, it would have been fine. Now, a lot of hitchhikers who are off the grid aren't going to want that.
No.
But there's a lot of young people that would want to hitchhike.
Yeah. Do you want to put this in the big book of business ideas?
Oh, yeah, Ben. Put this in the big book of benevolent endeavors.
Yeah.
I'm not going to make a business out of it.
Put it
We'll
under travel.
Yeah, we'll kind of, crowdsource this thing.
Yes.
All right. Sorry, I'm off the rails.
That's all right. How are you doing, Raheel?
I'm good, man.
Yeah.
I'm excited to be here. I'm going to be here all week with you guys.
Can't wait.
Just going to be hanging out. It's a summer vacation.
We thought this would be the perfect week. I'm like, who could we bring in this week where we're now sort of into the abyss after football? Got the World Cup in town, so that's cool. Astros are giving us what they're giving us.
The beloved Knickerbockers are the world champions of basketball.
They are kind of beloved. That's the crazy thing about it. Raheel and I were talking about that before the show, Seth. We're like, is this actually a likable New York team, the Knicks?
There were, everything. I found myself the last week kind of thinking through how international visitors are perceiving America.
Yeah.
And there have been a lot of really nice, a lot of Europeans all over the place saying, like, oh my gosh, I can't believe I didn't get shot at my hotel. The news in Europe tells us that everywhere in America is a terrifying wasteland.
I thought I was going to lose my jersey out there on the streets.
There was some Japanese family that sat down at a Tex-Mex restaurant and couldn't believe they just started bringing out all this free food with chips and salsa. Yeah. It's a land of plenty.
I know.
And milk and honey and queso. And but at the same time, I'm like, okay, yeah, but then we also have the Knicks fans beating the crap out of old man San Antonio fans.
Unk.
Yeah, shooting at the Discovery Green.
Although there was...
Yeah.
Did y'all see this clip? During the parade, there was a group of Brazil fans doing a tour of New York. And they went right through the celebrations. Their tour guy was like, to your left, here's the Knicks fans just, wilding out in a summer celebration.
Do not panic if they start trying to tip over our bus.
I saw footage of the Brazil fans, because Brazil, I guess they were obviously playing at MetLife Stadium. Yeah. Okay, so I saw footage of all the Brazil fans in Times Square, like taking over Times Square the day of Game 5. And I'm like, oh, God, this is going to be like that scene in Game of Thrones where, like, 3 different armies show up and they all just run to the middle of the field and start swinging on each other. Fortunately, all the New Yorkers were happy at the end of the night.
Yeah, unless you were wearing a Spurs jersey.
Yeah,
right. Do not wear a Spurs jersey.
Yeah, if you're some Brazilian who is also a Spurs fan or something, then that's not that. We wouldn't have been great ambassadors for that.
No.
But by and large, there's been a lot of really, I like people who are pleasantly surprised that things are way better in America than it's portrayed. Because it's bad. Look, we've got our issues.
Yeah,
not denying that. But like sometimes it's the same way we see certain other countries, the way it's portrayed in our news, and you feel like, oh, it must be pretty much every Middle Eastern country. People here think like, oh, it must be awful everywhere.
No, do we?
And you go over, people go over and they're like, oh my gosh, it's actually beautiful.
Right. Yeah, because you only see the bad footage.
Yeah.
Have we gotten any feedback from anybody as to how Houston's doing so far in hosting everybody for the World Cup? Okay, what are they?
So there's this German fan named Freddie.
Okay.
And he's going viral. He came into America with like 30 followers. He is now at 560,000 followers, including J.J. Watt, who gave him a hotel for the weekend.
Yeah.
He was here to watch the German side take on Curaçao, which, by the way, 7-1. First World Cup game in the history of Houston played over the weekend. Got the big win yesterday for the German squad.
When they got to see 7 goals.
7 goals.
It's like watching a football team hang 60 on somebody.
JJ put him up at Tillman's Hotel.
Post
Oak Hotel. Yeah.
So this Freddie guy, he didn't come across my radar until I looked at his Twitter account and I saw that he had like 500,000 followers.
Yeah.
And I thought he must be a celebrity. I was trying to figure out, why is this guy famous?
Yeah. He is the American dream. He came in with nothing, and now he's leaving with everything.
Yeah.
He has gotten exclusive access to Tiger Stadium. They've been driving through Baton Rouge, New Orleans. He's doing a whole road trip. So
they gave him the tour they gave him the tour at LSU. Everywhere he's going, people are recognizing him or finding him.
Okay.
He thinks this is the American experience.
Yeah. Right. It is though.
You come over and celebrities embrace you, and they put you up in hotels.
So where is JJ Watt putting you up?
He's gonna be so annoying to his friends the rest of his life. So you went to America, did you?
Yeah.
So which American football player bought your hotel room? Oh, nobody.
Yeah, exactly.
Although FIFA was the only one that didn't help him out because his tickets were still up in the nosebleeds.
Yeah. Really?
Like, dude, FIFA. And FIFA's not giving anything for free. Yeah. FIFA's not about that.
No, gosh. It's quite the opposite. The things they're supposed to give for free.
Well, you know how it's going to go with this Freddie guy. This is how it always goes. It's a lovely story right now. Mm-hmm. Everybody's pro Freddie. Everybody loves Freddie. JJ's getting him stuff. People will turn on him at some point.
Oh, yeah.
I turn on everybody.
I have a saying in life called never go viral.
Yeah.
Because that is the exact thing that's going to happen.
That's the turning point for him.
Well, we don't know his history at this point.
Yeah, we're going to find out some more.
Has anybody who can translate German dug into his Twitter?
Turned into and then it turns into a J.J. Watt smear campaign. Can you believe J.J. Watt harbored this guy?
Turns out Freddie would have fit in well in the 40s in Germany.
Oh, man.
So, that's that's cool. Good job, JJ. Put him up at the Post Oak.
How about that? Trillburger was waiting there for him. Killen's Barbecue.
Yeah, Crave Cupcakes sent a bunch of stuff.
Oh my God.
The Rockets sent him a bunch of stuff.
Houston institutions,
really cool.
man.
Yeah, but it is really nice though. It's the brighter side of the more pleasant side of social media. It's been all these foreign visitors that are like walking around the neighborhood of their Airbnb and saying like, people are saying hello to me and I don't know them. It's awesome.
Yeah, man. That's cool. That's cool. So at least as far as Freddie is concerned, we're doing fantastic hosting the World Cup.
Yeah, we're doing great.
That's all that matters. Freddie's one. He's the vote that matters. All right, so we had World Cup this weekend. We'll hit the NBA Finals as well. I do want to talk about the Knicks, and I want to talk about the Rockets too. We'll get into that a little bit later. The Astros take 2. Are we satisfied with 2 out of 3 from taking 2 out of 3?
Take a team down like the Royals.
From the Royals?
I don't know why. I don't know how
are
you
we
can't get excited
satisfied
about.
with?
Do you have a pulse?
How are we feeling?
What the hell? How are you not excited?
How are we feeling about the Astros? Just to do a quick check, Seth, and we'll get Raheel up to speed on this. Raheel, Seth and I reset the season back on May 15th. We just said we're hitting Control-Alt-Delete.
It was after Imai had his first really promising performance.
Yeah. So we reset. It was the Texas series here. And they're 16-12 since doing that. So we're basically heroes. 4 right now, 4 back in the division, 3 back in the wild card. And we are on the verge starting tomorrow of no excuse zone anymore because Hunter Brown's coming back tomorrow.
Right. Yeah, a lot of the injury stuff, other than Carlos Correa, you've got Altuve back. You're getting Hunter Brown back.
Got Hader back.
Yeah, Hader, the big one, one of the big ones, obviously. But listen, we don't Cam Smith this thing, Raheel. We don't keep resetting it over and over again.
No, it's a one-time.
We're not invoking ABS. That was the one-time reset.
Right.
So they've got to keep this stretch of, what would that be on pace for? About low 90s.
16-12.
Yeah.
You and Raheel talk amongst yourselves. I'll get up my calculator here. Let's see. It's 16.
We're going to fill time as he
divided
does.
by 28 equals times 162.
6-game homestand.
93 win.
They've been playing like a 93 win.
Like
team.
a 93 win team since the reset.
It's a pretty brilliant move.
Since the reset,
It
was really
doesn't
nice.
feel like a 90-win team, even since the reset.
If you can just erase your brain before May 15th, it feels just like a 93 win team.
Part of it is that since the reset, the overall numbers look pretty good offensively, except that it's come in really 3 big games.
Yeah.
And aside from those 3 huge outpourings, they've been a below average hitting baseball team. But they've been a solid pitching staff since before the reset. And that was without Hunter Brown and without Josh Hader for the most of it.
They're leaking a little bit right now.
It's bad luck, Sean. Soft contact.
Imai had another Imai start on Friday.
Yeah.
We didn't make it out of the first inning. We weren't watching that game live, Amy and I. We were out at the museum for Mixers and Elixirs 80s night. Mm-hmm. So I'm following it on my phone, and I'm looking at my phone, they push notifications me on things, and I'm looking down, and it's only like 7:20 p.m. And it's 9-0 already. Or it's like 6-0, and it became 9-0 already.
And the Royals pitcher was out there for 50 pitches too.
And he didn't make it out of the first inning.
It was the longest first inning I think I've ever experienced.
Yeah.
It was absurd.
It was crazy.
Which and now it's me making excuses for Imai. Like, he had to sit out there a long time waiting for the Royals to get through the first inning.
I saw Blum get a lot of heat for bringing that up as an excuse for him.
Well, you know what was going on?
Probably messed with his, because Imai would go on, for those who missed it, Imai would go on to give up 5 runs, and he didn't make it out of the first inning.
Well,
so both teams are in their bullpen in like the first.
The big thing was Blum was criticizing the Royals for not making a mound visit, or none of the infielders kind of trying to buy some time or anything. And then Imai gets out there, and I'm kind of keep waiting for Blum to mention, like, all right, we're into the 30s now.
Where are you, Josh?
You're like,
Josh Miller.
So what do we? And they eventually did somewhere in the 30s, but it was ugly.
Jordan was the big story in that one. Because he 2 home runs and a grand slam
in the first inning.
In the first inning. In the first inning.
It's only been done one other time. Big Papi did that. But here's the issue. That's a historic inning. That's a historic moment for Jordan. And for me, my barometer is, did the group chat blow up? And no, it didn't.
Oh, really?
Our group chat.
Yeah. Group chat or any of your group chats. And that's just showing you how uninterested people are in the Astros.
I texted Seth. I think it was like a 5-word text.
Yeah.
I'm like, I guess Jordan wants the MVP, because it was him and Bobby Witt are duking it out for the MVP right now. So that's That to me was the main event for the weekend. Was those two.
I didn't text you back, but I think it's because I couldn't come up with anything witty.
Oh, okay.
That's the thing, Raheel. So never get offended when I don't text you back. It's usually because I'm like, I got nothing of substance to say.
Yeah.
Hey, what am I going to do? A thumbs up or something? I don't know.
Fine. So what is the group text barometer? Are you saying that's like a gauge of where people are with the Astros right now?
Where the interest level is across sports, right? Yeah. So I've got 5 different group chats of diverse people. So it's not just sports radio personalities, although I do have a couple that feature just sports radio personalities. Then I've got a group chat with my cousins who are spread across Atlanta, Chicago. My brother's in that one. Then I've got one that's only dudes who live on the West Coast. So, like, it's pretty...
You start to get a feel for when someone's a crossover hit. It's people outside of Houston. No, that's pretty good. You know what? That's actually a pretty good replacement for the water cooler.
Yeah.
But it's back when you would try to talk Astros back in 2013, 2014. I mean, it felt like you were speaking to a corpse. If you tried to talk to anybody, for one... More than half the city couldn't even watch them if they wanted to.
Yeah,
and it was just so low on anybody's interest level that was extreme. But by our current reset standards since the golden era, that's pretty notable. There isn't Jordan. Because even when I've tweeted things at times during games, during stuff like that, I'm always kind of surprised that it doesn't get traction.
It doesn't get traction, right? So Friday night, I was calling kickboxing matches. So in my free time, I do play-by-play for the UFC on UFC Fight Pass. We'll talk about Freedom 250 at some point. Houston's own Derek Lewis lost again. But I was calling kickboxing matches on Friday night, so I really was depending on my group chats to keep me up to date.
Keep you up to speed.
I had no idea Jordan did that until I got home and turned on SportsRadio.
That's crazy.
Because during play-by-play, I'm busy. Right? I've got my own stuff going on. But I'll check my phone like during introductions. I'll just see nobody texted me about it.
Yeah, and it's historic, man. Like
there's only a grand slam.
Well, 2 home runs, one of them a grand slam, and the only Astros to hit 2 home runs in an inning ever in the history of the team are Lee May in 1974, and then the great Jeff Bagwell in 1994, the year he won the MVP. So it doesn't happen very often.
He didn't do it in the first inning.
He didn't?
Notoriously slow starter. Yeah.
And to give you the opposite end of the spectrum, this morning, I went to bed early last night because I knew I had to get up and hang out with you guys.
You knew you had to get up and walk outside the building to see if I would pick you up? Yeah.
And my phone, sure enough, there were 25 text messages about the UFC and what happened last night.
Oh, really?
Because I turned it off with 3 fights left. I was like, I got to go to bed.
Yeah.
I need my sleep. And sure enough, phone was this morning, checked it. Text messages about that.
Interesting. Okay, but they know you're like into. Are you like comparing that to the Jordan thing?
Yeah, but I'm into the Astros.
Yeah, that's true. Yeah,
right? And there's Houston specific group chats that I'm in.
Yeah,
and nobody messaged about that.
Yeah.
And nobody messaged about the NHL ending yesterday either. Of course.
Yeah.
Okay, now that's the group. Okay, that's the group.
My brother is just absolutely astounded that I know nothing about what he cares so deeply about the NHL.
Real quick, I know we're up against it. As long as we're talking about group chats, because when you're saying this, I'm thinking, what's the most annoying group chat you have? And I have a group chat with like 10 of my high school buddies, and most of the time it's pretty good, but the Carolina Hurricanes won the Stanley Cup last night. They used to be the Hartford Whalers. All the people on this group text were Whalers season ticket holders back in the day. So we've got Houston fans can relate to this. You know the annoying people that still root for the Tennessee Titans because they used to be the Houston Oilers?
Yeah.
I've got 2 of those in that group chat. And when the Carolina Hurricanes won it last night, they're sending graphics of the Whaler logo next to the Hurricane logo, celebrating it. I'm like, nope.
All those guys, they're all still doing favors for their ex-wife, too.
Oh, yeah.
Can I get you and your lover a gift certificate?
Break it off, man. Yeah. Break it off.
It's done.
All right, we're off and running. So we picked Raheel up on the street, and he's going to be with us all week long. That's the story of the first segment right there. So Raheel Ramzanali in with us, Sean Pendergast, Seth Payne with you. Hey, coming up next, God, we have a ton to get to today. Holy smokes. Tank Dell spoke over the weekend. He said something that was maybe kind of revealing about how the Texans are handling the communication about his status right now. I want to play that. I want to dig into that, and we'll do that coming up next. But first, I want to
Sports Radio 610 presents live from the West Point Lincoln and West Point Lincoln of Sugarland Studios. Here's Payne and Pendergast.
All right, Sean Pendergast, Seth Payne, Raheel Ramzanali hanging out with us this week here in studio. So if you want to text the show, you can, 713-572-4610. We'll hit some of your texts.
Tweet at Raheel. He's better at that than me.
What's your Twitter handle, Raheel?
Yeah, it's _Raheel.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, _Raheel. Find me on there or on Instagram at Raheel Doing Things. I'm checking both of them. I'm checking
at Raheel Doing Things.
Yeah, at Raheel Doing Things.
That's a good Instagram handle.
Just doing stuff.
Yeah, just out there doing things, man.
I'm checking the text line.
Okay, good.
I've got one. I know we want to talk about Tank Dell.
Yeah.
But 9750 says, that's very interesting take. Nobody in my group chat even mentioned Jordan's feet.
Yeah. So if you missed it in the first segment, we were talking about Jordan hitting 2 home runs in the first inning on Friday, and Raheel was saying, like, man, none of my group texts blew up with that. Is that a barometer where the Astros are? I will say this, tomorrow night is about as good a theater as you can ask for two teams that are languishing at the bottom of the American League right now.
Yeah.
Hunter Brown, Framber Valdez.
Yeah. And we'll get into that in a little bit later. But I'm excited. I've softened to an extreme degree during about Framber. I just whatever ill will I had because of his meltdown last year.
Yeah,
I've softened as soft as the contact that Arrighetti was letting up yesterday.
Good tie in there. Yeah,
that's my excuse for
He's going to get a tribute video, right?
God,
yeah, he's got to. Yeah.
You've got to get Fromber one.
Yeah, well, kind of. But as you were pointing out, like we didn't leave things on a great note with Fromber.
It got ugly at the end. He still had. I mean, it was a season he had
busy pegging catchers in the chest.
He had a 2.54 ERA last year. Yeah. I mean, it was a really, really bad end of the season.
Well, he'll get a tribute video for sure. All right, so Tank Dell and I think some other Texans were doing an event at I believe at Dick's Sporting Goods. Maybe it was. A community event signing.
The logos worked. It's emblazoned in my brain.
Okay.
It was at Dick's.
Okay.
And they were doing good stuff for some kids or something.
Okay, well,
good job, Dick's.
Yeah, way to go. And Tank. and Tank. I thought this was interesting. So Tank did some media afterwards, and Seth, as you know, and I'll tell you, Raheel, we did a segment maybe a week or so ago before minicamp. We had already heard from Will Anderson and C.J. Stroud and a few other players during OTAs. Who are the players we want to hear most from during minicamp week? Tank Dell was number one on my list because of the exact things he was getting asked about at Dick's Sporting Goods over the weekend. You know, tell us about the rehab, you know, the dark moments during it, your journey and all these things. I thought this was the most interesting answer because of something he said here. He was asked, what helped you get through all of these dark times rehabbing from the knee injury?
What kept you going through the whole thing? What kept you fighting through to get to this point? So, as far as coming back and you get a 2024 Ferrari. To be honest, I'm not supposed to be answering those questions, but I will give y'all. I give y'all that. What kept me going is God, my faith in God, my belief in God, to know that I can overcome this if I just put Him first, put my trust in Him, and just work hard.
Okay, the part that piqued my interest. Sorry for all the gobbledygook at the the was trying to get the question in there.
The Ferrari? Is that what caught your interest? Somebody in the background said something about winning a Ferrari.
Oh, really?
24 Ferrari.
A 24 Ferrari.
I didn't even hear that. I was too busy listening, trying to hear the question. Oh, that is interesting.
No, I know which part piqued
the part where he said, I'm not supposed to discuss this with you all.
Yeah.
I found that to be very interesting.
I thought it was, okay. I thought it was interesting just because Nick Caserio already told you and I that they expect him to be back during training camp.
Nick's been very forthcoming with you and I twice on this.
Yeah.
I thought he was pretty forthcoming when he sat down with us at the Super Bowl as well, like about all the metrics and all the GPS stuff with Tank and everything.
And that there was Nick told us that there was a chance that they were going to play him at the end of last season, but it just didn't work out.
Yeah.
So that was way more information than anything Tank has said in either of his official appearances where we've seen him so far.
Right.
But what are you reading into that?
That maybe the team instructed him on, like, hey, if you do any media, like, just keep all your injury stuff off the grid.
I wonder. I mean, that's probably their policy in general.
Maybe.
Like we haven't had any Arian Foster type moments, have we, with Texans players?
Where they've posted the MRI
or anything?
No, not that I can think of.
This administration.
Oh yeah, the Clowney with little Brian, Dr. Clowney.
That was Dr.
I want bring Clowney back.
Well,
hashtag that, Raheel. Put it on your social media.
Arian was actually, that was during the Kubiak administration. So that's several administrations.
That was the most notable one during Kubiak, and then the most notable one was Dr. Clowney during O'Brien.
Dr. Clowney.
And we haven't had one with D'Amico that I can remember.
No, I can't either. They've done a good. Well, again, maybe
nobody knows what happened to Joe Mixon. I don't know if Joe Mixon's doctors were allowed to tell him what happened to him. No, well, maybe it's because they have specific instructions for these guys. That's kind of my point with it. So, but here's more Tank. Tank, what does the love from your teammates mean to you?
What does that mean to you, the love and support of your teammates, your family, everyone that believes in you?
Oh, it means the most. My family, of course, God first, but my family, of course, and the belief I have from the organization, from Nick on to the bottom, from D'Amico to my receiver coach Ben, to the training staff, Roland and everyone in the training staff. It's been a great ride, a great journey, and they held me down from the jump. Like, anything I needed, I could go in there and talk to him about it, especially D'Amico. You know, his number one rule, like one of his number one rules, like his door always open. You can talk to him about anything. And like I stated before in the past, he's a player coach, so you can really talk to D'Amico about anything and he'd be there for you. So they just held me down from the jump, and it's been awesome. And I'm thankful to be in the situation that I was in. I'm thankful to be at the Texans, playing for the Texans.
Literally picturing them holding Tank down.
Yeah.
Tank, stay here. I'm holding you down.
It gets dark, man. ACL, MCL, LCL.
Yeah.
All the CLs.
All the CLs.
All the CLs.
Whenever you have multiple, and one of them's the LCL, I think. in my limited capacity to understand this stuff. It's really dicey whether you come back.
Well,
or
you
not.
were studying 3 ligament injuries last week.
And
the history
Nick
with them.
Chubb and Willis McGahee are the guys who are most notable who came back and had good NFL careers. But there's just there's not that many star players who have had injuries that severe, and then the ones who do come back from it, it's about an 18% chance that they come back and have a career after that.
Well, and they were both in college when they got
They
injured.
were really young. That was the thing.
Yeah.
You know, Tank's 26. 27 almost.
Is he really?
Yes. He just looks so young.
Yeah.
If you told me he was 18, I'd be like, okay, cool, that sounds right.
It happened when he was 25, though,
yeah.
right? So that's still young.
Yeah.
NFL young.
You don't have all that natural growth hormone and everything coursing through your veins. But what you do have now that you haven't had previously is all the PCP and all the extra things, like the growth factors that they can use, and the recovery, both in the surgery side of things, like the rehab side of things, and then the actual PT side of things. They've come a long way.
You said PCP, and I'm like, did they give him angel dust?
Okay, maybe.
Yeah. Oh, do you mean PRP?
I said PRP.
No, you said PCP.
Okay.
You said PCP, and I'm
Might
like,
as
now
well.
that's my kind of rehab.
He's
right
really
there.
coming back.
Yeah.
It got dark. It got dark. He got into PCP.
I got into PCP for a little while. What do you want?
And, you're like, Seth, they've had PCP for a long time.
Yeah.
It's been,
But not this quality.
Do you remember
2026 quality?
Do you remember? No, this.
PCP on my
No,
brain,
I'm thinking of LSD. This would probably be pre-Raheel. Your junior high and high school. Man, I remember when I was in junior high, the big thing was these Mickey Mouse stamps that you could lick, and they had LSD on them, and that was the big fear that parents had: is the kids are going to be licking LSD.
Oh, and
stamps.
stickers were a big deal too.
Yeah.
We used to collect stickers back in the day.
Yeah.
It was one of the dumbest things that any generation has
That's all
ever
we
done.
had.
It's all
Yeah.
stickers.
We didn't have cell phones and the internet.
Some of those kids would
okay.
have like sticker books. And
Collected stickers and try to find out which of our friends' dads subscribed to Playboy. That's what we spent our time doing.
Like one weird kid that always had the like the gasoline stickers all the time. Yeah.
My 11-year-old collects Neatos now.
What? I don't even know what that
hell's
is.
that,
A
Raheel?
Neato is like this squishy plush toy that's, for example, she has a butter Neato, and it's a butter stick that's plush, and it smells like butter.
Oh,
smells
so
like
it has
butter?
a smell.
Yeah, it has a smell.
Does it get rancid over time?
It's disgusting. It picks up. It smells so bad. It picks up hair and germs, and she has a whole collection.
How do you spell that?
Great.
Neato.
She's got a whole collection
Neato,
of things
okay.
that stink.
Yeah.
Oh man. All right, so one more from
Back to Tank Down.
As opposed
One
to
more-
every
no.
teenage boy.
one more from Tank, because this is all that I wanted to hear from Tank. As I'm watching all these videos pop up on my timeline, I'm like, can he just tell me he feels good and he's going to play football again? Here is Tank. Quick one here, saying he's ready to go.
Great spring, and everyone's so excited for you and what you'll do at camp. Competition.
Yeah, I'm ready. Can't wait.
I'm ready. I can't wait.
It was after, he gave that answer first, and I think that one where he said, I'm not supposed to be talking to you guys about this stuff, I think that's where he started to pull back. He answered that one next, if I recall correctly.
I jumbled.
Yeah,
for sure.
and so I think that's where, I wonder if he just figured, when he said, I'm ready, can't wait, if he thought, oh boy, I was probably saying too much, And he also, he also kind of pushed back against saying that we saw a glimpse of him. Because, he's like, you saw me in a half-speed jog through, which I'm guessing he saw some of the people who do the deep dive analysis on OTAs
reacting to him
tapping
his toes inbounds, like, look, he got both feet down.
Look at how slow he was. It was like he was going half speed.
Right.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
When I saw that clip, I was like, oh, Tank is back, which is the total opposite. I was like, yes, he's back.
Yeah.
He's tapping his toes. He's feeling good.
I think it was just fun for people to see Tank in a helmet and a jersey doing football things. Yeah.
I think that we need to recognize the fact that this is a person who somehow, in the power ranking of the severity of his injuries, the third on the power rankings is shot in the leg.
No, within the last 2 years.
But it was a through and through.
Not ever.
Yeah.
Like in the last 2 or 3 years, I guess, right? And almost 3 years. All right. Off and running here on a Monday here in the 6 o'clock hour. Sean Pendergast, Seth Payne, Raheel Ramzanali in with us this week. Let's get to some headlines coming up next. We'll circle back to the Astros. Knicks win an NBA championship. We've got World Cup to get to as well, both here in Houston and earlier in the weekend. So we got a ton of stuff to get to in headlines, and we will do that coming up next. But I want to tell you guys about base power right now. Summer in Texas means the AC is running, and you're
Payne and Pendergast with today's headlines powered by Men's Tea Clinic.
All right, let's get to headlines. Sean Pendergast, Seth Payne, Raheel Ramzanali in studio with us, hanging out. Let's start with the Astros. They take 2 out of 3 from the Royals this weekend. 2 games where they were prolific offensively. They won 10-8 on Friday. They scored 9 of those in the first inning, including 6 courtesy of 2 Yordan Alvarez home runs. They win 8-7 on Saturday. Yesterday, not so good.
Yesterday, not so good. But I do feel like we haven't even talked about just one of the coolest and most unique things we've seen, which was Jose Altuve hitting the equivalent of a buzzer beater before the
on Saturday.
Yeah, before the weather shut everything down.
Yeah, for those who missed it, so the Astros down 7-5. And they were up 5-4.
Yeah.
They give up 3 runs, and then the next
and everybody knows there's weather coming in.
There's weather coming in.
They got the grounds crews waiting to roll everything out.
They're looking at the Doppler, and they're like, this game is going to end shortly here.
Yeah.
And they start the 8th inning, and Jose Altuve is able to hit a 2-run homer in the top of the 8th. And literally right after that, the rain comes in. That ties the game at 7. There's a decent chance that if he doesn't hit that home run, they're just like, screw it. 7-5, Royals win.
Mm-hmm.
You're right. Total buzzer beater by Altuve. We have not talked about that. Good job, Jose.
It was one of the most weirdly clutch things I've ever seen. I've seen plenty of clutch things. This was uniquely clutch.
It was the most uniquely clutch.
It was.
Yeah, it was cool.
It took a routine double play botch by the Royals for the Astros to win that game.
Yeah. I like playing these bad teams because they do bad team things. The Angels did a lot of that.
The Astros were keeping
except the Astros lost 2
last week. I don't think the Astros are that good of a team.
No, I know.
It's a bat off, pretty much.
Yeah, it's really like who's going to be punished less by the dumb things they do.
Yep. So Astros back in town. They take on the Tigers for 3 games at Daikin Park. NBA over the weekend, we have a new NBA champion. Knicks win the title over the San Antonio Spurs. We'll dig deeper into that series at 7 o'clock. But just know that if you're a Rocket fan whose goal was to watch the Spurs and their fans suffer during these NBA Finals, mission accomplished, because they were leading for most of the series.
75+% of the time. Is
that what it was?
Yeah, it was right about 75%.
Yeah, it never really felt at all like the Spurs had a real chance. It was you know what? It's when you're in a 7-game series, especially where you know, like, okay, the Spurs are going to make some pushes or whatever.
Yeah,
I like the kind of almost the villainizing of Wembanyama.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, there's a lot of people out there that are thinking, well, this is not the pleasant young man I thought he was.
No,
yeah,
dude, he's kind of dirty.
Yeah,
look, I know they're getting physical with him and hands are going to be thrown, but there were multiple times that you could have called them for flagrant. And they did a couple of times, but you're just watching me go, he's starting to become kind of unlikable.
He's having to be an anti-hero.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
I think the biggest thing is that, at least so far, he might be a choker.
Mm-hmm.
He choked at a lot of these. Well, De'Aaron Fox definitely had some issues.
Wow.
That was no. They are the Pacers were a different team, but we brought this up before. The Pacers, remember, a decade ago, were like, okay, they're right there. They're going to be the next big thing. Boy, you can just see it, and it fizzled out.
Yeah.
Now they didn't have a Wembanyama type.
No. So, but we hope that's what happens with them.
Yeah.
That would be great. We'll circle back to that more at the top of the hour. There's a lot of angles that came out of the NBA Finals, I think. World Cup over the weekend. United States.
Hey,
America defeated the hated Paraguay.
Yeah. We do a segment on Fridays, Raheel, called 5 Reasons I Hate You, and we got on our hate for Paraguay on Friday. Yeah,
the double-sided flag.
Yeah, what the hell? Thank you.
What are we doing?
I had never really had any feelings one way or the other. I was ambivalent about Paraguay. Some mornings I'd hate them, some mornings I'd love them. But after that segment, I was like, Paraguay needs to go down.
Yeah. 4-1.
How about that?
Yeah.
Including 2 goals from a high recruit who flipped from England.
We NIL'd him.
Yeah. Flo Bloggin.
Yep. Yeah, that was great, man. Yeah, so we'll talk more about that. Probably an Acknowledge Me. I think we'll get to the United States. First NRG Stadium game yesterday as well, yesterday afternoon. Germany whooped up on Curacao.
Yeah.
They bullied Curacao yesterday.
7-1?
7-1. Yeah, 7-1. Lots of Germans in town.
Are you do you know soccer?
I keep up with it now, and I'll watch throughout the Premier League and League One, but I'm not a diehard by any means. I do want to see a men's national team World Cup.
Yeah.
That's on my bucket list of sports. Like, I want to see that happen because I do like rooting for the underdog.
Well, just you know, your resume of how much you watch soccer and how much you know about it, you are the soccer expert
I'm the
on
expert,
the show now.
which is totally cool.
You're the soccer
and
expert.
we're going to come to you, and we're going to want you to weigh in way above your actual knowledge level, just to piss off.
I'll make it work.
Yeah, just to piss people off.
People love that.
If we don't have 20
Soccer
people saying, what the hell is Raheel talking about?
Right, exactly. So there was that. Lots of Germans in town that I saw yesterday. I was out eating breakfast at Avalon Diner over there. A lot of German fans in town, so that was cool. Hopefully, if you're listening right now and you're a German fan or from Germany, hopefully Houston's treating you well right now.
Germany is like one of the most popular places worldwide for American football. So there might actually be a few. I know there are a bunch of Texans fans in Germany. That's why Marlon Klein needs to get his hamstring. At some point, if Marlon Klein can actually turn into a good football player,
that would be
we
nice.
got a really good chance of going over and playing in Munich.
Yes.
You know?
Yes.
We'll have so any Texans fans who are also German and in town for the weekend.
Bingo.
Yeah.
Bingo. NFL news, Jonathan Cooper of the Denver Broncos arrested again. If you recall the story last week, he allegedly got into a domestic dispute with his girlfriend where she thought he might be cheating on her. There were cell phones involved that got tossed around the room, allegedly. And so he was arrested last week. She sought a protective order, which she did get. He violated the protective order from over the weekend. I guess was harassing her with phone calls, showed up at her apartment.
Not a good look for whether or not the original allegation was. Not a good look for him.
That's the tipping. When you violate a protective order, that's when you lose the optics.
You've been
battle.
accused of abusive behavior. So just be sure, at the very least, don't engage in any more abusive behavior. Oh, crap.
Yep. So that was, and sad news in the NFL, Aldon Smith passes away at age 36. Man. Aldon Smith, defensive end, he was in the J.J. Watt draft. I remember reports back in the day that's the guy that Rick Smith really liked in that draft, was Aldon Smith, the edge rusher. I think out of Mizzou is where he went to college. Had some really good years for the Niners, but a really troubled dude as well.
Yeah, a bunch of legal issues.
Yeah, but I remember he went 7th overall in that draft, and the Texans were picking 11th, so they didn't get a shot at him. They ended up with J.J. Watt. That worked out, but sad news in the NFL. So those are your headlines.
Boy, Gemini just doing a bang-up job here with their Google searches, by the way.
Yeah.
I was just real quick. I wanted to remember what Aldon Smith had been arrested for back in the day.
Yeah.
So Gemini's really trying to help me out.
Yeah.
It says, because of his death, he cannot be arrested again. Thanks, Gemini. Boy, you're just right on the verge of replacing human beings.
That would be a visual.
Thank you. Yeah. Gemini sucks. For the Google stuff, they've turned Google into, when you get this AI overview, when you
wrong?
Google something, it's wrong a lot.
I don't know, but what you just read was not wrong.
That's accurate.
Accurate.
That's accurate.
Yeah.
Not helpful.
Definitely accurate.
Very logical. It can't be arrested
He can't
anymore.
be. Yeah. That would be a pretty twisted thing if he were. All right, those are your headlines for today, brought to you by the Men's Tea Clinic. All right, coming up next, watching these NBA Finals through a Rockets lens, how are we feeling about this? How are the odds makers feeling about the Rockets? I was a little surprised how far I had to run my finger down the odds board.
Disrespect.
Before I got to the Rockets for next year. Wow. So we'll get to that. We got a nice long segment coming up. We'll do Acknowledge Me at about 7:20 or so. We'll acknowledge big performances from over the weekend. We've already got people texting in requests for Acknowledge Me. So you can text the show, 713-572-4610. We'll do all of that coming up next. But Seth, we got to shout out these small businesses and entrepreneurs right now, especially the ones that are looking for an influx of cash.
Yeah.
And if
Sugar Land Studios, KILT FM HD2 Houston. On Odyssey Sports Station, the Texans play here.
Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
All right, Payne and Pendergast with you on a Monday. Raheel Ramzanali in studio with us, hanging out with us. Perfect guy to have in with us during the summer abyss in between minicamp and training
You
camp.
keep saying that there's an abyss here or something, and I just don't feel it. We were talking with Raheel during the break about how accessible players are these days, and the people just they're out in the community and they're on podcasts all the time.
That's true,
and it feels like there's not necessarily the mystique around professional athletes that they're used to.
Yeah, we're starting to miss out. Like one of my really good friends I play pickleball with. We haven't caught up in a while, so I'm a big pickleball player.
You're a pickleball guy.
I love playing pickleball.
Yeah.
I played in a tournament this past weekend.
Are you good?
Yes.
Yeah.
Like, I'm good, but I'm not going pro.
You're a good athlete. You're a good basketball player.
Thank you.
Yeah, really good.
Three-time media MVP.
Yeah.
Oh, that's right.
Three-time
champ.
Yeah. Yep.
And
so pickleball.
But he plays with.
So one of my buddies plays with Henry Toto. Like, why are you playing pickleball with the Texan? That shouldn't be happening.
He should be living behind gates or something.
Yeah.
And but because they're accessible, like I don't feel like there's ever any dead time anymore because somebody's always popping up on a podcast somewhere.
Oh yeah.
Or just even
That's true.
Tank Dell's doing a charity event and it shows up all over social media.
We have something to talk about. But it is that a bit, and the abyss is filled this year because it is a World Cup year. And it's here in the United States, Mexico, and Canada. So there's a lot to talk about. And there's going to be stories throughout the next 5 weeks. But it is still that dead zone.
Yeah. Well, it's just the football dead zone.
Yeah.
It's there will be plenty. And we've got an overload of stuff to get to today on the show. If you want to text in 713-572-4610. All right, this is the good news for Rocket fans. Because you and I talked before the final set about this. San Antonio was in the NBA Finals probably at least a year or two early for the Victor Wembanyama era. 22 years old. Stephon Castle, 22 years old. First team to make the finals with their leading scorers being 22 or under. So this is, for a Rockets team that's trying to break through in the Western Conference, this is not great news that they just HOV laned you. Went right past you. The good news, they might be chokers.
Yeah.
They might be chokers. The 4 games they lost, they had in the second half, and 3 of them in the fourth quarter, they had win probabilities of 92%, 73%, 99.6% in the one where they coughed up that 29-point lead. They had a 99.6% chance of winning that game with 9.5 minutes to go. And then on the closeout game on Saturday, same old story, man. 95% chance of winning with 8 minutes left in the game. They're up by 10, and the Jalen Brunson is amazing.
Jalen Brunson is, I think, the guy that's keeping the Knicks from being as hated as a Knicks team should be when they win a championship.
I think it's the whole squad, though. Who on the Knicks roster is hateable?
They're more likable than they used to be.
Even Alvarado, who is one of the pests and one of the annoying guys, has become beloved.
Where are we with Karl Anthony Towns?
I love him. I love Cat.
I'm just asking the question.
Yeah, I love Cat.
Yeah.
There are a lot of memes about Cat right now.
A lot of memes. He's very zesty.
He's very zesty.
Yeah.
People are saying Pride Month Cat is unstoppable. And I'm like...
I hadn't seen that.
People are saying.
They're saying it, Not this show necessarily.
No.
Yeah.
After all that,
we're just
quoting that's as big a quote that went viral, but Cat is likable.
I think, part of it, too, is, it went from having that stretch of time in the NBA where it felt like you had to be one of 3 teams to win a championship to going back to, it's been 2018 since a team won it back to back. And it's been the Warriors, the Raptors, the Lakers, the Bucks, the Warriors again, then the Nuggets, the Celtics, the Thunder, and the Knicks. And it's like you don't have time it doesn't really marinate to the point where you start to dislike people.
No, we've had 8 different champions in the last 8 years.
Yeah.
The Spurs are favored to win it next year, so if they follow through on that, that'll be 9 in 9 years. I actually went through the exercise of counting up how many cities have won an NBA championship since the Rockets last won one in 1995.
Oh, boy.
So we had the New York Knicks on Saturday. They hadn't won one in 53 years. Rockets haven't won one in 31 years, so it's getting kind of long for the Rockets, too.
31 years.
31 years.
Actually, I have my championship shirt on.
1995? Yeah, man. 95. Yeah, that is
a little bit like the Cowboys.
Don't say that.
Not as obnoxious.
No, we're not obnoxious the way they are. We don't keep talking about. We don't try to win arguments by saying, well, yeah, but Hakeem in the 90s. Yeah.
14 cities have won an NBA championship since the Rockets last won one. 14 cities, including 6 from the Lakers. This is the worst part. It's the ones that have won multiple. 6 from the Lakers. That sucks.
Yeah.
5 from the Spurs, in-state rival, and 4 with the Golden State Warriors, and they went through you to win at least 2 of those that I can think of.
The Warriors are the ones that sting the most because it was, okay, you were definitively the second best team in basketball those years.
Yeah.
That was the if it just weren't for any one of those guys, Steph Curry, even Steve Kerr, whatever you might like, whatever twist of fate would have landed them somewhere else, things might have been different.
Totally. Well, I was thinking that watching this series, this NBA Finals, I'm like, man, it's so much of it is about timing. This was Jalen Brunson's amazing. I don't want to diminish what he did in the NBA Finals or what he did throughout the playoffs. And they had an amazing run too. They were killing teams in the earlier rounds. The games were obviously much closer against San Antonio, but they were destroying teams for a while there. I think that Rockets team you're talking about, Seth, that 2018 Rockets team would beat either of those teams in the finals that we watched.
Do you find yourself, Raheel, do you tell your kids stories of do you find yourself sounding like like an annoying dad?
Hayden, come sit up here and let me tell you about the 2018 Rockets.
I even tell her, I grew up watching championship basketball.
Yeah.
And she doesn't believe me. She's like, what are you talking about?
She doesn't believe you?
I'm like, no, for real. The Rockets were they were the best. You had the best player.
Yeah.
Right? After Jordan, you had Hakeem. That was the guy. And we had that here. And we would have parades.
Yeah.
We would shut down Richmond. And we were the ones celebrating, and she doesn't believe it.
This tells me...
She doesn't even believe it. She thinks you're telling her fairy tales.
And then when you tell her about the Astros, you're like, man, the Astros weren't that good at one point.
Yeah.
They were the losers.
Yeah.
She's like, no, they win championships.
Yeah.
Like right about the time she was born.
Right.
They were,
she was 2 when they won their first championship. She was 2 years old.
They've been pretty much a good team.
So when she was born, though, that was when we were still wondering in 2015. Just, okay, is this team actually doing something?
Does she not have access to the internet? Do you keep her off of the internet?
Oh, we try to keep her off the internet.
She can't look these things up?
She's not looking up this stuff.
She's 11, right?
Yeah, she's 11.
Does she have a phone?
No.
Okay, good for you.
Heck no.
Good for you.
No,
when do the kids at her school start getting phones?
We've had one kid get it at 6.
Okay.
But,
6?
Yeah, it's now trending that most of them are getting it at 11 because she's going into middle school.
Yeah.
But I'm not getting her one.
Okay, good. How old is she going to be when you get her phone?
25. When the brain is fully developed.
Here's the scary thing is that once they're on your cell phone plan, they never get off your cell phone plan.
Yeah.
My kids are still on my cell phone plan.
You save money that way. I still pay my dad monthly because I'm on his plan right now.
Oh, really?
Can you walk down the hall and tell my daughter to start paying me monthly for her cell phone?
I have a Venmo set up every month. It just sends him money for the cell phone bill.
So you pay him, but you're paying. You're self-sufficient.
Because I felt bad. This was like 2 years ago. I changed it. I'm like, wait, hold on. Who are we getting our cell phone through?
Do you remember?
Yeah. My wife was like, your dad is actually still paying for it.
You remember when Ross Tucker told us the story about how Drew Bledsoe, Ross Tucker was the offensive lineman. He'd been with the Bills when was he with the Patriots when Drew Bledsoe was the quarterback?
He was, no. I think it would have been.
Oh, no, it was when he wasn't. No, because he was there when Tom Brady was a young quarterback.
Okay, yeah.
So whenever it was, either the Bills or the Patriots.
Yeah.
And Bledsoe had gotten all his offensive linemen cell phones.
Yeah.
And Ross was still using it like 3 years later. And Bledsoe's mom called him up one day and said, Ross, Drew has to stop doing this. And Ross sounded like he was kind of put out by it. You're letting a grown man pay your cell phone bill. And Ross is pulling a little bit of the old, the guy's got a vineyard and everything. Yeah. I didn't even know my cell phone bill.
I thought you just meant he bought them phones.
No, he got him. He had some deal with Verizon or something, and so they were put on the plan and everything.
Oh,
and Ross acted like genuinely put out.
I could totally hear, right?
Raheel, Ross told us that he doesn't, if you find a restaurant you really like, you should never give him a good Yelp review, because then you end up having to wait longer for reservations.
Gosh, Ross is that guy.
Yeah.
That was our original. When we do Take a Mania, worst take of the week, that was the original Take a Mania champ.
That was the genesis. Gotcha. Yeah. That's
terrible.
He was a nature boy, Buddy Rogers.
Yeah, everybody knows how easy it is to make it in the restaurant industry.
Yeah.
So, then you add to that, your happiest customers just stay mute about it. Yeah.
Don't tell anybody.
All right, the number 14 is valid here, too. So I said there's 14 cities that have won an NBA championship since the Rockets last won one. The Rockets, I was a little surprised by this. The new odds came out on the NBA title for next season. The Rockets are 66-1 to win the NBA title. That's 14th on the odds board.
What?
To win the NBA championship. I don't know, man. Like, I think I'm not somebody I'm not a Rocket sycophant where I'm like, they should be in the top 3 or 4. They shouldn't be until we see what they do this season. 14th, man. 14th means they're a play-in team.
Who are you most offended by of the teams immediately above them?
I got to pull the email.
Let me try to set the odds. So number 1, Spurs.
Yeah.
Okay, yeah,
I would say OKC is
You're nailing it.
You're killing it, Raheel, yeah.
Okay, after that, it would be...
Ooh.
Oh, Dan, I'm not sure.
This is people are going to be offended in New York. The Celtics.
Yeah,
the Celtics. Okay, Celtics are still.
The Knicks, yeah.
Okay, then the Knicks.
Celtics are 3. You know what's funny about all these teams that are up near the top, like except the Knicks? They're all the top 3 ahead of them. All have a guy who's a key guy to their team that the fans are like, trade this guy.
Yeah,
like Spurs. De'Aaron Fox is trash now in the eyes of Spurs fans. Trade him. Good luck trading him. His contract kicks in next year that he signed for like $60 million a year. OKC, Chet Holmgren sucks. Trade him. These are the good teams.
Right. Yep.
Boston, Jaylen Brown doesn't get along with Tatum. Weirdo on Twitch. Trade him. You know, it's wild. Just even because I think the Rocket fans feel a lot of turmoil right now. Like they need to trade for Giannis, they need to do this or need to do that. Like, no, pretty much any team that doesn't win the NBA championship, their fans go ballistic over the fact that they didn't win an NBA championship.
If the Rockets had somehow made it to the Western Conference Finals, it'd be Şengün that they would be most PO'd about. I mean, you got to write an alternate history.
That's who they're most PO'd about right now.
Right now
is,
But don't worry, Fred is coming back.
Fred's coming back. All will
3
be well.
good games in the last playoff run, and he's coming back.
I feel this is the thing.
3 out of 7.
The problem is, I feel like this is because we've been saying it and talking about it for so long. I feel like we collectively start to feel like, you almost start to. There's a whiplash where you start to feel like, well, I can't make that big of a difference. But it is, like, we've talked about it, and they've talked about it, because it is valid and true. They could have done something about it.
They could have.
I mean, that's the part that's frustrating is they could have gone out and gotten a point guard, but they tried to cobble it together by committee instead. But the fact of the matter is they are a much different team with an above-average point guard coming back into the mix, to an extreme degree.
You could have found an above-average point guard somewhere.
That was my most...
But then it's the excuse. You can't use that excuse then. I use it with my wife. She's like, hey, you forgot to do the dishes. We didn't have Fred VanVleet.
Yeah.
I can't. What do you want me to do?
Try to cobble it together.
Yeah, what do you want me to do here?
Yeah.
I'm going to try that.
He's hurt. Fred is hurt.
I like that.
Use that as your excuse for everything.
Fred VanVleet.
Yeah. You're 3 months behind on your mortage payment. Well, I mean, when Fred comes back.
Fred was here. Yeah.
I'll be on time. I don't know why you guys are just. I don't know why you're being such a jerk about this bank.
Don't worry. Yeah.
I think that the problem with the quote of Dana that annoyed me the most this year wasn't when he said maybe they're punting on the season or however he said it.
Oh, Stone.
What did I say? Did I say Dana?
Yeah.
I said
Dang it. Raphael Stone.
Yeah.
You know what it is? Because I always mix up Dana White and Dana Brown.
Yeah.
I transpose those two. So whenever I get into any kind of Dana or anything. Anyway. Yeah. So with Raphael Stone, the thing that bothered me the most was when he said, well, we could have gone out and got somebody, but we figured you can go get somebody who can dribble and shoot, but we figured we'd cobble it together. Like, all right, but or dribble and pass.
Yeah.
All right, but you're trying to cobble it together with guys who can't dribble and pass.
Right, they're not even getting through phase one.
Yeah,
they're not even getting through phase one. That was... Boy,
we need a Japanese interpreter for Imai. All right, well, we're going to try to get a Portuguese guy,
right?
And
just Japanese on the side,
and the guy doesn't speak anything but English, and we'll see if we can cobble it together for Imai.
Yeah,
in this economy, why not?
Yeah.
Did the Knicks save the NBA? Stephen A. Smith thinks so. This was Stephen A. Smith after the Knicks beat the Spurs on Saturday night?
Jalen Brunson and the New York Knicks saved the NBA tonight with this championship. Stay with me. Wemby is 7'5". If the Spurs win the championship, the entire NBA is evolving its scheme around how do you knock off the alien, the 7'5" alien from France. How do you do it? Well, guess what? Now that a 6'1" guard, who's not the most athletic above the rim, dude, that ain't his game. Just savvy, brilliant as a basketball savant, footwork extraordinaire. That guy at 6'1" led this team, and in a closeout game 5, drops 45 on a Spurs defense that was pretty elite. That's what they did. When you do something like that, all of a sudden you look around the NBA and you say, wait a minute, it's not just about the draft. It's about picking the right guys, the glue pieces that keep you together as a team. It's about that. It's about a coach that recognizes the importance of depth and a bench.
Okay, so did Jalen Brunson and the Knicks save the NBA?
What are we defining as saving the NBA?
Yeah,
Ratings?
because at first, whenever you hear about when I saw the headline, it was you think, oh yeah, we're saving it from ratings. Why? I don't think that's. He was saying they've saved. You know what he almost is saying? He's saying that he saved franchises from going out and making stupid decisions.
Yeah, that's exactly what he said. Yeah.
So he saved NBA GMs and coaches from going out and thinking we got to swing big to get somebody to compete with Wembanyama.
Okay, should they still not think that even though they lost?
They should.
They should. I think teams are still doing what Stephen A. Smith is saying.
The Western Conference, especially.
Yeah, exactly.
It's not like oh wow,
right,
look at that, they lost in the NBA championship.
Oh,
now we can beat Wembanyama.
That's a great point. If you're in the Western Conference and you were planning that way, them losing to the Knicks doesn't help you at all.
Turns out we got to gear everything up to beat Brunson.
Yeah.
That's how we get to the finals to play Brunson.
Yeah, I'm listening to him. I'm like, no, the Rockets and teams in the Western Conference should still be doing this, what he's talking about.
In fact, they should be more scared.
Yeah.
The fact, everything you just laid out, right? Castle, Wemby. We haven't even talked about Harper, who looked fantastic in the last game.
Well, that's what's
and he's
killing,
had really good moments.
That's what's killing De'Aaron Fox right now is because everybody in San Antonio is like, they just need to give the keys to Harper and not Fox.
Mm-hmm. And there's no saving the NBA. It's going through San Antonio.
Yeah, I agree.
No, I don't think. I guess that's the other thing is that sometimes our fan thinking or outside perspective starts feeling like NBA, because they did this during the Spurs. People, the talk was like, well, a lot of teams are just going to stop trying to win a championship until the Spurs are done with their run. Like, what? Like, which GM is going to his owner and saying that? Like, hey, it turns out we're just going to take it easy for 5 or 6 years.
Not Daryl Morey back in the day.
Yeah.
That's what I liked about Daryl.
I don't think when you break it down to how it actually works, it's not like people are just punting on things or just get that desperate to try to figure out how to beat that one team.
Hey, speaking of which, we'll get to Acknowledge Me here in just a minute. For whatever reason, I didn't put this in headlines. Probably an oversight on my part. James Harden arrested over the weekend.
Oh, no, for what?
Misdemeanor, unlawful possession of a gun in a motor vehicle.
Okay, so the deal was that he just didn't have it holstered. So, because you're allowed to have a gun in the vehicle, but he didn't have it holstered.
It was on his seat or something.
Yeah.
Okay.
So it's, now, and I just trying to look at it from, like, people that know a lot more about the gun laws and everything.
Yeah.
It seems like he might have a leg to stand on in court. He should have had a holster on that leg as well. But if it had been holstered, it would have been fine. He just had it
his court date. So here are the details. He was arrested at 3:41 a.m. Eastern time.
Yeah.
I don't know why. He was arrested here in Harris County, and they're doing Eastern time in this article. Screw you, New York Times. This is The Athletic. The Athletic has time zone bias. So it was when James is out doing stuff, middle of the night.
He wasn't like brandishing it or anything.
No. He was released on bond. This is the tough price to pay. Now he's got a court date scheduled for a week from. Is today the 15th? Yeah, a week from today. So June 22nd. So that's his court date. According to the terms of his bond that he was released on, it bans him from possessing any firearms, ammunition, or other weapons. Also, this is probably the tough putt for James. He must submit to a random urinalysis and is prohibited from consuming alcohol, controlled substances, drugs, or marijuana unless prescribed by a doctor.
Wait, all because of the gun misdemeanor?
Yeah.
Wait, why are we doing urine analysis?
Terms of his
guess,
bond.
I don't know. It'll be. I just from what I understand, and lawyers, please feel free to correct me on this.
They will.
But it's not like if you were in New York and had an unregistered weapon or anything. It's just that it wasn't holstered.
It was a misdemeanor.
It's probably not going to end up being. This isn't going to be anything that's going to rattle the foundation.
No,
of the
but
NBA
does he have
anything.
a mugshot? He got arrested. You automatically get I need to see a James Harden mugshot.
I feel like in this
You can
day
find
and
one.
age,
From 4:57 in the morning.
how cool are they with you checking your photo when you get your mugshot?
I mean,
if
like, can
you're
we
a
do this
celebrity.
again kind of thing?
Yeah. I bet if you're a celebrity, they'd give you a little bit of like.
Especially if
okay,
it's a
yeah.
Rockets fan that liked it. There was like a big James guy back in the day.
Yeah.
What if it was a Rockets fan who's still mad at him?
Dude.
Dude, it wasn't a happy ending.
Somebody AIs it.
Yeah.
Or they're like he gets up there to do the mugshot and they go 1, 2, click, and they do it before 3, and he's got this like look on his face.
It'd be hard for him to have a bad photo since he's got one facial expression. He's got resting James Harden face.
That's
and that's
resting
it.
James Harden face.
Look into the camera and do your best James Harden.
Yeah. This article in The Athletic, I didn't realize Harden had such an extensive rap sheet.
Yeah.
He does?
Yeah.
The little small things
Yeah,
add up.
like little, like nothing
He's
super.
lived life, damn it. Let me read them off for him.
Well, let's see. Before Saturday's arrest, Harden had been the subject of at least one police investigation and multiple civil lawsuits. There's a woman who sued Harden and others in June of 25, claiming she was assaulted by Harden's nephew at a New Year's Eve party.
Oh, yeah, that was a weird one.
Yep.
She sued Harden because his nephew arrested him.
Right.
Or
It was at his
allegedly.
house, too. The
Okay,
party was at
okay.
his house. In 2018, police investigated allegations that Harden grabbed a woman's wrist, took her cell phone, and damaged it outside a nightclub in Scottsdale, Arizona, his home away from home.
But he was never charged with anything there.
He was not charged after local police sent the case to prosecutors, and the investigation was resolved.
Yeah.
This was probably the most famous or infamous one, if you're a longtime Rocket fan. Moses Malone Jr., son of Hall of Famer, the late Moses Malone. Allegedly, Harden helped orchestrate an attack against him outside of a Houston nightclub after a dispute on social media in 2017. So basically, he allegedly sicked his goons on him.
Snatched his chain. That was a big thing.
Yeah,
Like legit got his chain snatched.
Yeah, that's right.
Yeah.
That's right.
That's a big thing.
Who snatched whose chain?
Moses Malone Jr. got his chain snatched
By Harden's goons.
By Harden's
Allegedly.
goons?
Yeah.
Alleged goons, too.
Alleged goons, yeah.
I know that's a big fear of yours, walking around the street and getting your chain
Getting my
snatched.
chain snatched? I'm ready to fight all the time, 24/7 because of that.
You're like that
I can't.
Spurs
You
fan.
can't. You can't. It's hard to live that down, man.
That's why Seth wears 8 chains around his neck, because if they take it, it's only just one. He's
Just
still got
one.
7 left.
Gotta maintain credibility.
Like Mr. T over here. There's more. A civil suit against Harden.
There's more.
Wait, yeah. It's like a Ginsu commercial. A civil suit against Harden from 2013 was settled after a Lakers fan alleged that he punched him outside a West Hollywood nightclub after the fan shouted that Kobe Bryant was a better player. No truth to the rumor that fan was Raheel Ramzanali.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Love Kobe. All right,
Card-carrying Kobe lover, yes.
So what happened with that one?
I don't know. Ask Raheel. He was the one who was there.
No, the actual...
No, I'm joking that he was the fan. Yeah.
Sorry.
What happened with that one? He was also involved in an incident with a photographer at a Hollywood nightclub. Case went to trial. Jury found out. Harden's like brushing up against all these things that never turn into anything.
I don't have any issue with any NBA player ever hitting a fan. It's usually almost always, my assumption is that it was deserved. That it was, people just, people used to say, people love to say, oh, you wouldn't say that to my face. That used to have some validity to it. But this generation, especially now that they can monetize it, they'll say it right to your face.
They will.
Stuff they should never say to a grown man. And every now and then they get to feel the heel of James Harden's B-slap.
You know what?
Yeah.
I'm convinced. I'm sold. I agree with you.
It's like
on
when
that.
Charles Barkley threw that dude through the plate glass window, and everybody's like, yeah, he had it coming.
He was ahead of his time. Barkley was, yeah.
It's even worse now because these guys will come up to you with the meta glasses trying to record the point of view, and they'll come talk trash. I don't know if y'all have seen this trend.
Meta glasses.
The meta glasses. They'll just come up to you and say something, and they want a reaction for clicks.
Yeah.
Now
it
you
gets
get
edited,
it.
and you don't see what happened beforehand or anything.
So everybody's TMZ now, basically.
Everybody.
That's why nobody gets. That's why very few people are getting in trouble anymore in sports because they know that there's surveillance cameras everywhere they go.
Yep.
And in the form of an iPhone,
man,
or a Google Glass.
Yep.
The other addicting thing with meta glasses, there's guys who just go pick up women, and they just do point of view picking up women. They'll use these lines, and it's fascinating to watch.
So are women too stupid to realize that they're wearing these meta glasses, or what?
I think they realize it and they just play along.
Oh, they go along with it. Yeah.
But there's also people like deleting they're blacking out the light, so you don't even know if they're recording.
What do these meta glasses look like? Do they look like just normal glasses?
Just normal glasses.
I think he's got
really?
some.
Yeah. Does he?
Yeah.
Has he been filming us?
He's been filming you the whole time.
Really?
He's got a
That's
whole
why he
plan.
keeps following you
Oh
everywhere.
my God!
He's got so much blackmail on you already. Yeah, he's just
the things I've said to Figgy. Oh, all right. Let's do Acknowledge Me. We do it every Monday. We acknowledge big performances from over the weekend. Raheel, I know you've got a few here. So we'll do this. We say a name or a concept or a place or whatever. Ben, our producer, hits that Roman Reigns sounder. I'm going to start with just some straight baseball here. Yordan Alvarez.
Acknowledge
His
me.
freaky ass had 6 RBIs in the first inning on Friday night in a battle of the MVP candidates for 2 bad baseball teams, Bobby Witt Jr. and Yordan Alvarez. Bobby Witt Jr., I think, had a good series this weekend, too. I felt like every time I was looking up at the TV, he was on base. Really good player. Yordan, the 3rd player in franchise history to hit 2 home runs in 1 inning, joining Lee May in 1974 and Jeff Bagwell in his MVP season of 1994.
It was really, that first inning was just kind of a microcosm of Yordan's season so far and his candidacy to be the MVP. To win the MVP was that he has just this incredible first inning. Christian Walker has a home run. Like as a team, it was really, really impressive. And then boom, dashed against the rocks by Imai's performance a half inning later.
Yeah, like all of a sudden it's a close game.
Yeah.
9-0 in the first inning. It's crazy. It's crazy. It's really weird. I was mentioned before, I wasn't watching the game live. I was following it on my phone, push notifications. And I looked down, I'm like, oh, it's 2-0. Yordan hit a 2-run homer. Payne got on base, he hit a home run. And then I'm just, as Amy and I are doing things at the museum, I'm kind of glancing down, and it went from 2-0 to 6-0. And I'm like, oh, Yordan just did something. Like that's like, when it goes like that, I'm like, I think Yordan just like bases clearing double, grand slam. And it turns out it was a grand slam. Amazing, man.
He's so good.
He is something else. Yeah, he is something else. So we acknowledge Yordan Alvarez. Jalen Brunson, as long as we've been talking about, we've talked about how great he was in these NBA Finals. Easy choice for the MVP. He scored in the closeout game. The Knicks scored 94 points. That game was a throwback game to like those Rocket Knicks games of the early 90s. It was a defensive struggle. He had 45 of the 94 points. Yeah. Jalen Brunson did. Crazy.
That's incredible.
Yeah.
He is so much fun to watch, and he has that gene.
They know that it's going to be him. Like, there's no secret to what the Knicks are doing. They're just getting Jalen Brunson isolated, and he can hit you at all 3 levels, man.
It makes it even better because last year in the Eastern Conference Finals, the whole knock on the Knicks was they're not clutch because the Pacers kept making the clutch moves and the clutch moments. And for Brunson to come back, to overcome all of that, to win a title. We'll talk about this a little bit later on, but that was probably one of the more likable teams to win in a long time.
No, it's nice to be invested in it a little bit. And I think most Houstonians were invested in watching the Spurs lose.
Yeah.
Aside from just whatever hatred you have for the Spurs.
End of the day,
you also want to see that they're not the like we said last week, it's like seeing Drago bleed.
Yes.
Like, okay, all right. They're human. They're still a young team.
Yep.
They still have to prove that they can mature and actually be clutch when they need to be clutch instead of choking all the time.
Yeah.
Raheel, you want to acknowledge anything?
Yeah, before I do it, on the text line, 713-572-4610.
Yeah.
I'm looking at those texts, so get them in if you want to acknowledge somebody, something. But 3010 says, Lewis Hamilton.
Acknowledge me.
Oh, F1.
F1?
Yeah, man.
Won a race. I'm going to take this text messenger's word for it because I don't know.
I was just about to ask you.
I'm sure.
I didn't know
It
you
was
were
like his
F1
7th big victory in something where they race cars.
But I think he was the first one over 40 to do it.
Oh, one of our people. Okay.
It's like that Brad Pitt movie.
Yeah.
That's all I know about F1.
Oh, yeah.
There was a Brad
Such
Pitt
a good movie.
Well,
wasn't he an old dude?
Yeah, he was
playing his own age,
and he's
right?
just going. He was just like, "Get it, we're just gonna go crazy."
I get once a week. I think, should I get into F1? And I always decide no. But man, it seems to be more and more people are into it.
You know who's into it? The young people are into it because of that Netflix series. My sons both like F1.
Really?
Because of the Netflix series about it.
So
from a
should I
couple
watch
years
that
ago.
this next weekend?
Yes.
All right.
Yes.
I'll binge watch. What's it called?
I don't know.
I think it's called. Isn't it just F1 or race to drive to something like that?
I don't know. I tell you,
it's
to Google,
not available.
I tell you to
we
Google.
Can't find the.
you're a little sideways with Gemini right now, so I don't want to recommend that you Google the title of it of the Netflix series.
No, I would go to chat for it.
Formula One Drive to Survive. That's what I was.
That's what it is.
Formula One
Okay.
Drive to Survive.
That's a good name. I
Well,
like
we got
that.
quarterbacks coming out at some point here.
Yes, quarterback. Yeah, in July.
Lewis
Flacco.
Hamilton also overcame the Kim Kardashian curse. Is currently dating Kim Kardashian.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. Oh, look at him.
Yeah. Good for him.
That's you know what? It's probably he's old enough to kind of understand how to handle everything. You know, he just probably whatever the highs and the lows or whatever.
And he's sat back and observed for several years what the deal is with dating Kim Kardashian.
Well,
so
that's the thing about race car drivers; they anticipate really well.
Yeah.
You know, they envision things off in the future.
Yeah,
so the Kardashians can't surprise him with anything.
I'm gonna get mine in now.
Okay.
Shakira.
It's the first time Shakira's been acknowledged on this show.
Like Mariah Carey during Christmas season, Shakira is back because it is World Cup time. She is the official voice for the World Cup. Always has a song out. You guys remember Waka Waka?
Of course.
It's one of the more popular songs, and she is back this year.
Okay.
With Die Die, and it has been on repeat. If you've been watching the games, that's the song they start off before
Die.
We'll play it at some point.
Is it like die in English?
Yeah,
this is a Portuguese word for something.
Die, everybody.
Yeah. Yes.
No, not like die.
D-I-E, D-I-E. It seems a little dark for a festive occasion like the World Cup.
It's just D-A-I, D-A-I, and it just means come on, let's go.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Well, that's
it's a really great, it's a fun song. My kids are loving it. It's popular right now. The best part about this song and Shakira being back in the limelight every 4 years.
Yeah.
She just comes back into our mainstream
Well, is Shakira
conversation.
still, like in Spanish-speaking music in countries and whatever, she's still a huge
She's
thing?
still popular, yeah.
like is she kind of more like royalty
I think royalty's better. She's always going to be popular. She's not, like Bad Bunny's number one right now.
She like the
but every 4 years she is royalty. She's number one. The best part about all of this is that my youngest, I have a 3-year-old, she loves this song, so that means we get to watch the music video over and over again, and Dad's okay with that.
You like that, yeah.
I'm okay with that.
Watching Shakira over and over again. Yeah,
I'm gonna
that's
have to
good.
listen to this and see if I can make it work with D-I-E, D-I-E.
That would be a great
die.
satire song.
Yeah.
Got an assignment for this week.
This needs to happen. Okay, I've got one here, as long as we're talking about the World Cup. Peruvian police.
Acknowledge me.
I'd like to acknowledge them. Headline, Peruvian police disguise themselves as World Cup mascots for drug raid. But police in Peru took a novel approach to clamping down on drug trafficking on Wednesday. They conducted a raid in Lima, Peru, and they took down one of the big drug lords in Lima. Video posted the police's official TikTok account. Yes, the police have a TikTok account. Showed officers dressed as Clutch the Bald Eagle and Maple the Moose broke through a gate with a battering ram before arresting a man in a white vest. And apparently, the video shows officers recovering packets of white powder, firearms. The caption said, "World Cup mode operation ends with the fall of Pichichi."
What were they? So wait, the characters were driving the ramrod?
I guess. Apparently,
I feel like their cover would have been blown at that point when they start bringing in the.
Or did they just walk
the
in?
battering ram?
I think
like the drug lord had a party.
The drug lord had a party to sit there and watch the World Cup. And he's a big soccer fan.
Yeah.
So they figure
so they got those guys in there.
Yeah, and they got him while he's vulnerable. I'll
tell you,
he had his shields down a little bit.
You know who could do some really good work is Chuck E. Cheese.
Oh yeah.
What's his name? Whatever the Chuck E. Cheese guy is.
I believe it's Charles E. Cheese.
Is that what it is? Yeah, because there's
know.
a lot of stuff that goes down in a Chuck E. Cheese.
Yeah.
They serve alcohol.
Yeah.
It's
but they've got mascots walking around that make it feel festive. Yeah.
I want to add something to your story.
Okay.
This isn't the first time that Peru has done this.
Really?
During the Christmas season, they actually had a guy dressed up like the Grinch and went and did a drug bust.
This is
a bit that they do.
If you're a criminal, be careful if there's mascots walking up to you in public.
Yeah.
In Peru especially. Yeah. Boy, what could somebody be undercover to catch me? If you just went in disguise as one of my idiot buddies I drink with over at Lizards every day,
yeah,
and you dress like them, you look like them, you got a cigar in your hand, I'd be like, "Hey, buddy, how you doing?" I figure like maybe I know you. Yeah,
and they
sir,
got you.
You have a right to remain silent. And I'm like, but
they could have spent all that time
white powder
just
wasn't
kinda,
coke.
Yeah. I wonder. Like,
what about you, Seth?
Like, who would I be duped by?
On a PCP bust.
You know what?
It's a callback for our 6 o'clockers.
I'm more naturally distrustful of people than Sean is, but I have
way more.
I'm
easily sold.
I do.
To.
You know what? I'm a little bit of a sucker to an authority figure in general. So like, I don't think you even need to be on. I think I would be more likely. This is where the cop friend of mine was telling me this. He was that he's like the people that. Like as a cop, sometimes the people that have never been in trouble before they get in the most trouble because they just admit everything and they feel bad and they're all like, so they just start blah 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 blabbing. So that would be me. If I made the decision to go smuggle some heroin or something, and they nabbed me, I would just blab everything.
Yeah,
I would feel so bad about it.
So they don't even need to go through the effort of getting a costume.
No, but if if somebody, but every other person that would be coming up to me, I'd be suspicious of everything.
Yep.
That's why I know I could never make it as a criminal.
No, yeah.
I would not be able to handle the stress of just at any given time looking around a room like Tony Soprano at the end of in the
looking
finale,
over your
just kind of always
time.
looking at everybody walking in.
Not a way to
I'm
live
begging
life.
for a guy in a uniform to come in and just cuff me.
Just end it. Yeah. All right.
Slap me around a little.
Payne and Pendergast with you here on a Monday. Raheel Ramzanali in with us, hanging out with us today and this week. So text in 713-572-4610. All right. Coach inside the division for the Texans, AFC South, gushes about his quarterback. Are we concerned at all about this team? Because this coach has a history of not being accurate with this stuff. We will tell you who it is coming up next. I want to tell you about West Point Lincoln right now. And both my son and my wife
Sports Radio 610 presents live from the West Point Lincoln and West Point Lincoln of Sugar Land Studios. Here's Payne and Pendergast.
All right. It's our concern level over the Tennessee Titans this year. Mix in a little Texans talk here before we get top of the hour. The Carmelo Anthony cut from last week where he was trying to explain to us exactly how little $100 million is these days.
Yeah. It's a big lifestyle adjustment.
A big lifestyle adjustment. Top of the hour, because I watched that video so much over the last 4 or 5 days, the thing that's getting algoed to me now is athletes telling financial stories.
Oh, okay.
And there's some pretty funny ones.
Yeah.
So we'll get to that at the top of the hour. We've got some good ones. This was Robert Saleh, Tennessee Titans head coach, during their mini camp last week in one of his media availabilities. Talking about
he's got to see what he can and can't do, and then you mix that in with a whole new scheme. I think it's. I'll put myself out there. I think it's very safe to say that we've got a really, really, really good quarterback, and we're in really good hands.
Are they in really good hands in Tennessee with Cam Ward?
I think I don't think they know for sure yet. I think they see all the upside in him.
Yeah.
He gets a pass on last year because it was such a miserable situation for him. That I find myself still concerned about him. I know
as a Texans fan.
Any of the concerns that I had is with him coming in as a rookie. I still have, and there's still untapped upside.
Yeah,
and he did some good things in the second half of the season that, by and large, just went unnoticed because why bother? I mean, it's a bad team, and it's a bad team in the AFC South. You know what happens with that. So I think that it's tough for him to undergo another scheme change, but he's doing it with a coach in Brian Daboll, who was there when Josh Allen made his transformation.
Yeah.
They got him help at wide receiver. If the offensive line can be stabilized, there's still, I would say, I don't know if there's a lot of people that maybe had a positive scouting report on him coming out of college that are now saying, "Oh, yep, I was wrong on that."
No, and the easy thing to juxtapose it to when it comes to the Titans, they were just coming off of Will Levis being their starting quarterback. Like, you knew, and I say this knowing full well, Will Levis came in here and beat the Texans in 2024, I think it was.
Yeah.
But he was the same rookie class as C.J. Stroud and Bryce Young. He was drafted early in the second round. You could tell early on, like if Robert Saleh were the coach of those Titans teams, I don't think he would have just said that about Will Levis. What he just said about Cam Ward, where he says, I think we're in really good hands. You could tell early on with Will Levis, he ain't it.
You could tell before the draft that he probably wasn't it.
Right.
There's just something a little bit off about that dude.
Right.
And yeah, like in terms of just pure physical talent and throwing ability and everything, Cam Ward's just I just trust him more.
Now, Robert Saleh's got a history of this, though. Mm-hmm. I'm looking at a tweet from back in September of 2023. Tensions are rising in the Jets locker room over the Zach Wilson situation, and the team could be ready to implode, according to Rich Cimini, who covered the Jets at the time. He says that Saleh is coming off as a, quote, Zach Wilson apologist, and that it isn't sitting well in the locker room. The Jets defense in particular is not happy.
Okay, so two guys right there, and Will Levis and Zach Wilson.
Yeah.
I think there's a good chance, without trying to disparage somebody, there's a good chance that both those guys are just kind of turds as personalities go.
Well, that very punchable faces.
Yeah, whereas Cam Ward, all of the reports are that he's incredibly mature. Yeah. He treats it like he's a professional, in a way that I don't know I heard a lot about that from those two guys. So I think with me and Saleh, just from watching Hard Knocks, the thing I was always concerned about was that, man, in those meetings, he was like shaming the offense for not being as good as the defense, which is dicey to do when you're a defensive-minded coach.
Yep.
Now, it's one thing to want your defense to compete against the offense and everything, but he'd be in those meetings saying, like, look at the defense. Look at how good they are. How come you guys can't be like that?
Yeah.
And it's like when you start to be looked at as, oh, this guy really cares about the defense more than us, that can get dicey.
Yep. So that's one quarterback situation that bears watching. All right, let's. It
was the last four games of the season last year for the Jaguars. If you still care about passer rating, for the Titans.
Yeah.
He had, in 3 of those 4 games, he had a passer rating over 100.
Did he really?
Yeah.
Okay.
And against the Chiefs, I mean, I know it was the decrepit Chiefs.
Yeah.
122 passer rating. And then against the Jaguars in a 41-7 loss, 118.
Oh, he probably piled up a bunch of
the Chiefs. The Chiefs was a win,
yards.
though. The Chiefs was a win.
Bunch of empty yards. Text message, Sean. Let's acknowledge things that occurred in 1973 in honor of the Knicks. All right, let's acknowledge them.
Acknowledge me.
The Exorcist.
Oh.
Acknowledge
The
me.
opening of the. Oh, that's sad. The opening of the Twin Towers.
Acknowledge me.
And the Sears Tower.
Acknowledge me.
10 cent now and laters.
Acknowledge me.
And
What's a now and later?
Now and laters. They're a candy that will rip the fillings out of your teeth if you don't eat them properly.
Start off a little sweet, they get a little sour, and then they go back to going sweet.
Oh, it's supposed to be. Is that why
And
it's
it's
called
the
a now and later?
stickiest.
It starts off one way and then switches back.
And then people make the mistake of trying to chew them at some point, and they're not chewable.
So it's taffy technically, but like a super hard
like
taffy.
stale taffy.
Okay.
Like they look like Starbursts. They're like little squares, right? They're little
and
squares.
The stickiest taffy you'll ever eat, because you'll eat it now and they'll be stuck in your teeth.
That was from Ocho.
Until later.
That was from Ocho.
That feels like that was put out by Big Dental.
Yeah.
You know, just pulling out
keep
fillings.
us busy.
And,
Keep the business.
Back when you didn't just pull out a filling, you gave yourself a healthy dose of mercury poisoning with it too.
Yes.
My brother's a dentist, and at all of his clinics across the city, 4 of them now, he has a big jar of candy that he just puts out there. I love it. You're getting like really bad candy.
Really? What's his reasoning for that?
Yeah, bring them back. Give them a little hit, they'll come back.
A reasonable source estimates is that Shakira's 2025 world tour played into the roughly 2.1 to 2.2 million attendees during the calendar year 2025.
She's very popular. She's still popular.
She's very popular.
Yeah.
Yep. No question about it.
Every 4 years, she becomes even more popular because of her songs.
Let's see. That was Lewis Hamilton's first win in a Ferrari. Several people point out.
Oh, okay.
I guess that's
a big deal.
Yeah, I guess it's a big deal.
I feel like you should be winning in a Ferrari.
Yeah,
like
definitely.
that's not that hard.
No, right? They go fast.
If you won in a Toyota, I'd be like, hey,
that's something else.
Out there in a Ford Escort or something, you know. He entered
and in a Dodge Neon, here comes Lewis Hamilton.
Yeah,
what am I missing here? He's got driving a Ferrari. Of course, he's going to win.
Shouldn't be that hard.
This sport seems pretty easy to figure out.
Oh my God!
Yeah.
All right, Payne and Pendergast with you. The other voice you hear is Raheel Ramzanali in studio with us here. All right, heading into the 8 o'clock hour. On the heels of Carmelo Anthony telling us how little $100 million actually is last week, let's enjoy some other athlete financial stories. Some of them are from back in the day. Some of them are more recent. They're all fun, though. We'll do that coming up next.
Mokaram Injury Lawyers, they are here.
Odyssey Sports Station. The Texans play here.
Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
All right, Sean Pendergast, Seth Payne. Raheel Ramzanali with you here on a Monday. Payne and Pendergast, Sports Radio 610. So we played this audio last week during Take-A-Mania. Much to my surprise, it did not win Take-A-Mania last week.
It was a champion for a brief moment, wasn't it?
No, that was the last one we played, and the champion remained Joey Maguire's idiotic take on Brendan Sorsby. The head coach at Texas Tech.
Oh, yeah, that's right. Yeah, because I felt like
he didn't commit murder.
Because I felt like Joey Maguire was treating me like I'm an idiot.
Yeah,
that was the problem.
Yeah.
It was like he was trying to pull the wool over my eyes.
Well, and people have, now we're going to play the Carmelo Anthony here in a second that spawned the segment we're about to do. So let's play it. This was the Carmelo Anthony Take-A-Mania candidate last week. This was Carmelo Anthony on a podcast explaining just how little $100 million actually is.
$100 million. That's $100 million. Let's not get that.
It's not 100.
But it's not really $100 million in over a 5-year span.
Pay attention, y'all.
Right? Like you talking about taking 58 to 60%, 58% or 48%, half your check. Right? So that 10 goes to 5 over 5 years. Right? So now within that 5, now you got other taxes that you got to pay.
Pay taxes in every state you play in.
Right? So now you got taxes alone that's going to hit you. Boom. You can't do nothing about that.
Right.
Then you got to live. You got to get a house. You're going to take care of your moms.
4% agency fee.
You got your agency fee. Right? So you got all of this that's happening within that $5 million now, because you ain't working with 10, you're working with 5. So now you got to bust down to 5.
Wow. Yeah,
right?
Yeah.
And you telling you yes, you got to change your lifestyle, but your lifestyle changes.
Okay, so we get the point with Carmelo. Thanks, Ben.
Well, then they want to talk about how the drastic lifestyle change is so stressful.
Yeah.
We couldn't figure out where that came from.
Well, and his math is all over the place because he goes from $100 million, and then he's like, so the 10 goes to 5, and I'm like, okay, I think he's off on his math. His overall point, obviously, is that this money doesn't go as far as you think it goes.
Yeah. Because you got to live. People forget that part of it. You got to live.
People, You got to those living expenses.
Yeah.
You know, they factor in. So we played that audio last week, and it didn't win Take-A-Mania. It got a lot of reaction. I will say this: the one thing I had people point out to me on Twitter when I retweeted that video of him saying that, with my commentary on it, of course, was that, hey, that message probably isn't meant for you. It's meant for young kids who are getting, it's meant for the 18-year-olds that are about to get drafted third in the NBA draft this year. They're getting a lot of money.
Not to mention the kids that might get drafted in the military. You might be thinking, hey, $27,000 a year. I'm going to be living like an NBA player.
Right.
No, it's not as much money as you think it is.
It sounded like somebody whining about their money to me is what it sounded like. So, at any rate, so what happened was all of a sudden my Twitter timeline, like every other tweet, is some athlete telling a story about finances. And there were some good ones here. So I wanted to hit these. This is Joe Burrow, who kind of in a much less, I think, kind of whiny way, explaining on a podcast what it was like getting his rookie signing bonus when he signed with the Bengals back in 2020. He got a $36 million fully guaranteed deal with a $24 million signing bonus. That was his first education in how the tax system works.
What was your deal? So the first pick of my draft was 36.4, I think, over 4 years. And then fifth year option for the first round picks.
And is that in comparison to
first round?
First
pick overall, bro.
What was
how much do you get right away?
Guaranteed? $23 million?
It's all guaranteed for the draft picks. And then my signing bonus was 24.6 or something like that.
How good does that feel?
It was fun when you wake up and that hits in the first thing in the morning.
Did you go buy anything or do anything with that?
So does a wire just come in for 24, just like that? Like you just damn. No payment.
They take the taxes out.
Okay.
And so, what the
12 in here.
Where's this 12 million gone? And then you realize, taxes.
That's you know what? It is true though. This is something. It's gotten more and more this way than when I played. But like a lot of guys just have never worked an actual job.
Yeah.
And they've heard about taxes and everything, but they've never actually seen it in their paycheck and understood it. So it is probably a shock to the system.
Missing.
Yeah. My advice for anybody with a young, promising athlete is just have them work an actual job.
Yeah.
Like really work a normal job that sucks. Because it goes such a long way whenever you want to start whining about how you got to go work out or something. If you've worked any kind of a real job, you realize, like, oh, what am I doing? Like, am I really going to complain about this? This is, I'm not even talking about the income tax side of things. I'm not about working for a boss you hate and a job you hate and everything, that it does put things in perspective.
That perspective is so important, man.
Yeah.
It's so important. But, the Carmelo stuff, the Burrow stuff, all this. So I've been working a lot of freelance jobs for the last 5 or 6 years, right?
Yeah.
And you get these paychecks,
You're big,
dude,
This is that
nice.
does all go in your account.
And you're like, hey, this is nice.
They don't take taxes.
Yeah,
out.
they don't take taxes out of that. And then when April hits, oof, you're like, oh man, all that money I made. Actually, it doesn't. It's not going as far as it used to.
No, that's true.
Like, it truly isn't right now for the average American.
Oh
as
yeah,
well.
for sure.
So I get it, and I know, dude, you're still making $50 million, even if after the $100 million, all that. But I feel it, man, because I feel that way too. I'm like, dude, my wife and I, we're comfortable, we're good.
Yeah.
But then at the end of the year, we look at it and we go, damn,
yeah,
that actually kind of sucks.
Mm-hmm.
You got to figure out.
You got young kids,
you got to figure
too.
out a way to make everything you spend part of your business expenses.
Oh, trust me. Trust me.
But they will test you on that. I've found.
Was it wild?
yeah.
You're the only one in this room who's gotten the NFL. Maybe.
Oh, I've been audited.
I don't know what
a couple
Rahil's
times.
situation is.
Yeah, I've been audited.
I don't know Rahil's situation with the audits.
No, don't get too fast and loose with that.
No.
And I know you didn't get that Joe Burrow money, but is it pretty wild, to go dial into your bank when you were a player?
Crazy.
Yeah.
Man. Well, no, I got a physical check for my first the first time I got a deal, and I went to the bank and brought it up.
Yeah.
The teller looks at it and she's like, "What the hell do I do with this?" And they go back and have a conference and everything, and I'm just some young dumb kid with "Can you put this in my checking account, please?"
It would have been great if you just cashed it. That would have been great. They come out with just a big sack of money.
I went up and I said, "I want this in Krugerrands."
Yeah. It's funny. So this is back in had to be 93 or 94, before the internet was a thing. I was at Rick Meyer's wedding. So Rick was a quarterback at Notre Dame. He was quarterback for Seattle at the time. He was 2 or 3 years into his NFL career. He was a good friend of mine in college. So I was at his wedding, and afterwards there's a party in his suite at the Marriott where he had a bunch of NFL players there. There were teammates, and Drew Bledsoe was there. Actually, we talked about him earlier in the show because they went 1 and 2 in that draft. They became good friends, and that was back when you would check the balance of your you could check the balance of your bank using touch tone.
Yeah.
So I remember at the party afterwards, I was talking to it might have been Bledsoe or a couple of them, let's check the balance on your account right now. We pulled up the speaker. They were happy to do it. They get to brag about how much money they had in there.
Yeah.
But it was wild listening to, I'm someone who checked my balance and you have $314.52. So we go up to the speakerphone and we punch it in you have $186,000, 404. Yeah, it was pretty funny. I think they got sick of me doing it, but I was really drunk. It was pretty funny bit at the time. Yeah. For 1993, that was it was the internet for us.
You get to use it 30 years later.
Yeah, on my radio show.
Come on.
Someday I'll be using this on my radio show.
I had my group of friends that I had in Florida. One of them worked for a financial planner of some sort, and he was always trying to talk me into putting my money with those guys. Mm-hmm. And one day he started bragging about we've got who was it? It was Kijana Carter or somebody. And he's like, yeah. And then he started telling me all about Kijana Carter's finances and how much money he had and everything. And I'm like, dude, what the?
Why would I go with you?
There's no chance in hell if this is your level of. And this guy wasn't high up in the company or anything.
Oh no!
He was just checking in because he was a Penn State fan. He would just check in to see how Kijana Carter was doing.
Oh my god!
Yeah,
how his investments were doing.
Yeah. I'm not putting my business out there to
blabbermouth.
Yeah, financial HIPAA violation.
Yeah.
That's what I felt like. Shouldn't there be some kind of regulation for that?
Yeah. All right, next one. This is Charles Barkley.
He was doing pretty well, though, by the way.
I'll
put Kijana Carter's
first overall pick.
Out, yeah.
Like Joe Burrow. First overall pick for the Bengals back in the day, like Joe Burrow. All right, Charles Barkley on Dr. J educating him on why you don't need 4 cars.
When I first was an idiot when I got my money.
Yeah.
I had like 3 or 4 cars. And Dr. J says, how many of those cars can you drive at the same time? I said, what do you mean? He says, how many of those cars you got to drive at the same time? I says, 1. He says, well, why you got 4? He said, Chuck, this money got to last you for the rest of your life. He says, this money got to last you the rest of your life. He says, son, don't waste all your money on cars. Everybody know who you are. Wow. He said, you pull up in a Kia. They know, oh, that's Charles Barkley. When you pull up in a Mercedes-Benz or a Rolls-Royce, that's Charles Barkley. But the problem is that money. It's not the fact that you can't afford that car.
Right.
It's the fact that $300,000 you spent on that Bentley, if you bought a car for $70,000, $80,000, you would have had $200,000 more in the bank, and it would have been growing and growing, and in 1 year, 3 years, 5 years, 20 years, that $200,000 is going to be worth a lot more.
Yeah.
No, the problem with
a good lesson for everybody, right?
A lot
there.
of young
Dr.
guys,
J.
a lot of young athletes. The trouble is that they come in and they almost feel like there's a certain role they have in their mind of the way athletes must live and operate, and they almost feel like, oh, okay, well, this is just what you do, right? That's where having veterans in the locker room helps a lot. I remember Hardy Nickerson one day was in the locker room clipping coupons. And somebody started giving him a hard time about it. And
he was literally physically.
He found a coupon for something that he was like, "Oh, cool!" And he was like, and you know, this was when he'd been in the league. He'd already had his Nike commercial with Dennis Hopper and everything.
Yeah.
And he started kind of sermonizing to the young guys in there about how stupid they were if they thought it was dumb that he was clipping coupons.
And the next day, they were all clipping coupons in the Jacksonville locker room.
But then, you know, Hardy Nickerson Jr. was on the Texans during training camp.
He was. I remember that. Yeah, I remember that.
So I would guess Hardy Nickerson Sr. did pretty well. Is doing just fine financially.
I would think so. I would hope so.
Yeah. Well, yeah, he was clipping. No, he was very careful about it.
Yeah, that's good. That's good.
It's got to be hard now for these athletes because, one, already, right, you walk into the locker room, you see the cars that some of these guys are driving, most of these guys are, and then the pressures of social media, seeing it, and, like, trying to live up to a lifestyle. So all this advice, like, I feel it, man. It's true.
Oh, no, that's
it's good to, like, hear it.
Like with Carmelo, because he's talking to other NBA players, and they're kind of thinking about, like when you first get that hard lesson or whatever. But, it's like you give any 23-year-old a boatload of money in any phase of life, including the guys who, like, make it in banking or finance or anything. Those guys, they're some of the dumbest dudes with their money, or the 24-year-old investment bankers, because you just don't, you're going to live forever, and everything's always going to be awesome and everything. So it's hard to hammer that into, it's hard. I mean, some guys hear the message and some guys just don't.
Yeah. The ironic thing is Charles Barkley's making more now than he ever did as a player.
Yeah.
Like, ultimately, if he had a crystal ball, he could have said, no, I'll be good. I'm going to make $20 million a year from ESPN.
Did you see what Pat McAfee's going to be making?
Yes.
$60 million?
$60 million.
And then the report is that because people said, oh, wow, ESPN, that's the most anybody's making via ESPN. No, Peyton Manning's already making $60 million through his
through Omaha
Productions,
which is kind of an ESPN thing, right? Like they do stuff for ESPN.
Contract with him.
Yeah.
Well, because both he and
he's making 60.
Yeah,
doing all his stuff.
That's what Florio said.
Wow.
Or at least people speculated that he's making 60.
Yeah.
Well, it's not because of that broadcast.
You'd be surprised how many things have you watched to the very end, like documentaries. Omaha. He's a greedy SOB. I got copyright checked on a YouTube video I did. Which usually, if you just play a little clip of somebody's interview or anything, it's no big deal. It doesn't get demonetized. Don't do that with an Omaha Productions. It was Max Crosby's podcast. Yeah.
I was sunk. I was ruined.
You're done.
Peyton Manning's coming in and taking money out of the pocket of the small business streamers.
All right. Is this the most Michael Irvin story ever? Here's Michael Irvin talking to Shannon Sharp, talking about how he kept $1 million check uncashed on his nightstand back in the day.
I bought that house because it had the pool and everything, but it had a 8-foot gate. Yeah, all I knew is I don't want anybody to see me in the pool with what I'm doing. That was the parameter that I need to buy my first house. You see what I'm saying? You already know you're going to be coming. Right. So I know I'm coming in. And then let me tell you what I did. With that first check, let me get the card. Give me one of the card. That's my check right there, y'all. That check, that $1 million check, I left that right there on the table, right in my room. So as soon as they walked in, they said, "That's your check?" And started
He's mimicking taking clothes off right now.
I said, yeah. I had my financial people calling me, telling me, "Man, send that check, Michael. We're losing. I said, "Shoot, I'm winning. What you talking about? I'm winning like a mug, boy."
Well, somebody who called a semi-win.
Yeah. You can keep a voided check right there.
Yeah.
And, like,
Right. You can cash it and just ask them, like, can I get that back?
Here's the thing. Here's the thing, Michael. If you got her that far to where she's next to your nightstand, I think you're in pretty good shape.
Yeah.
I don't think you need the $1 million check to get to where you need to get to.
I think
the promised land.
You're asking for aside from just the time value of money and whatnot,
right?
The whole $1 million being the thing that really smooth things over for you.
Yeah.
There's other ways to cash that check and still have that go on.
Right.
Right.
Yeah. Have you ever not cashed a check for some reason?
Just because I lost it,
Okay.
back in the day. That's where, auto deposit.
Yeah.
Nothing like that. Nothing big like that.
Dude, I had a check that was stolen from the mail.
Okay.
That was worth over $20,000.
What?
Wow.
Yeah. Did they cash it or try to?
Yeah, somebody cashed it, and it became a whole.
They just ripped it out of your
investigation.
mailbox?
Yeah, somebody stole it for not out of my mailbox, but at some point from when the guy who sent it, the vendor who sent it, to when it was supposed to get to me, got stolen.
Okay.
And I mean, the guy rewrote the check, and everything was kosher.
How'd you find out?
Because I told him, I was like, "Hey, I never got this check. That's like it was like one of my quarters, whatever." Right?
Yeah.
I was like, "Hey, I need this money. Like, this is pretty important." He's like, "What are you talking about? I sent it like 3 weeks ago.
Yeah.
I never got it." And he goes, "No, it's been cashed."
I
said, "No,
God,
it
the
has
feeling.
not."
I'm getting, my stomach hurts hearing you tell this story.
Dude, it was a whole thing. It was stressful.
Did they catch the person?
I don't know what happened with the investigation.
Really?
Once I got my,
because it's not stolen from you. It's stolen from his account.
Them.
Yeah, your guy.
Their bank had to get involved.
But
all
it
that
almost
stuff.
feels like it got stolen from you, right? Like when you hear that it got cashed by somebody else. Like,
initially, it did. I was like, "Am I going to get my money?"
Yeah.
They did. I had a valet once stole I had left a checkbook in the console, and he stole the numbers and ended up committing a bunch of fraud. The embarrassing thing was this is back when I was a player, and I didn't notice it for a while.
Oh, no.
It was kind of embarrassing. I was like, "Hey, I had a bunch of money stolen from me 6 weeks ago."
Oh, is that long?
Yeah. But the guy, HPD did an awesome job on it. It was an easier job than it could have been. It might have been because the guy paid off like his own car with it.
Yeah.
Like the paper trail was so
so he was
easy.
just paying bills.
Yeah.
Oh my God.
I remember that I was sitting with the detective in my kitchen. He's like, "It can't be this easy." Apparently it is.
Apparently it is. How did you notice? Did you just go to your bank's website or something, or did you
Yeah. Well, it was one of those things that I was just kind of had it it was in like a money market checking account that I was just kind of waiting to shift over to my brokerage. So I never used it or anything. I don't know why I had the checkbook in there. So when I went to move it, I'm like, wait a second, was there a recession that I missed or
Did
something?
I get fined by the league? Was I not wearing my socks pulled up?
Yeah.
Do you still check your checking or credit card statement like once a day, twice a day?
I do it now. I keep a ledger now just because so I'm more conscious
like
of
an actual hand ledger?
No. I've got a spreadsheet,
Okay.
but every day at the end of the day, I put in my expenses for the day.
I keep a hand ledger.
Yeah.
And I actually charge all my living expenses on my Capital One Venture card and pay it off at the end of the day every day.
Yeah.
So I pay off my credit card every day. I pay all like groceries, tickets to things, airline ticket, blah blah blah. Pay it all because I get the miles. I get the miles. You get the miles.
I was wondering why you
accumulate
do that.
the miles on the So I get miles on my Capital One card, and if you do all your living expenses on there, it piles up quick. I'm paying for a lot of our summer vacation just by paying my phone bill and paying the rent.
But aside from the good strategy about that is like, okay, you're not paying interest on it, but there's going to be people who are saying, "Hey, Sean, you're kind of losing out by why don't you just wait until the end of the month to pay because then you get the interest. Right. It's got to be what works for you and what's practical.
Yeah. Yes.
So if you do it daily, like that's what works for you.
That's what works for me.
You don't need to always be optimizing like your potential returns all the time.
No. And honestly, like for me, it's the sort of like you with the bell.
Yeah.
Like me paying the credit card bill at the end of the day, there's a dopamine hit to paying off my credit, even though the total charges are $114 from Amazon because we order groceries. There's something about like seeing it go to zero that is nice to see. Yeah.
And because
you'll get there, Raheel.
You know what started me doing it every day was these damn Substacks. I've got too many Substacks I'm subscribed to, and at one point I'm like, listen, man, this is a meritocracy here. Like at some point I'm just not gonna fund you like $10 a month for you to write crap every few weeks or something. So I started parsing it down.
You have to cut it out.
I was funding like 30 no good wannabe writers.
I like
you
gotta weed them out, man.
I like that. That's your OnlyFans. He just spun Substacks.
This guy's not showing me any leg. Let's go. Oh, that's funny. All right, Payne and Pendergast with you. Raheel Ramzanali in with us here today. Up next, let's circle back to the Astros. How are we feeling about this weekend? How are we feeling about where they are? What's our excitement level for the matchup tomorrow? It's about as good as it gets for two teams that are below 500. We'll talk about all that coming up next.
How are you feeling about
610 presents live from the West Point Lincoln and West Point Lincoln of Sugarland Studios. Here's Payne and Pendergast.
All right, Astros take 2 out of 3. I got to double check and make sure the standings are the same as when I put them in the rundown last night. I don't think anything happened last night that would have affected it. In the AL West right now, as we welcome you back in, Sean Pendergast, Seth Payne, Raheel Ramzanali in studio with us. They are 4 games back of the Mariners, who have kind of slowed down a little bit. They're kind of treading water. They're back to just 1 game over 500. Guys, this division is such garbage. Oh, my God.
Yeah, it's awesome.
Oh, it's beautiful.
It's so bad.
It's a beautiful pile of garbage.
Look, we couldn't have we appreciated the fact that it was a garbage division for a long time, and the Astros were able to beat the crap out of everybody.
Yes.
But I also, it's still helping us out now.
I got thinking about this, actually watching the NBA Finals. Like, man, I think the 2018 Rockets would have beat either of these teams in a 7-game series, with Chris Paul and James Harden and the defense that team played. And then I made the mistake shortly thereafter of going and looking at the American League standings, and I'm like, God, the 2018 Astros and 2019 Astros would be running roughshod. And I'm just sitting here doing the whole remember when thing with myself.
Yeah.
Just boring conversation with myself about how much better the teams were back then. At any rate, they are 3 games out of the wild card. 4 games out of the division, 3 games out of the wild card. Hunter Brown coming back, I think, puts us into, okay, the injury. Correa is going to be out for the year, so we know that. But I think even with Paredes, they've got an okay solution to replace Correa at third base. We are into the no excuse anymore zone here with getting Hunter Brown back.
Right, and you've got names and guys on this team that if they do, since May 15th, they've been playing at a slightly above 500 clip. And they've done some good things. The pitching is stabilized. But now it's easier to envision, all right, if they go on a run, I could see and feel like, oh, okay, yeah, this is a team that can actually compete with Hunter Brown and Josh Hader. Pena has been showing a lot more discipline at the plate. With all of this, it looks more like a genuinely competitive baseball team if they can just take care of that minor little detail of the wins, Yeah,
they got to win some games. Yeah.
Versus teams, not just the Royals.
Well, for a team that's, 7 games below 500? They've got a lot of star power on the team for a team that's 7 games below 500, They're missing a lot of it this year with injuries, but they got a lot of star power on the team.
That's where I'll get back in, is when they're above or 2 games above 500.
That's when you're back in.
That's where I'm like, okay. Yeah, you know what? Everyone's back. They're healthy. There's no more excuses. They're 2 games above 500.
Yeah.
At least get to 500.
Right.
I want to see that happen first before I tell my group chats like, hey, guys, we're back in.
Yeah, that's what I was going to say. I was going to say that Raheel, if you missed it earlier in the show, Raheel was using the group chat as the barometer for relevance. And that's what I was going to ask you. So when they get back to 500, you'll be the one initiating the chat, the text.
Saying, just notifying everybody, hey, guys, they're actually worth paying attention to right now.
It'll simply be, you see what the Astros are doing?
Oh, okay.
That's it. You see what they're doing?
Yeah.
And then we'll get ready for big series. Hey, big series coming up.
Big series coming up, yeah.
And we're watching live as opposed to condensed games the next day.
This is the problem right now, as far as we're talking about all those names that are coming back. And my God, having Hader back, and then potentially maybe he'll actually be able to go back-to-back evenings at some point. But as Hunter Brown is coming back, we're kind of just crossing our fingers with Imai.
Dude.
And Imai gets run out in the first
inning. Got run out of the gym.
Burrows, I don't know I cross my legs for Burrows now. I'm like, please don't poop myself. Burrows is a mess, Sean.
He's a mess.
Your once golden child of the days of spring training is an absolute mess.
I know. How about Abreu's, because Hader pitched Friday in that 10-8 game, and then Abreu had to get the save situation. How about the save? The style of save, it was a line drive double play to end the game.
Yeah.
All's well that ends well.
It just worked out. On the text line 713-572-4610, we've got 8561 says a problem may be the Spencer Arrighetti factor.
Yeah.
Is that he hasn't been good in the last.
He's been leaking oil. I added it up. I did the research, Seth. Last 16 innings, 11 earned runs.
11 earned runs. He's had a lot of soft contact, and I know if we heard Burrows say that, we'd want to run him out of town on a rail.
Yes.
But with Arrighetti, he's not walking guys like he was before.
Right.
He's this last game, it was a lot of soft contact, and on the sum total of the season, he's still having a really good season. It's just, it's been a little bit of an injection of reality that Hunter Brown is the one guy that you can feel really, really good about. Yep. And we need to see what he looks like when he comes back and, from an extended injury stay.
Hey, what are Fromber's numbers right now? He was getting shellacked for a while there. Because for those who haven't seen yet, Hunter Brown is going to be returning tomorrow night against the Tigers, his hometown team. That would already be kind of
facing Hunter Brown.
Hunter Brown's facing Fromber Valdez. Yeah. So Fromber's ERA is 4 point. He's 3-5 with a 4.4 ERA. I'm guessing they're not, and a WHIP of 1.3 something.
Yeah,
these are not normal Fromber numbers.
Well, but it's that classic type of season though, where by and large he's been pretty good, except he's got
like 2 or 3 bad ones.
Yeah, he let up 7 runs. Well, remember he had that one meltdown early in the season.
Yeah.
And then just the month of May was not good to him. He gave up 4 runs a couple of times, gave up 7 runs another time. Back at the beginning of the season, he had that 8-run meltdown.
Yep.
But he's not having one of his best seasons.
No, and that goes back to the beginning of like August of last year when he was, when he turned into Psycho Fromber.
Yeah.
He was pegging Cesar Salazar in the middle of the chest with a 98-mile-an-hour sinker. So Fromber's got a 4.4 ERA this season. The last 2 months of last season, he was 2-7 with a 6.05 ERA for the Astros. Yeah. He really hasn't pitched consistently good baseball since he got snubbed for the All-Star game last year in the first half of the season.
Would they give him 3 years,
$38 million a year. So however that 3 years, 100 and something. Oof. Yeah, $38 million a year over 3 years. So that's not our problem. What's your excitement level for Hunter v. Fromber?
I'm really, really excited about the Hunter Brown side of things, and I'm almost I want to look forward to telling people, hey, be nice, it's Fromber. Fromber gives up 6 runs in 3 innings or something. He's consistently going 6 innings into games. His last couple appearances, he only went 5 innings.
Yeah.
But he is still an innings eater by modern standards. But I just want to tell people, hey, let's not rejoice too much in Fromber having a miserable performance versus the Astros. Let's remember the good times.
Okay, I'm going to poll the room here. Okay. What will the reaction be for Fromber after his inevitable tribute video? Because like we pointed out, didn't end well last year, both in terms of performance and press conferences and getting sideways with teammates. What do you guys predict the reception will be for Fromber tomorrow night?
Cheer.
Yeah, I think it's
gonna be cheers.
Sure. Yeah, I don't think. Yeah.
I don't think he wasn't the reason. He wasn't the reason last year why they weren't good. It was the injuries, right? And they had a shot to still do something.
Yeah, they won 87 games.
But it wasn't all him, so I don't think it's going to be that bad. I think it'll be cheers.
On the sum total of it, it's that. Yeah, I think you bring up a good point. It's not like Fromber, and this is the key. Fromber's departure wasn't one like Garrett Cole's or whatever, where he was, Garrett Cole just was rejoicing in the fact that he was leaving a team that was just in the World Series.
I think there's a chance the Astros just didn't offer Fromber.
There was never any of that. It wasn't like Carlos Beltran the first time around where the Astros wanted him, and there wasn't nobody. I don't think anybody in the fan base feels like, oh yeah, Fromber just ditched us. I think it was just that it was
messy,
time for them to part.
Yeah.
It was an amicable divorce.
Okay,
as a Lovey would say, sometimes divorce is a good thing.
It is, and I think
sometimes divorce is a good thing.
Thank you, Lovey. Yep. Appreciate that.
He said it so often.
Yeah.
And yet was happily married for years and years.
I know. Lovey.
And still is, I would assume.
Yeah. Every time he said that, I'm like, how the hell would you know?
Yeah.
He's
right. Yeah.
Bring in me.
Everybody's got family.
Yeah.
I broke up my brother's engagement once.
Really?
Yeah. Oh no, not by dating his fiance or anything.
No, that would.
He was
awesome.
Thinking about it, and I was like, "Yeah, you guys can't do this, man.
Yeah,
you guys argue all the time. Yeah. I think he probably would have gotten there, but the cool thing was, I think his fiance, had a counterpart of mine on the other side.
Okay.
That was saying the same thing to her.
Oh.
And I think I've never met her, but I feel like we could trade notes about like what was going on the timeline and everything.
Yep.
It was all of their friends were basically just like, what do you? It was like, this is one of the classic, like, you think like they're going to get married to save the relationship or something.
Yeah.
You know?
No, it doesn't work that way.
Yeah.
How long into the relationship was this?
Oh, it was like 4 or 5 years. I
Oh,
think.
wow.
Yeah.
Wow.
4 or 5 years.
Did you guys?
And her family loved my brother and everything.
Yeah. Well, did you? But from afar, not from afar, but like observing the relationship over that entire time. Was it bad the whole time, or like did it get worse?
No. You know when it got bad was because my brother was a really good wrestler in college,
Yeah, I remember,
and he was even better internationally because the weight classes matched up better for
nice,
him.
yeah.
So he was like for under 23, he was ranked in the top 3 in the world for the under 23 division, and she was like so focused on him getting started on his career in finance and everything, whereas he was like still thinking about it. He wanted to be a coach. That it was just they were a cool college relationship.
Yeah,
but she had a different set of priorities in life than he did.
Yeah,
and it would have been so. Yeah, he ended up quitting wrestling because she felt like he was just still pursuing childish pursuits.
Wow.
You know, so he could finish his MBA and everything. And I said, Dan, I said very delicately, you got to kick this hoe to the curb. That's what I said.
Yeah. That's the right advice. I don't think I've ever given anybody advice that was along those lines. I can't do
that
it.
extreme.
I don't have the courage to do it.
Yeah.
I
didn't know it was.
Seth ain't scared.
Yeah, it's like telling a drunk driver to get out of the car. It's like there's no decision to be made or anything.
It's pretty easily.
This is not. I don't have to think real hard about this, man.
Yep.
Yeah, I haven't had a positive conversation with you about your fiance in over a year.
Oh man,
and I can't sign up for that life.
No,
being the brother to a miserably married man.
Well, and the Thanksgivings, things like that.
I liked
holidays.
I liked her. I would have set her up with some of my other friends.
Right, but it wasn't a good mix with the two of them. Weren't a good mix. Yeah. All right. So coming up next, we got a lot of people in from out of town. So Raheel, we were discussing this. Things the European mind
can't comprehend
here in Houston.
Houston edition.
I love that. All right, so we're going to do that, especially if you're in from out of town. You're going to want to listen to this segment. We'll do that coming up next. But first, that's me snoring right there. We got to get that fixed. I know, it's gross, man.
I've heard this firsthand. Seth, we used to take road trips together.
We did.
Yeah.
And I've recorded you snoring before.
Buzzsaw. Well, this isn't your recording.
I know,
this is Amy's recording.
Yeah.
It's a new one. Yeah.
It's a new one.
She had an album come out after your album.
Pendergast. Live from the West Point Lincoln and West Point Lincoln of Sugarland Studios, here's Payne and Pendergast.
All right, so World Cup in town. We had our first ever Houston World Cup game on Sunday, yesterday. And not a
barn burner.
Not an actual barn. Yeah, well,
it's an impressive display of force by Germany.
Yes, that's what we should do. Articles about the World Cup games as if they were war. Yes, yeah. Germany took out decades of aggression on Curacao yesterday. Yeah, 7-1. 7-1 was the final score. But I think more here in Houston than the final score of any game is like, how is Houston doing for the people who are coming in, either coming in from out of town or they're fans of Germany? You know, we were out eating breakfast yesterday morning, my wife and I, and there were people in their German jerseys, and turns out they were from Houston. They're German themselves. I started thinking about that. What is an acceptable reason to wear the jersey of a nation's team? Obviously if you're from that country, yes. If you're a resident,
your family, your heritage.
Heritage, yep.
Kind of like World Baseball Classic standards.
Yeah,
you don't play for Italy if you've got an Italian heritage.
Because some of you may be going, is there an unacceptable? Yes, there is. Yeah. There's always unacceptable. So yes, if your family is of the heritage of that country, if you're actually from and live in that country, what if your favorite soccer player plays? What if you're a Messi fan? Are you allowed to be an Argentina fan?
But it depends on your nation. So we're going to go and use this let's use it for my daughter, my 11-year-old. Okay.
Yeah,
born in America.
Yep.
Heritage from Pakistan.
Right.
We didn't qualify.
Yep.
So she should be rooting for the USA.
Yes.
Yeah. But she loves Ronaldo.
Yeah.
Uh-huh.
Is it acceptable for her to then root for his team?
Yeah. That's my question.
If they're playing against the U.S. is the big test there.
Well, no, but the U.S. is still in it, and they're pretty good.
Right.
You should be rooting for the USA, not Portugal.
I'd be cool with rooting for another country if you really like that player. But then when it comes to the head-to-head matchup,
that's what I'm saying. You can have multiple teams.
You can't act like Mrs. Kelsey and act like you're a fan of both.
Split jersey down the middle.
I feel like you got to go back to rooting for the USA.
Yeah.
And hope that Messi does a good job. In the game.
Allow it then. That's fine if you're not rooting. Against your team.
Okay. But the nut cutting time will be when it's head to head.
Now, if they're an enemy of the U.S. though. That's where, I'm strict on that.
Okay.
You're not allowed to, if they're an enemy of the U.S.
Okay.
Yeah.
Which is hard to keep track of. Who's an ally and then an enemy. No, there are allies. Yeah.
No jerseys.
Yeah. I draw a line there.
Okay, fair enough. That third voice you hear, by the way, is Raheel Ramzanali in studio with Seth and I. So, Raheel, you have the Europe. So we got a lot of Euros in town. A lot of people from outside of the country. Yeah. And they're getting to experience the great state of Texas, maybe for the first time ever.
And a lot of them are getting a chance to experience the United States as well, right?
Yeah.
They're driving through. They're going to multiple cities because Germany's they're not just playing in Houston. They're going to other cities as well.
Around. Yeah.
Portugal is coming here, speaking of Ronaldo, on June 17th, so a couple days from now. The Netherlands, which is the hot pick for everyone. They are going all in. Fox is on the Netherlands. This is like the best team not to win a World Cup. They're almost, I guess, like the Bills. It would be the equivalent.
Oh, okay, yeah.
Right?
That's a good one,
They're
yeah.
all
they're the lovable losers.
The lovable losers.
Okay.
And they do this big orange parade. So that's going to happen here in the city of Houston on the 20th.
They walk to the stadium.
They walk to the stadium.
Yeah.
And they're going from, I believe, the Rice campus to NRG or Houston Stadium, as they call it now.
This is like a quid pro quo. Like they're learning things about us, and we're learning things about them. Yeah.
So one of the cool things has been seeing different nationalities come through and different visitors coming in and experiencing the American culture and Texas culture, as you mentioned.
Yeah.
And there's a meme on social media called "The European Mind Can't Comprehend."
Mm-hmm.
So this usually happens during college football season when SEC stadiums are sold out, they're going wild, and people just put "the European mind can't comprehend" something like this. And then it also happens when there's Waffle House fights.
Yeah.
So there's two ends of the spectrum here. So I want to do the European mind can't comprehend Houston edition.
Okay, cool.
So what things in Houston would get the Europeans going, what is happening here?
Okay. There's got to be something barbecue related, right?
Absolutely.
They don't do barbecue overseas.
Not like us.
Yeah, like where you walk in and it's just these, like some of the like high level barbecues where you can see them like pulling the briskets out of the huge ovens. They've got cords of firewood outside. That would be a big one for me.
I wonder if what about just the traffic in general? I mean, people from China or some other countries they look at Houston traffic and they're like, what are you complaining about? But are most countries in Europe, London has really bad
London
traffic.
has terrible traffic.
So I don't think the traffic, everybody thinks their traffic is the worst.
I think traffic is universally hated.
I don't think that's, but I see people bring that up a lot, and I don't think that's, now a tiny country like the Netherlands, maybe they do. They ride bicycles a lot.
They do.
You know what? The lack of bicycles probably freaks Europeans out.
That was
where are all the bicycles?
Yeah.
Or even asking. I lived next to a guy once who was a surgeon in the medical center, and he thought he was going to ride his bike to work every day, like he did in Germany.
Good luck.
Didn't work. That was one of my things.
That lasted about 7 days. Yeah.
The European mind can't comprehend the lack of public transportation and walkability here.
Right. And even then, the ones that. Like with certain neighborhoods, they have to carve out a whole lane with an actual bike painted on it.
Yeah.
To be
they have a lot of bike lanes over there.
Do they?
So they'll see, but they're going to wonder why aren't there people riding to work on them?
Yeah. Why are they empty?
They're not being used?
Why are they empty? Yeah. I'm going to steal one. I think you brought this up last week when we were having a similar conversation. Feeder roads.
Yeah.
Feeder roads.
Yeah. If you're in town and you've never experienced the majesty,
that's something like New Yorkers don't get.
Of thinking hey, how do I get to? Wait, I just passed that place. Hey, just hold on, cowboy. You're gonna get off and you're gonna make a U-turn without even having to stop or anything. You'll be right at your destination.
Yeah. The Houston mind can't comprehend that. When I was in Boston last summer, I missed an exit, no feeder.
Yeah.
It took me 45 minutes.
Yeah.
I had to go down to Harvard, U-turn.
Yes.
It took me 45 minutes. All they have to do is put in a feeder.
It's really the feeder road system.
Bastards.
Really displaced the Astrodome as the eighth wonder of the world. The
feeder road?
Yeah. When I first learned about the feeder road, I thought I'd landed in heaven, Sean.
Oh, yeah. Should have been Time Man of the Year one year. The feeder road. Yes, Time Man of the Year.
On the text line 713-572-4610, send us your suggestions. What can the European mind comprehend? Houston edition.
Oh, and I would say too the widest highway in America, the Katy Freeway
I-10,
there.
yeah.
If you just go out to Europeans, you've never seen a highway that's as wide as it is long. But that's what you're in a sea of asphalt out there.
I've got a good one.
Incredible.
I've got a good one if they're just sitting in their hotel, like flipping around the channels. Mattress Mac.
Oh,
like seeing some guy on there
cheesy,
just screaming like a maniac to come buy his furniture.
Do they have cheesy local commercials?
I don't
in Europe?
know.
I've got to.
Do they do it the way America does?
I watch a lot of European TV and nothing jumps out right now.
Yeah, but they might not be feeding
you watch
that
a lot
stuff.
of European TV, huh? Okay.
I have a system.
There's
I always have a system for something.
Yes, I do. Yeah, that's true.
They have a lot of earworms.
Come on down to Hans's and where's your schnitzel hut?
They've got a lot of earworms.
How do you say "save you money" in German? Yes.
And not only that, and like openly betting on stuff. Like, hey, if your team loses this, we're gonna give you that. It's so much.
That's something Americans can't comprehend. The way Mattress Mac is just using his wagering on these teams as every other city outside of Houston, they act like this is just some dumb hick from Houston. They're like, no, this is a
guy
whole
knows what
thing,
he's doing.
man. Yeah.
He knows what he's doing. Text page has one that I know I think you had in the notes, Raheel. Free chips and salsa.
That's one that people have actually started tweeting out.
Yeah,
there have been Japanese fans,
right,
who've noticed this because Japan was playing in Dallas, I believe.
Did you see that after the game, the Japanese fans clean up the section that they're in?
Yeah, that's a big thing.
It's a big deal. Do you see who was cleaning with them?
Yeah.
Jameis Winston.
Jameis Winston was there.
So they can't comprehend us not cleaning up the
Right,
stands
right.
afterwards.
The
They're probably
Japanese fans.
horrified.
Yeah.
And it's a lot of extra work for them if they're going to stay and clean up.
I
and
know.
we're just like,
They bring their own garbage bags that they'll use to cheer on their team. They're colored to represent their team. And then as soon as they're done cheering, they put them down and start cleaning up.
So the free chips and salsa has been kind of mind-blowing for some people from some countries. They just start coming out. And especially when that's pretty cool because that's something you might not eat in your country. So it's kind of something you're looking forward to and you realize like, oh, this is actually the free part? That's pretty cool.
Yeah. The other one, free refills on drinks.
Oh, yeah, I saw some French guy just going to town on a Pepsi.
That's huge. Yeah,
and in ice, It was,
Yeah,
I think it
ice
was
is
somebody
big.
Norwegian was just blown away by the fact that there was an ice dispenser at the free refill too.
Yeah,
Like,
because
there's a lot
in
of,
European cities, there's not much
Yeah.
ice.
not a lot of
to get.
ice and air conditioning in
Buc-ee's
general.
does the ice pellets, right?
Yeah,
they do
they
the
do.
pellets. You guys like the pellets, or
I
you
like
like
the
the
pellet.
slabs?
I like the pellets.
You like the pellets
See,
better?
but Sean, the European
chew
mind
better.
doesn't even know that you can have a distinction.
No,
made.
no,
They're
no.
just
This is
happy
pure,
to get
they don't
frozen
know
water.
ice.
This is
Yeah.
purely an American
Yeah.
question.
Yeah, it's very
It's-
ice.
They can't comprehend that we've got different. Just like Inuit supposedly have all these different words for snow, we've got different words for ice.
Yes, yes.
The Caucasian American.
That's right.
The noble Caucasian American.
Oh my God.
Here's one on the text line. Somebody says just how far apart everything is. And
Yeah.
that is actually another one. I
Yep.
saw a family who was in town in Dallas, and it was a family from the Netherlands. They are like planning stuff. They go, hey, yeah, we can just walk here.
Yeah.
And they brought 2 5-year-olds with them, twins. And they soon realized that, no, you just can't walk everywhere in Dallas.
No.
You've got to drive everywhere. So
Well,
that is something that they can't comprehend again.
I was like, as an American, and this is what I couldn't comprehend about Texas was when the first time when we came from Jacksonville to move to Houston, and we're driving on I-10, and you enter the state and you see that sign for El Paso, 800 something miles.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
What the hell?
You're 2 solid days away from exiting the state.
800 miles
Yeah.
across this state.
Yeah, that's good stuff. Last one before we get out. They can't comprehend that you can't buy beer at McDonald's here.
Oh, yeah.
You can buy beer at McDonald's.
You can buy
in
beer
Europe,
just about
yeah.
everywhere in a lot.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, that was one thing. I knew a guy that owned a bunch of Golden Corrals in Orlando. And he got an exemption. He was the only one who was allowed to sell alcohol at Golden Corral.
Yep.
Because there's so many Europeans on vacation at Disney World, and they're like, "What the hell? I'm not gonna gorge myself on your American food without some red wine."
Dude, that's a huge advantage right there.
Yeah.
That's nice. All right, Payne and Pendergast with you. We're here, Ramzanali in studio with us. All right, up next, let's circle back to the NBA Finals. Certainly we'll give Jalen Brunson his praise, but these supposed New York Knicks fans, the celebrity New York Knicks fans, we're going to run them through the filter here. Are these real New York Knicks fans, or are they fair weather? I've got the list in front of me right here. We'll do that coming up next.
How's Coach D'Amico feeling about his squad after the first day of mandatory? Sugar Land Studios, KILT FM HD2 Houston. On Odyssey Sports Station, the Texans play here.
Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
All right, a few more off the text page before we circle back to the NBA Finals and the either fake or real New York Knicks fans. We just did a segment. Sean Pendergast, Seth Payne, Raheel Ramzanali in studio with us, and Raheel just had us go through a segment here of things that the European mind can't comprehend, Houston edition. People are texting in 713-57246. Send some examples from the segment: free chips and salsa, feeder roads, Texas barbecue, things like that. Text message. This is from 5415. How about all the lawyer commercials on TV for injury lawyers?
What's wrong with that?
Are they litigious? Are they litigious about slip and falls?
I think we're more litigious than most countries. I'm not sure. Are we?
Yeah.
Compared to
I think
others?
we are.
I need to go someplace where it's a little
How
less
about
litigious.
all the billboards with the lawyers?
A lot of
on them?
billboards.
Well, you know what? Oh, that's true. As they're driving around, they
Yeah.
might be kind of like, "Why is this guy trying so hard to let me know that they need to call Mokaram injury lawyers?" 100%.
Right,
Yeah.
right.
The one thing that filtered over to America that I was exposed to as a kid in Germany was is assigned seating at theaters, which I am a huge fan of.
Huge.
Which, because I went over with my stepfather. He was on business. And I went out during the day to go to a movie theater, and I walked in and I sat down.
Oh.
And I made an old German woman so angry because I was sitting in her seat, and I had no clue what was going on. I had no concept that there was assigned seating or anything in the seats, and I thought, well, that seems a little German.
Yes.
And then
Very
now,
regimented.
Everywhere.
man, yeah, it's awesome having your own.
It's one of the great
it takes so much
advancements
stress out of it.
of our society.
Yeah.
Yes.
Well, the Germans invented it. So
Yeah,
there you
yeah.
go.
Credit the Germans.
In my limited experience.
Credit the Germans.
One that actual Europeans are experiencing, and a lot of people have texted personally and on the text line, Buc-ee's.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
That's a great one. I can't comprehend Buc-ee's sometimes.
Probably the supermarkets in general.
Yeah.
Right? Like some of the huge HEBs, I'm guessing there's very few quite like that in Europe.
Well,
yeah.
or even Target, which has like a supermarket side to it, but then over on the other side you can buy clothes and suitcases. My daughter bought a piece of luggage yesterday at Target. Yeah, I got my shopping cart here with bananas, some bread, a little bit of beer, and a duffel bag.
You know what they should do too is just if you're out, just pull into a Home Depot and put up the hood of your car and act like there's an issue, and just see the swarm of men that will come out of the shadows to try to help you.
Yes,
like that. If they want to get a taste of American hospitality, but mostly just guys that want to know show that they know what they're talking about. And that's different in Houston than a lot of places.
Mm-hmm.
Houston is a lot of times you'll see somebody has some car troubles. And it's like, boom.
Yeah.
There's like 8 guys there to try to help out. This is the only place that's ever happened to me.
Yeah,
Maybe
I see somebody having car issues, hey, man, you need some help?
Yeah.
You need some help, brother?
Yeah.
Come on, man. I don't know what I'm going to do.
Yeah,
I can hand you a wrench or something if you need it.
I would be the least helpful. It would be the biggest empty offer ever. Me helping to do anything involving tools.
Yeah.
Ugh. All right. So it was pretty funny. Dave Portnoy at Barstool. I guess I didn't see the video. I looked for the video everywhere. I couldn't find it. But I guess he kind of crashed out heavy on this NBA Finals because he's a Boston guy, and the Knicks ended up winning the series. And he made some good points in his rant that he had, because I saw the transcript of it. And one of the points that he made was about some of these celebrity Knicks fans, that they'd probably wear Laker gear if the Lakers were in the NBA Finals also. A lot of these, it's like, so how real a fan are you?
Right, no, and a lot of them, because through the years you see various celebrities like Liam Neeson and others that just like, they hook them up. They hook up the celebrities with free tickets. They get a bunch of free FaceTime.
Yep.
And look like big celebrities and all that.
Yeah. So there was, there was some of that going on with the Knicks. And there's some definite real ones too. I mean, there's real fans. Spike Lee is the one that I will give. He gets full. You can do whatever you want, act however you want. You were there in the bad times.
Right. No, he's a legit Knicks fan.
He's legit.
He buys his own tickets legit. He's not on Celebrity Row.
Right.
Yeah.
There's a story out about him how, Dolan will put people on Celebrity Row, but you can't criticize them.
Yeah.
You have to be they're very strict about it. You say anything, you're out.
Yeah, Ethan Hawke just criticized the coach. I can't even remember which coaching change it was, and it was like, that was it.
kicked.
He got billed for the ticket. He got billed. They didn't even tell him.
I didn't
They didn't even tell him.
Dolan billed him?
Yeah, he said he showed up, like a bill for $7,600 or something showed up, and he called up, and they're like, well, maybe you shouldn't have gone on Jimmy Fallon, where he said something
strict.
about.
Wow.
So Spike Lee has spent over $10 million on Knicks tickets like this. So he should get a ring. Like,
he should get a ring.
You
know what? He should get a ring.
Yeah.
You're absolutely right.
He's
He should get
number
a ring.
one.
He's number one. So you guys tell me, are these real or are these phony?
Okay.
Larry David.
All right, he goes to a lot of Lakers games, right?
He tripped Shaq on an episode of Curb Your Enthusiasm.
Yeah. But no, I'm not bad because he doesn't even live in New York, and I feel like you gotta be somebody who's there a lot more.
Okay.
He's very New York, though.
He's very New York.
His whole thing is like a New York attitude that goes. I mean,
and he's from New York.
He's from New York.
Yeah,
if only they could find New Yorkers to
you have
sit there.
you have a very high bar to clear here.
I don't ever remember seeing or hearing about Larry David as a Knicks fan.
Yeah.
Do you? Like, he doesn't talk about it a lot or anything.
No.
Okay.
I want guys that like go on a show and they're miserable about the Knicks.
Okay.
You know?
Okay. Timothy Chalamet.
I guess he's a lifelong.
He's a lifelong.
So he's a bona fide.
He's a young lifelong fan.
Yeah.
He's been there.
Here's the thing about this is what I've learned, Raheel, at this stage in my life. I get very jealous and petty about young men with really good hair. I walk past a group of teenagers. Don't bother me. It's like the young, 21-year-old kid. Sammy, your son.
Yeah, he's got a good
he's
head
got
of
a
hair.
great head of hair, and I hate him for it.
He does.
I hate him for it.
Do you hate me?
No,
Are you
yours
okay?
is all right.
We're okay?
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah.
I just want to make
You
sure.
got a nice head of hair.
A lot of people get upset at me because I'm
really?
41 and they're like, wait, hold on, why you're not balding?
No, not even close.
I'm knock on wood.
I'm not
even
close.
bald.
I think you made it. You're good.
There's something about so with Chalamet. It irks me a little bit.
Okay, so he brings Kylie Jenner to some of these games. Does she count by proxy?
No.
Is she covered under his benefits?
No.
That's what I want to know.
No.
She's just there. She's just there.
She's
doing
just there.
Spousal deals.
Yeah, there's no sense I don't get a sense that she'd be there. Like, now she's all in on the Knicks.
All right, Tracy Morgan.
Oh yeah,
Yes.
Yeah.
100%.
100%.
Tracy Morgan gets in for sure.
And he definitely complains about the Knicks.
Well, and Tracy Morgan is
he's had health issues.
Well,
too.
his whole thing though too is the reason, one of his methods for still staying funny and everything is that he very much still hangs out at the barbershop and everything, in his old neighborhood, and he's still part of the community.
Let me add a layer to this. I don't want to derail it too much, but I want to go back. If Spike Lee's number one, then who's the Houston equivalent of Spike Lee?
Spike Lee at
any sport.
Okay, Rusty Harden sitting courtside at the Rockets, been there
Always
for
there.
years,
Yeah.
always there.
Let's do
a lot of people know Joe Sutton because he's been there forever, sitting in the second row
at the Astros.
At the Astros. Sorry, you said for the Rockets.
But we can do any sport. Honestly, any sport is fine with the Houston side.
Do the Texans have a single really notable celebrity?
I don't know.
No,
I don't think they do.
Bun B, but Bun B is
some
also...
of the hip hop community has kind of climbed on in the last few years. I say climbed on. I mean, they've been fans.
Well, but the
Bun B's
team
probably
is
been fans his whole
the
life.
team has really embraced it.
That's
over
what
the
I
last-
mean.
Bun B might be the most notable Houston institution type of guy that's
a good
associated
question.
with.
The
Texans. I would say the Texans more so than the other. No, probably not. So
he's the most famous Houston Texans fans.
Beyonce doesn't count. Beyonce's not here enough anymore.
No,
she's not at the games.
No. Let's see. Simone Biles is the first name that comes up. Not anymore. Like Jonathan. Well, I know she's from here.
Right,
I don't want to put words in her mouth.
But you don't think of her football's a tough one because a lot of times you just don't see people that. For the Astros, the George H.W. Bush was probably the most famous. Him and Barbara, and the fact that Barbara kept score. Yeah. That was kind of that was a very famous but actual fan.
Yeah, Dennis Quaid is cited as perhaps the Texans' most recognizable celebrity. He's from here. But I don't
think he lives
grinding
he doesn't live and bleed.
Has
and
he
die.
ever been part of a social media video for the team? That's almost like that's almost like the cover chart.
That's where the Texans. That's where you need to have. That's why you have to have a Super Bowl victory somewhere along the way, because that's when people really rush to attach themselves to it.
Yeah.
Remember when Northwestern football got good all of a sudden, and all of a sudden it was Charlton Heston everywhere.
Yeah, and all the journos that went to the Medill School or whatever.
Yeah. All of a sudden they were diehard Northwestern football fans.
This is why it's so important for the Texans to get at least to the AFC title game.
Absolutely.
So we can see who's going to latch on.
Yeah. But as far as the Rockets go, just back to basketball, like Rusty Harden's probably the most famous courtside, like regular, other than Tillman Fertitta himself, who sits courtside. The owner doesn't count. Andre Johnson he's had the same seats every year, and he's there. Yeah, he's like most of the time. Andre's, or certainly for all the big games, he's there.
That kid from Modern Family.
Rico Rodriguez.
Yeah, Rico.
Yeah.
Rico's pretty popular.
He's been an honorary captain for the Texans.
Yeah, he's all in on him.
How often is Travis Scott at the Rockets game?
Never. Once in a while. Travis Scott doesn't have the best relationship with Houston, or should I say Houston doesn't have the best relationship with him anymore.
Yeah.
Ever since Astroworld.
Mm-hmm. Oh, yeah.
Not the best.
That'll do it.
Not the best. He didn't even tour here last time around.
It's weird. It's strange that there's so many. It's such a big city, and there's so many athletes that come from Houston, and yet there aren't that many. There aren't as many celebrities as you'd expect from such a large.
Yeah,
of course, they haven't been such a huge city for such a long time, but it is still a little bit surprising.
Yeah.
That's why I brought it up. Like, who is that?
Yeah,
person?
I don't. It's like I think the upshot of all this is we don't have that many of them here.
Yeah.
So that's why you're right. That's why we need we need a team to make a deep title run so we see who the fair weathers are.
Even during the World Series run,
right?
Who was the big? There weren't no big celebrities that latched on that. I don't remember.
And Seth and I had this conversation last week, Raheel, is that basketball is the sport that seems to have the most latch on.
Yes.
Because of the visibility of going to a game. Like you go to a baseball game, unless you're behind home plate, they've got to find you somewhere in the crowd. Football, you got to find them, or they're in a suite and they got to flash up to the suite. Basketball, you're sitting in the first or second row. I mean, you're on the broadcast the entire time.
Yeah.
So there's just more.
People are bringing up 50 Cent.
He's on the New York list, too.
I thought he was a Houston guy now.
I know. Well,
don't you have to give up one fandom to join the
other? And that's where it kind of felt. I feel like he's made a strategic move to Houston in a lot of ways. Where
he probably saw the void of celebrities here. He's like, I can start an alcohol.
It's kind of like when back in the old Cold War days when a Soviet would defect, you'd kind of have to be like, all right, we're going to watch you for a while and see if you're not actually a double agent or something.
Parker McCollum, somebody said on the text page.
Okay.
Oh, yeah.
Parker McCollum.
Yeah, and he'll bring it up unprompted in interviews.
Yes.
He'll argue with people about it. Yeah.
Yes.
Okay.
As far as the Texans go, Parker McCollum's probably the biggest one.
Okay.
He is a diehard Texan fan.
To Fiddy's credit, I didn't see him all over the Knicks.
No, he's on a list that I pulled up. Like I was, just kind of like, okay, who
is it? Yeah.
Who are the diehards? Who are the ones that?
So I'm not giving him Knicks anymore.
No,
I think he's Houston.
He's ours now.
Hey, where'd we land on that?
Picked him up as a player to be named later. Yeah.
Where did we land on that? By the way, is whether you and I should pronounce it 50 Cent or 50 Cent.
I've always done Fiddy.
Yeah, I always feel I feel like I'm trying too hard if I'm in my advanced age and everything.
You sound like a dork.
Try it, Seth. Go.
No, I can say it 50 Cent.
Yeah.
But I feel like I'm trying to. I feel like I'm somebody who's trying too hard.
I think that's just how it's pronounced.
All right.
Yeah,
just don't even say the cent anymore. Just say 50.
Seth's
hey,
the look on Seth's face right now at me. You look like kind of like a little disgusted right now.
No, I'm looking skeptical. That's my skeptical look.
Yeah.
I feel a little bit like the Steve Buscemi in that whole hey, fellow teenagers.
Hey, the skateboard meme.
Yeah.
Yeah, 50's good.
50 Cent, man. I'm just going to go with it. Yeah.
All right. Who else? Anybody else on the Knicks list that we?
Let's see. Mariska Hargitay from
played that?
Olivia Benson on Law and Order SVU.
What the hell's that?
I missed that one.
You'd know who she was if you saw her. Like,
is Law and Order SVU? That's a spinoff of Law and Order.
Yeah. It's the one that's got all the sex crimes in it.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. Special Victims Unit is what it stands for.
Who's the other actor in
in that show?
Yeah.
Well, Ice-T is on there.
Okay.
The rapper. And then I forget the name of the guy who plays...
Tea, Sean. Iced tea.
It's
Ice-T.
It's actually Ice-T. There's no T.
I know, Sean.
Taylor Swift.
When did this Taylor Swift Knicks thing start?
Like a week ago.
A week ago, right?
Yeah. That's
about a week ago.
Well,
she was at the Cavaliers game in the previous series with her fiance, rooting for the Cavs.
What are we doing?
Yeah, no, that's and with her, it always comes back to, well, her father's from New Jersey and he's a big sports fan. Look, well, okay,
they're Philly fans.
My dad does a lot of stuff too. All right,
right. Yeah, exactly. That's
my dad liked Crosby, Stills, and Nash. Does that make me a CSN head? I don't know.
Sidney Sweeney was spotted at the game. Stephen A. Smith Charles Barkley was disgusted with that. That'll be in the Pettycast tomorrow.
That Sidney Sweeney was at the game?
Yeah, well, just kind of, he's like, Sidney Sweeney is a Knicks fan? Oh, my God.
Was she wearing Knicks gear?
Yes.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. So she was wearing a Knicks gear. Yes.
On the text
extra
line,
large jersey, yeah.
On the text line, somebody said Derek Lewis is the Houston fan, but he's not at games courtside.
No, he's not at games courtside, and you have you do a lot of stuff in the combat sports community there, so you have a good gauge as to what his actual celebrity level. Like,
he is one of the most popular
in that genre, in that sport.
In MMA, he is.
Yeah.
I would say top 10.
He deserves to be on the text page considered for something like this.
Like there's a reason he was on Freedom 250.
Yeah.
Right, like he's not that good of a fighter anymore, but he was still on it.
Big star.
And he got destroyed yesterday.
Do you ever feel weird around those guys that you don't have cauliflower ears?
All the time.
Really?
Because my commentary team is a UFC veteran who has fought over 25 times, Alex Morono
He's
from
got a
Houston.
little pinhole in his ear.
He's got one time it started leaking on a broadcast. Yeah. Yeah, because he was training for a fight.
What is it leaking? What's in there?
It's like blood. It's
like
pus. Yeah.
Like oil, like the oily.
So I do play-by-play for the UFC on UFC Fight Pass, and we said Kate's side, obviously. One time, a guy, his cauliflower ear was so big, somebody punched it.
Oh, no.
And the blood got all over me.
Oh, really?
Yeah. It was disgusting. It was
Did it even get in your mouth? Is it like
what are we doing?
It was yeah, it was bad. My shirt, my bag.
Did they pay for your dry cleaning?
No. No.
It feels like they barely paid me to do the broadcast.
You think that Freedom 250 was free?
All right. Payne and Pendergast with you. That other voice you hear is Raheel Ramzanali in studio with us today. All right, let's circle back. Speaking of the Texans, Tank Dell met with the media at an event at Dick's Sporting Goods this weekend, an appearance that he had at Dick's Sporting Goods. I thought there was one interesting quote. There are a couple interesting quotes, but one, does it gives us a window into how the Texans like their players to handle situations like Tank's been going through with the injury. We'll discuss that coming up next. But first, West Point Lincoln to Sugarland. Yeah, I love West Point Lincoln.
Sports Radio 610 presents live from the West Point Lincoln and West Point Lincoln of Sugar Land Studios. Here's Payne and Pendergast.
Yeah, someone said on the text page for the Texans, the celebrity fan, someone said the Twitch personality Sketch. He really reps the Texans. I hope I got that right, showing my age. No, his name is Sketch. When we last saw him, I think he was in at least one of the last times I remember seeing him. Is he was in California, like running routes with C.J. Stroud and a bunch of the guys.
That was a few years ago.
Was it?
It's been a while now, and I don't know what happened to him. I don't see him anymore.
I mean, that's the thing, though, too, is like most of these streamers that people have to tell me they're a big deal, and I trust that they are.
Yeah.
But it's just so far outside my universe that I have no clue who they are.
Yeah. The only time he's showing up on my purview is when he's blending in with things that are normally on the radar for me.
Yeah, I feel like there used to be, back in the day, there would be huge celebrities amongst young people that you had a vague understanding of who they were. Now there's a lot of guys that I just don't, they're huge with 20-year-olds, and I have never heard of them, and I have zero clue who they are.
Well, Sketch was big, and then Sketch got thrown to the side because the Neon became a thing.
Oh, Neon, yeah.
Neon is...
See, Neon's another one. He's monstrous, right? He's gigantic.
Yeah.
And yet, I have zero clue about any of it.
Yeah. It's
and that's obviously no shade to him. It's just, there's just different universes.
It's a whole world to explore.
Yeah.
That's how you look at it.
So what's he do? Is he a gamer? Or is he just an interesting person?
No, they're just streamers. Yeah, they're just interesting, and they do gaming.
Yeah.
They'll watch stuff
So they
with
do
you.
game, but that's not what
That's
they're.
not
That's
what
just
they're-
one of the things that they do while they're streaming.
Yeah,
a
it's
lot
just
of the
one.
other stuff is just him going out and interviewing,
hanging out
with people, and
hanging
everything.
out. They'll do streams at the house.
Yeah,
that's my understanding. I'm not big into that culture.
The interviews are always good because the guys who they're normally interviewing are guys who are fans of theirs. So the conversations are fun. Sean Pendergast, Seth Payne, Raheel Rums, and Ali is the other voice that you're hearing right there. All right, let's get to Tank Dell. Tank Dell was at an appearance I believe at a Dick's Sporting Goods this weekend, autograph signing, things like that. Met with the media afterwards. Take a listen to this. The beginning's a little jumbled because the interviewers are repeating their question to him, but the question is, what helped you get through the injury and all the dark times that you've been through here? There is one interesting thing that I think he drops. We'll let you take a listen, then we'll discuss.
What kept you going through the whole thing? What kept you fighting through to get to this point?
So, as far as coming back and
you get a 2024 Ferrari.
To be honest, I'm not supposed to be answering those questions, but I will give y'all. I give y'all that. What kept me going is God, my faith in God, my belief in God, to know that I can overcome this if I just put Him first, put my trust in Him, and just work hard.
Okay. The part now I picked up that we played this earlier in the show.
Yeah.
Now I can't unhear the 2024 Ferrari talk in the
I won't
background.
hear that again because I'm trying to figure out what they were talking about specifically.
Play the beginning one more time, Ben.
What kept you going through the whole thing? What kept you fighting through to get to this point? So,
as far as
coming back and
you get a 2024 Ferrari.
To be honest, I'm not supposed
If you win this, you get a 2024 Ferrari.
Okay, yeah.
So it's some kind of a pretty cool prize, but it's also a used Ferrari.
Yeah.
Which
it was a
why
discussion. It actually sounded like they were saying, "Hey, is it better just to buy the 2024 Ferrari versus the new one?"
Oh, okay.
Oh, yeah.
Like there's some real financial discussions.
They're discussing responsible spending. That's what they're doing.
This ties back to what we've been talking about throughout the show.
It's been a theme of the show. Yeah. So about Tank and what he had to say, I thought it was interesting when he told the media, "I'm not supposed to discuss this with you guys." That it seemed to indicate to me that he was instructed not to discuss his injury with the media.
I mean, that's pretty standard, like to not discuss it. Don't discuss your medical situation with the media. I'm trying to think of the last Texans player. You know, you never get explanations the way Lance McCullers gives on his stuff. Because he gives you every little detail about where he is in his rehab and all of that. And I think that's probably D'Amico's policy is just don't feed the beast and just keep it in-house as much as
Let
possible.
us do it.
Well, and the thing that you're protecting players from themselves sometimes when you do that, because the danger, especially with somebody who's really eager to get back out and play, is when you start, if you give positive news, then all of a sudden it sets people's expectations. And then sometimes you feel like either a conscious or an unconscious obligation to meet those expectations. Yeah. So it's best just to keep it all quiet. The interesting thing, though, is that Caserio has been about as conclusively positive as I can remember him saying anything about an injury, where he just said, he's going to be back out there, and we'd expect, or we're shooting for about training camp.
Yeah, that's been the messaging from them, is that he'll be there at training camp. He's going to be in pads and
I'm at
ready
the
to
point
go.
now where I'll be surprised if he doesn't practice during training camp. I think it's just a foregone conclusion that they've been really patient with it.
Yeah. Well, and Caserio, not once, but twice. I think Ben's trying to find the Caserio, just for those who didn't get to hear it. Because, you have Tank on, I'm not supposed to be talking about this stuff. And then, I think Nick, both times we've asked him about Tank, or at least two of the times I can think of, we've asked him about it. One was at the Super Bowl. And we actually asked follow-ups about it, and he got really excited about some of the GPS things and stuff like that, the biometrics, the sports science part of it when we were at the Super Bowl. And didn't give any timelines or anything, but was excited about Tank's progress to that point. And then when we had him on a couple Wednesdays ago, we got it, Ben? Yep. Here was Nick Caserio when we asked him, is Tank going to practice at some point?
Yes. I would say more than likely it'll probably be in training camp. There are certain things that he's able to do. He's done some things on the field, maybe separately, kind of off to the side. I think the goal is training camp, so we'll kind of see if he stays on schedule. But, nobody's worked harder. Nobody's had a better attitude. Talking about a player that hasn't played football in, almost 18 months or however long it's been. But, his attitude, his approach, he's chomping at the bit, and he's certainly anxious and wants to be out there. By the same token, we want to make sure that we're taking care of him and doing the right things and putting him in a position where he can go out there and be the best version of himself.
All right, so that was Nick Caserio on Tank Dell about 10 days ago, I think, is when he was on with us. So Nick was pretty, I thought, as specific as we've heard anybody with the Texans on Tank's timeline coming up here.
Yeah, I think the optimism for me is that he's going to practice, and then it's just who knows what and what we'll see. If you had to gamble money right now, do you think he's on the active roster in week one?
Ooh, you know what? It's okay. I guess I'd have to say yes, because I just did a 53-man roster projection for the Houston Press. That was one of the one of the biggest things I struggled with. Is Tank going to be on the PUP list heading into training camp? I put him on the 53-man roster.
I think that as conservative as they've been with him, and that they're probably going to roll him into it really, really carefully during camp, I think I'd lean more towards he's going to be on the PUP list
at the beginning of the season.
Yeah.
Which means he's down for at least 4 weeks.
Right.
So he would not be able to start until week 5.
The first time you might see him is in week 5.
Okay. That would be
even with them being
cautious.
so safe. Sorry to cut you off there, but they're being super safe with it.
Yeah, well, the average time to recover from multiple ligaments like this, or things of this nature, is, what was it, Sean? It was 600-some days.
It was over 600
days. It was almost
days.
2 years.
We're at 550 days right now.
Yeah, and that's the average time.
Yeah.
So I think that it's not like they could use Tank Dell if he's at his peak. Obviously, any team can use him. But it's not like they're struggling for numbers right now in the wide receiver room. And that's where I wonder if anything, also just anticipating, all right, well, we want to take it easy with him. We've got the numbers we want in the wide receiver room, or at least we're not dangerously thin or anything. There's a good chance somebody gets injured in those first 4 weeks, and then we can figure it out then.
Yeah. I don't know. They're maybe numbers-wise they're not thin, but experience-wise they're really thin. You got two by that thinking, you're counting on 2 second-year guys, Jaden Higgins and Jalen Knoll. Now, Tank himself is still kind of a young guy. He would be heading into year 4 and really year 3 because he missed the whole season last year. But I think in that math, Lewis Bond, the rookie, might make the team. I had him making the team.
Yeah.
So they've gotten I had Justin Watson not making the team. So to your point, they've got enough capable receivers to fill out a roster right now to take 5 or 6 into the regular season without Tank. I just don't know how good they are. That's the problem.
And even as I was saying that, I kind of had my doubts, but we also just don't know how good Tank Dell's going to be.
Sure, absolutely.
And exactly just how slow it's. You've got 6 weeks of training camp, or at least from the first day. Is it 6 weeks or 4 weeks now? 2 weeks from the first preseason game. So you've got 5 weeks before you have to make that decision.
Yeah.
And then the first game is about 6 weeks after the first day. Oh yeah, I think I would, if I had to gamble right now, I would put that he's on PUP, and that's not a negative or pessimistic thing. I think they're just being that careful.
Well, it might be because Raheel was saying but they've been so cautious, and you're saying Raheel, they've been so cautious so that they can get him to training camp and get him on the roster. Seth is saying they're so cautious, I could see them just leaning into the caution even more.
Just why rush him back even more? Yeah, because
I'm rooting for him, man.
Same here. Training camp's gonna be so hard on him though. That's a lot. Man.
It's a lot, and
coming
you just
back
don't know. Yeah, I mean, it's so much. Just doing agility drills is so much different than actually going out and doing anything with the level of uncertainty and everything that you're dealing with. You know what, though? That's a good point, though. As far as trying to figure out just where he is, he's already gone against Stingley in his career and in training camp and everything, and that's as big a test as you're going to get. That. And he's went against Lassiter, but Lassiter was younger. That I think that they're going to get a good feel for just where he is compared to where he used to be, just by in him going one-on-one versus Stingley precisely. Just what does he look? They can go back and watch the film from a couple of years ago and see how he's competing versus back then.
Comparison, yeah, absolutely.
That's what they liked about Stingley coming out, was that they had all this practice film of him going against Chase and Jefferson.
Justin Jefferson, absolutely. Neon is a gamer turned streamer, according to the text.
Okay.
Gamer turned streamer. All right, so
he's a gaming streamer turned streamer.
That's exactly right.
I got to get into this streaming thing. Just walking around with a satellite backpack on and just doing weird stuff.
You've already got a YouTube channel.
Yeah, but that's more just I'm just doing sports talk on the internet.
Yeah, get some man on the street.
Yeah.
Why don't you guys stream tomorrow when you go to Dyken Park?
When we go to Dyken Park?
Yeah,
because you know why? Because I like to live my life, man. I don't know. It's I don't be
but you
turning
just said
everything
you want
into
to try it out. So
as soon as I said it, I was like, no, that's not the life for me, man. I don't need to be doing all that work.
Work
all
on
the
him,
time.
Raheel.
Yeah.
Work on him.
Come on.
Maybe I'll stream for 15 minutes.
To be fair, you do stream every morning for 4 hours.
Oh no, yeah, I do that. But streaming in the light of just, I want to do the kind of streaming where when I watch it, I'm like, why the hell are people watching this? But there's a million people watching it.
Yeah.
How do I get in on that?
I know. All right, final segment coming up. We'll find out what the guys on In the Loop have going on, John Lopez and Reggie Atatula. One big reason I'm glad the Spurs lost this weekend, karma for this BS tactic that they tried to pull.
Oh, no.
Yeah. We're going to finish strong. It's coming up next.
Trajan wealth, the opposite of those BS tactics that Sean was talking about.
Studios 610 presents live from the West Point Lincoln and West Point Lincoln of Sugarland Studios. Here's Payne and Pendergast.
That's actually a good question on the TV screen there on ESPN. It plays into what we're about to talk about. Who's more the face of the NBA right now? Wemby or Jalen Brunson? Jalen Brunson champion, Wemby future alien of the league.
What about Shea Gilgeous?
I guess I said who's more the face of the league.
If you were going to say who is the face of the league, many more people would prefer that it either be Brunson or Wembanyama.
Definitely. An SGA? Absolutely. Yeah,
I think people want Brunson because Wemby is there's a little dirt now on him where he's kind of cheap and he's wailing around.
Yeah. Anytime you've got his defenders doing Zapruder analysis to try to defend, to try to show, you've got fans of Wembanyama showing no, from this camera angle you can see that it actually wasn't a cheap shot. Like, oh man, you guys are trying way too hard.
Yeah.
Wemby, sometimes narratives are a narrative for a reason.
Yeah, no question. I guess the answer, the argument for Wemby would be that he's the guy that you would pay money to see because he's just such an attraction. He's such a freak. Brunson is the guy that's the everyman. Brunson is the guy that he's 6'1", and he was dominating the NBA Finals. He was a late first or early second round pick or whatever it was. Hell, the Mavericks didn't even bring him back. The Mavericks had Jalen Brunson on their team, and they let him walk. And so I guess it all depends on what you're looking for. Like, are you looking for that freaky attraction that just feels like they got dropped out of the sky, or are you looking for the guy who's probably in some ways relatable? You know, he's got a dad who's real hard on him all the time and coaches him hard. I love Jalen Brunson. I think Jalen Brunson is great. Wemby, Ocho texts this in all the time, frequent texter and listener to the show. He's like, remember, guys, Wemby is not special. He's just really, really tall. And there is something.
He's pretty special.
He's special. Well, he's special in that he can certainly do some things that 7-footers can't do. Yeah. At the defensive end of the floor, it's just all he needs to do is just stretch his arms out, and he has an impact down there.
Yeah, I don't know. It feels a little bit like Shaq's just really, really big.
Yeah.
You know, like at some point, Shaq was pretty special. You know, he didn't have to be able to move like Hakeem in the post to be special at what he was doing.
No,
that was
dominant.
His talent was he was incredibly physically dominant.
Yep.
Yeah.
That's Wemby. And on defense, he did get exploited a little bit on the perimeter, like Rudy Gobert used to, right? During those Defensive Player of the Year years for him. Brunson was not afraid to go right at Wemby from the perimeter.
Yeah.
And he took him to the hole several times.
I wonder, too, if next year, too, that dynamic of just people going after him.
They will.
Like, you know, in a way that it wasn't this year. Now that he is definitively one of the guys, people are going to be attacking him like crazy. Like, he's going to go through much more of a gauntlet in the regular season with a lot more focus and attention. I'm not even talking about media attention or anything, but just from the night in, night out challenge. Like, yes, guys knew that you've got a long night in trying to figure out the puzzle that is Wemby. But now there's a little bit of a sneer to it that I'm after watching those guys choke so often in the finals, I'm kind of intrigued to see what it looks like next year.
Okay, so this was the BS tactic that I was referring to in the tease. I don't know if you guys saw this, but apparently
I didn't even hear the tease.
Well, you made it back, so that's good.
Well, this should be this is very suspenseful for you right now. Apparently, the Spurs Ticketmaster, San Antonio Spurs supporters, the goal was to have them dominate the crowd in Game 5 because on Saturday, June 13th, according to a Ticketmaster announcement, so this is the day of the game. There were already people at the game. Fans located nearest to Frost Bank in San Antonio would be given priority for the tickets. If you were a fan of the Knicks and you were coming from a New Jersey, New York area code, and it sounds like even if you had already bought the tickets, because Ticketmaster has a resale. Yeah. So obviously the game sold out conventionally. On the resale market, they were literally refunding purchases of tickets to people outside of a 150-mile radius of San Antonio. People had already traveled down there.
That sucks. What are we doing?
Yeah. So this is karma.
Yeah,
this is karma. The Knicks coming in, and by the way, that was their goal was to do that, to have it be a pro Spurs a crowd. there were still a ton of Knicks fans in there, man. Like, it was hard. If you were doing that thing where you just had the game on in the background, I do that sometimes. You have the game on in the background, and you can tell when the home team's doing something good because you can hear the cheer of the crowd. You can tell when the road team, because it's either boos or it's silence. That game felt split in terms of the crowd noise.
It was almost,
5.
you know what it reminded me of is a Super Bowl where sometimes, like this year, the Seahawks had more of a home field advantage at a neutral site just because geographically.
Sure.
And then also, Patriots fans have just kind of gotten bored of traveling to Super Bowls, I think. So
That's a nice problem.
But it was like, that sounded, okay, you could tell it was mixed, but it sounded definitely more Seahawks.
Yeah.
But I felt like it was more lopsided in the finals game than it was in the Super Bowl. Like, it just sounded more like this sounds like a neutral site. This feels like a neutral site game, but with a lot more Knicks fans there.
Yeah, it was a ton of Knicks fans there. So I don't know that what they were trying to do was successful because there were still a lot of Knicks people there. But the fact that they were trying to do it, I don't like that.
They were revoking season tickets.
Yeah.
Yeah, they also started that trend, and you're like, dude.
If you sell your ticket,
they will revoke it.
Yeah, that's a little bit of like almost demanding that, like, you better love me with all your heart or else. Like,
little bit.
All right, I love you with all my heart. Yeah.
I have less of a problem with that than I do, because at least then going in, like, all right, this is their. If they're allowed to invoke that policy, I get what you're saying. Like, yeah, you will love us. You will even love the ugly version of us. You will not sell your tickets. This sounds like it happened when people from outside of San Antonio had already made plans to come here.
Yeah, that's terrible.
Yeah, it's terrible. Yeah, it's terrible.
That's what they get.
Yeah.
That's what you get.
Take it.
Yeah.
Take it. Okay, good look and bad look in this series. Good look for Villanova and Jay Wright. How about that? Jalen Brunson, Mikal Bridges, and Josh Hart. First trio to win an NCAA title and an NBA title. That's pretty sweet.
Oh, that is really cool.
Yeah.
Nova Knicks.
And they were the same, like they that same type of core, like that Villanova team with Jay Wright they had a lot of elements to, not surprisingly, to the Knicks.
It's like starting a startup company with your college buddies.
Yeah,
you just get to keep having fun. You know. We started in our garage, and we didn't want to go work for anybody else, and then boom.
It's more like they bought Blockbuster or something like that, like something that's just been like out of commission for 53 years.
Yeah.
They're like, you know what, fellas? Let's buy this distressed asset here.
Yeah.
You know, this restaurant that's not doing anything.
You know what? I knew a guy.
It's really just a front for gambling and things like that.
This guy was awesome. He was an executive in a big restaurant chain. But I don't think he wants me to say which one, because when he and his buddies were in high school, and then he was in college, a couple of his friends who weren't in college but were working at Waffle House were like, they came to my friend. They're like, hey man, like this operation manual is super easy. Like, so they like, and this is back, you couldn't get it online back then, you know. So they stole one of the operation manuals for a Waffle House, and then just went and bought like an abandoned Waffle House.
Yeah.
Set up shop, called it, you know, like Waffle Housen or something like that.
Oh, so they didn't.
But they were like 21 years old, and they started it for like with a few $1,000s, and ended up like raking. You imagine, no family or anything, and you got all that waffle money coming in. They were living the life. They had 3 locations, and yeah.
So it was a rogue Waffle House.
It was a rogue Waffle House.
Okay.
Yeah. And I don't know. It was like a McDowell's type situation.
Yeah.
You know.
Yeah.
And like they were living the McDowell's dream.
Yeah. Oh, that's awesome.
Good.
Yes.
Kids, McDowell's was a movie in Coming to America that the owner basically did everything McDonald's did, but called it McDowell's.
Yeah.
Yeah. Isn't there a scene where he's actually looking at the manual?
He's looking through it.
Yeah.
That's right. Oh, shoot. I haven't talked to this guy in 10 years. It had to have been before Coming to America.
They have the Big Mac. We have the Big Mick.
Yeah.
That's a Big Mac. The Big Mac.
What was their like, instead of a clown, what they have?
Oh, I don't
Did
know.
They have a leprechaun
I don't
or
know
something?
if they had a logo. I'm trying to remember.
I got to do this. This is research for the show. I got to go. I got to go to a Blockbuster and rent that movie.
Go
this
watch
afternoon.
Coming to a Blockbuster. Oh, Payne and Pendergast. All right, so that was good look. Bad look. De'Aaron Fox. Not a great series. 24 of 70. Houstonian De'Aaron Fox too. He's probably got friends listening right now talking about how horrible he was in this NBA Finals, and so now he's getting the Chet Holmgren treatment. That's the new thing. If you're a player, especially a player whose contract is about to kick in next year, and your most recent body of work is some horrific crash out in the playoffs, You are part of a Giannis trade rumor.
I mean, that was the sentiment on Şengün here. It was pretty intense that first week.
Yep.
It was really when people were really. Now I haven't checked in on the public at large to see where that is right now.
I saw Şengün working out this weekend on a video, and he was shooting threes, corner threes.
Oh, are we doing
That's all
that?
I can tell you. That's all I can tell you. So, well, this is going to get weird here. We've got 4 microphones in the studio.
I just told Reggie we're going to have to go captain.
Hang on, they got to turn on Lopez's.
You guys going to sing into the microphone together? Like you're,
You got me now?
There we go.
Ebony and Ivory.
We're going to be like Johnny Cash and June. We're going to Jackson.
Yeah. How you fellas doing?
Great.
Good.
Yeah, doing pretty good, man. I'm in footy paradise right now.
I know.
And so, yeah, I'm having a great time.
Yeah.
Footy.
Someone gave me hell about that this weekend.
Yeah.
And
Sounds like Seth wants to.
I like saying football, but I understand like there is a cognitive dissonance that happens there. It doesn't make it easier on folks.
Yeah.
But I'm not going to be the person who says like football because I really hate the emphasis that ends up being put there. If
Footy,
I'm not
though,
go
I don't
away.
ever hear Americans calling it footy, do they?
Footy's pushing
Some
it.
people do. Some people do. So footy, you know exactly what I mean when I say footy, right? And so I can say it pretty.
No, I think
spend
Rex
a lot of time on OnlyFans and footy.
For
work. I think a Rex.
So is it English people that call it footy? Or is there...
Some like it's just kind of like an affectionate way of getting to
Yeah.
it. Right?
Okay. Well, you'll be happy to know that I have Argentina in the pool, right?
It's pronounced
I believe
Diddy.
so.
Okay.
Have you been keeping up with the updated pool
Well,
sheet?
I haven't looked at the latest standings. I do know, I got a South Korea win the other night.
You sure did.
I got a South Korea win. I think Senegal plays tomorrow.
Look at it going to work. He already
No. And so does Argentina. I bought it. You'll be proud of me. I went to Academy yesterday.
And you do have Argentina and Senegal.
Yeah. And I bought, I impulse bought an Argentina shirt.
Love it.
Yeah. I'm into it, man. You asked if will this get you into it? I spent human monies on a shirt. Okay.
Wait,
so I'm into it.
Do you have Argentinian relatives?
No. I have them in our pool.
Oh no,
That's
okay.
more
were you about to be concerned about him and his lineage?
About his blue eyes and his
I'm told I'm from Argentina.
The Nazis that found shelter there after World War II. Yeah.
Pendergast is not his real last
My
name.
Argentinian dad said he was my real dad. Yeah.
Pender Schmidt somehow.
Yep. So
Pendergast.
that's been fun having the soccer on this weekend.
Sean
man.
Pitzenberger.
Yeah.
His real name.
So what is the question of the? Oh wait, hang on. You're listening to KLTM, KLTFM HD2 Houston, an Odyssey Sports
And
Station.
Judy's here.
And Judy's here. Yeah, Crosstalk brought to you by D&M Auto Leasing. Yeah, my daughter's in town. She's just hanging out in the studio with Ben in there right now. But yeah, she's in from Boston.
Yeah.
She got up at 4:30 this morning to come into work with me. I said, sweetie, you're not 10 years old anymore. You don't have to come into work because
she's on vacation.
Because I won't leave a 10-year-old at the apartment by themselves. Yeah, she's here on vacation. Got up at 4:30, came in, hung out, watched us do the
Was she
show.
as conflicted as I was with Taylor Swift being a fan of two teams?
No,
Yes?
not at all.
No?
She doesn't have an idea.
No, I'll read you the text that I got from her from that room she's in right now when we were going through the list of Knicks fans earlier. Are they real or are they fake? She texted me and said, she's a Knicks fan, no Taylor slander.
If Taylor were a dictator, Judy would commit so many war crimes.
Oh, my God.
If directed to. She would just be like, yes.
She just did a
yes,
salute.
Taylor.
Wait, how did she become a Knicks fan? Because this has upset me a little bit. Because she's supposedly Philly as hell, right? She was an Eagles fan up until she wasn't, right? And you can understand that. Sometimes we make compromises for the people that we're with. But where did the Knicks come from?
I think it's the obvious answer is the right answer, which is she's just clout chasing. She's climbing on. she's climbing on to a winner.
I feel like she's claimed all the clout.
Judy, I know, has heard this. I think she's scouting her wedding.
Oh, she wrote a song, Welcome to New York. That is a good song, actually. I like that song. So
you become a Knicks fan?
Yeah, Judy, that's not enough to make her a legit fan. She can just write songs about each city and just claim every city as a
I've
fan.
written like 7 songs about Sean, and I'm still kind of just stepping on him.
Not a fan at all.
I like what you're doing here, where you've got Taylor Swift making like a James Brown-esque Living in America, where she's just shouting out all the different cities in the nation.
Detroit City, Atlanta, kiss myself. Yeah.
Anyhow, Taylor Swift might be the answer to the question, a answer to the question of the day.
Okay.
Like, you know what a Maddox is?
A Maddox. Well, I do now.
A complete game under 100 pitches.
Yeah, because of the Miz.
Miz threw 15 strikeouts, which is the most ever in a Maddox.
Yeah.
What other events or occasions should have the name of a person on it? What other?
Well, this actually crossed my mind when I learned what a Maddox was this weekend because I saw an article on MLB.com. Miz throws a Maddox. And I'm like, okay. An EMI.
An
EMI is when you get drilled and knocked out under an inning and give up at least 6 base runners.
Yes.
Yeah. So an EMI.
A Swift.
She was your favorite host, John. My daughter loved you.
I'm still her favorite host.
You know what, McNeely?
What is a Swift when you
maybe when you just become a front runner,
just climb on board with a team,
just show up.
Yeah, it's got a little bit of the name kind of matches that.
Yeah.
Like swiftly get in line to run along with it.
Not
I would
bad.
say a McNeely for like Peter McNeely. So if you just rise to fame as somebody that's got no chance, but people believe in you for a little bit, and then you just get literally smacked down.
Yeah.
There's
That's a
there's
McNeely.
I'll have to come in tomorrow with 5 McNeelys.
That's a McNeely. The fun ones are the negative ones, like the McNeely,
Reggie.
like the EMI. What?
A Reggie. When you spend 6 hours at a wedding sitting across the table from Joy Taylor and all you do is say, yeah, I work in Houston.
She was at
up in front of Joy Taylor?
She was at that wedding?
I wouldn't call it season up personally. I just kind of like absent-mindedly ended the conversation and never circled back.
Oh, really?
Yeah. I mean, I have not claimed to be a smart man. I have never done that.
6 hours.
6 hours.
It wasn't 6 hours.
Okay,
he's doing
like an hour.
Here,
How long did the wedding last?
I mean, there was different venues during dinner.
Were you cycling through things you wanted to say to her? Or,
well, I do recall in the moment thinking, responding with the question, like sending it back, but it's like, that's absurd. Everybody knows what you do. Like, what do you do? It feels like a weird playing.
I don't know what she's doing right this
She's in
moment.
between jobs.
Yeah,
right
what
now.
is she doing?
Yeah.
Yeah.
What are you working
She's doing
on?
a podcast.
So what are you working on?
What are you working on would have been a good. I fumbled. Okay, fair.
Yeah.
You got me.
He sat at the dinner table across from her. Didn't even say, hey, do you need a drink?
Was she with,
nothing.
hey, Reggie?
I don't. Nobody was getting drinks.
Reggie.
It was
No,
very well.
Reginald,
very
you know,
well
yeah.
It's a
executed.
good question.
Oh, good.
Was she with anybody?
She was with a friend of hers. So no.
Male or
not
female?
A plus one.
A female.
You know, I mean, I might be going out on a flyer here, but every now and then, some women, the rare woman, loves talking about like what their hopes and dreams are in life or anything, or what their goals might be. Yeah,
At a wedding.
Yeah.
Let me just dig deep into this. I have a Diana Rossini story for y'all.
Oh.
So when I was doing sidelines for the Roughnecks in 2019, Rossini was there covering the XFL,
Yeah.
the then XFL for ESPN. So I had a radio show at the time, so I went up to her like, hey, what's up? I'm Rahil. I'm the sideline host here. Would love to have you on the show. And she's like, absolutely, anytime, stud.
Stud.
Gave me the number right away.
Hey.
I texted her for show purposes. She never joined me, but she did respond plenty of times.
She did?
Yeah. My wife, I told my wife that story. She wasn't happy with that one.
Really?
Yeah.
You're lucky you didn't have any scoops.
I feel like you handled yourself pretty well here.
Yeah, I was just like, and I kept it professional.
Yeah.
But now, I should have rented a boat.
What's the female counterpart to stud? Like if you were to call her something, if you were to like respond, like what's a equivalent response to that?
The first one that came to mind was Babe.
Babe was mine too.
Babe
That's the way that I want to.
Girl.
Is Babe? Yeah, I hesitate to say Babe because I got relentlessly pounded last week for calling marijuana dope. So I don't.
That does make it sound
I'm
wrong. I'm
already.
sorry.
No, the way you said it too. You're like, I don't smoke dope.
Yeah, true story. Yeah.
You sound like you're in a PSA, one of them videos that they used to show in classes, in homeroom, whatever. Yep. Yeah, that's dope.
I did like a total dork. That's what I sounded like. Just like when I call the women babe around the office here. Yeah.
What is the equivalent? This is gonna ruin me now.
Yeah. Well, that's your second question of the day, right?
That's right. That's right.
There you go.
All right, boys. We'll have a great show. Crosstalk brought to you by D&M Auto Leasing. We made good work of 4 mics for 5 dudes right there.
The duets.
Yeah. That was pretty good. All right, we are done. We're out of time. Antibodies to Seth, you, and Raheel, and everybody.
Yay, everybody.
Yeah, that's our sign-off. Yep. So there we go.
50 Shades of Grey to you.
Thank you very much. Appreciate that. Reggie Atatula, John Lopez, Figgy Fig,
Raheel will be here for 4 more hours.
Raheel.
Overtime.
Yeah.
Overtime.
All right. Raheel will be back with us Tuesday through Friday, though. That was a whole lot of fun, Raheel. That was great. We'll see y'all tomorrow. Reggie Atatula, John Lopez, Figgy Fig. They are in the loop, and they start now.
Yeah, you're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610. Happy Monday to you. Hope that you are indeed happy on this Monday. It don't look happy outside right now, buddy. It is pouring buckets right now. The fan festivities at the fan festival over there in Edo shut down for the day because of the inclement weather.
That's a sign, man.
You think so?
Yeah. When Houston shuts down a place because of rain, that's a lot of rain. That's a lot of rain.
That is fair. That is fair. So hopefully you're having a good time in spite of the weather, and hopefully we can do a little bit to help you here. As you're in the loop, that's the OG John Lopez. You are back to OG status.
Thank you.
Now that the NBA Finals have wrapped up, and OG
the real OG is the champion.
What?
Yeah. What did you win?
I'm a champion.
John, of what?
I'm a champion of life.
All right. That was your number one seed response, huh?
So what is the real OG then?
By the way, speaking of being a champion of life, I for like 30 seconds had my middle son believing that I was a CIA agent.
When?
Recently?
Because
I said, I just kind of said it in passing, and then I said, think about what I've done. The perfect cover for a CIA agent is a sports writer that gets to travel all over the world, including the communist bloc countries like Cuba and Eastern Europe. Unfettered, writing stories, but still have access to all kinds of things. And then I end up being, living this life where I get to travel all over and do all these things. And he thought for a second, he goes, nah, you're not a CIA agent.
Not a bad argument to make there. I'm not gonna lie. Shout out
to perfect cover.
What up, Fig? How you living on the ones and twos?
Man, I'm living pretty good, man. It's looking kind of scary out there, man.
Yeah,
it is.
I think it's supposed to rain for the next 3 days.
Which it will personally upset me, which I'll get into why here in a second. I should do my due diligence and welcome you into the program. Get involved with the program on the text line 713-572-4610 is the number to text. Also, great appreciation to the Mo Karam Injury Lawyers for the live stream.
We keep it 100.
There is the YouTube page, which is Sports Radio 610. The Twitch chat is 610 Houston. All those available for you to talk back to us. But I am kind of upset about the rain. Obviously, just in the normal sense of everybody likes being able to move around in sunny demeanors, not necessarily having to deal with weather, thinking about where your umbrella is, where your coat is, so on and so forth. I had promised myself that during this World Cup, I was going to be capital O outside.
Yeah.
Right? I'm going to be where the people are and be in communal spaces to watch that soccer. And that went great this weekend, and now the rain is literally raining on my soccer parade, and so I kind of don't like that. So if anybody's out, like if they got hey, this was a good spot for me, and this is going to be a good spot to watch, text in at some point. But the first weekend of World Cup, kind of delivered, man.
Big time. In fact, let's talk about being outside, as the kids like to say. I ended up going on Friday, and first of all, you know what was weird? Would you like some passing thoughts? Would you like some World Cup passing thoughts?
I would love. I love some passing thoughts.
Figure you want some World Cup passing thoughts?
Hell yeah!
All right.
Experience, wisdom, opinions, barbecue sauce. Our guy Lopez has it all and shares it with you.
I used to go into the clubhouse and I just
It's time for the OG's passing thoughts.
Tell me a story, OG.
Still can't believe you did that in a clubhouse.
Yeah, I did. It was this is my first one. Let's go sort of timeline here from Friday. It was as if we spent all this time in the lead up, kind of seeing a couple of little signs. On the bridges, some of the posts were painted into soccer balls, and they were, traffic jams here and there with
murals.
Cleaning up murals.
World Cup decided we are going to inject culture into all the different cities by painting.
Yes,
there was a lot of murals,
but it didn't really. It's like somebody flipped a switch at noon on Friday. It was just kind of, sort of World Cup-y. And then at noon, traffic was hellacious. Everybody, all of a sudden, all the international visitors seemed to arrive on the same flight. It's like at noon on Friday, everything all of a sudden became a World Cup city. Did you notice that?
Yeah, man. It did feel, although here's the thing. I wonder how much that felt like the case in various different places in Houston, because we also, we're true to the form of the name of the show, we are inside the loop with where we stay, and majority of where we traffic, even though obviously we'll make our ways around, I wonder, does it feel like that if you're in A-Leaf? Does it feel like that if you're in Galena Park? Does it feel like that if you're in Humble, right? Like, how does it hit some of the more surrounding areas?
I'm glad you said that. Went up to Kingwood to visit the kids and grandkids a little bit. There are Airbnbs with Germans, like German nationals taking over the Airbnb in Kingwood. I saw one, where was it yesterday? We were driving kind of west, and there was a bar that was just kind of nondescript that was just taken over with soccer fans. But that's one passing thought. Here's another one. I don't know how much of FanFest was FIFA dictated. In other words, you do this, this is what it looks like. We have these scenes, we have these stages, we have this music, etc. And how much was local organizing committee? But the local organizing committee here at the FanFest here killed it.
You think so?
Knocked it out of the park. It's like the perfect mix. There's like rodeo themed stuff. There's Americanized things. There's also international thing. The families just seem to really, really enjoy it. I got to speak with a lot of Germans in town right now. Anyway, that'll change because the Dutch are coming, which might be a mini passing thought.
Yeah, man.
Everybody talking about Scotland, which we'll get to that in a second. The Dutch are like a close second in terms of the European bloc that can come in and really dominate.
No, for sure. Yeah, the Germans showed out well. They had their first match, the Houston Stadium, as they're calling it, hosted, which was on Saturday. Curacao, Germany, which, mind you, if I can give a pass thought myself, I didn't realize Curacao could show out like this.
They did.
It is obviously is a point of national pride. It's their very first World Cup appearance. They made their debut this weekend. But I was like, it's a tiny nation. I mean, I think the population of Macon, Georgia is larger than the population of Curacao.
Yes.
And yet still, I feel like a quarter of Curacao was in Houston, and a decent amount of them were at the fan festival, and a lot of them were at the stadium.
It's a fantastic scene. Highly recommend. Now, keep in mind, it goes all the way through July. So if you want to get out there to FanFest, and really, obviously, the Dynamo have their watch parties as well. Mexico is going to be featured in one of those. I would highly, highly recommend. Let's go to the field for a second.
Okay.
USA Paraguay. That was about as complete an American effort on a soccer field that I can remember, probably since that one I talked about on Friday, the elimination game, the knockout game against Mexico. That was beautiful.
We're going to remember that match in the context of U.S. soccer. Now, I know that some people will go, I don't really care as much about U.S. soccer. I think that when it comes down to it, you care about the U.S. part of it. And so the soccer part of it can come along, because this might be a turning point for the United States Soccer Federation and the entirety of like the soccer playing world as it relates to U.S. This was we have to take y'all seriously. Before, at least the men's team, obviously the women's team does phenomenal things in their history. They've won a number, I think it's 4 World Cups. The men's side has been viewed a little bit like the unserious cousin. Right?
Yeah.
Like he just kind of can't get his stuff together. He does some good things. He got to hold down a job and stuff, but not really competing in that same way. This was you guys are serious.
Well,
because not only did they play well in this match, they played the style of soccer that makes you go, okay, you're here to compete. Like they stayed forward. They were able to continue to apply pressure. It wasn't just that they scored a goal and then they battened down the hatches just saying, all right, well, let's see this one out. Nah, they were like, we are here to bust your ass the entirety of all 90 minutes of this game. And that feels different than anything we've ever seen from the U.S. men's side.
Which leads to my next passing thought, and this is going to sound crazy. Now, keep in mind, this is just as of today. There still are multiple first-round games still to be played. In fact, today you have Spain and Cabo Verde, Belgium, my team in the pool against Egypt, Saudi Arabia, Uruguay, which there's a story with Uruguay, Iran versus New Zealand. But if you had to rank the teams we've seen play so far in the World Cup today, the USA would be top 3.
Ooh.
They would be top 3. I would put probably Germany 1. There was a clinic, even though Curacao was overmatched. But I put Germany 1. I'd put Japan and Japan and the Netherlands tied for 2, and USA 3.
You're gonna make me do it, aren't you?
Who's played better than those 4 teams?
That bucket of cold water, Reggie.
Yeah.
You know what I want to do.
What?
That would make them 4.
Oh, yeah.
That's how that works.
Yeah, I know that's how it works. But if you just
actually,
yeah. But they are clearly.
I didn't do that. He could have said they're top 5, and it would have worked perfectly.
They are clearly at the top of what we've seen right now. They might even be ahead of Netherlands and Japan, but I just think they're better teams. Netherlands and Japan, they went to a 2-2 draw yesterday. But isn't that something? USA is at the top of the heap in terms of teams we've seen so far.
Yeah, they look good. Yeah. They look really good in a way that, some people came in, and I will not remove myself from this. I was in this class of people that looked at it and weren't sure exactly how strongly to feel about the U.S. It's a talented side, but it was like, all right, are they going to be able to take that talent and make some? We've seen the Houston Rockets this past season where you go, hey, there's a lot of talent here, but what are they doing with it, right?
The difference is the USA has depth for the first time maybe ever in the World Cup.
Right.
Gio, comes in. Gio Reyna comes in and does it. Pulisic gets hurt. Well, not hurt, but a precautionary kind of thing with his calf.
Hey, man, you come out at halftime. I'm calling it as hurt. I understand that there's a level of precautionary. Hopefully, he should be good for the match against Algeria.
But there wasn't a steep drop off.
No,
there wasn't a steep drop off at all.
For a moment, it took a while for them to find what the new dynamic was without Christian Pulisic, who, mind you, the first goal just inherently demonstrated his qualities. That he was like, I'm going to split some defenders. I mean, no matter what sport you're talking about, splitting defenders says a little something. Did that and then put enough pressure that forced an own goal. Where he's showing, even the top end of what you have. Like, you have a really great player out here. And it felt like for 5-10 minutes, they were like, all right, let's find our footing with this. But as you mentioned, like, they were able to get back to the ass whooping. The ass whooping commenced at some point.
Yeah. Another passing thought. Let's not bury the lead here, man. What did I tell you guys about Scots?
Hey, buddy.
About Scottish fans. What did I tell you about those people? Now, we're going to get into it more, I know. But it's a phenomenon unlike anything else.
It's kind of disappointing, though, that the Scots will not make it to Houston.
Yeah.
At least not in
They're going to Miami
right
next. Well, they go Boston and then Miami.
Yeah, we'll see. We'll see what we ultimately end up getting out of Scotland if they end up making knockout round, which, I mean, is made better by the idea that they actually won their first match.
Yeah.
But the Tartan Army is what they're called. What's funny, because the Scottish national team doesn't have a nickname, unlike some of these others, like Ivory Coast is the Elephants.
Yeah.
You can get to various different nicknames. They don't have a nickname. Their fans, though, they're called the Tartan Army, and boy, do they show up, man! They have made Boston their beat.
Yeah,
like people in Boston, the whole city feels like it's been shut down by Scotland, and they're happy about it. Like, they're just like, let these guys roam. It is a delight.
Let your imagination roam a little bit. They have another game in Boston, and then they play Brazil in Miami. Can you imagine the Tartan Army against Brazil in Miami?
Because everybody's a Brazil fan. Vicky, you're a Brazil fan now, apparently, right?
Yeah.
Not really. I just got the shirt jersey because it looked cool.
Fair enough, but that's part of it, right?
How about them taking over South Beach?
That cool factor matters, man.
Yeah.
How about all those little pasty?
Yeah, they're going to need a lot of sunscreen. They're going to need a lot of sunscreen. I feel like, because I was out at the Fan Festival on Saturday, and I saw... It felt like everybody had a Brazil shirt on. I was like, I know you ain't from Brazil. I know you ain't got no lineage of Brazil. I see you. But Brazil's like that cool team. You know what I mean? And so, yeah, that's going to be quite an interesting clash.
Well, let me get to this passing thought then, since you brought them up. Brazil is not the same Brazil.
No.
They are not.
And it's one of those things that I
USA is ahead of them.
I hesitate to do that. However,
everybody would.
It's not a crazy thing. Like, these are not. This ain't your daddy's Brazil. I guess is the way to say it. Like, they've got guys that you look up and you go, hey man, this isn't the same quality. And you know what? I saw someone make this argument, and it feels a little unfair, like sociopolitically or socioeconomically is the word I was looking for. But it might be true. None of these dudes played in no favelas. None of these dudes played in no streets of Sao Paulo or nothing like that. Like, these dudes.
But trusting your eyes,
grew up a little posh, man.
Trusting your eyes right now. USA is better. A couple more passing thoughts here. Just when I thought, and I thought to myself, boy, FIFA really knows how to do instant replay. They call it VAR. Like, they did it perfectly in the USA game. The dude took a dive. They had originally called a foul, I think a yellow card on the American, and then they went to let it play out, went to the sideline, just a matter of seconds. They flip it, and not only do they flip it, and he doesn't get that yellow card, the opposing player gets a yellow card. The Paraguayan player gets a yellow card. And I'm thinking, boy, they really know how to do VAR, instant replay. Then they pick and choose when to use it in that Qatar game. Did you see that?
I did. Well, I mean, welcome to sports. We've seen this, right? Nobody's been great at officiating. I think that's one thing you will learn is that no sport perfect on officiating. Every sport has its issues with how it is, and all fans everywhere are going to complain about it. The question I do have, though, because I do think that this is where a lot of sports fans come to when it comes to soccer time, is how do people feel about what I think is overblown, but the ever-present claim that, oh man, all they do is get out here and flop, right? If you watch, especially if you are someone who has that general complaint, did it feel like that was the case? Because I always feel like, oh, you're probably not watching as much soccer as you think in order to levy that as a claim. And I wonder if people got the feel of, oh man, they out here flopping all the time, or okay, this might be more of a stereotype that I'm harboring. You know what I mean?
Yeah, it could be. Another passing thought for our listeners who just want to soak it all in, and including you and Figgy and everyone here. If you do nothing else when it comes to FanFest or the watch parties downtown, be there next Friday and Saturday. Be there next Friday and Saturday, especially Saturday. The Dutch are coming. The Dutch are playing Sweden here in Houston, and they are as close to the Scots as you will get. They have an incredible fan base. Orange everywhere. The songs, the way they take over, entire blocks. Netherlands versus Sweden next Saturday. You got to be at least a fan fest Friday and Saturday.
All right. Well, we'll have some more opportunities to talk a little bit about the soccer and bring it home various different ways. But we're just getting going here on a Monday in the Loop on Sports Radio 610. Coming up next on the weekend, obviously there was some soccer going on. Also, we have an NBA champion crowned. And so I want to bring it home a little bit. What are the lessons that can be learned? And what are the replicable parts of the Knicks NBA championship? We'll talk about that next.
Area 45 with Bijani and Creighton.
To me, if you
In the Loop is powered by Mokaram Injury Lawyers. Heard in an accident? Call Mokaram Injury Lawyers at 281-222-2222.
Figgy, let's hit him big time.
Houston, let's get in the loop.
You better get ready because we're going to show up and show out.
With John Lopez and Reggie Atatula. Always live, always local.
What do you say? I don't care about the labor, show me the baby.
Don't tell me about the waves. Just bring the ship in.
Okay, that's a different one.
What'd you say about a baby?
You said that one specifically. Don't get out. Figgy, help me out.
I have not said
He's
that
gaslighting me right now.
You're in the loop on Houston Sports Leader, Sports Radio 610.
Yeah, you're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610. Happy Monday to you. That's John Lopez. I'm Reginald Atatula. Figgy Fig on the ones and twos, and you rolling with us on the text line, 713-572-4610. Weekend was full of sports if you chose to go for it. Obviously, we talked a little bit about the World Cup. Really wall to wall if you really wanted to be there, depending on how you felt. But there was also the opportunity to pick and choose, and even then still, I think you could have had a lot of fun with it. But then there was also the New York Knicks, who managed to get it done in what had to be, again, comeback fashion, because that's how it was all series long. They end up defeating the San Antonio Spurs.
Didn't they lead the entire series for like 16 minutes?
I think it was 24% of the series they led. 72% of the time in that series, the San Antonio Spurs were up, and they only won a single solitary basketball game.
Insane. Absolutely insane.
Is there anything to be learned within that? As I think that one of the things that we should do, and I caution myself before I even get going here, I always try and caution myself and caution others as much as I can when it comes to championship circumstances, because we have a penchant, right, as the sports watching public, of seeing a champion and going, that is the way that things are to be done. And so everybody try and be like them, right? It's the copycat leagues of everything. And to some degree, I think that is fair, right? You want to see what works. But also, every situation is different. And so the question I have, as the New York Knicks win the championship, and I think that we are all want to maybe start looking at them, is what are the things that are replicable, the things that you could even take and use for yourself, and what are the things that maybe aren't? 713-572-4610.
Closing, Matt. You can look at this several different ways from a basketball perspective. Having a closer, in this case, Jalen Brunson, was absolutely, it was a difference in the series. I mean, the Spurs easily could have won this series 4-1. They didn't, because they didn't have that closer. And you can look at that several different ways from a Spurs perspective as well. Obviously, De'Aaron Fox was atrocious, absolutely atrocious in this series. You can look at it from a coaching perspective, sort of being committed to a veteran that you brought in for this particular reason rather than the better player in Dylan Harper. You can also look at it not just closing, but experience. The experience that the Knicks had, unflappable, when they were down. I mean, they were down 29 and won a game. They were down, was it 16 in game two? In game 2 or 3, they were down. Well, they lost game 3. So game 2, they were down 16 early in the fourth quarter. So experience matters. So all those things, none of them are like strategic per se, rather than team building. They did this well. They had a player that could get into a situation in an offensive set that the Spurs couldn't match. No, they just had a closer, and they had experience. And to me, that was about as much of the series as anything.
Let's start with the closer point, because I think that's fair. The NBA has always kind of been about, and any sport really is about making sure that you finish, right? It's not how you start, it's how you finish, is the cliche that we're used to hearing. How do you feel about the Rockets in their current situation with the closer? Kevin Durant is one of the greatest scorers that we've seen, but this year was such an interesting perspective because the Rockets had their issues in the fourth quarters and closing. All right, how do you feel about, at least let's start with the player himself, right? Because it feels like Kevin Durant is supposed to be that guy, right? Like, that's point blank period. That's the reason why you bring him in, to be that closer. Where are you right this moment when it comes to Kevin Durant as closer guy for the Rockets?
Oh, I haven't wavered in terms of that particular thing. Give him the ball. And not only can he do what Jalen Brunson did, he can probably do it, maybe not 45 points as he was in the clinching game, but he can maybe do it consistently at an even higher level. But
that 45, like 95 points.
It was.
He had essentially half of the points in the closeout game.
Yeah, so
that dude's going to the Hall of Fame.
Oh, I think so.
Jalen Brunson is like that. The Hall of Fame done.
Yeah.
Period.
I think
he could retire tonight.
Mm-hmm. No, I agree. But as much as Kevin Durant is that guy, is that Jalen Brunson, and has that in him, as we all know, that's not the only thing that Jalen Brunson had. He had guys that were experienced around him. He had guys that knew how to get out of the way. And I say get out of the way. There were some actions, but it was very straightforward stuff that gave him the opportunity to get back and win that game. They also don't have the other complementary players playing at the level that the Knicks had.
Yeah,
that's
getting
the big thing.
You're getting to the thing that I felt like was the big overarching takeaway from this, and it's not just this series. Interestingly enough, I think it's the last handful of finals that get you to this place. Fit, right? There are different eras in the league where the most important thing changes. Right? There was a point in time where the most important thing was having the single best player on the court. Then at a different point, it became having a group of the best players on the court, right? The super team era, so to say. There's been different things that have been the thing that, the thing that you chase. And it feels like right now it is about fit. And we've seen a number of teams, whether they win the championship or not, like the Oklahoma City Thunder, right? That was about the way that they had a number of guys who do things and they all just kind of fit together. The Boston Celtics, right? It was a particular style that they had that all just kind of fit together, where you're having guys like Derek White show up to a great degree, and you go, who is Derek White? Derek White is he's a fine basketball player, right? He was a nominal point guard, shoot a little bit, play some defense, but all these things come together when he's put alongside the right people. Even the Indiana Pacers, who did not win a championship, but looked like they could have, if not for an injury, they have a team that just kind of fits together, where Benedict Mathurin and who's my other guy coming off the bench are putting in good stints, in addition to Pascal Siakam playing his role, and then of course Tyrese Halliburton, who again not the biggest of superstars, but he fits in nicely with what happens. It feels like the cohesive, knowing what we want to do and having all these pieces to fit together. It doesn't matter about necessarily having the best player on the court. It's about having the right fit of players on the court, and that's something that is very clear that the Rockets have not figured out.
It's interesting you say that, because we are in an era when science dominates so much of what we do in every sport, whether it's data, whether it's numbers, size, some of the advanced analytics. It's not a science anymore. We're entering an era where the science matters, but it's more of an art. Team building is an art, not a science right now.
I would argue it's always been an art. Some people have just neglected the art of it. Daryl Morey. Sorry, I don't know what happened there. But there's always been an art to it. You use the science to help you within the art. And when we're trying to find fit, right, you can look at the numbers and go, all right, well, we need more shooting, we need more spacing, but then understanding the right spacing that works with what you got, and then the guys that ultimately fit together, personality-wise, where they play together properly. Those are the things that it does feel like the Rockets need to figure out. One, the fit-wise, you need guys that help accentuate what your guys do well, and right now, shooting is at an absolute premium. When it comes to that personality piece, I don't know how much to lean into this, because we've talked about it, we saw it kind of happen. I still go back and forth on that, the burner thing of it all. Maybe not specifically that, but that being an illumination piece for. It feels like the guys like each other. They don't feel like they love each other.
Yeah.
Right? I can't see the Rockets looking the way that the Knicks have looked during the course of this series. And I understand winning cures all, but the way that the Knicks have looked very together, right? I don't know that that's there with the Rockets, and I don't know how you fix that, and I wonder how much of that you lay at the feet of the head coach.
But that's what I mean. You're right. There's always been an element of the art, of surrounding players with, the role players and all that. But we are not very far removed from, hey, let's just get the best three players on the planet and put them together.
Right.
Let's try to get that. That's more science.
And then we'll figure out the rest.
We'll figure out the rest later. I think we're moving away from that. Hey, how about a big three here, and then a big three there, and then a big three there, et cetera. Or, LeBron. There's not a lot of art to that. Let's get LeBron, which I know is an outlier, but you get my point. It was more like, we need studs. We need the big three. That we're moving away from that. It's more of an art. The Knicks don't have a big three. The Spurs don't have a big three. It's more of the team building and being able to get the role players, even drafted role players like Oklahoma City, and some of the players that they've kind of implemented and put in spots, more of the art element than the science.
It's funny because the way that we've talked about this in this segment to this point makes it seem like I think that the Knicks win is a discouragement for the Rockets. And I think there's something to be talked about further in that, and we will. I actually find it to be somewhat of encouragement because it felt like the Knicks had hit a glass ceiling. Like they kept hitting their head. Like this iteration of the Knicks was not going to get it done. And they were playing with the same guys, and maybe there were arguments that maybe some of these guys just flat out couldn't do it. That feels a little, I mean, we're early on in that process, but it feels a little bit how some Rockets fans have gotten about the Rockets. There's a continuation of like, hey, fight through and you can break through that ceiling, right? Yeah. And also on top of that, right, you might not have, again, the guys you look at and go, hey, they're the absolute best at this thing, X, Y, or Z.
Yes.
But you give them time to congeal and you allow them to work together in the right ways that you can ultimately reach your goal. And I do wonder if that doesn't give Rockets fans a little bit of encouragement, that you look around and you go, Tari and how has he looked? Jabari Smith, how comfortable have you been with his play to this point? And you go, maybe it's less about switching out the pieces, but making sure that the pieces fit together properly and that they find time to find all the edges come together in the right way to make a championship team.
And we might get into this later. In fact, I know we will at some point. But there's an art to the head coach as well. There's a real art to the head coach, and I think that's what really helped the Knicks.
Because, again, we talk about the Knicks.
There was nothing wrong with Tom Thibodeau.
There was something wrong with Tom Thibodeau. There was something
wrong with Tom Thibodeau. There's a lot wrong with him, but I'm talking about in terms of like what they were doing. There was nothing wrong with him.
No, and I mean, he was a conference finals participant a number of times.
And then they changed.
And they won, right?
Yeah.
So maybe that ends up being a conversation that we have. Well, it definitely will be a conversation that we have a little bit later here in the Loop on Sports Radio 610. But coming up next, let's get to our question today, inspired by one of the things that we also learned, which is, hey, man, it can go really bad. But inspired more about Jacob Mizrowski of the Brewers, right? Okay, there we go. Who pitched a Maddox. I don't know if you've ever heard of the baseball feat called Maddox, but it is a complete game where you throw fewer than 100 pitches, and it is a thing that you kind of inherently know because Greg Maddux did that type of thing all the time. What are some other feats that should be named after a particular person or player? 713-572-4610. Feel free to be as negative as you like. We'll do it next.
How's Coach D'Amico feeling about his Sports Radio 610 presents live from the West Point Lincoln and West Point Lincoln of Sugar Land Studios. Here's In the Loop with John Lopez and Reggie Atatula.
You're in the loop right here on Sports Radio 610. Reginald Atatula, OG John Lopez, Figgy Fig on the ones and twos, and you rolling with us on a Monday. A rainy, wet Monday, mind you. And it's not just like a regular rainy day. Sounds like there's going to be some flooding.
This is heavy rain for Houston. A little flash flood to the west of us.
100%, 95% for the next 3 days.
Yep.
So, yeah, be careful out there. Obviously, all of the normal Houston, I guess flash flooding and inclement weather sayings apply, right? Turn around, don't drown. Be very careful. And I say that very intentionally. Obviously, some of us are dyed in the wool of it. We got a lot of friends that are experiencing Houston for the first time. Look out for each other out there because we don't want any bad circumstances in this moment. Oh, all right. I just looked over at John's computer. He got the weather alert.
I got the radar up.
He got the radar up. All right, go ahead and do it. Go ahead and do it. You know you want to.
Well, should I call Andy, Engineer Andy?
Go ahead and do the weather report.
No weather report.
Here's the weather report. Here.
It's a lot of rain for Houston, man. And actually, there's a little bit of personal reason here. My wife has to drive to San Antonio, so I'm like trying to figure out her window of opportunity to get to.
What a window?
Thursday.
Yeah, like, that is a block of green and yellow, buddy. I don't know if there's a window in there.
No, there is.
So no, be careful out there.
She'll be all right. She'll be all right.
Yeah.
Look at Lopez. Go on out there, champ.
Go on out there. Just press the gas
Let me know if you
pedal.
need something.
They'll be moving for you. Just don't run your flashers. By the way,
here
again,
we go.
Just drive through the puddles.
Do not put your flashers on in this rain.
Why not?
For the millionth time. You know why not.
Why do you hate this so much?
I don't hate it. It's wrong. It's bad. In some states, it's illegal.
What makes it so damn bad?
Because when people are following you, in a storm, obviously low visibility, and they see flashers, they think you're stopped. That means you are stopped. It's stupid. Do not use your flashers.
I will say,
in the rain.
I almost got an accident like that.
Yes.
Because it was raining real bad.
Yeah.
And I could barely see. And somebody had their hazards on. So I hurried up and got over. And I didn't realize they were driving.
Right.
And they were just driving, just cool, just,
Do not do
I'm like,
it.
man, don't cut them on.
Listen, if you're here from Germany, if you're here from Curacao, this is even a lot of rain for us. Don't drive with your flashers
we are talking
on.
to you, Freddie.
Just stay in the hotel.
Yeah, just stay in the hotel. Room service is fine.
From the 346, I would actually like a weather update. Damn it! Don't encourage you. All right, let's go to the question of the day, ladies and gentlemen. Shout out to
what's a frog choker?
A who?
A frog choker.
That doesn't sound like something you could say on air.
Yeah.
What?
Yeah, that when it rains this much, it's a frog choker.
Oh.
Yeah.
Look, I'm sorry. You said that, and something in me was like, hey, should I hit the dump button? I think the FCC is going to be on our back about that.
That was her nickname in high school. Anyway.
That's great. That's insane. That is you said that into a microphone. I hope you realize that.
Oh, this thing.
That's wild. Question of the day. Inspired by Jacob Mizorowski, who is just a delight to watch pitch. I'm sorry. Like, I know that the Astros played him relatively recently. I am willing to admit that he is so fun. I love watching him pitch. And this weekend he gave you a doozy. 15 strikeout complete game. He didn't throw 100 pitches, or he threw less than 100. Less than 100 pitches, which in the business is called a Maddox. For Greg Maddox, a incredible pitcher who was wont to, absolutely decimate a team without even having to hit triple digits pitches. And so that got us thinking, what feats should be named after a particular person or player? 713-572-4610.
Real quick, just on the Miz, let's talk about how truly unbelievable that is. When you throw less than 100 pitches and throw a complete game, that usually means you're pitching to contact. A lot of ground ball pitchers, do that. A lot of guys that can crack bats and break bats and
easy out.
Just a whole bunch of soft contact that ultimately finds leather.
But to get 15 strikeouts.
Which means he was doing 1, 2, 3s.
Yes.
Like these aren't 7 pitch at bats where finally I broke you off with a curve.
Right.
Man, this is 1, 2, sit your ass down.
That's exactly what it is.
Which makes sense because he had a pitch that hit 104.5 miles per hour, which I believe is the fastest pitch that has been recorded in the stat tracking era.
Was he throwing hard? Well, he hit 105. I mean, is that hard?
So how long?
He had somewhere to go.
He had somewhere to go.
I really hate to say
got time for this.
Early dinner.
Yeah. I got a dinner plan.
How long until we talk about the Tommy John, right? Like it feels like that.
Don't talk about that now, man.
I know I'm the jerk right now, but in my brain, whenever I hear somebody throwing crazy hard,
how long will
like
it be till he get hurt?
Yeah,
I'm not gonna lie. That is where my brain goes when it comes to this pitching because it feels like when you're doing 105, it's a natural. But maybe he's just one of those guys, the God blessed, where your arm works in a certain way where you just whip that ball over there and it's 105.
Yeah, 105. So feats that should be named after a particular player. Timeliness would say a fox, as in De'Aaron. A fox means that you just completely spit the bit in the fourth quarter of literally every game. Every game in a playoff in an NBA Finals. He was god-awful.
And yet, I would put him as winner of the weekend.
Really?
We'll get to that segment later.
Mm-hmm.
I would put him as a winner of the weekend.
Well, he's getting paid.
That's right. The extension came at just the right time. Like he had an extension done. What was that, before the season?
Yeah, $255, right?
And so what's crazy about it for the Spurs, which if you want to laugh at the Spurs, here you go.
Mm-hmm.
They did this knowing that they have Dylan Harper, knowing they have Stephon Castle. They have a couple of young guards, both of them who seem to be able to, play with the ball in their hands, even though I think they wanted Dylan Harper to be more of a 2-guard / a small forward. But they didn't even wait to see what those guys became. They were like, nah, we need this De'Aaron Fox veteran thing. We'll give him a whole bunch of money up front right now. Come to find out, and worth noting, De'Aaron Fox was good for that Spurs team all year long. They don't get to the place that they do without him playing well.
But then he foxed.
However, in the biggest moment, you realize that, he is not giving us the veteran leadership that we wanted, at least in these big moments, and he looked bad. And apparently, Dylan Harper has been upset about his playing time. Let Stephon was Devin Vassell who said it during the post game. He's like, yeah, man, I'm so proud of him. He's not always happy about his playing time. And I was like, hey, buddy, I don't think you're supposed to say that one out loud. And so this is going to be a very interesting prospect.
That sounds like he pulled a Tank Dell.
Well, we'll get to that too.
Yes, we will.
Do you know what a Jordan is?
No, please tell me what a Jordan is. Is it hitting the ball 500 feet?
Guess what a Jordan is.
Doing a good job for nothing.
Yeah, that's it.
That's a great job, in fact.
Just looking out for yourself right now.
Being absolutely spectacular for no particular reason. That's a Jordan. What else you got?
That is good. That is good.
I got one. Going to the strip club to see some C.J. Stroud.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, you really doing this?
Yeah.
You gonna lean further into C.J. Stroud's cheeks?
Yeah.
Come on now. There's so many better people to do this for.
Look at all that Stroud.
That's crazy. Shout out to the 713. This is a good one.
Round of applause. Baby, make that Stroud clap.
That's insane. You know what a Russell Westbrook is, apparently?
What is a Russell Westbrook?
Triple-double and a loss. That's a good one.
That should stick.
Because I'm like,
should stick.
I thought that was bricks.
I don't even know how many times that actually happened, but spiritually, it felt like that was happening all the time, right? Which is the statistical empty calories of sort. Somebody ended up saying a Harden MVP regular season stats, losing in the playoffs.
That one should stick.
Yeah, that one feels like
stick. Yeah,
because sometimes these end up being kind of generational monikers, right? There was somebody else who carried the who was that before? That were just like, hey, this dude seems like he's a superstar, and then you get to the playoffs, and who is this guy? This is not the same person that I thought it was.
There's got to be some of those. There's got to be some I'm not thinking of right now. I was giving you a hard time about a Reggie earlier.
You gonna do this again?
No, just mentioning for those who weren't listening about an hour ago. But you know what a Reggie is, right?
No, what is it? That
means you are in prime position with someone of the opposite sex, and they try to strike up a conversation, and you say, "Yes, I work in Houston."
You gonna be all right? I just need to know, at what point is this going to be over?
It's a little more.
All right.
A little more.
For the 5-4-1, they do make a good point because we have stuck, at least my brain was stuck in basketball. The Kershaw was the James Harden, but it didn't feel the same with Kershaw, though. Right? Kershaw, I guess it didn't feel as, for lack of a better way of saying, fraudulent. I know that sounds aggressive. James Harden, in the midst of it happening during the regular season, you go, all right, Wait till the postseason. Which I guess you did with Kershaw.
That's fair. I think what it is with James Harden, he don't give off the vibes that he really cares about winning or anything like that. He kind of come across like, hey, man, like I think it
happens.
Yeah, just his energy. And then not to mention the going out right after the loss. And all
Whereas Kershaw is like.
You could tell Kershaw wanted to win.
No, for sure. Like, he just got into these spaces, and oh boy, did it fall apart. Speaking of falling apart at times, but not in this particular context, Tiger Woods winning a major by 10 strokes.
Yeah, that's a Tiger.
That one feels like we already kind of have this in here, man. You out here killing it. Yes, that is Tiger Woods. Baseball equivalency of James Harden is Aaron Judge, they say.
Oh, well,
Aaron Judge also seems like more of a serious human being. I think the problem with James Harden is that he feels like a serious human being and he does this. I feel like we have people that are playoff fallers, but they always feel like, well, at least they don't want it to be the case.
Yeah.
And I don't think that James Harden actually wants it to be the case.
And James Harden,
damn it, sure doesn't feel
he seems like he's cool with it too, though.
That he
That's
does.
the thing.
It does. Yeah.
It's not like it's bothering him. Even with De'Aaron Fox, it seemed like it kind of bothered him a little bit.
Yeah, but James Harden's like, oh well, it happens. Where's the club?
I don't know. Is the Petrie just kind of the nice guy award? Why, like the dude who's way nicer than he should be or than he plays?
That's a good one because he's an absolute menace on the field.
He need a hit named after him alone.
Several he's had.
And of course, shout out to the 346 who says DeAndre Johnson. The person who will whoop your ass in the middle of the game
and announce it beforehand.
That's right. That's right.
Fixing to beat his ass.
That's right. All right. There you go. That's a little question of the day here in the Loop on Sports Radio 610. Coming up next, let's go around the NFL where a shocking passing in the NFL needs to come up. We talk about that and more next.
The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley. Loop style.
Why are you smiling? Because I love football.
Here's John Lopez and Reggie Atatula.
I'm going to tell you all about how much fun you're going to have this season.
On Houston sports leader, Sports Radio 610.
All right, you're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610, about to go around the NFL. Worth noting, though, the first of 4 matches on today is started if you are keeping up World Cup-wise. It is Spain. It is Cabo Verde. We'll keep you up to date with what's happening there in Atlanta with what's happened with the match. Feeling is Spain, who is
4-1. 4-0.
That's what you're putting. Oh, 4-0.
4-0.
Oh, wow.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, I could see that being the case.
Yeah.
This is well, but yeah,
that's my prediction.
We'll give you some updates as it's happening within that match. I hate to start on a sad note, but it was like a huge hit in the football world as at the age of 36, former San Francisco 49ers linebacker Aldon Smith passed away. And it was a wild thing to hear because immediately, I don't know about you, John Lopez, but my brain immediately goes to some of the, sadder ways that we've seen young guys who played football pass away. And we don't have very much in the way of explanation as to what did it, right? The cause of death still seems to be obscure for us, but he played for the Niners, played for the Raiders, played for the Cowboys. And he was a very, very good linebacker in the league. What do you recall from Aldon Smith and the way he played?
You know what's funny about not how it ended, obviously, but about the whole Aldon Smith story is how sad it ended up being. There was a time early in his career and early in J.J. Watt's career where that was an argument. It wasn't one that many people would win, but in terms of production,
right?
Like he had 19 and a half sacks his second year.
Yeah.
His first 2 years?
Yeah, his first year he had like
14 and 19 and a half.
Yeah, 14.
And somehow that was his only All-Pro. That was his only Pro Bowl was that 2012 season, that second year.
Right.
Where those paths somewhat diverged. And some of the issue is one of those things that makes you wonder with his passing is he dealt with alcoholism. Demons just generally is one thing that absolutely can be said. Substance abuse when it comes to alcoholism definitely showed up a number of times for him. And what also then came up in a weird way was a few things. One, San Francisco Chronicle did a great job of reporting his last day where
seemed fine.
He seemed fine.
Yeah.
He joined a couple of friends, one that he had met that day, but a man named Amir Shirazi, who was a friend of his, picked him up in order to go and do a little bit of charity work. Yes, he spent his final day on this earth doing a little bit of charity work where he went and worked with a company a company that works to feed the homeless.
A foundation,
A foundation, rather. Thank you. That's a better way of putting it. And apparently Shirazi then took him back home. Shirazi went into his house for about an hour and then came back out and found Aldon Smith slumped in his truck. They ultimately called 911. And he was taken to a local hospital, and within an hour, he was found dead. Like that is the whirlwind situation that happens with him. Is that within a few hours from him actively doing charitable work, he's found passed away. It's a really sad thing. This makes it even sadder for me, John. A week before he passed, or within the week that led up to him passing, he was on a podcast called Laced Up, where the image of this is him sitting in a barber's chair and his barber, getting him right, getting him a little bit of a haircut, and they're talking. And listen to the conversation that happens in the midst of this podcast.
What's up, big dog? What's up, man? What's going on? Chilling, man. Talk to me, man. We go with the usual fade? Yeah. All right, for sure. Get me right. How you feeling today?
I've definitely had better days.
Okay, yeah, man. Well, it's the safe space, man. You want to elaborate? You want to talk about it?
Yeah, but I kind of don't.
Okay.
It's one of... It's along the lines of something I think I've been dealing with my whole life, and I'm just struggling with accepting how it's playing out right now. And that's sounds like a bunch of gibberish.
No, it ain't gibberish, man. I mean,
I think that's
we
good.
all go through stuff.
But yeah, he's talking about, things that he's dealt with for a long time, which for me immediately brings me back to the number of times that he's dealt with, alcoholism publicly with it. But, he seemed to kind of put on a good face. The way that the conversation went, it sounds like you're talking about, a person who's like, I'm dealing with some stuff, but ultimately I'll be fine. And then, unfortunately, the story is that he wasn't.
It could have been that. I kind of thought about some sort of relationship, whether it's a family relationship or otherwise. I'm dealing with stuff that I've dealt with my whole life, and we're only going to project. We're only going to speculate either way. The other thing with him being found unresponsive in his truck, to me, the whole day, that's confusing. The whole day he seemed fine, didn't seem to be obviously partaking in anything.
I think one person said that he had been tired. He maybe just seemed a little tired.
Yeah.
And that he definitely didn't partake in anything. The most that he had seen him in any interactions with him is like maybe smoke a little bit of marijuana.
Yeah. And so maybe it was just something completely natural that could have or could not have been something that happens. Whether it was a product of what he's done to himself and his body earlier or just not.
No, for sure.
Yeah.
It's one of those things where it's cliche in these moments where you see someone pass in this way, but it makes you really consider the fact that you need to be as kind to anybody that you meet because you never know what they're going through, first and foremost. And secondly, it's cliche to say, hey, check up on folks, but as much as you possibly can, be in community with folks because it's so impossible. It's so damn difficult to check in and know what people are dealing with unless you are just close to them and you spend time with them. So at least for me, that's one of those things that I definitely took away as a moment or of reflection, as an opportunity to think again on those types of things. So again, rest in peace to Aldon Smith, a fantastic linebacker that honestly, it didn't even feel like he reached his potential with the suspensions that you had and as you mentioned, those types of things. So really, really tragic to see him pass the age of 36. Only 2 years older than myself, which is one of those things that also starts hitting you in that way. All right, we continue around the NFL. I guess very much less sad news. There's other teams that are still going through minicamp. The Texans
starting
into their summer, but 11 other teams are going into their minicamp. Just kind of something to watch, right, John?
Yeah, something to watch, something to monitor. And the reason I wanted to mention it, first of all, it's the Jets, Bengals, Titans in division, Broncos, certainly an AFC team with which to contend, as are the Chargers. Cowboys start minicamp tomorrow. Commanders, Lions, Falcons, Saints, and Bucks. This is one of those where nothing, no real big storyline, except we've seen some injuries, and so that's one of those things you just want to get through minicamp. If one of these teams suffers an injury, then all of a sudden everything changes.
No, for sure.
Yeah. So, and it happens here in minicamp. We've seen it happen.
Yeah, we'll see what we'll see what various different things come from camp, because sometimes camp gives you the opportunity to see updates and insights into what teams will look like as they continue to move forward. But and I see you on the text line. Somebody said Aldon Smith was asking for help and the barber called it gibberish. I believe that was Aldon Smith himself who said it. That sounds like gibberish. And then his barber was actually saying no, that's not
Aldon
gibberish.
said, I know it sounds like gibberish.
Yeah.
And then his barber was like, nah, man.
No.
Yeah, and in that instance, I want to be careful because I don't know that I want to blame the barber there. I just don't know how you're supposed to anticipate something that we honestly still don't even know.
Right.
What was plaguing him and what ultimately caused his untimely demise. So it's just one of those things where it's sad.
It's tough. It's a tough call.
Yeah.
Because sometimes, I done had conversations with Reggie where I'm like, hey, how you doing? He's like, I don't know. And I'm not sure what Reggie is going through. I'm not sure if it's deep or not. Or sometimes you could just be like, I don't know, I just woke up on the wrong side of the bed.
Yeah.
It could be. It's something that's really hard to tell.
No, for sure. So I didn't play that to try and bang on the barber. It was more just. Okay, there's definitely
something
other things that are happening.
Never know what people going through. Nope.
Really and truly. So again, be as kind to others as you possibly can. This was something interesting that came up last week from Bucky Brooks of NFL.com. He writes a piece where he asks who is the NFL's. Well, actually, he puts a name on this on who he believes the NFL's most underrated quarterback might be. Would you agree that it's possible that Jared Goff is indeed the most underrated quarterback in the NFL?
Oh, that's not a name I would have come up with. A lot of times they're underrated so long and talked about being underrated so long that it just becomes a thing. I think he's properly rated now.
I think at one point
he was
underrated and kind of underappreciated because he kind of had a bad stench of when McVay traded him. So it's kind of like Jared Goff, but I think he's properly rated.
Yeah, Jared Goff is interesting because it's very clear that he needs a particular circumstance to thrive, but I don't think that that's as much of a demerit in the league as I think that we might have once tried to make it, because I think we're coming to better understand that only a small handful of quarterbacks just kind of exist as dudes that can make it happen in any circumstance, and those are the Patrick Mahomes of this. In fact, I wonder, how much do you feel like that's the case with Josh Allen? How much do you feel like that's the case with Lamar Jackson? You know, Joe Burrow. Like, how much do you feel like that's the case with even those guys that seem to have systems that are properly situated for them? But I don't know if you did change up the system and put them in a different circumstance. How does that look? Right. I think Patrick Mahomes, I feel comfortable about that. Right. You could saddle it on him. Josh Allen feels a little bit closer. Like you could also saddle that on him, and that's what they're trying to do right now. But again, my larger point, right, I'm getting off track here, is that most quarterbacks are in a place where you kind of need something for it. I think Goff just didn't quite fit what McVay wanted, and so that's why he gets traded. But the Lions have seemed to really find something that works with him.
Yeah, and that's why I think he's properly rated now. I wouldn't.
We thought he was the throw-in too.
Yeah, and I wouldn't put him top 5 or anything, but I think he's properly rated. They know that what he can do and what he's done. It also begs the question: okay, then if not Goff, who is the most underrated quarterback?
Oh, interesting.
Right now.
Interesting. All right, so if you had to go ahead and throw that up there, right, of the quarterbacks that we're looking at in the league, who would you go for? This is tough because I think we're also coming into an era where we're cycling in a lot of young guys in the league, and I do wonder how you handle the underrated, overrated with guys that we just kind of haven't seen enough of to really get a feel for, Like
I keep some names keep popping up in my head, and I feel like they are getting properly rated now, like Jalen Hurts. He's properly rated because he's been up and down.
Jalen Hurts would probably be an answer if you're just kind of going general conversation perspective, because that's a dude who's won how many Super Bowl championships at this point? And if we are just using that, winning as a metric, he has been a consistent winning quarterback in a way that it does not feel like the conversation ends up being about him. And I will say, I'm probably one of the people who you talk about in this moment of not giving him the due respect of a multi-10 Super Bowl winner.
I don't think Dak is underrated. I think people understand he's really good, but there's
I think he might be underrated just off of the strength of being the Cowboys quarterback, and then the.
But everybody else says, well, Dak is having a great year. Dak is really doing well. I don't know. I mean, maybe. I was trying to think of another one.
What about Trevor Lawrence?
See, I think the book is still out, but he could be in that category.
All right, so if we flip this, though, to who is the most overrated quarterback, where do you go to? Because I do think Jared Goff is probably a good answer. Like, he has been a damn good quarterback, especially when it goes really well. He was even pretty damn good under McVay. I think we kind of give him some demerits because we know that McVay was doing a little bit of puppeteering.
Yeah.
But in order to do the puppeteering, you got to be capable of doing some of the stuff on the field, which he was. Bucky Brooks goes with something that I think a lot of Texans fans will agree with: the overrated Justin Herbert.
Whew, that's a good answer. Again, I'm trying to set aside my biases, and we'll see.
Yeah, I think we're both fairly high on Justin Herbert and who he is, but I think it's easy.
It's a good answer.
It's easy to acknowledge
CJ Stroud.
The results simply aren't there yet. And CJ Stroud, that's actually interesting.
Yeah.
How do you then put CJ Stroud? Because I wonder how many people then are looking at CJ Stroud as possibly like a takeover of what Justin Herbert was once kind of viewed at.
Yeah, I think, but is he even overrated anymore? Rated that highly anymore? I don't think so. So maybe CJ Stroud doesn't fit. People are like so out on him that maybe he's not overrated. Maybe early on in his career he was.
Yeah. Or is he more like Trevor Lawrence?
Exactly.
It's interesting that we now have in the AFC South like this pairing of Trevor Lawrence and CJ Stroud, where it does feel like and we talked about this before. I think it was maybe a few months ago. It feels like they're kind of in this place where they're currently sitting as similarly, but I also think that they're like Trevor Lawrence is probably closer to the peak of what we have for him, right?
Yeah.
He has a good offensive coordinator, a good play caller, I guess is the better way of saying it. And it feels like you're starting to maximize him, where C.J. Stroud is probably closer to a trough in what we believe of him, where you wonder what's happening with the play calling. At least last year, the offensive system wasn't incredible. He did factor as probably about as well as you could expect outside of obviously the playoffs games for C.J. Stroud. And it feels like there's more to be wrung out of him, and we have seen better play from him.
You know who might be overrated, and it's going to sound funny coming from me because I've never really thought he was like spectacular, like top tier quarterback. but I think he's underrated right now based on his situation is Kyler Murray.
That's interesting.
I think Kyler Murray, I mean, he's not, I wouldn't put him up there, like way up there, but he's better than they're rating him right now. He's been better than that.
And I mean, the commonality in all these conversations we're talking about is location, right?
Yes.
Is circumstance, because I think we've come to a place in football where we understand, man, circumstance plays so much more of a factor in quarterback evaluation than we've previously given it credit for.
Mm-hmm.
And you go C.J. Stroud and the offense that he's been in. We've talked a lot about that being here in Houston. Trevor Lawrence and the Jaguars offenses that had previously been under like Doug Peterson and stuff, and now what you have under Duval man himself, right?
Mm-hmm.
Kyler Murray ends up in a place where you go, what have those Arizona offensive systems been under Cliff Kingsbury and stuff, where it feels like you definitely leave something on the table in the second half? Maybe that ends up being like the big tell for us with him in Kevin O'Connell, Kevin O'Connell, system, where I don't even know how much it fits him in particular, but it's generally just better for quarterbacks. We'll have an opportunity to see. I imagine that this year gives us a little bit of an understanding of what he maybe more truly is as a quarterback in this league.
You know who could be underrated and overrated simultaneously? Sam Darnold.
I was just about to ask y'all how y'all feel about him.
He could
Sam
be
Darnold
both.
is a great Rorschach test.
He could be both.
I have no clue.
He could be like, oh boy, Sam Darnold, look what he's
rank him? Is he top 10?
No. Well, 15.
And I'm asking.
Top 15.
I legit don't know.
Yeah, I might go top 15. I think that he is a reflection so much of his circumstance, even more so than some of the other guys we've talked about. Like I would definitely take Jared Goff over him. Like I think this ends up being the way that we do this, right?
Mm-hmm.
Who would you take over him? I would take Jared Goff over him. Who are the other quarterbacks that we've discussed? Trevor Lawrence. Trevor Lawrence is such an interesting. I'd definitely take Justin Herbert over him. Like I'll go with.
But he could be both underrated and overrated.
Fair. Right, and by eye of the beholder, and he's done this twice, right? This is the thing that I also have to do.
Right.
Is as much as teams.
Yeah.
He still feels to me like he can always turn into a pumpkin, except he's done this 2 years in a row where I go, I might need to shed my riders.
For the rest of his career, he got to prove it to you.
Yes.
And I understand. I'm the one who's being unfair in this circumstance. Yeah. But I'm not going to lie to you, say that that's not the way that my brain is working on this one. And then a great one when we talk about the underrated one. This is actually a great answer. From the 281, Brock Purdy. Still.
Mm-hmm. Still,
like I think
perennially.
I think we have shed the Mr. What is the name?
Irrelevant.
Irrelevant. There we go.
Yeah.
The Mr. Irrelevant title at this point. However, I think the system is one of those things with Kyle Shanahan that continues to loom large. But he's been a practitioner of that system in a way that Jimmy Garoppolo couldn't do.
Right.
A number of other guys couldn't do. Trey Lance couldn't really acclimate to it, although he did have injuries. Like he has done this head and shoulders better than anybody else that's been in there, and that's worth noting in the way that goes. So I don't know. We'll continue to. I think the interesting one is the Kyler Murray. Is how does that then show up this year?
Yeah.
And where does he end up falling on this? Is he overrated, underrated? We'll see over the course of this season. But you're in the loop right here on Sports Radio 610. Coming up next. Let's talk about the Astros, who managed to get 2 out of 3 this weekend, and yet and still, it's below what the expectation has been for them to get back into this. At this point, have they just reached sideshow status, generally, as a team? And if that's the case, what makes this season interesting for you? 713-572-4610. I'm genuinely curious. Please let me know what makes this season interesting, because I don't think it's the wins and losses anymore. We'll talk about it next.
All right.
10. In the Loop is powered by Mokaram Injury Lawyers. Heard in an accident? Call Mokaram Injury Lawyers at 281-222-2222.
You're in the Loop here on Sports Radio 610. We're still tied up in no goals apiece when it comes to Spain and Cape Verde. However, when it comes to that match in Atlanta, what is actually I could actually give you the actual statistics because of course I can.
Mm-hmm.
I got to it before you did, but it is the Spain has been dominating what this looks like. It is. Oh, would you like to take a guess? The possession, the way that it goes in soccer, it's not time of possession, but it's percentage of possession.
Yeah.
Would you like to take a guess as to how much possession Spain has had in this match as a first?
Well, I was mentioning to you guys, I'm kind of keeping an eye on it. Cape Verde can't even get past midfield.
That's right.
Barely. They only done it by my count 3 times, and it was usually Spain putting the ball over there. So I'm going to say 81%.
69%.
Nice.
Yeah, it is indeed nice the way that Spain has had possession. And Cabo Verde, no shots have been able to get off just yet. Because, of course, as you've established, they haven't even really had the ball on the more attacking side.
It's like my granddaughter doing soccer shots versus like a high school team.
That's right. That's right. They've been through about 25 minutes of play there. Going
España.
on there. And God bless. Honestly, thank the World Cup for happening because otherwise, you know me, I'm a sports sicko. I'm still going to watch. I would have watched the NBA Finals, which I would have enjoyed, and I would have watched a lot more baseball. I did watch baseball still. I kept it on, but I was able to not have to focus as much on the baseball. And honestly, the baseball wasn't terrible this weekend. The Astros get 2 out of 3 in Kansas City. A lot of runs had to be scored for the Astros to get those 2 victories in Kansas City. And yet and still, with the road trip that they concluded this weekend, they win 3 out of 3.
Come on, man.
Of their 6 against the Angels and the Royals on the road.
2 last place teams.
Let's go.
2
Gotta start somewhere, right?
Well, you're not starting anywhere when you go 3-3 versus 2 last place teams. Got me thinking a little bit, Reggie and Figgy.
Are we done here? Are at least are you done with it? Right? I don't know if we're done here because stranger things have happened. However, man. I'm getting to a place where I'm just like, yeah, okay. All right.
Yeah.
And you know me, I'm trying to inject the hopium into my veins.
Figgy, I know you love when I say this term, when I use this term, but the Astros are kind of becoming the bearded lady. They're kind of becoming the bearded lady. Just kind of a sideshow, kind of a novelty, sort of, well, look at that. That's where we are right now with the Astros. There are some sideshow elements. I'm not going to say done, but it sure feels like
all right, the hope's still alive.
It sure feels.
It's enough to keep you interested.
Well, because of the sideshow elements. Let me explain that. Hunter Brown versus Fromberg.
That's tomorrow. Yeah, Hunter Brown has made his final rehab start. We talked about that, and he will be back with the big league club and with this series here versus the Tigers, which is awesome, right? This is an opportunity to be able to get your ace back, right? Yeah. Spencer Aggetti has been ace-like, which shout out to him because that is high praise. But get your actual ace back. Which, funny enough, can I stop down and ask this question? Is it too little, too late for Hunter Brown?
Well, what is your goal?
Well, one, I mean, just like coming back and making an impact on the season.
Well, no, it's not too little or too late, but that's kind of a sideshow element as well.
Okay, fair enough.
Hey, let's go watch Hunter Brown. You're not there.
That's fair.
You're not there to, this is a meaningful game. They're going to claw their way back into the race. No, you're there to watch Hunter Brown be a stud. Be the diesel.
Okay, so how about this? Is it too little, too late for Hunter Brown in Cy Young competition? A dude who was top 3 last year and very much feels like he has the stuff to do that kind of thing again. However, in this season, he has less than 11 innings pitched, if memory serves. I'll have to pull this back up to make sure that I have this correct. But Hunter Brown has not – I mean, he's barely pitched. What is this? 10 2/3 innings pitched. 0.84 ERA, which is fantastic. 1-0 thus far. But he's played 2 games. He's pitched in 2 games. And I think if you were to give him, let's say, just about 6 innings a game for the remainder of the games, he would get just under 110 innings pitched in addition to that. So let's say 120 innings pitched. That's not enough to win Cy Young, right?
Not enough. And keep in mind also, that's 6 innings pitched in every outing the rest of the way. They're going to manage him some. He might not go more than 5 innings, tomorrow. So then, they're going to have to play catch up. They're going to have a 6-man rotation in part to manage him. And then there's also he would have to go like 9-0 or 9-1.
Yeah, that's the thing. That's the thing that's outside of his purview, because the wins and losses still requires run support and defense, and those are things that have been sporadic at times for this Astros team. I'll ask you, because you're a sports writer by trade, you have more of an insight into this. One, how much do the wins and losses do they feel like they still matter now, right? Because I think that the metrics have crept up when we start talking about Cy Young. How much would those wins and losses, let's say that he ends up, I don't know, with what, 10?
Let's say 9-1. That's reasonable, I think. Let's say he goes 9-1. I think it matters.
I feel like he gets more well, does he?
Yeah, because
9-1 I can see.
He might not get more than that many decisions. Keep in mind, he might, with this offense, be erratic.
No decisions and stuff.
Yeah, there'll be some NDs in there. So I want to say that's an absolute, it ain't going to happen because the wins and losses matter so much. But the strength of pitching in Major League Baseball this year is in the National League.
Yeah, thankfully that's the case, because you got the Miz over there, you got Santana over there, you got Shohei Ohtani, you got Sale. I'm missing some guys, but there's a number of guys over. Oh, Skeens. Yeah, should probably remember him. Yeah. They're all in the NL. I think in the AL right now it's Cam Schlitter for the Yankees, who is the presumptive Cy Young favorite right now. And he, I believe, is 7-3. He has a 2.6, 2.8 ERA somewhere in there. If I could get you to a 9-1 Hunter Brown that keeps his ERA under 1, is there any way in hell that we can get like sports writers to get like narratively in on an Astros team that has their ace come back from injury and that buoys them towards something?
I'm going to say no, simply because the Astros are going to be lucky to be 9 games under 500. Lucky. Right now they're 7. And they just coming off of, as we mentioned, sort of the 2 last place teams that they faced. So I'm going to say no, and that's why I think Hunter Brown's kind of a sideshow at this point.
Yeah, that would really suck if we can't, even with superstar play for the second half of the season, if we can't get him into at least the conversation for Cy Young.
And this ties in with your Cy Young discussion. At this point, Yordan maybe somewhat of a long shot for MVP discussion.
Ooh, that one feels like he should. Well, I guess the question is how much does team winning then hurt him here? But I mean, he has a possibility. He might be like Triple Crown type stuff.
Well, that would do it. That would be, and I don't know if he's still leading, but for a moment there this weekend, he was leading in all 3. But no, that only something absolutely, otherworldly is going to get him an MVP with the Astros playing the way they are this season. Let me ask you this. How big of a sideshow act is Tatsuya Imai? Talk about the bearded lady. It's like, hey, you got a 9-0 lead, man. Oh.
Yeah, dude, that was truly atrocious.
That was awful.
Tatsuya Imai goes 2/3 of an inning after Yordan Alvarez 6 RBI in the first inning. Yes, he came back. He came around twice, and he had 2 home runs in the same damn inning. Talk about run support, right? Like, this is the type of thing where I imagine Hunter Brown was like, hey, save that for when I get back. Because all the time that I was doing stuff, y'all didn't give me none of that.
Yeah.
Right? And I'm going to come back, and y'all better keep doing this.
Yeah.
Right? Tatsuya Imai gets the benefit of, hey, man, I don't know how bad it has to be for you to go badly because you have 9 runs to start your outing. And he was like,
and it wasn't enough.
How about this bad?
Yeah.
How about this bad? 2/3, and he has to be helicoptered out of there.
Yeah.
And this is the type of bearded lady, as you say, that is actually like more creepy than like kind of interesting for me. Tatsuya Imai, for a period of time, when we draft the weekend, I'm like, all right, I want to watch this. I want to just see which Tatsuya. It's starting to get to a point where it's sad, and I'm like, I don't know how happy I'll be. I'll try and watch it just because I am interested in the possibility. We've seen enough in there at times to be like, hey, the possibility should be there that he can jump out and be some facsimile of the pitcher that we thought he was. But it's getting to a point where I'm like, I'm not expecting good things.
One more for you. Again, it's become more of a sideshow act right now, which is not a compliment in terms of big picture by any stretch. What about Mike Burrows? That guy, we were texting.
Oh, that one's far away from the beard lady for me.
Well, it kind of is for me though, because I've never seen a guy that can eat up innings and look so bad and give up so much. Like the guy, just pencil him in for 5 or 6 innings and leaving the game down 5 or 6 runs.
You know what kind of bearded lady?
It's uncanny.
You know what kind of bearded lady that is? It's the one where you check the paper to see what they wrote about the carnival as opposed to going to the carnival. That's how I feel. I will read the box score on what Mike Burrows did. And, of course, the job that we do means that I will watch these games.
Yeah.
But, like, if I was just a general fan, what I'd be doing, I'd be like, hey, let me see, what did he do? Oh, 6 innings, 5 earned runs? All right, cool. Like, that's the way that I would consume that
Because you think 6 innings, you think, well, now that's a quality start. No, it's not. He's thrown 70. He, by far, is the Astros leader in innings pitched. He's thrown 78 1/3 innings. And second place is Eric Getty with 63. But then you start looking at ERA. Oh, he's by far the worst there, too. By far the worst there. It's uncanny.
A great point on the Yordan Alvarez MVP circumstance. This is also another instance where you look at the contenders in the AL and you go, who are the other AL MVP contenders? Bobby Witt is one of them, and Bobby Witt's on a bad Royals team as well. So I think Yordan feels like he's in a good place still for the MVP. I feel like we're just in an entirely different circumstance with Hunter Brown. Is there anything else? I saw some things coming in on the text line. There's some frustration with Joe Espada, which I feel like we should get to, which we don't have time for right now. So what I'll do is remind you that you're in the loop right here on Sports Radio 610. And coming up next, we'll get into what's popping, including how did you feel about the Joe Espada, how he handled Game 3 of the Royals series, and a former Houston sports legend ends up getting hemmed up this weekend. We'll talk about that and more next.
Area 45 with Bijani and Creighton.
doctor about Amvuttra for ATTR-CM.
The biggest stories in sports and entertainment. Sports Radio 610 style. In the Loop presents What's Poppin'.
Yeah, you're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610. Let's get into what's popping here on this Monday. First and foremost, keep yourself dry and safe out there on these streets if you happen to be out and about. Inclement weather has shut down the FIFA Houston World Cup 26 fan festival out there in Edo. So
it's like Buffalo having a snow day. When we have a rain out in Houston.
Yeah, but it's because of the flash flood possibilities. Like this is real inclement weather. So Houston, if you listen to this show, I have a strong feeling that you are of here, and that water comes down, there are spots where it gets a little tough. So make sure you turn around.
That's the thing. That's the real thing here.
Mm-hmm.
When I first moved here, I thought it was crazy when people were like, man, I got to get home. It's about to rain. I'm like, what?
Yeah.
And then I lived here for a few years and ended up living through Harvey. And I'm like, oh, okay.
Now I get it.
I get it.
Turn around, don't drown.
Yep. So now whenever it's raining, I ain't going nowhere.
And I, honestly, thank God that we're not talking about anything on the levels of Harvey or anything of the sort. However, it's a lot of rain. So make sure that you're careful driving.
Is it technically hurricane season?
Not officially yet. Is it?
When is hurricane season?
It's right around now. Yeah,
Okay.
I think it is. It probably is.
It's about that time.
We're in June now. Yeah.
Yep.
Which I got to go find the list when it comes to hurricane season of a season of the names.
Yeah.
It's always interesting to see what names they put out there. I wonder if one of the names is Hurricane James. James got to be on there, as James is one of them names that when it comes up, at least in the Harden variety, you already know there is something that is not necessarily the best happening of late. It's been a little while since you've heard James Harden. You go, oh, okay, here comes a good story.
Yeah.
Obviously, he did not perform very well for the Cleveland Cavaliers, who acquired his services this season and when it came to the postseason, and his name came up in the offseason, which is never good. And in this instance, it's because he got hemmed up, arrested, and charged with unlawfully carrying a gun here in Harris County. Was it Harris County specifically, I believe? Actually, I need to double check that.
Had to be, right?
But it was in the Houston area here, as he's still a resident here. Yes, and it was Harris County, according to the Harris County District Attorney's Office. And can I tell you the thing that caught me off guard here?
I'm sure it's the same thing that's caught me off guard.
Because I know a lot of people were like, oh, here he goes. Here's James Harden, being a nuisance or one thing or another. The thing that I asked was, wait, ain't Texas open carry?
Yeah.
Like, how did he end up getting arrested for unlawfully carrying a gun when I thought you could just carry a gun? Like, it's not like there's permits necessary to acquire a firearm. And
you don't even have to say where you got it.
Correct.
In Texas.
And so,
but is it a rule if it's
open
under the influence or something like that?
Well, that for sure. But open carry also, I think you have to have done the course if you have open carry. Now you can keep your gun in your vehicle, but to have it displayed, I believe or on the seat, you have to have passed that course. Help us out. Because I'm always a little sketchy on all this. 713-572-4610.
It sounds kind of crazy because caught with a gun.
Yeah.
But I think he got bailed out. I think it was only like $100 or something like that.
I didn't see that.
Yeah.
He did go to the clink though, man. He spent a couple of hours.
Yeah. His bail wasn't that much. Where I'm like, dang, is this really a serious charge or just something bonehead he did that you gotta go because of this?
Yeah, and it seems like this is going to be fairly technical, right? I did very cursory search because, again, I am nobody's lawyer. I have no JDs. I claim nothing of the sort. But when it comes down to it, like there's the and let me make sure that I get this right, or at least as close to right as I possibly can. I'm guessing this is some level like disorderly conduct because if if you are carrying a gun all willy-nilly, I think that at that point the police could be like, hey, yeah.
We're getting some. I think we're getting some clarity from some people on the text board. In the vehicle, it has to be in the holster if it's visible. You can't just have it lying there. If it is not visible, doesn't need to be in a holster, at least according to one. And somebody else said. Is if the only way you can get arrested is to have a concealed holster. So, that's probably something to do with it. But very technical. I mean, it's Texas. You can have a gun,
So that kind of explained it was only $100 to get out jail for that. So it's probably something a little silly that he could have did.
Yeah.
But your name, James Harden, And when something like this pops up, it's going to come out. The thing that I find interesting about this is like the general reaction to it, because again, right, it seems fairly technical in the way that this goes about it, unless I just don't fully understand what is happening there, which again happens from time to time. But I'm always fascinated by when places that have relatively lax gun laws, and I'm not making a political statement, please don't come for me. But when somebody, especially an athlete, has some level of incident like this, the way that we react to it largely is dictated by how we feel about that player.
Oh, sure.
Right?
Sure.
Because again, like I think a lot of us understand, especially it seems like a lot of our listenership understand, hey man, this is a place in which, we have a particular relation with the firearms, and people are allowed to have a lot more leeway with that. And this is one of those instances where he is also a resident of Texas, man. So he has that leeway as well.
No, you're absolutely right. If this were a very popular, respected player in town, people would be like, come on, man, it's Texas. But if it's James Harden, it's like, dang that guy.
It kind of reminds me of the whole Myles Garrett thing, keep getting caught speeding.
Yeah.
Where, eventually you had some people that was tired of it, but most of the people was just like, come on, man. I'm like, dog, he was going way over the speed limit, man.
Yep.
Now, it is worth noting that this, and maybe this is also how, in addition to him just not showing up in the playoffs, if this is how this colors it, that he's been a subject of a few investigations and lawsuits and stuff. Remember in 2018 when he grabbed a woman's wrist, took her cell phone, damaged it, right? There's that. There's the civil suit from when he, had his people trying to whoop somebody's ass outside a nightclub.
There is that.
You know what I mean? Like these things.
He's got some priors, air quotes.
Quote unquote, yes.
Air quotes. Yeah.
But again, I don't know if that's what's doing it, or if people are just like, hey, James Harden, you decided you wanted to leave our city, and so we don't like it.
Yeah.
Who knows? Some other things that are indeed popping. Shout out to the New York Knicks, who end up winning a championship. Game 5 goes pretty damn smoothly for them. As much as any of these games have, being that they went down, they ended up coming back, and they win 94-90. Jalen Brunson, 45 points of the 94 points that were had there. He ends up winning finals
When you
MVP.
say it out loud.
Yeah. I didn't even think about it from that point.
That's correct.
I kind of scoffed at the 45 points.
I think that's like 49% of the points that were scored by the team was scored by this one dude who is 6'2".
Yeah.
In the midst of all of
generously.
This. That's right.
Yeah.
That's right. And so this was a fascinating game because again, it felt like it was deja vu all over again. To quote, is that Yogi Berra?
Yeah.
Right. It's just the same game over and over in slightly different varieties, and the Knicks get it done.
And you have to give them the ultimate credit of being a built for this team. They are absolutely built for this with the closer, 45 points, but really closing in all their wins and even their loss. He didn't start out with the best numbers statistically, but always closed in the fourth quarter, and it was always with the ball in his hand, but also just surrounding him. I mean, it was a different role player in every game that really helped, kind of withstood the Spurs leads. So they just put it together. And the head coach, we talked about that earlier. The head coach really made a big difference.
Who are you happiest for in all of this? Because I think Mike Brown might have been my answer. I think that he is, speaking of underrated, overrated, just kind of perceptions, it feels like the perception of him has for a long time been off. And this felt like a little bit of a correction of that for him because he's often been a pretty damn good coach. I don't know if I'd always called him like a great coach, like an excellent coach, but he's been a pretty damn good coach, and it has felt like he's been viewed as if he has been some level of joke or some sort. Maybe
it has to be Mike Brown, doesn't it?
Yeah.
And Brunson to a degree. Brunson to a degree.
There's some Karl Anthony Towns that absolutely can be looked at. Another dude who's kind of...
That's a good one.
Who's...
Taylor Swift.
I feel like that one is one of these things is not like the other. Taylor Swift is one of them.
You don't think so?
No.
Yeah.
I mean, I would go to clearly Spike Lee. I would go to Tracy Morgan. I'd go to Ben Stiller, Larry David.
The day ones, as they say.
I'd go to Timothy Chalamet before I go to her. No, without question.
Larry David.
I go to Law and Order.
Oh yeah, Mariska Hargitay.
Yeah.
Who, by the way, every game that she's been to
and
in this
Chris
series,
Maloney too, man.
Yeah, no, it's fair. But Mariska Hargitay, apparently she had a double duty show before Game 3. Like she had two shows on Broadway. As soon as she got done with her second show, she footed it
out
She literally ran to the game. Like, all right, you a real fan.
Yeah.
She ran to the game to be at the game.
She hugs everyone, too. I like that. She's like, hey, come give me a hug.
I bet you do.
Legitimately.
That's my Olivia Benson.
Legitimately, yeah.
I want to go back to the Astros. I said I was going to bring this up. In Game 3 of a 3-game set versus the Royals, they end up losing 4-0, which would have been, it felt like a game that you really wanted to have. We kind of said it that they needed to win 4 out of the 6 games in this road trip for us to be happy. They end up winning 3, in part because this game that they had yesterday, they lose. And part of that was a lineup that looked like it was never going to win it anyways. Mm-hmm. Did you have the same feeling, John Lopez, when you saw that batting fourth for your Houston Astros, Joey Loperfido in left?
Yeah. Getting a lot of run on the whole lineup thing here. Where do you fall on that?
I am not in the same place that I think a lot of people are. I've seen someone on the text line who was like, I am in on the Joe must go kind of mantra, because you need to win these games. You're in a chase to try and get back into it. And Isaac Paredes does not play. In fact, playing third base was the debut of Reynaldo Delgado, who ended up getting his first hit of his tenure as a Houston Astro. But yeah, Isaac Paredes isn't playing. No Jose Altuve. And the tough thing about it is, I very much feel the idea of, hey man, pedal to the metal feels like it needs to be the way that you go in order to try and get yourself back into this. At the same time, the place that you are in the standings does not change the fact that there's 162 of these and you need to manage this. Talk less about Isaac Paredes. Didn't Isaac Paredes have a major injury?
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like and he's been playing. I need to go back and check the game log, how many games he's played consecutively. He's played a number of games consecutively. There needs to be off days. Like I think that there's something to maybe be said about spreading out some of these rests, and maybe that's what some people are getting to.
Look,
there's got to be rest in here, man.
I completely get the argument on the other side. Hey, you need to get back in this. What are you doing? I understand that. I don't agree with it. Just because you're still way back in the race, maybe you'll argue that's how you get back into it, playing these guys when others take those days off. But the fact that you have a 37-year-old and a guy with an injury, relative injury history recently, that's too big a risk. What happens if something's aggravated, And
a fair point that I saw made, I believe Spillane made this point as well. This is not a one-man decision. I think we're long gone are the days where the manager is making this decision unilaterally and by his gut alone. There's the research staff that's going to be putting in some considerations when it comes to like physiological data. The general manager is going to factor in without a question, like the entirety of this front office, or maybe not the entirety, but a good chunk of the front office. Part of their jobs is knowing when to push and when not to. Yes. Now, we can argue how good this Astros front office has been just in general and making those decisions, but I think that hitting Joe Espada over the head with that in particular is maybe a little too harsh. Again,
I'm with you.
We're to a point where there's criticisms that are there to be had about Joe Espada and the ways that this team is played. This one feels like a little bit too far.
Yes.
This is just a frustration, which, again, earned frustration when it comes to the Astros in general, but this is just frustration, I think, welling up more than anything tangible. But there you go. You're in the loop right here on Sports Radio 610. That is indeed what is popping, at least as much as I can think of in this moment as we roll on a Monday. All right, coming up next, let's talk a little bit about the Texans, who, again, are on their summer vacation. However, 3 of them popped out to a Dick's Sporting Goods to enjoy meeting with the fans in celebration of the World Cup and the footy. And one of them is Tank Dell, who spoke this weekend. I would like to read between the lines, if you will. Let's do that next.
How's Coach D'Amico feeling about his squad after the first day of mandatory minicamp?
Our team is looking great. I feel really, really good about where we are as a team. It's one of the best OTAs that we've had since I've been here in the past 4 years. I'm really excited about training camp.
Insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here.
Your Odyssey Sports Minute is brought to you by Zadig Jewelers.
This is an Odyssey Sports Minute.
The New York Knicks captured their first NBA title since 1973, overcoming a late fourth-quarter deficit to defeat the San Antonio Spurs 94-90 in Game 5. Finals MVP Jalen Brunson delivered a historic title-clinching 45-point performance to secure the emotional victory and end the franchise's 53-year championship drought. I'm Maddie Bates.
This is the story of the one who keeps multiple buildings running smoothly day after day. Plumbing that flows, HVAC that hums, cleaning supplies that keep surfaces sparkling. That's why she counts on Grainger. With easy reordering online and 24/7 support, Grainger helps her keep the products she needs on hand. So shelves stay stocked and buildings stay ready. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
I'm David Ortiz. When I lost my mom, she was only 46, and I lost my dad to cancer. It was the worst pain I ever felt. It made me think, what will happen with the people I love when my time is up? That's why I have life insurance. Ethos makes it easy. It's all online, take about 10 minutes, and you can get up to $3 million in coverage.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/game. That's ethos.com/game. Paid testimonial. Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required.
Okay, class, let's begin.
Psst, love your boots. I just sold a pair like that on eBay.
Oh, really?
Yeah, it took like 2 seconds to list, and they sold almost immediately. I've been selling everything lately. Some chunky boots, a faux fur coat I never wore, and a vintage chair that was more of an expensive clothing rack.
You know, I actually bought these on eBay. Wait, are you Kitty Sell Stuff from Brooklyn?
Okay, quiet, please.
Find what you love, sell what you don't. eBay, things people love.
Shop the Sherwin-Williams sale and get 30% off Super Paint, Super Deck, and Woodscapes products June 12th through the 22nd. Whether you're refreshing your interior or exterior, we've got the colors to bring your vision to life. And with delivery, getting everything to your door is easier than ever. Shop online to have it delivered or visit your neighborhood Sherwin-Williams store. Retail sales only. Some exclusions apply. See store for details. Delivery available on qualifying orders.
Man, I love this place. I've been surfing here since I was a kid. Now, seeing my grandson out on the water, it means everything to me. Watching him and taking in the blue waves, the sea breeze, the blurry horizon.
If you have geographic atrophy, or GA, subtle changes in vision could mean it's progressing toward irreversible vision loss. Izervay is proven to slow GA progression and could help preserve your vision for longer, so you may keep seeing the world around you. Izervay, or avacincaptad pegol, is an eye injection. Don't take it if you have an infection or active swelling in or around your eye. Izervay can cause eye infection, retinal detachment, or increased risk of wet AMD. Izervay may cause blood in the white of the eye, blurred vision, or a temporary increase in eye pressure. Do not drive or use machinery until vision has recovered after an eye injection or exam. Ask your retina specialist how you can slow your GA with Izervay. To learn more, call 1-855-IZERVAY or go to izervay.com. Paid for by Astellas Pharma.
Hey, it's Sean Pendergast, my good friend, Dr. Ben Salento, Texas Sinus and Snoring. He is my sleep doctor. It was back in February of 2018. I had it. I was getting bad sleep. My wife had it. I was snoring, and I was on the verge of dying probably from sleep apnea. I had horrible sleep apnea. Dr. Ben Salento fixed it for me. He can fix it for you. Take it from me. I'm a patient of his and a huge fan of his and his team's work, and he is going to get your sleep fixed, and your quality of life is going to go through the roof. Sleep is the key to everything. He's accepting new patients. Same day and same week appointments are available, and they're open Monday through Friday, 8 a.m. to 5 p.m. All you've got to do is call 346-413-6719 anytime 8 to 5 and set that appointment. Mention radio for an appointment, 346-413-6719, and mention radio. If you want to see the latest feedback streaming real time from their patients, visit TexasSinusandSnoring.com/reviews. That's TexasSinusandSnoring.com/reviews.
In the military, the mission was clear. You knew what to do. Now, the mission has changed. Stepping into civilian life isn't about finding a job. It's finding your purpose.
I wanted a career that would leverage the skills and discipline I gained in the military. IT just felt right.
My Computer Career offers class schedules that fit into your life and skills in high demand. Put your VA benefits to work. Visit mycomputercareer.edu/CWP to jumpstart your IT career today. An Elite CompTIA certification partner. Financial aid is available to those who qualify, including VA benefits.
When it comes to family law, a lot has changed in recent years, so assumptions can be costly. If you see or sense a change coming in your family life that could have legal implications, it's important to know where you stand. What are your rights and responsibilities? Getting good legal advice early is never a bad idea. I'm Joe Cordell of Cordell & Cordell. If you or anyone you know is facing a family law issue, start with a consultation. Visit CordellCordell.com.
Office in Houston Metro and St. Louis.
Onyx, I keep having stomach issues. Please make me a doctor's appointment.
Okay, are you suffering from diarrhea, bloating, gas, or oily stools? If so, you may want to ask your doctor if it could actually be a problem with your pancreas, called exocrine pancreatic insufficiency, or EPI.
My pancreas? How is EPI treated?
A prescription medicine like Creon, pancrelipase, is used to treat people who can't digest food normally because their pancreas doesn't make enough enzymes. Creon is the #1 prescribed treatment for EPI.
Creon may increase your chance of fibrosing colonopathy, a rare bowel disorder. Tell your doctor if you have a history of intestinal blockage or scarring or thickening of your bowel wall, if you are allergic to pork, or if you have gout, kidney problems, or worsening of painful swollen joints. Call your doctor if you have any unusual or severe gastrointestinal symptoms or allergic reactions. Take Creon as directed by your doctor, and always with food. Do not chew capsules, as this may cause mouth irritation. Other side effects may include blood sugar changes, gas, dizziness, sore throat, and cough. These are not all the side effects of Creon. You can learn more at 1-800-633-9110.
Before your appointment, visit creoninfo.com. That's CREON info.com.
From the West Point Lincoln and West Point Lincoln of Sugar Land Studios, KILT FM HD2 Houston. On Odyssey Sports Station, the Texans play here. Sports Radio 610 presents In the Loop with John Lopez and Reggie Atatula.
Yeah, we're in the loop right here on Sports Radio 610. You are as well. I don't know why I said it that way. I usually say it the other way. Regardless, yeah, we are. We in the loop. Hope you're having a good Monday to this point. I think Lopez is having a pretty good Monday, although he is a little perplexed about something. We are in the midst of the World Cup, and we personally on the program are enjoying it. Hopefully you are finding ways to enjoy it. Spain, Cape Verde is happening right now. It's the first of 4 matches on the day. I wouldn't say it's the most interesting, and I wouldn't have said that coming in. I would have imagined it would look a little different. 0-0 right now at the half, and you have been just wondering, how is that the case?
Spain is dominating possession, just absolutely peppering the goal with shots. They have 13 shots on goal, which what's the comparison, if you're not familiar, in one half? 13 shots on goal with 0 goals.
I feel like if I'm going to, well, I mean, the easy one would be hockey, right? Would be just going directly there. But then also, I feel like it'd be just
like you've been in the red zone 5 times and it's 0-0 at that.
That's a fair point. I was gonna go with like a number of hard hit balls, but not scoring any runs yet.
I think it's red zone.
Red zone might be.
You've reached the red zone 5 times and it's 0-0 at the half.
So a Texans game.
Yeah. Miami's having a bad day.
Yeah.
13 shots on goal against Cape Verde.
They keep going for it on the one.
That dude is like he's playing ping pong back there, man.
Yeah, no, the Cape Verde goalie has been pretty fantastic in this one. And also, I think that similarly, we should also take this to Spain and be like, hey, man, y'all are supposed to be the second ranked team in the world, rather. You should be able to break down a Cape Verde team. Like, you should be able to find the ways through and around. And they have not done that yet. So they need to find their level in the match. We'll see if they do that. Or if not, maybe we can make fun of Spain. Because you know what? That's part of the fun of World Cup. It's not just watching the matches.
Making fun of countries.
Get into the banter of it all. No, but whenever we do any sports, right, that's a large part of the fun. I don't think people are just watching what's happening, X's and O's on the field. No, part of it is the culture around it. It's being able to turn to your neighbor and go, your team stinks. Look at that.
Yeah.
Why are y'all not able to do the thing that you're supposed to do right now?
Absolutely.
You know, that's fun. All right, so let's talk a little bit about these Texans as they end their summer break. I like calling it summer vacation because I like thinking back to when I was a child and I had whimsy and wistfulness, and all of that is gone now. But the Texans still have that opportunity. They get to clock out for the summer. Spend what is it? What was the number that
40 days? I guess we're about 36 now, 37.
I still have no idea if that's the case. We're still waiting to find out when training camp begins in earnest for your Texans. But in the meantime, they definitely have time off. But 3 guys, Danielle Hunter, Nico Collins, and Tank Dell, all showed up to a Dick's Sporting Goods in the greater Houston area to sign autographs, spend times with fans. And Aaron Wilson of KPRC2 caught up with Tank Dell, who is of great fascination for this offense right now, because depending on what he looks like, that is a dude who is a valuable weapon, at least in theory, what he has been.
Speaking of red zone.
Right? Yeah, speaking of red zone, he has been a dude who in the past has been a good red zone option. And so it was very interesting to get an opportunity to hear from Tank Dell. This is Tank 1. This was Tank being asked about what helped him get through the time period with coming back from the terrible, drastic knee injury that he sustained in Kansas City.
What kept you going through the whole thing? What kept you fighting through to get to this point? So
As far as
coming back and
you get a 2024 Ferrari. To be honest, I'm not supposed to be answering those questions, but I will give y'all. I give y'all that. What kept me going is God, my faith in God, my belief in God, to know that I can overcome this if I just put Him first, put my trust in Him, and just work hard.
I have questions.
Please.
I have questions. First of all,
I want to know more about that Ferrari.
That's one of them.
Somebody was talking about.
Who's getting the 2024 Ferrari in the background?
And they Daniil Hunter.
Yeah, Daniil's like, hey man, this GTR is still where I want to be.
Yes.
Which it's funny because I remember when we were talking about it and everybody's like, oh man, he still drives a Nissan. I was like, hey, these are not the same Nissans. He's not in an Altima like us. You know what I mean?
Yes.
But yes, that's a fair point. Where'd you want to go elsewhere?
The second question is, I'm not supposed to talk about that?
Yeah, that was the one that caught me.
They have talking points. We've wondered about that a little bit here and there, and it's not unique to the Texans. A lot of times you get some PR people saying, hey, here's what we would hope you would do if you're ever in a situation where you speak publicly or to the media or whatever.
You think you got in trouble for this?
Maybe a little bit. Maybe a little bit.
I feel like Tank Dell exists as a...
You think Casario came in? Come on, Tank.
Yeah, something along those lines. Not like legit trouble, but definitely sending the message.
We can't give these media people anything.
The question I would ask is, remember what the question actually is. What helped you get through?
Mm-hmm.
That's not really inherently about the injury or like the ins and outs of the recovery process. And so I wonder when he answers that, when he says, I'm not supposed to like give y'all that, basically, I do wonder, was he being literal? Like, did they talk about this in particular, or just he's not supposed to talk at all about the recovery process?
That's what I think it is, about the injury. I think, you're right. That was the question.
They haven't talked to Tank, or Tank hasn't addressed the media in a very long time.
Right. And so I think you're right. Like, if you want to get technical, the question didn't necessarily fit the answer, but what his perspective was, is, as I see it, is I ain't supposed to talk about the injury at all. But then he goes from there. So there's that, and there's also, like, if you wonder about talking points, they clearly get them. Makes your mind wander about some of the other things they've been sort of using as themes, in this OTA and minicamp season and now off season.
It seems like you have an angle here.
Yeah, there is a theme that we have seen multiple times from everyone. Has to do with your quarterback, right? Did it make you think about that at all? Like, oh, he's doing great. Great approach, everything that he needs to do. He's done, different guy, all that stuff. Is that a talking point?
We're not going to really get into a lot of hypotheticals, a lot of speculation, right?
Thank you for joining us, Nick. It does feel like it.
Mm-hmm.
As much as you could say, hey, these things feel logical, that in year 2 of operating the system and with the opportunity to stop and really appreciate and figure out, both from the Nick Haley side of things of, hey, I have a better understanding of what we actually are doing now with a full year under our belt, and CJ Stroud being, I've worked with some of these things in the physical, actual environments that I need to do, and maybe I have a better understanding of how it works. That would make sense. And yet and still, when we get everybody out here saying the same damn thing, which honestly, certain folks who have had the opportunity to be at practice have been like, not as much as being said. It does make you wonder how much of this is just, this was the company line, and this is what was there to be said. And it also then points to the idea that they got rabbit ears, right? The Texans don't want you to believe that they have rabbit ears at times, and I understand why, right? This is not unique to them either. NFL teams are like, no, we don't care about the outside noise. Nah, man, you do.
Yeah, you do.
The conversations.
They all do.
The conversations were very clear about CJ Stroud, even though I think a lot of us could argue got to be unfair a decent amount. I saw you, Figgy, jumping back into the CJ Stroud as facsimile.
When we talk about something that ain't no fair, man. No, it's definitely fair after those last 2 games.
Yes, it is. It is.
But he can bounce back. He can bounce back.
Bounce like what?
Bounce that Stroud back.
There it is. I know what's happening here. I see you. I can see where you're trying to go. But like some of it got unfair, but they heard that and they want to counter that. Like, they want to counter that conversation, and so all the conversation points, except for when Stingley buffered that one time, have jumped immediately to how well CJ is practicing and the offense in general is executing what they're doing. And so, it makes you wonder how much do they actually believe that. Jerry Shaplinsky has sounded, though, that he is speaking not off of a talking point, like he's talking about what he's actually seeing, because he's given us details, right?
Well, I think some players and coaches legitimately have seen, and hopeful, maybe it's rose-colored glasses. I mean, it's the spring. It's not even summer yet officially. So they're seeing a guy come in embracing the offense, and maybe they're seeing that and seeing a new CJ, Shaplinski included. But for everyone to do it, it does make you wonder about the old talking points.
It does. Hey, Vic, can you do me a favor? Can you just find me that Stingley audio again, because it makes me smile. When he was asked about C.J. Stroud. But while we're doing that, I do want to come back to the tank of it all. He did say that, obviously the faith has kept him going and everything. Or actually, I just want to come back to, why do you feel like there's anything besides just the Texans' nature of not wanting to give too much on injuries as to why maybe they might have kind of embargoed him talking about the process?
Oh, I think it's just kind of a philosophy and approach standard. We don't talk about injuries. We've seen it multiple times, year in, year out, throughout their entire regime. That's just not something they do. Okay,
so you're not going to the place that some people on text line are going to, where they go, hearing that makes me think that he is further off or further along than he...
Further along?
Or no, sorry, further away, rather,
right.
From being prepared to return to football in all reality.
I could see where you get there. I don't feel that way. I think they're all in the same place of he's come along pretty well, and the reason I say that is because they've actually put a date on it. Training camp. Nick Caserio said expects him to be working during training camp. So I think they feel like he's coming along, but not even they know for sure. Once you start, practice after practice, cut after cut. Is he going to be responding? Is it going to be there even? It's one thing to look, 100%, air quote, when you're working out. It's a whole different world when you're there. So I think they feel good about it, but not certain.
Yeah. And, I guess there's not a way to feel certain about dude tearing all the CLs, right? Like having the catastrophic injury that we've only seen a handful of times in sports, really. Yeah, that did feel a little interesting to me, that it was like, hey, let's not talk about this at all. But maybe it's just Tank going, I'm going to be extra careful and say that I'm not supposed to talk about anything as it relates anywhere to my knee. Like maybe he would have talked about, hey, do you enjoy taking a knee sometimes? Hey, not supposed to talk about knees, right? Head, shoulders, knees, and toes, can't talk about that.
Can't talk about it.
Not supposed to talk about that. Like I do wonder how far he would have taken that. But it is good, obviously. The spirit's clearly there. The spirit that they talk about of, oh, man, he's in good spirits, you see it. In fact, actually, before we get to more Tank, I did ask Figgy to find something. Pursuant to the C.J. Stroud and the seeming talking points that everybody had, remember that one time where Derek Stingley was asked if he's seen the progress that people have talked about with the offense, and then it sounded like this?
They're moving like pre-snap. They're moving faster and quicker. Like they look like all the motions or correct, I would say, or they break the huddle and then they get into the line. Everybody kind of know what to do. But yeah, I think they're gonna be good.
They break the huddle.
They break the huddle.
They break the huddle.
They break the huddle pretty good.
Two more things that I realized in hearing this another time. All their motions are correct.
Yeah.
And they're going to be good. Neither of those say that they are good right now. Now, of course,
they break the huddle, all right.
Yeah. But doesn't it, hearing Stingley now after hearing Tank say I'm not supposed to talk about, doesn't it even hit you even funnier? Because you can tell he's like, well, I'm supposed to say they're good, but I got to make myself do. I don't know. How do I do this?
Again, it
kind of confirms the whole Patriots thing too, man. Like just media people was cool, but let's not give them anything.
Yeah.
No, that's fair. That's a fair point. Like the influence of the many people who have worked in the Patriot system continues to show out in that way. One more thing from Tank, though. He was asked about what is the love that his teammates have continually showed him. What does it mean to him?
What does that mean to you, the love and support of your teammates, your family, everyone that believes in you?
Oh, it means the most. My family, of course, God first, but my family, of course, and the belief I have from the organization, from Nick on to the bottom, from D'Amico to my receiver coach Ben, to the training staff, Roland and everyone in the training staff. It's been a great ride, a great journey, and they held me down from the jump. Like anything I needed, I could go in there and talk to him about it, especially D'Amico. His number one rule, like one of his number one rules, like his door always open. You can talk to him about anything. And like I stated before in the past, he's a player coach, so you can really talk to D'Amico about anything and he'd be there for you. So they just held me down from the jump, and it's been awesome. And I'm thankful to be in the situation that I was in. I'm thankful to be at the Texans, be playing for the Texans.
Now, that to me is just legit. I mean, I think it truly is. He has gotten all that support. He does have a lot of confidence and admiration for everybody in the organization, just the way they've supported him. Yeah, that I totally buy.
No, for sure.
Yeah.
Absolutely, that's something that's shown out. That's all fine and good, and that's an identity piece that clearly matters intrinsically. I'm still very intrigued as to what any of this and what all of it means for what Tank Dell looks like if and when he returns to the field.
Yeah.
Right? Like if I'm trying to use any of this to make myself feel better about what it might look like and when he gets back to like the field in earnest, I don't have a great idea. Now, he did try and give us, because I think he was asked, or I guess in the course of a question, it was phrased as, we got a glimpse of you at training camp, and Tank went so far as to go, nah, that wasn't even a glimpse, because they were going half speed or whatever.
Yeah,
I appreciate the arrogance is the word that keeps coming to mind, but that's not the right word. Like the confidence rather that he has there. Where's your confidence level on Tank Dell when and how he returns to the football field?
It's still a little bit up in the air. I mean, he said it as much. He just alluded to it. The other thing that I think, I'm not going to say you're in danger of, but I think it's going to be a factor, is everybody with these talking points, seemingly, that are out there, boy, that has a chance to backfire, doesn't it? On Tank Dell and C.J. Stroud. Like if C.J. Stroud all of a sudden, struggles a little bit early in camp, even if he ends up having a, decent year, it's going to be, I thought you guys said he was buying in. If Tank Dell doesn't really work in training camp until maybe the last week and is really brought along lots lower, then all of a sudden you'll be like, I thought he was ready to go.
Yeah, which is funny because, again, the Texans have operated in a way where they haven't told us much up until recently. So I really do hope that, like, that in and of itself tells us that he is nearing ready to go, and that once you get to training camp that he will be ready to go. But you're right. It'll be a real bad look if we end up in that place. And so all of this was just talking points that was supposed to get us off their case.
Would y'all be shocked if he's not on the field at week 1, the regular season?
No.
I don't think I would be.
No.
Yeah.
I mean, this has been such a long process back. Also, when you compare this to the other circumstances where you've seen players have this catastrophic of an injury, when they come back, it takes a while, and they also just are different dudes.
Yeah.
And so there is something to be said about him returning, especially if he doesn't get a ton, depending on how much time he gets in training camp. Can he find who Tank Dell is now, not trying to be who Tank Dell was?
Yeah.
That's also, in theory, not an easy process of figuring out how you fit in now to what they're asking you to do and what they could reasonably even ask of you now as a different player with different ligament circumstances. So, I wouldn't be surprised.
And see, that's why I wouldn't even depend on having Tank Dell for the season. I would focus on who I have right now. And if he come back good to go, then let's go. But I wouldn't count on once we get Tank Dell back, those conversations are done for me.
All right, you're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610. Coming up next, let's get to our lunchtime confessions. It's still 0-0 there in Atlanta in the World Cup. We'll talk. We'll get to our confessions next.
All right, let's talk about Kalshi. Let's do it right now because, Houston is having a blast with this world's biggest soccer tournament happening here, and it's really looking that way, feeling that way. A couple of big games here in Houston.
Stop in and join the party with us all tournament long at Shell Energy Stadium.
Houston's sports leader. Sports Radio 610.
In the Loop is powered by Mokaram Injury Lawyers. Heard in an accident? Call Mokaram Injury Lawyers at 281-222-2222. Sometimes it's sports, sometimes it's not. Whatever it is, Reggie and John are keeping it real. It's In the Loop's Lunchtime Confessions on Sports Radio 610.
Watch this. These are my confessions.
All right, so if you're looking for a World Cup update real quick, Spain and Cape Verde. Remember the question of the day?
Yeah.
What a Maddox is when you throw a complete game in under 100 pitches. And then we talked about what a Fox is, when you spit the bit in the fourth quarter. I think Spain is right now a Nick Anderson. They are just missing and missing and missing. They have 19 shots on goal, and it's 0-0.
Yeah, shout out to Cape Verde, man. Like, they've come in and they know that they need to defend.
I got a question. So let's say Spain somehow lose this game 1-0 or whatever.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
How embarrassing should Spain be?
Very.
Oh, yeah.
Very.
It'd be real embarrassing.
They're the number 2 or 3 team in the world, aren't they?
They're a second-ranked team by FIFA right now.
Yeah.
They could still get out of the group stage, right? There's still 2 other matches, but that would definitely change the dynamic. These 3 points have been basically written in pencil since the groups were announced when it comes to Spain versus Cape Verde. So, it'd be very embarrassing. Just to also give you, I believe Cape Verde is ranked 67th in the world. That's one of the lowest-ranked teams that is in this World Cup final. And so, with that being the case, it'd be wild embarrassing, but they would be able to bounce back and still go into the knockout.
I was trying to get a feel how good the other team.
Hey, Spanish fans right now in Barcelona and Madrid and everywhere around the world,
chanting "fire the head"?
They are losing their minds.
They trying to fire the manager.
Yes. By the way, a coach got fired today.
I saw that.
Did they already get him out of here?
Tunisia's gone.
I saw that
after one game. One game in the world, you're gone.
I mean, they
are out of here.
They did catch a 5-1 beating against the side that they probably should have been able to play more competitively, but they were like,
what was going on in that locker room after
that
the
dude
game?
took Tunisia to the World Cup. Loses one game, sorry man, you're gone.
Hey man, you can't embarrass us in front of company. In front of company. Everybody's watching this.
In front of the hose. All right. So anyway.
Oh yeah, I forgot confessions. That's right.
Back to confessions. This is too much. I know we talk a lot about how corrupt and bad FIFA is and all that, but I guess there's no line. My confession was going to be this is just far too much. They should let this go, but it is FIFA, so they're not going to let this go. We all know how much the almighty dollar matters to them.
A ton.
We've talked about the quote-unquote hydration breaks. Mm-hmm. Which they're doing in indoor stadiums, and they're doing in 72 degrees.
Yeah, shout out to Virgil van Dijk of the Netherlands calling out FIFA, saying that he didn't think that they should do those in air-conditioned stadiums. Yeah. Obviously, they should just be like they previously were, just up to the referee's discretion in certain instances.
But why are they doing it? Because they can sell it. That's FIFA. That's what they do. But this is way, way too much. I didn't think they would stoop this low, but they have. All right, so you go to any stadium, including Houston Stadium, which they cover up the branding of everything if they can't make any dollars themselves on it. Did you see what they're doing at the concession stands?
No.
At the concession stands of these stadiums, the condiments like Hunt's ketchup, whatever mustard, and mayonnaise and all that.
Are the concessions still ran by the
even the squirt thing?
The normal.
I'm guessing.
Okay.
Because this is happening at stadiums across the country.
So they're getting the same hot dogs we would be getting if we was at a football game right now.
They're taping over the brands on the concession on the condiments.
No free promo.
Who's gonna? What is going? Who's gonna see that? How is that gonna be like?
Nobody now. They're like, hey, man, if you want people to see this, you better come pay FIFA.
Before every game.
At that point, I'm not putting my product in there then. If y'all doing all that.
Yeah. They have someone go by all the concessions and tape over the brand names of the condiments. Like.
I respect it, actually. I'm going how? I respect it. They're like, no free promo, and we're not being lazy about it.
But again, the only people seeing it are the people buying that hot dog.
That's right. And even still, This is just ketchup. What kind of ketchup? Ketchup. Because ain't nobody pay us for it.
It's FIFA ketchup.
When Hunts comes through and tells us they want to pay FIFA, then it could be Hunts ketchup. Right now, just ketchup.
But they're paying someone, or maybe it's a volunteer, to tape over.
Oh, it's going to be a volunteer.
Yeah, tape over they're not going to.
You mean they ain't paying nobody to do that?
that's Although I will say the volunteers might be getting some perks. I think I saw a story earlier, or maybe this weekend, that FIFA might be putting some volunteers in some of the suites because they were not able to sell these as much.
Well, my niece is volunteering here. Shout out to her, by the way. She's doing ticketing, and she got some pretty good swag. I will say that.
That's what I was about to say. I saw him walking around yesterday. I'm like, damn, maybe I should have volunteered to get some of that swag.
Yeah, and she got into the game. She got into the game yesterday.
Did she go to? Did she get to see in the suite?
I don't know how she got in the game. I need to text her and see. But she was supposed to be working in ticketing. She was in the game. So volunteers are getting. Like I'm showing you a picture.
That.
Like teriyaki sauce, they're taping over the brand.
And you could tell that's Hellman's mayo.
Frank's,
you could tell
Frank's
that's
Red Hot.
Mustard.
They taped over the Frank's on Frank's Red Hot.
It's no free promo.
Cholula. They got Cholula.
No.
They got Cholula too. They taped over their name.
No free promo.
Come on, man.
These are my confessions.
I can't even lie about it. I think the Knicks did celebrating a championship 100% the best that I've seen.
By
American standards? Like, I'm not going to get into, did Barcelona fans, I can't do that. That's too much. But seeing the Knicks win a championship, I think that is the single best celebration of a championship.
By them, you mean?
By an American city, period. And some of this is unique to the way that they're set up, right? Where they got the streets that are perfectly situated for it. People used to being outside anyways. It's all pretty damn walkable. They managed to, I think, only burn down one bus or like a couple of buses. Yeah, I mean, look, we've seen cities burn down more. And it really did seem like everybody just got outside and all they did was sing and shake ass. Like, that's what it felt like they did in order to celebrate.
Shake what, Figgy?
Shake cheeks.
Stroud.
All right. I mean, from all I saw, maybe I missed like the worst parts of it. It did not feel like there was any worst parts of it. It just felt like a big city, everybody getting outside and being wildly happy about a thing that happened, which feels like that's the way that it's supposed to be done. Like, I know nobody's here for celebrating New York, but the one thing I can say, if we want to go be Astros fans about it, they ain't never that happy about the Yankees winning.
Yeah.
Like they are never that happy about the Yankees.
Or I can't remember, maybe because I was younger, but were they that happy with Giants winning?
Here's where I'm
just hit something with New York because it's been since '73.
I don't know if you can call this pushing back more than a question. They went several games of the worst PR you could get as fans. Beating the hell out of fans on the streets. Throwing stuff at players.
They got it out of their system.
Well, my question is, did they just say, all right, we got to act somewhat, responsible here? Because keep in mind, that's why I'm not all on board with you. They went 5-6 days of holy smokes. There's bedlam on the streets. They are just beating people up and throwing eggs at players and all that. I'm wondering if part of their celebration now being a little more responsible was like they're like, all right, we got to act better.
Maybe so.
Honestly, I think just because it's been so long since they did that.
Yeah.
I mean, we talk about it here. You always hear the Larry and Staffers of the world saying, "Oh, if the Texans get to a Super Bowl, this city is gonna go crazy." Like, I'm not saying people gonna be fighting people and throwing eggs and stuff.
Yeah.
But you will get some wildness going around here.
Yeah.
Man.
Where do we turn up in the city when the Texans win?
Well, here's the thing. I think it's going to be Ito. That's where it was with the Astros.
But that's also because like the Astros are well situated right there.
Yeah, but I think people are going to be watching. Like, anyone who's not at the stadium is going to be at like downtown somewhere, or what's called the Greens,
Discovery
Greens, and then Ito, and then so I think it'll ultimately be organically there.
Yeah,
I think so. They're doing it with the World Cup.
Yes.
Yeah, but I also wonder if it's just like Houston is just such a big spread out city where it's going to be a lot of little pockets in the way.
Yeah.
I think that also, again, this is where I brought up geography. It's a relatively small island that also has like places where people are used to being all out. I saw there was one just a regular ass street corner where somebody put a projector out their window and then thousands of people watched the game and celebrated together on a regular ass, like on Richmond and Westheimer, right? Like just those streets don't cross, but you get what I mean. Like two streets that are just an irregular ass intersection. We all out here having a good time. Like that feels so particular.
When the Rockets won their first two, or their only two so far,
came down Richmond, right?
Richmond was this place. Yeah, Richmond was the place.
Oh, that means I'm perfectly situated.
Yeah.
All right, Texans, let's get to work so I can party.
Here we are
Richmond.
planning our celebrations already.
I want it already. Texans, let's go.
To piggyback off of what Reggie said, that's the reason why I kind of had to change of heart and said, you know what? I don't mind seeing the Knicks win this year just to kind of see the celebration. It was a lot going on, too. Did you see the Batman that pulled up?
Yeah.
Just so much random stuff that I don't think you'll get anywhere else outside of New York. So this year, I'm cool with it. Other years, hell no.
Yeah.
Got time for one more?
Yeah, one more here.
One more. I got to confess. I've been seeing a lot of people, including J.J. Watt, tweet this guy named Freddie. I had no idea who the hell he was, man. So he ran across my timeline because of J.J. Watt kept replying to him. And I went to his page, and he already had 500,000 followers. So in my mind, like, I didn't even know who the hell was in the profile picture. I think Reggie had to tell me who was in
Cristiano Ronaldo, who is one of the great soccer players.
I had no idea who that was. At first, I thought it was a soccer player. I'm like, okay, maybe he coming over to the States and, you know, prepare for a game. And then I'm looking around. I'm like, man, I don't think he's a soccer player. Maybe he's some type of celebrity or something. And so I felt good hearing Seth this morning thinking the same thing. He thought he was a celebrity.
Yeah.
Because I had no idea who that was. I kept seeing people replying to him and retweeting and stuff.
He's a big old fan.
No, he's a German fan.
That's pretty cool.
Yeah.
He is in the States having a good time. And honestly, Fig, I think he might be a winner on the weekend. So you're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610. Those are your lunchtime confessions. Coming up next, let's shout out Freddie. But then also, who are the other winners and losers on the weekend that was? 713-572-4610. Let's parse that out next.
All right, let's talk about Low T Center right now, guys. You know that.
610, join us on the Texas Mattress Makers Hotline. Sports Radio 610 presents, live from the West Point Lincoln and West Point Lincoln of Sugar Land Studios, here's In the Loop with John Lopez and Reggie Atatula.
Yeah, you're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610. John Lopez, Reginald Atatula, Figgy Fig on the ones and twos. World Cup, match one of the day, is coming into the final stages of it. And the disparity happening right now is crazy. Spain, Cape Verde is the match happening in Atlanta. 21 attempts, shots when it comes to Spain, 3 for Cape Verde. And yet and still, level at nothing apiece. It is 0-0, as soccer fans would say, or at least the British at the very least.
You think they're going to get to that Rockets record, all on missed threes?
27 missed threes.
I don't know if they might get these shots off. Cape Verde's been fantastic in trying to keep their shape. Obviously, Spain is still a better team, so they've gotten shots off. But the name that you need to know, Vizinho, the man in the goal for Cape Verde, he's been fantastic, man.
I guess so. 21 shots, 6 saves. Maybe, I don't know what. There's 7. There's 7 saves right there as I'm speaking. This is
so. Can they go 0 for 28? Do you think they'll go for?
Well, they're pacing. They're pacing. That's 22 and another save
before they get a goal.
It's becoming quite captivating, to be honest. The Cape Verde, Seth's team. Seth has Cape Verde in his pool.
Oh, he's about to steal a point.
Hey, they probably hanging around like, let's just keep doing what we're doing. We ain't got to shoot anything.
Yes.
Oh, yeah. No, I mean, stealing a point from Spain would be a huge
just
step
play
in
defense.
the right direction for them. And an opportunity to move forward. Honestly, he's been pretty good to this point. In fact, there's a lot of winners from the weekend of World Cup. Talk less of the weekend of sports. And that's what we do right now. 713-572-4610. Winners and losers of the weekend. Let us know who's a winner, who's a loser in your eyes on the text line or the various different ways you get in. From the 512, they say James Harden is on probation. That's why he can't carry a gun.
Oh,
what are you on probation for?
That's what I was confused about. I
thought he was kind of clean.
I will double check on that to make sure that is the case. That would
we gotta check that one. I thought he was. I didn't know he had anything off the court.
Right.
That would very much clear some things up, especially because that would make it even worse that Buddy was supposedly out here just sitting with his gun on a seat, right, when he got pulled over.
Mm-hmm. He can't be that stupid, man.
Yeah. See, I think that all that I saw in that vein was that his bond terms put him in a place where they ban him from possessing a firearm or ammunition or weapons.
Well, that makes a lot more sense.
Right, that's what I saw. I did not see that he was previously on probation. But, maybe he was. Like, I will have to go double check on that. But let's get to some winners and losers here.
Was that a loser of the weekend?
Yeah, it's got to be.
Yeah.
It's got to be, right? Yeah. Like, again, this is best case scenario is he ain't do nothing wrong and his name is getting dragged through the mud for doing something that was absolutely fair in the state of Texas.
Mm-hmm.
Worst case scenario, you was out here moving like an Egypt.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like, neither of those are good looks for him. He has a decent amount of bad looks. And how old is James Harden again? Ain't he 35 bleeping years old at this point?
I think he's 30.
He might be around 36.
Yeah. And that's a really good point. He knows, he has to know what the terms are, and what he has to be doing and not doing. So definitely a loser for the weekend.
Yeah. All right. Let's continue with some winners and losers. How about this as a winner of the weekend? I don't know if you consider this, John Lopez.
Mm-hmm.
The Harris County Sports Authority.
Yes.
They're a huge winner of the weekend. You know why, right? The Europeans that have been, or I shouldn't just say Europeans, like the international travelers that have been in the United States have very much enjoyed themselves. I've enjoyed myself as well, more than I thought I might, considering all of the nonsense that FIFA was getting up to before we got to the World Cup.
Yeah.
The World Cup has been fantastic, but the international travelers have enjoyed one thing in particular in a way that I did not fully anticipate. Buddy, they love our stadiums in America.
Yeah, they do.
They have been absolutely gushing about all the stadiums in America. Whether it's SoFi Stadium, they love the giant halo ring, which, I mean, I guess, why would you not, right? Even Gillette Stadium got some love. But maybe the spot, and I don't know if this is my algorithm because I live here, but the spot that got maybe the most love was what is called Houston Stadium, Reliant Stadium here in Houston. Like, they absolutely love it. And the reasons why, I saw one person on social media talking about, the reasons why is that you have the full bowls around, like, all the way up, so they're not broken bowls. And then, obviously, it's covered. And so they feel like it is, it's like proper tiers is what they said. It's relatively close to the pitch. You don't have like crazy far distances from the soccer from the field or whatever. And it just feels like it's well situated.
It got a lot of run on social media.
It got a lot of love.
Yeah, it did.
I saw people talking about the Astrodome. If they fix it up, it'll be all right.
All right.
Keep it around.
Someone did say on the text line earlier that Houston missed a big opportunity just painting the top of the Astrodome like a soccer ball.
Yeah, that'd have been great.
It would have been more use than it's gotten in decades. Do you think that this gives the Texans or Rodeo any sort of leverage, or the Harris County rather, any sort of leverage in their negotiations with
zero?
Okay,
zero. That isn't going to matter.
Everybody loves it. It's clearly doing great.
Yeah. As far as what they're worried about, none whatsoever. And really, by extension, another winner is the local committee and the local organizing committee and organization for the Fan Fest, man. It's fantastic down there. It really is.
I feel like what is it? UFC? Was it Freedom 250? I forget what the actual name of the UFC event that they had on the White House lawn is called. I feel like it's a loser only in so much as the weather was being a real jerk about it, wasn't it? Like, they didn't get started until well into the evening yesterday, and then somebody on the text line said that they were a loser last night because they had $100 on Justine G to win by a decision. There was a towel thrown in relatively early into the match, and so they lost a little money there. But the UFC itself, and I will admit personally, I'm not a mixed martial arts guy. Get a little squeamish. That is my line. Boxing, I'm cool. Mixed martial arts, we get to a point where I don't love the fact that a dude could be down or a woman, and we keep pounding on them until like blood shows. Like, it feels like that's a little bit far for my personal taste. So I don't usually tap in, but it seemed like the event itself was a little odd.
It's definitely more exciting, but you kind of go like, they're just going to let them beat them to hell?
Yeah, that's my thing. No, you got to stand up and be like, ooh. Right, it feels like, and maybe this isn't the greatest barometer, but for me, if this fight was happening in the streets, by that time, that's when we're like, all right, calm down. He down.
That's assault, man.
Yeah. All right, you got him. It's enough.
I get to the point where they do a little kick to the shin.
Yeah.
And I'm like, ooh. I'm like, damn.
How about this as a winner of the weekend? We talked about it a little bit earlier. The Tartan Army.
Golly.
Took over Boston all week. Right? You talked about it. I know I sent you a video of them finding the Boston cop slide. You remember that video where the Boston cop went down a slide that is unreasonably fast? Well, then they also went to Fenway Park for Sunday Night Baseball. It sounded like this. Oh, my bad, Fig. I didn't give you enough ample time to set up now, did I? This is what it sounded like at Fenway Park.
I got it.
This is what it sounded like. Okay, so there was other ones. They did like soccer chants. It was crazy. It felt like a soccer match all the way through. What a baseball game that can baseball. You've been in the stands, unless we're in like the playoffs. It could be kind of a chill, especially on a Sunday evening, like a chill circumstance. Not with all these Scottish fans in here.
Look, Tartan Army right now, in terms of off the field, there is no bigger story so far in the World Cup. I mean, just absolutely dominating everything about this tournament. We talked about it, before the tournament even began, and that what you just heard doesn't even begin to see to illuminate all the scenes and all the things that they have done and been able to take over places.
Yeah, apparently they've just been running around Boston singing 500 miles by. Was the Reformers? Is that the name of the band? Yeah, they're just out here having a good ass time. Somebody on the text line has said they live in Boston. Yeah, Scotland. The Scottish folks have been everywhere.
Can we get them to Houston for a Rockets game or something?
Well, but they wouldn't have the same energy. It's got
we're getting the Dutch. We're getting the Dutch in though. The Netherlands. So they're coming in with some of that energy as well, so or something similar.
Yeah, I think that. Yeah, if you want to get it, I said it earlier. If you weren't listening, get to the Fan Fest or whatever watch party downtown you might have.
Hey, why not the Dynamo Soccer?
That's what I'm saying. Too. Any of those Friday or Saturday, because
Friday the U.S. is playing, and then the Dutch will definitely be out there for their match.
Yeah, and that's Saturday. And they're playing who they're playing. I forget.
We'll get it to you in time.
But either way. they are the closest thing, and they're right up there with them. They're the closest thing to the Tartan Army. The Dutch fans are absolutely fantastic.
I got 2 losers basketball-wise this weekend, John Lopez. You ready?
I am ready.
Number 1, the Brooklyn Nets.
Yeah.
And you want to know why?
Why?
The New York Knicks celebrated like there was no tomorrow, and there were so many people in the run-up or in the situation of them celebrating. We're like, man, there's just no one that competes with the Knicks in this town. There's just no basketball team. This is the only one in town, and the Knicks got to be like, what the hell, man? I'm right here. Like, I know that y'all like the Knicks first, but we here too.
Yep.
And then on top of that, so they play in Barclays Center in Brooklyn. The New York Liberty, the WNBA team in New York, they play in the Barclays Center as well. Like you would think, they're owned by the same team owner.
Yeah,
buddy. When the New York Liberty were like, we're supporting the Knicks. The Knicks won. They congratulated them and everything. And then Brooklyn Nets got to be like, y'all traitors.
Yeah, we're here, man. We're sitting right here.
You will feel like an ugly redheaded stepchild for the rest of your life.
Yeah.
When one team wins a championship and the whole city acts like you don't even.
They got to move to New Jersey. Go ahead, move back.
Exist. They don't even exist.
Don't nobody care at all.
Yeah.
And then secondly, a youthful glow. Wemby has basically speed run the honeymoon stage of a star player. There's already folks that just straight up hate him.
How about Patrick Creighton? You could tell Creighton's a Knicks fan because it's like, he's like, what do you call him? I forget it. He's just torching him. I'm like, the dude is like exactly what the NBA wants. The perfect, the perfect personality, certainly has, a charisma, and then is just a fiend on the court. But Creighton was just torching him like a jerk and all this other stuff. Like, okay. I was like,
Wembanyama, like Draymond Green is out here calling him dirty.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Draymond.
Yeah.
Let's have a little bit of
who you talking?
Let's have a little
I know
bit of
you ain't talking.
Let's have a little bit of awareness. But like, people are criticizing him on all sorts of fronts, and this was Victor Wembanyama talking after the finals, and people didn't love this either.
Every team you face so far, you guys always found a way to get over the top eventually. What did you learn about how hard it is to win the finals against this Knicks team where they kept coming up with answers? Brunson just could always score no matter what in the end.
I learned one of many things I learned is the margin of error is very, very thin. Our domination stints are absolute. We absolutely dominated for most of the series. But our errors, our mistakes, are punished so hard that we can't have ups and downs like this so much, The ups are okay, the downs, it's the reason we lost.
All right, thanks, Wemby.
I mean, he's not wrong.
He's not inherently wrong.
What was the other clip that was going viral? What he said? He said something like, "Talk to you never" or something like that.
Yeah, as he was leaving his press conference, he was like, "Talk to you never," and everybody's just like, "Look at this jerk! One, you lost. All right, you dominated, and what did that mean for you? Like, hey, your dominance was absolute. Clearly, wasn't all that absolute. Yeah. And then you bring it back to the see you never part of it. Everybody's like, hey, man, we hate this guy, and that happened in like 2 months.
No, the arc. What you're talking about, the arc of his popularity and how he's perceived, absolutely did that. Also, every team in the league, not just because of his talent, but just would love to have that kind of guy on their squad. Like just the guy that can be a fiend on the court, maybe borderline on the court, but has that perspective and is likable in several different ways. Like literally, he's everything any fan would want on their own squad.
You know who else I want on my squad?
Yeah,
Draymond Green.
Exactly.
Well,
exactly.
Maybe not right now. He's gotten a little. Yeah. Oh man, I missed the biggest winner on the weekend. And so you're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610. Coming up next, I'll highlight you and tie you into one of the biggest winners on the weekend. But also, Show made a point about Mike Brown last week, and now that he is a champion, is he right? 713-572-4610. We'll talk about it next.
Payne and Pendergast.
We are into the no excuse anymore.
here, an Odyssey sports station. Sports Radio 610 presents In the Loop with John Lopez and Reggie Atatula.
Yeah, you're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610. We've been keeping you up to date, rather, on World Cup stuff. And a draw happens. And I know Americans go, what the hell, man? In this instance, kind of a fascinating draw. Spain.
And entertaining.
Yeah, the number 2 nation in the world when it comes to men's soccer and by the FIFA rankings. They draw with the number 67 nation in the world. And shout out to Cape Verde, who manages to hold the line, get themselves a point off of a team that they had no business playing with. And that's what you want, right? That's the whole idea of the World Cup. You throw a whole bunch of teams in the blender and see what comes out.
Yeah, no, it was captivating to watch. Hell, Cape Verde really even had a chance to score at the end. Their one shot in the second half actually was on goal. So who knows?
Yeah, I mean, Spain still has a very good opportunity to make it out of this group stage. Mm-hmm. However, that's going to be an embarrassment that's going to linger with them. Like, they're going to have to think about that a little bit more because you got to get 3 points off of that circumstance. Apologies are in order for me when it comes to winners and losers of the weekend because I mentioned winners, and I did not shout out the United States men's national team. Got a huge 4-1 victory versus Paraguay or Paraguay. Shout out to Clint Stoerner for that one. But we talk about getting done what you're supposed to get done. That's above what the expectation was against the Paraguay team. This side looks like this United States team looks like they can actually do a little bit more than the expectation had been coming in.
And that's part of the reason I feel, again, there are games being played today, and so we haven't even gotten through the first round. But that's part of the reason I feel like if you're just ranking teams right now, in terms of what you've seen so far, the USA is clearly top 3, maybe top 5, Reggie. But either way, they're top 3 of what you've seen. Spain actually looked good in terms of creating opportunities, but they didn't capitalize. I think the Netherlands looks good. Japan looks good. Certainly, Brazil does not look like the old Brazil. The USA is up there, and someone was texting, yeah, but they beat Paraguay. Paraguay's pretty good. They were disappointed greatly in their effort. They're a very defensive-minded team and got shredded, especially by Pulisic and really everywhere up front. And so, no, that wasn't a horrible team that they were playing. It wasn't like what we just saw.
And, a point that was made over the weekend is we've seen the U.S. not all that long ago play poorly against teams that they should have absolutely pile-driven. And so it is a moment of reckoning, I think. And it's worth noting. So we'll see how the U.S. continues to stack up. I think it makes Friday really exciting. I think it's going to make me make sure that I'm in a place where there's going to be opportunity to really have good celebrations. I also want to shout out top 3 in hospitality. J.J. Watt, Justin James Watt showed up big. We've talked a little bit about Freddie, who is a German international who came to the United States to see his Germany squad. And they were traveling all across the South and the U.S. seeing things. And J.J. Watt was like, when you come to Houston, I got you. Boy, did he.
Yes, he did.
Put him up in the post oak, made sure that there was Trill Burgers and Killen's Barbecue and all sorts of stuff. The Rockets came through with all the ketchup and mustard merch and stuff for him. Freddie living large. There's cookies, there's cakes, there's fruit, there's all sorts of stuff. Freddie is living large. Shout out to J.J. Watt making that come together.
How much that hotel room cost? Just the room during World Cup week?
I can only imagine, bro.
At the Post Oak?
J.J. got it.
Oh, I know he's got it, but it's like, damn.
Do you think J.J. actually paid for it or he just called some money?
Oh, that's good. I bet he paid for it. I bet he paid for it.
Not trying to cut it down. It's still cool.
It don't matter if he paid or not, but I wouldn't be surprised if he called somebody, man. He got some plugs in the city.
Yeah,
especially with the Trill Burgers, Killings, and all that stuff.
Oh, he and Ronnie Killen are boys.
And then the post, is that Tillman's spot?
Yeah, that's why the Rockets got involved in a big way. I'm surprised the Texans have not found a way into this too, man. Y'all can't let the Rockets have all the fun here, man.
That's right.
Make sure they're Freddie
to the regular season. Might fly them out to the influencer suite.
There you go. That's it. There it is. All right. But yeah, while I mentioned the Rockets, Ron Hughley, obviously host of The Drive, which you'll hear here in a little bit, 2 to 6 p.m. every weekday on Sports Radio 610. He made an interesting point last week, about the now NBA champion New York Knicks and their head coach, Mike Brown. And his point was, or really he asked it as a question, so I will, to be fair to him, ask it as a question. Has Mike Brown made the situation with the Ime Udoka and the Rockets like untenable, basically?
I think he's given you Pause. He's made you think. Who was the predecessor?
They're in New York.
Mm-hmm.
Tom Thibodeau, I should say.
What's his calling card?
Tough, defense.
Disciplinarian, no nonsense.
We're going to grind your knees down to the nub.
I don't care about offense. Where you heard that before?
It feels very Ime Udoka-esque.
Well, we got the black version of that here.
I mean, it makes you think, man. And it's not something like we haven't thought about before. I mean, we've talked about all season long. I mean, his penchant for avoiding offense and avoiding rotations that maybe could help the offense and sort of kind of having it in for Reed Sheppard in certain situations, it seemed like, and all that. And, prioritizing defense over everything and being gruff and all that stuff. I mean, look what the Knicks did. I mean, that is Exhibit A, because as much as you talked about, what Thibodeau is and compared to Ime, they had success. They had success with Tom Thibodeau.
This was Ron on Friday on The Drive making the case about, hey, man, the New York Knicks, after they lost to the Eastern Conference Finals, boom.
Yeah. Naturally, hey, they hadn't been to the Eastern Conference Finals in 25 years, and Tom Thibodeau has been doing a good job. What do? They said, no, bro, we need something offensively to help, right? We need something. So they fire him and bring in Mike Brown, who was a former coach that I don't know that a lot of people even would say, yeah, I think he's a better coach than Tom Thibodeau, right? But he was more of an offensive-minded guy. Early in his career when he was with LeBron, he was kind of a defensive guy. But then when he went and had all those years with Golden State and was with Steve Kerr and really started to pick up that offense, he took it to Sacramento. And if you remember, he brought Sacramento to the playoffs for the first time when they had De'Aaron Fox and Sabonis and that crew. And then he lost his job there as it kind of went south. And they were like, let's bring him in. He could improve our offense. And it absolutely happened.
100%. It is a template that the Rockets could certainly and maybe are looking at very, 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 very seriously.
And here's the thing. It does not stop there, as a texter has made note of on the text line. This has happened in other circumstances. Remember the Golden State Warriors? Mm-hmm. They were a 50-win basketball team over a decade ago, and that was under Mark Jackson.
Mm-hmm.
And they decided to move on from Mark Jackson and bring in Steve Kerr, and that they saw a step forward. Now, of course, that's a little bit of a different circumstance. That Warriors team was young, but not as young, I don't think. And that was less of a defense to offense switch, but that is notable.
But it certainly was approach and ability to handle the locker room was kind of one of the things with Mark Jackson.
No, that's and these are the things that come up, especially for me. So I think that the idea of is Mike Brown and the way that he has gotten a victory in his first year, mind you, with the New York Knicks team that previously kept hitting their head on the ceiling in the East. And then breaks through. And not only do they break through in a year where it feels like the East isn't as good and the West is a problem, and they go and they win in 5 games. Does that kill the circumstance or the idea of bringing back Ime? I wouldn't fully say that just yet, but the comparison that does scare me between Tom Thibodeau, the previous coach of the Knicks, and Ime Udoka, is an unwillingness to shift.
Yes, that to me is the big. You say scares you. That would scare any Rockets fans. I think it should scare any Rockets fan. That is, we see your examples. We saw what the Knicks just did. You can go back, as you said, to Golden State. You can go back further. Other teams have done the exact same thing. Hell, you can go to Pat Riley. You can go way back. Pat Riley all of a sudden became one of those.
Oh, with the Lakers?
Yeah,
where Showtime
Paul
Lakers?
West didn't he have him in the finals too?
Yeah.
I think Paul West, if you want to go way back, I mean, to be able to be, as an owner, bold enough to say, yeah, that's good, but we know there's better out there. I don't know if Tillman has it in him. Both the Fertittas.
This is a question that I have to ask, though, because it's the thing that's been in my head, and you could just say, Reggie, you're stupid, and we can move on if you really want to. Is it too early to make that? Because, again, we're talking about the Knicks, we're talking about some of these teams, and the reason why we can say this definitively is because they hit their head a couple times. It wasn't that they reached a certain level and then they made the switch kind of preemptively, and maybe that's an unfair thing to compare to, but is it fair to allow Ime Udoka, who again has helped make a jump year over year? This is the first year where you go, oh, okay, maybe we're not seeing as much progress. Is it fair to allow him another year to see if that gel, if that fit kind of comes along a little bit better, especially without injury?
I think you can argue that it's fair. but you might also be arguing to justify it.
Yeah.
Because if they keep him, I think you can argue it's fair. If there's a situation where they kind of see the light of what has happened in other places and make a move, I think you'd also see where that came from. Because of the success, actually the limited success that the previous coach has, and then the ensuing coach.
Yeah, this is going to though be a year in which all eyes are on Ime Udoka so intently when it comes to how he goes about things. Are you able to make real adaptations for this, right? And the thing that I also like within the finals, outside of just the Mike Brown of it all, can I talk a little bit about De'Aaron Fox? And maybe there'll be a better time to talk more about this. But De'Aaron Fox and what he's done there, the amount of money that he has now, that he's coming in on his next contract, the Spurs are looked at as a situation where you go, hey, man, there's a lot of teams there's not a lot of teams, rather, that would want to take him off the hands. That's because that's been a conversation. Do the Spurs need to trade De'Aaron Fox? And one of the conversations that come up from that is there's going to be a lot of point guards available this offseason. Now, a lot of those are through the draft, but it seems like there's going to be various different ways to get a point guard. And the question I have is that also going to be something that the Rockets can tap into, the possibility of guards being readily available? Because that was something that felt like it very much killed the season, was not having playmaking guards on this team. Or are they just kind of cash strapped in a way that's going to make it difficult?
What makes you this year think that they're going to go after a point guard when they get Fred VanVleet back? They didn't go after one when they didn't have him. And now they also have Reed Sheppard developing. So my answer to that is I guess they could get some sort of depth, some sort of insurance-type point guard. But they didn't do it when they needed one.
Yeah.
They didn't do it when VanVleet wasn't around.
But my point was then it wasn't as accessible. Is that something where that was a decision made out of a lack of access of guys available? Because it did seem like Rafael Stone did kind of say that they weighed their options.
That's fair.
Which would seem to believe. I think maybe that ends up being something. Is like if you end up through this offseason and there's not a additional guard added to this roster that gives you a fallback plan. Once you see that you need it, right, go and get yourself a backstop. If we go through this offseason and I do not see another guard option added, and it's just if we lose and God forbid Fred VanVleet has a flare up or something else happens, and we're just going to go back to that committee, I think that ends up being one of the biggest red flags towards that shift is needed in leadership of this team, whether it's just the head coach or even Rafael Stone, which is crazy to say.
No, that's fair. That maybe they're going to look that way, and it's a better market for point guards, et cetera. But they're expecting Fred VanVleet back. Not only that, they feel like they might be onto something with Reed Sheppard as well. At least as some sort of fill that role in a pinch type thing. So what does bringing in another guard do to that?
Sufficient for you though? Is that a sufficient thought process for you?
I think the thought process on Reed Sheppard is sound. We'll see about the defense. We always talk about that, but I think the ability to distribute and be able to handle the ball. I think they saw enough this year where maybe with Fred VanVleet there, it could be a little option here and there. Does bringing in another guard stunt that?
Yeah, it's interesting because what's funny is I could easily see them through this offseason ending up, and I've seen people kind of detail this, ending up with like a Tim Hardaway Jr. Using one of their exceptions. It gets into the weeds of the various different machinations that you could use in the offseason. Hopefully you can get off the contracts of Dorian Finney-Smith and Clint Capella that were just busts, right? Like they just did not work the way that you wanted to. And if you do that, maybe you can use some exceptions and get you like a shooter like Tim Hardaway Jr. I feel like you add a Tim Hardaway Jr., and he's not a ball handler by any means. Like that, it still kind of falls in line with is this another guy that quote unquote gets in the way of Reed Sheppard? Really, nobody gets in the way of Reed Sheppard if you are committed to playing him. You know what I mean? And so, for that matter, I think that you need to have more answers to some of these questions, especially the one that came up and really made your season difficult this past year.
Yeah, I think that's fair, and maybe that's where it fits. But I keep going back to they're getting Fred VanVleet back, and they were saying the whole time, if only that's the answer. That's what we're missing. How does that next guard fit in with both him and Reed Sheppard?
Yeah. So I do think that Show has a point to him, man. Show has a point.
He absolutely does.
Because someone also mentioned the Rockets did it, right? When Chaney leaves and then you end up hiring Rudy Tomjanovich. Like this, there is a lot of precedent for it, and it feels like we might be on the precipice, if not already there. Because I think that it might be the one more year I'm still interested in. But there's a lot of people that are like, hey, man, I would have preferred if you end up with a more offensive-minded coach and give yourself an opportunity to do something that the Knicks just did to win a championship. All right, You're in the loop right here on Sports Radio 610. Coming up next, this is where we look over to one Figgy Fig for the mixtape. What you got, man?
Yeah, so I'm going to need y'all help with something. Y'all can text in, too. I'm looking to adopt a second team in the World Cup.
Okay.
So I got what I want in the team, so I want y'all to help me try to choose a team. Plus, I got some great sounds from the weekend when I was out at the World Cup.
Okay, son, fantastic. Let's hear those next.
The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
I have drank the CJ Kool-Aid.
Have you?
Yeah, I
iHeartRadio app, tune in, and wherever you get your podcasts.
Houston's sports leader, Sports Radio 610.
In the Loop is powered by Mokaram Injury Lawyers. Heard in an accident? Call Mokaram Injury Lawyers at 281-222-2222. Pass the aux cord and crank up the volume. Figgy Figs in the driver's seat. Sit back, relax, and enjoy the ride. It's time for Figgy's Mixtape on Sports Radio 610.
Yes, it is the Mixtape in the Loop, Sports Radio 610. It's your man Figgy Fig holding it down on a Monday. Happy Monday to everyone out there. So I'm pretty juiced up about the World Cup, man. I ain't think I was gonna be this juiced up.
Yeah.
So I'm kind of feeling the energy. This weekend, I want to say it was Saturday. I decided to go out to Harwin to try to find me a little jersey or something, man. So by the way, I went to this store. I don't know what they doing in there, but I pulled up. It was a janky little building, and it had a doorbell on there. It looked,
oh boy,
it looked like a rigged doorbell. Not even a Ring camera. It was a doorbell,
a knockoff Ring.
Yep, yeah, it wasn't even it's an old school doorbell.
Oh, like just the regular. It's a button that is going.
Yes.
Yeah, okay, gotcha.
Yes,
gotcha.
And the guy kept locking the door. And he was getting a lot of service in there. He just kept locking the door.
Oh, when people came in?
Yep.
He said he not playing games.
I don't know what he doing. And it was cash only.
Ask him about the back room.
I should have.
Yeah.
I should have. But anyway,
he would have been like, "Are you police?"
Yeah, so I was there, and I didn't want to get a Team USA jersey. I kind of want to get something that looked cool.
Wow, hold that USA. Get some cool looking jerseys.
I just wanted like something bright, vibrant a little bit. And I had a Mexico jersey in my hand. I was about to get it, and then I saw a young man in the Brazil trying on a Brazil jersey.
Yeah,
I'm like, yo, my man, what's that? He's like, Brazil. I'm like, you got one of those in the extra large? And I told him I'm just want to get something cool.
Yeah,
and I ended up getting a Brazil jersey, and then end up going to Fan Fest the next day.
Yeah.
Had a blast. But anyway, 713-572-4610. I was thinking about this. I'm like, man, I kind of want to have a secondary team. Like, I'm always Team USA.
Yeah.
But I want to have a secondary team that I can root for and maybe get a jersey or something like that. Just kind of.
No, I'm with you. I hear you.
Yeah. So these are the things I'm looking for. Kind of be thinking of a team that you think will fit me.
Okay.
So I'm looking for a team that got a little bit of swag.
Ooh, okay. Yep.
A team, maybe not the best team, but a team that got a lot of spirited fans.
Okay.
And then of course I want the cool looking kit.
Yeah.
And then this is the last one. Maybe a place I can go visit.
Okay.
So what's the team? I actually got a couple teams on the list. I kind of want to see where y'all mind go to.
Okay, don't tell us yours yet.
Okay.
You want us to throw out our possibles?
Our possibles here, obviously Mexico, but that's that's kind of a given. It's just such a popular, a lot of energy around town with the Mexican team. Or
I don't
whatever.
know how much swag they playing with right now.
But they're kind of just a swaggy country in terms of soccer. I mean, the passion they have is just off the charts.
Okay.
I would say that, but if you're looking for more international, Portugal is strong. They are a traditional power.
I'm gonna write that down.
They have certainly a lot, star power. Their fans are off the chart and not bad to look at either. If you're going to go down there, you're right with Brazil as well. One that I'm thinking, I don't know about you, Reggie. One that I'm thinking is, I said it multiple times, like I'm part Dutch or something, like I'm Mark Vandermeer. But the Netherlands is a strong one. The
Netherlands is a good one.
The Netherlands is a strong one, yeah.
Netherlands is a good one. And
text yours in 713-572-4610.
Somebody said, Reggie, the green and red is swaggy. What you mean? Yeah, they did get back to good ones. I'm kind of influenced by Mexico. Went with some like darker jerseys of recently that didn't feel like they gave that same swag. This green home one that they got this time
That's
around.
the traditional.
It feels
one,
right.
Yeah.
It feels right. Can I interest you in the Ivory Coast in Côte d'Ivoire? Not a great team, but a team that just got a victory in their first outing. a team that wears orange. So if you're talking about good colors, that pops up. And they definitely come with swag. After the match, they got out here jamming some of their country's known jams in the locker room, having a good time. So that is what came to mind there for me. Those are the ones that immediately popped up.
All right, so I got my list.
All right.
And Lopez, the ones you named wasn't on my list.
Okay.
But I wrote them down and all that. But my first one I thought about was Japan.
Japan's a good one.
Japan's a very good one.
Samurai Blue.
Yeah.
Hey, man, whatever song they were chanting, I don't know what they were saying, but, man, I was with it, man. And they having a good old time in Texas, too.
Yeah, no, and by the way, I was about to say, the Japanese are having a great time. They touched down in Texas. They was like, where's the beef? Can I get a steak? Can I get a hamburger? Where's the beef?
Yeah.
Yeah, the other one, Reggie, I had this on the list, Ivory Coast.
Yeah.
I did. I watched that game. I kind of enjoyed it. I like their swag, and they're having a good time in them stands, too, man. The next one, and maybe I might be prisoner in the moment because they were all out and about here in Houston.
Here you go.
But Germany.
Oh, I thought you were going to go Congo.
No, Germany's talk about traditional power. I mean, for sure.
Yeah,
they're obviously the same thing as everybody else. They have a great, professional league. They have great chance. They're very organized. They travel, kind of like Scotland, but maybe not as crazy.
Yeah.
They drink a lot of beer. I ran into some German fans myself this weekend.
Yeah, you were at the fan fest. And you got to talk to some German fans.
They're legit. No, that's a good one.
Yeah, they're really good too. One of the things, if you're just talking about the swag and the excitement, they're not going to go far. And they're not a great team. But the Curacao fans were out here lit. They was just nothing but good vibes and dancing. And I enjoyed the dancing.
Yeah. So, Germany, I had Germany on the list. The other one, Morocco.
That's a good, that's a good pick. That's a real good, because they're fast becoming a world power just consistently. And they have some energy as well.
And then my last one, I did had DR Congo on there.
Oh, you just like the way they dress.
What is that, velvet?
hey, them jerseys look kind of hard too.
No,
man.
they do. Yeah.
I searched the jersey. They didn't have it at the little rinky-dink Harwin store I went to. But I definitely would have got that if they had it.
I might actually have a connection there for you.
Oh, yeah?
I might actually be able
Let me know, man. Like, I'm down to buy one, man. Let me know.
All right. So did you make a decision, or you still figuring out?
I'm gonna still think about it. I'm gonna still think about it. I'm kind of leaning towards Japan a little bit.
Yeah,
man.
that'd be a good one.
Like they were. I actually looked up some videos of them doing their cheers and all that stuff. It was cool. And plus, shout out to them for cleaning up the stadium afterwards.
Yeah, man.
They showed the locker room. The locker room was clean.
Towels folded.
You know why you should go with Japan? So that you can go to a Astros game and then see your Email can feel more at home.
There you go.
He'll be like, hey, man, it's more of us out here. And then maybe he'll start pitching good.
I wonder if he's leaving the locker room clean or the clubhouse clean.
Yeah, well, who knows?
Maybe that was what was throwing
he probably
him off.
living like a pig.
He got to the clubhouse. He's like, damn, nobody cleaned up in here. It's so dirty. How can I pitch well when I keep it so dirty in
I'm
here?
sure he called back home like, man, I don't like the way they live.
They don't fold the towels.
Do y'all live like this? That's crazy.
Ain't nobody cleaning up after each other. Sunflower seeds all over the damn place. It's the Mixtape and Loot, Sports Radio 610. So I did catch up with somebody who was a Germany fan, and he called me out because I had my Brazil jersey on. So he thought that was my team. I had to explain to him, like, no, I'm American. Yeah. And I was like the 8th person that pointed to me, Brazil. I'm like, yeah, man. But I actually caught up with him. He was from Germany. And I had to ask him a couple questions, including how is he liking it here in Texas so far?
Hey, so what's your favorite thing about being here in Texas? So we are very honored to be here as a guest. So we fly over from Germany to watch the game, to support the Copa Mundial, for all the humanity unite. What's your favorite foods you had since you was here? We love the brisket. We love the brisket. That's what Texas is known for. That's the thing about. How do you like the heat? I don't care about the heat as long as you have brisket and cold beer.
That's right. Yep, that's German. Checked out.
He might as well move to Houston.
Brisket and cold beer.
Yeah.
But, I mean, he's a Texan because that's what we care about too, man. It's just different beers.
But we also care about the heat a little bit.
Yeah, we do. Yeah, we do.
So, salute to him. I wish I got his name so I give him a shout out. But again, shout out.
I want some brisket.
I know, and cold beer. I don't even drink beer. But another one is so this was up in Dallas, and this was kind of going viral. I'm sure you probably seen it. But the Japanese was up there just acting a fool on the news station, man. It was a lady by the name of Tessa Muzinga, and she works for Fox 4 up in Dallas. And she caught up with a guy who was a huge Japan fan, came over from Japan, and this is how it went.
Yeah. Nice to meet you.
Okay, how you doing?
My name is.
Okay.
Yeah, my name is Hirochika Nakakuki.
Oh, wow.
It's live?
Okay.
It's live?
Yes, it's live. Baby.
Yeah.
Yes. How
Yeah.
excited are you?
Yeah.
You were so excited, right? Japan, right?
Excuse me.
Okay.
I cannot speak English, but I'm excited.
Yeah, baby! Let's go!
Japan,
baby! Look, it's lit. It's lit. Okay, what are we looking at? Oh my gosh, can you tell me what this is? We're looking at his back.
Japanese. Toyama. Toyama. Okay? Toyama's message. いっぱい集めてる. Yes, collection.
Amen.
Message collections. Toyama's message collections.
I love it.
Okay?
Can you teach me something? Can you teach me a word?
Yeah.
Can you say, can you teach me good luck?
Good luck?
Yes.
Good luck? Yeah.
In Japanese.
Ganbare, Nippon, and itsumo icha!
Good gracious.
She's not picking that one. Because I wouldn't pick that up. I'd be like, yeah.
Gambara.
That's right. Good luck.
He was having a good time.
Yeah.
Salute to him. Some other people that was having a good time. I'm not sure exactly where she's from, but I think she's British. But a family came over from across the pond, and they had to try one of our favorite spots that we like to go to in general, Chick-fil-A.
Okay.
Oh,
And
really?
this is how it went.
I haven't seen any Chick-fil-A folks.
Chick-fil-A for the first time as a family. We've come tonight, I'm not cooking. Let's see what Chick-fil-A is all about. Okay, I've put the order in. Again, Chris has just copied whatever I'm ordering.
It sounded really good.
We've gone for a jalapeno ranch club. We don't get refillable drinks, we've just got our drink here, which seems a normal size design of the cup. It is pretty cool.
Also, we get flowers on the table. How about that? So
Those flowers on the table.
Meal.
With a date with the girls. They've got these aren't chips, they're like waffles. Pretty interesting. Lots of dip going on.
Chick-fil-A sauce. I need to try this. This is really viral. Chick-fil-A sauce.
All right. Okay, so I've got Chick-fil-A sauce as well. I'm telling you what, that chicken is delicious. We're going for the spicy chicken.
Better than KFC.
Oh,
I'm saying so.
I'm saying it's better than KFC. It's good. It's good.
If that doesn't get to a commercial soon, I don't know what will.
You know what's hilarious? This reminds me of
KFC. I didn't know KFC was still in the game when it comes to that.
That's right.
That's one of the nicer options over where they from. And that's the thing is, there are things that we think of and we wouldn't think twice about. Where we're like, I don't know if I really want to eat that. They get over here and they're like, this is delectable. Look at the way y'all live.
Refills.
Yeah.
Refills.
I'll get y'all out of here on this. It's the mixtape in the Loop, Sports Radio 610. Shout out to Fat Joe. Fat Joe is a big New York Knicks fan, and he actually traveled down to San Antonio to, for them to win and all that. He went to that game, and NBA TV caught up with him. And here's Fat Joe talking about something that San Antonio do not have.
But let me tell you something about San Antonio, what they don't have. Glizzies.
Oh, boy.
They got taco. They don't got hot dogs, man.
Joe, come on.
I'm going all around looking for a glizzy. They don't have a glizzy.
You can't be eating glizzies out here, Fat Joe. Come on, man. That gets you in trouble, bro.
They forced me to eat tacos, man. I'm telling you, extra hot sauce. It's crazy out here. We love you, Latinos, San Antonio. Thank you for being so nice to us. But we taking this thing home. And let me tell you something. I'm on a plane with a bunch of white people, but we're about to turn that into the soul plane. That thing going down.
Let's go.
I can't tell if he was drunk or not.
Oh, I could.
You think so?
Oh, yeah. Think about the context.
He sounded extra regular.
Yeah. But
I don't know if he was drunk. He might have been dead ass serious.
Yeah. I mean, but you don't go to San Antonio to eat hot dogs. I'm sure there's some fine places, but nothing like
you as if you're a New Yorker.
But no, I think especially if you're a New Yorker.
That's not even something I think about. Like, the New Yorkers have to have hot dogs. Like, that's not the way I even view it. What is his obsession with these hot dogs right now?
They are on every corner.
Yeah,
though.
they
right.
got
So
hot dog
maybe
cars,
he
I guess.
was looking to pull up to a little stand or something.
But why? It's like, Houstonians going to Omaha for Mexican food. Why would you do that?
I mean, hot dog is a regular food, though, right?
I think Houstonians are actually fairly well situated to understand New Yorkers in this one way, is that nobody loves Houston the way that we love Houston, and the only people that can beat us on that are nobody loves New York the way that New Yorkers love New York, and so they don't care about where they are. They want New York stuff.
Yeah,
And I like how he was just like, man, they gave us tacos. Like, what's wrong with tacos, man?
Ain't nothing wrong with tacos.
Ain't you Latino?
That's right.
From the 713, my family came in from Guatemala, and the first thing they wanted off the plane was Taco Cabana.
Hey, good call.
All right. See, this is the thing. We haven't even worked our ways up to, like, let's get them to Killings, right? We hadn't even worked our way up to that. They're just out here like the Chick-fil-A.
A lot of them, though, are going straight to barbecue here, man.
Yeah.
That's our reputation is, yes.
That's the right call.
It is absolutely the right call.
It is the right call. In fact, I will be doing that here shortly myself. You're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610. That is the mixtape, 1:20 p.m. every weekday on Sports Radio 610. At the Figgy Fig on social media if you see something mixtape worthy, or if you just want to see his movings about during World Cup circumstances. All right. Coming up next, we get ready to hand things off to the fellas of the drive. CBS Sports put together a ranking of the 15 NFL quarterbacks whose legacy would change the most with the Super Bowl win. Where's CJ Stroud? Let's talk about it next.
Something about Coach D'Amico's minicamp comments really stood. presents, live from the West Point Lincoln and West Point Lincoln of Sugar Land Studios, here's In the Loop with John Lopez and Reggie Atatula.
Yeah, you're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610. Hope your Monday's going all right, and hope you're staying dry, as it's a torrential downpour, it feels like, in the city of Houston right now. It's the greatest city in the world no matter what, but hope that you're staying dry. Hope that you're staying safe out on the roads if you are indeed out there, and we're happy to keep you company if you're having to brave that. That's John Lopez. I'm Reginald Atatula, Figgy Fig on the ones and twos, and gearing up to hand things off to the fellas of the drive in just a little bit, which we're always excited to do, to cross-talk with them. 3 more matches left on the day if you are keeping up with the World Cup. Probably the best of the day is coming up next here at 2 p.m. where Belgium and Egypt face off. Belgium, one of those high-level squads, top 10 in the world. And Egypt,
they got some star power.
Still got some star power. Mo Salah still in the side. So
shout out to Liverpool
going on as well. I mean, I guess you could do that. I wouldn't. So yeah, that's coming up at 2. I know the fellas will keep you up to date with that as well. But CBSSports.com put together a ranking of 15 NFL quarterbacks, and the ranking is quarterbacks who most need a Super Bowl win for the legacy. Now, you won't be surprised to see that C.J. Stroud is on here. First and foremost, before we even get into the list, the idea that C.J. Stroud needs a Super Bowl win for his legacy, like, how does that hit you? Does that feel like it would have shifted? Like, if we had done this exercise 4 months ago, or I guess that's not right. How many months?
A year ago.
For some reason, I'm a lot closer to. I feel like I'm a lot closer to the football season than I am. If we had done this, all right, let's just go ahead and say a year ago. Does it feel like he would be on the 15 where it's like, yo, he needs this for his legacy right now?
No, I think we're getting way ahead of ourselves with that. I think he needs some baby steps. He needs some steps in between now and the Super Bowl in terms of legacy. He doesn't even have a legacy right now.
Right.
He doesn't even have
his contract.
Yeah, he hasn't gotten a contract. Yeah, that's not the first name. In fact, you say top 15 of players, quarterbacks that need a Super Bowl win for the legacy, I'd put him at 15 at best.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, he is on the list. He is not 15. Where do you believe that he would land?
14. I mean, I don't see where that is. He doesn't need to start thinking about Super Bowls and his legacy. Again, he doesn't even really have a hard and fast legacy yet, or at least a standard, And
you'd be right. Yeah. CBS Sports has him as 14. They talk about him being the youngest ranked quarterback on this list at 24. I think this is honestly a testament to how successful that they've been and he has been with this Texas team, because they already have a couple of division titles in tow with them.
Yeah.
It's 3 straight playoff berths, and that's why we can even start getting to the conversation of, like, I guess if you were inclined to get towards legacy talk, you're there, and then we start talking about the inconsistency that showed in this offseason this past year, and so then we start talking about what that means. But I kind of appreciated that, if for no other reason than it helped like recontextualize what, again, was a very, very no good, very bad postseason. But then hey man, this has been a very successful quarterback for you this early on, to the point where there are people that already are considering the larger whole just 3 seasons in.
Yeah, no, that's fine. But again, I think he's way down the list, and it seems as if they agree. He needs to get to a certain level first before we start talking about legacy, because I think at the top of the list, there should be 3 names. I got to believe that these are the top 3 names.
Let's see if you can hit them.
I'll try to not just to hit them. I'll try to hit them in order. Number 1, Josh Allen. Number 2, Lamar Jackson. Number 3, Joe Burrow.
Correct names, not in order.
Not in order.
They believe that Lamar Jackson is in more need of the Super Bowl for his legacy compared to Josh Allen. Is that surprising for you?
Yes. Yeah.
Yeah, it feels like that's the case. Like, the MVPs that Lamar Jackson has, but it is interesting because it does feel like Josh Allen has more of like a public sentiment,
more of a need, because they're both obviously MVP players, but it just feels like Lamar Jackson
feels a little bit more settled on Josh Allen than they are Lamar Jackson.
Yeah.
I kind of find that to be incredible, right? That's the case where people go, Lamar Jackson, he really needs this to prove, and maybe it's just like the postseason of it all. Josh Allen gets the benefit, I guess if you can call it a benefit, of running up against like menaces where you get to the 13 seconds or whatever was that versus the Chiefs.
Yeah,
like it feels like he's run up against some really tough things where he's played well. He just has been unfortunate. Lamar Jackson in some of these postseasons has had some bad play, even though I think he's been unfortunate with some of the guys on his team.
Yeah.
Whether it was Mark Andrews or, say, Flowers fumbling and stuff. But either way, like those are the guys who were looked at as, hey, man, win the Super Bowl and we can really solidify it. Joe Burrow coming in at 3 above Dak Prescott at 4.
Oh, I think that's right.
You think so?
Yeah. Because Joe Burrow wins one Super Bowl, I think he immediately, vaults himself as like truly elite. Because I think he's just an elite quarterback. And who doesn't recognize his abilities and what he can do for a squad? Dak Prescott has been more production, and that's not to say he hasn't tinkered with being an elite quarterback. He has been right there. But he's just productive and just workmanlike almost, Whereas Joe Burrow he just looks the part, looks like what an elite quarterback should look, comparisons to Joe Montana and all that stuff. Yeah. I think if he gets a Super Bowl, it'll probably
and number one overall pick.
Yeah, that's also a fair point to talk about, like what the expectations were.
So Dak is 4?
Yeah, if we're gonna make this a tier, I think this tier is your organizations are failing you. Like that's the way that this feels. Because again, Joe Burrow, it feels like Joe Burrow would be a lot closer towards this goal. Now, of course, injury is a large part of it. But even then, you could talk about that being the organization, about them not putting together a line. Yeah. Which, hey, does that show up for you? When you start to get a little local with it. But yeah, man, they've not put together a line. The defense has not been as good, especially, and it's gotten worse over this time. Yeah. Compared to a Dak Prescott that has at various different times has had all of that, but not at the same time together. And so you ask those questions. To round out this list, they have Justin Herbert 5.
Ooh, I think he's up there.
Needing this, but they talk about him being on track towards Hall of Fame induction.
Again, kind of like a different level of like C.J. Stroud. Let's get some dubs first. Let's get some dubs first.
And that is exactly what I wanted to point to. C.J. Stroud, they have so much lower in this, talking about how young he is into this, and I understand. Justin Herbert is not and nearly as young in what we're talking about here, but the idea that's like, hey man, he's headed to the Super Bowl. That's the immediate thought I had was, hey man,
let's get some dubs first in the postseason. We skipping
steps here. Like, yes, that would absolutely help him a lot better there. But it feels like getting some wins in the playoffs at all would be something that would be absolutely necessary here. You know what I mean? But yeah, I found that interesting that like C.J. Stroud, not and of course behind Brock Purdy in that need, Matt Stafford, I guess, to help fully, make sure that everybody sees him as a Super Bowl champion. Hell, even Kyler Murray in here, I think I think that's more necessary.
This is win a Super Bowl?
Yes.
They've been to Super Bowls.
Needing that for the legacy. And I think
Where's Jared Goff?
Some of these guys need it to like help solidify their legacy at all. Some of these guys need it to put them in the Hall of Fame. You asked for Jared Goff, comes in 7th.
Yeah.
As needing that. And yeah, we've talked about that earlier, somewhat enigmatic as a person, like where clearly been a good quarterback, but also there's been times where you looked at him and there was things that remained to be answered for you.
Yeah.
But yeah, C.J. Stroud, like there's still a feeling that he is one of those guys that, one, I think to be included on this list, some level of belief that it could happen. I think it's still interesting, and
I think you could argue easily it's a surprise he's even on the list.
Yeah.
That he's even there.
Yeah, no, that's 100% fair to bring up as well. But I mean, it all starts with like coming in, grasping onto the offense in the way that they've talked about. Whether or not we've actually seen that just yet will come up, and then from there, this is the thing that I wanted to bring up. How much does him being down the list? Obviously, we talked about him being young, and that portion of this. How much of this also is looking over at that defense and going, if they win a championship, how much does that actually say about his legacy?
Oh, yeah. Yeah, no, I see that. But I think even if it is defense-driven, he's still going to get his because obviously what he's done earlier in his career and the fact that he'll have a win.
Yeah. No, fair enough. All right. You're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610. Appreciate you rocking with us. And also appreciation to DNM Auto Leasing for giving us an opportunity to cross-talk with the fellas of the drive. It's Clint. It's Ron. Fellas, how you living?
What's good, gents?
How are you?
Not bad. It's a little rainy out here, but it's good.
Dude, it hasn't stopped, has it?
It's not.
And your area that seems to be getting pelted pretty good.
It is crazy in this city. Yesterday, it was coming down. Apparently, just in that area. But we were at a softball tournament in Alvin. Not a drop.
Not a drop.
Nothing suspended. Nothing.
Yeah, that's good.
I call back. Courtney's like, it is just pouring down here. It has been pouring all morning.
Well, we're having a picnic.
I said, man, it's hot. It's a little overcast, but I mean, it certainly ain't doing. It ain't raining.
Yeah.
We were talking a little bit earlier about these Astros. They get 2 out of 3 on the weekend, but still the road trip, they end up only going 3 for 3, or 3 and 3 rather, which felt like still felt a little disappointing. It feels like there's a couple of guys who, is it too little too late is the question that I asked. Now that's more a Hunter Brown circumstance as he's set to return on Tuesday. Do you guys feel like it's too little too late, like for him to even sniff a Cy Young, even though it feels like he's that caliber of player?
Oh, yeah. Yeah, he's missed too much of the season thus far, and yeah, I think it's too late for him. But I mean, the Astros, that ain't what they need. I mean, they just need. I mean, they need him to stabilize and give them a shot. But yeah, I think postseason award, or season awards are probably out for Hunter.
Yeah, he won't even have enough innings, know, to really move the needle, so to speak. I was talking about like they're kind of, unless something changes drastically fast, they're kind of becoming like. You're watching them for reasons other than the standings. You know, I called it a sideshow.
Until you actually look at the standings, you're like, these jackasses.
No, I'm saying why you watch what interests you, what keeps your interest.
Yeah, these jackasses are 4 games out.
Yeah.
3 games out of the wild card.
That's right. But they got to play better than 500 baseball, though. And they play 500 baseball.
I won't take them serious till they get to 500.
Yeah.
Like for me, they're just like, I haven't told this to Tyler or Clint, but I'm not doing any of the lineups until they get to 500. They get to 500, I'll do the lineups at the end of the show. But I mean, I'm not taking them serious at all until they get to 500, because the odds of you making the playoffs. And I know this is an interesting American league, but the odds of you making the playoffs under 500 are damn near impossible. So you got to get to 500. That's what they got to do. And we're going to talk about Joe's ass. or whoever. And listen, I'm not normally into this the way that Clint is.
The lineup?
We got to talk. We'll dive into that here very soon.
So you didn't like sitting Paredes and Altuve
on the same day?
Yeah, we'll dive into it.
Yeah, they'll dive in.
No, I didn't like it, Lopez, and anybody with a brain doesn't like it.
Mm-hmm. What about the injury? You got 37 years old.
Well, if there was that's why I said if there's an injury, then no problem. I get it. Mm-hmm. But are you talking about the old injury? Are you talking about the oblique? Mm-hmm. No. They can kiss my ass with every bit of that. I mean, you are. This is going. I want everybody to remember this, right? Because I do this when they're leading the division, right? Mm-hmm. I think it's silly when they're leading the division. I'm not. This is on brand for me. I want it when they miss the playoffs. When they missed the playoffs by a game, like they did last year, whatever 2 years, whatever it was, 2 years ago.
Yeah,
I want you to remember you got your current ace on the bump in a stretch of games where you like just winning a series here and there ain't gonna cut it. Mm-hmm. In a stretch of games where 16 of the 19 games are gettable, and you got your ace on the bump, and you get goose egged when you got Paredes and Altuve sitting on the bench for no reason. It's just I could buy the whole injury thing if he didn't do this repeatedly with guys. I don't want to hear nothing from the traditional baseball folks out there that think they know everything. The old heads that want it done a certain way. I don't want to hear nothing from these advanced stat guy nerds about this happens or that happens. No, man, that is a terrible. You should be fired decision.
Mm-hmm. So the Joe must go. Train rolls on.
Yeah, that train is full steam ahead. Get his ass up out of here. It is. And look, maybe there's somebody else helping him make the decision. But whatever's going on over there, I mean that part of it is plumb ass silly. This is like he's going to load manage his ass up out of a job. Mm-hmm. I mean, because there's still right now. There's still a man. You get these guys back in the hunt, get them in the playoffs. There's still I still don't think it's going to save his life, but there's a life raft out there of man. We've had a million injuries, man, and you've had a bad run at it. This stuff here, it's plumb silly to me, man. At this point right here, it's plumb silly.
Well, I do want to shout out Yordan Alvarez. Obviously, he had the six RBI inning.
Sit him down.
The one guy you could. Give him I don't like it, but I'll still at least hear a conversation about needing some rest. He ain't resting a lick.
I think he's played every game.
I think he set 4 games total, like literally the whole season.
I feel like he's played every one.
Well, he's the leading vote getter among AL players in the first round of All-Star balloting, and he should be. He's playing to that level, and so but no, you're right. Like he has not had to sit nearly as much But they're DHing him has a good amount. Like he's not playing the left.
I mean, let's just how about we just rest? How about we play Sugarland ball when Tang's pitching?
No. Let's. You can't afford to put.
Well, I agree with. I agree with you.
Why don't they do that?
I mean, so change, shift gears. Like acknowledge. Like be aware of what's going on.
No,
like
but the theory is, as you said, Arrighetti has been our best pitcher this year, so maybe he doesn't need as many runs, and he'll keep the score down, and if we're going to give guys a break, we'll give them a break when Hunter or he pitches.
Yeah,
and like Tang, you need the Burrows, Imai. You need all the runs you can get.
Yeah.
If I'm Jim Crane and I hear that conversation, I'm walking in and firing folks right there.
But the problem is you are 7 games under 500.
You get gone.
Mm-hmm.
You're 7 games under 500, and 4 guys have to go right now.
Yeah.
Walker, Alvarez, Altuve, Pena. They got to be in the lineup. And Paredes.
Yeah.
Now the 5. Yeah. Now Altuve is back. They have got to be in the lineup. Got to be.
Mm-hmm.
And damn sure, okay, all right, maybe we'll sneak one of them out.
Yeah.
Damn sure 2 of them can't be out at the same time.
That would be the argument that I could
2
hear.
of them
Yeah.
out at the same
because
time.
individually I get, there have been some injuries, there's been some age things going on. So, but both of them, I think I could hear that for sure. Yeah.
All right, fellas. Off to the races on a Monday. There you go.
You kinfolk is a spot of your kinfolk?
No. I think he's probably going to be gone as well. I understand the argument of at least one of those guys on an afternoon getaway game, give him a break. Let's see if he can come back the next day, but not both of them. I'm with that part.
I just don't think if you're in the chase right now,
Yeah.
I just don't know that you're in a position right now to just damn sure not. Both of them is, I don't know who walked in the office and said,
Right.
let's get them all. Let's get them both on.
That I can hear. Yeah.
All right, gentlemen. Lopez, I'll catch you tomorrow.
Yes, sir.
All right, fantastic. You're listening to KLTM, KLTFM HD2 Houston, and Odyssey Sports Station. There we go. Got through it eventually. Appreciation again to DNL Auto Leasing for the crosstalk. But right now, the drive is live.
I do want to get into Joe in a bit. The drive is live on a Monday. It's a little rainy, but that's all right. Drive safe and turn your radios up or your Odyssey app up, your YouTube, Twitch, all of it up. We appreciate you joining the show. Be a part of it with us. You can text, you can tweet, you can message, you can do all those things, all kinds of different ways right here listening to us on the drive. You heard Clint. There is Tyler ready to roar. I don't know why I said that, but he is. He is ready to roar. I do want to get into Joe. Let's just take a deep breath.
That was like a living dead mummy roar right there. That was interesting.
I like that one, man. He's absolutely better than that. I don't know what that was.
I thought you were going to give me a rawr, and you just kind of.
Yeah, he's better than that. He's disappointed. I do want to get to because that's silliness. I mean, last week it was Homer Mike who knows how to ruin a Sunday and ruin a good weekend for the Astros, and then this week, it's probably Joe and company, but right now it's load management Joe. We'll get to him real quick, but I do want to say I've been watching social media. I've seen some of our colleagues. I see what they're forcing us into. Like right now, I'm not gonna lie to you guys. The World Cup stuff has been really cool being here in the city. Saw the boss lady and her husband out at the game. Saw many people out at the game at the Houston Stadium that you have to call it now.
Yeah.
And people seem like they're having a good time. We were there as Fan Fest was getting started. We were down in Edo last Friday. I'm a little disappointed in myself, fellas. And I wonder how many people are in this place. Like I'm telling you right now, I've got nothing. What is this, Belgium and Egypt? I've got nothing to watch Belgium and Egypt. I don't. U.S. and you don't like it the way I say it.
By the way,
Paraguay for those scoring at home. I enjoyed the hell out of that. That might show up a little bit later on in the show, but I'm sorry, I can't get it. I know. We sit here. Reggie and John can't even get their stuff on. They're still turning around watching this, and I get it. It's like me. I will watch the hell out of a 3-14 seed game the entire way when the NCAA tournament happens. It's kind of my thing. 2 teams I don't give a damn about. But I'm a little disappointed, fellas. I need to. I need to get more of the experience of the World Cup. This is like I'm talking about going out to events and going out to things around the city. I regret not hitting Fan Fest. I regret not kind of taking the kids out there to kind of see this once in a lifetime event. I want to. Again, I'm not a soccer person. That's fine.
Yeah.
But these, like, I'm a huge sports fan, and this is a once in a lifetime event happening in your country and then happening in your city. Like, the people in Chicago, they can't get up and go and experience the World Cup right where it is in Denver and other places. They can't experience. I don't know. I feel like I need to get with Reggie. I need to get with Figgy. I saw Reggie and Figgy. I was like, damn, I should be there experiencing.
Well, they're both right in the building right now, man. This is the first break. You can get over and get out and make some plans, man. Get out there with the boys.
I need to. I need next weekend.
What is it that really turned you on that you saw? Like, what is it that you were like, man? I'm really. What was the light bulb moment for you to go, man?
It's like whatever huge event, whatever huge sporting event. Like I'm not flying. I'm not flying overseas to go see the World Cup. So this is one of the biggest events in sports, and it is happening in my city. And I feel like as a sports fan, that's something I want to experience.
Huh.
Right, and I do. Like for me, I want to try to find my way to L.A. during these for the Olympics, because I feel like that may be the best
for the Olympics,
for the best chance for me to. And this is how this kind of feels the same way. A huge sporting event. I see that you're not moved at all to go out here and
I'm not
experience
disappointed in myself one bit. I'm trying.
I feel like Tyler would ride with me on this. I feel like
Tyler's always there for a good time.
Tyler's a big sports fan. Good time. I feel like you want to get out here and experience what the World Cup is. I'm going to do it next week.
Yeah, I'd be down. I mean, I'm always down to be out amidst the people and enjoying festivities and that kind of thing.
I had a little FOMO.
What game are you going to catch?
I don't know. You're right. And when you say that, I've changed my tune. Aaron, I'm going to need some tickets.
Oh, you going to get some tickets?
I'm going to need to.
How is this changing your tune?
Well, initially, kiss my ass. Initially, last week, I expressed, no, I would relinquish those tickets to people who really want to be into it. But I saw everybody out at the stadium.
Yeah, that was changing your tune. This is going back to the tune.
Yeah. Well, changing back on this particular event. I don't know. Like I saw everybody. I was like, you know what? I need to be in the building. I need to be in the building. So I know Aaron's mom is listening. Go ahead and do your thing. I might need a couple of tickets. Now I want to be in the building.
How many you need?
12.
She knows my order.
She knows the number.
Listen. I mean,
you need to make it an even number, man. At least do her a favor.
I'm not greedy, but maybe 5.
Make it an even number, man.
Hold on, so.
All right, I'll take 6.
There you go.
Go figure something out.
Yeah, that way you can stretch out a little bit.
Yeah, stretch out a little bit.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, I don't know if there's.
You got who plays? Do you even know who's playing?
No, I don't care.
You don't care?
I really don't care. No, I want to be in the building to experience World Cup soccer one time.
Okay, well there you go.
That's just as a sports fan, be like, yeah, you know what? I got it. Donna said I only need 2. Well, yep. Someone texted in, Ryan, sounds like you got FOMO. I do. I do. I watched that. I'm like, I've never thought to go to the World Cup. That has never been like, ooh, boy, I got to do that. But now, like, it's here in my city. Yeah. I mean, at least let me take the kids to experience.
You can at least ask for free tickets.
Ask for free tickets. Yeah. At least take the kids out for them to experience.
I mean, that's a good point. I mean, what if they call? What if you got to pay a little bit? What's the max? What's the max you're going to pay?
I don't know. I mean, we'd have to figure out when we're there.
Well, I think it really.
I'd pay a little bit.
I think it really matters who's. I think it really matters who's playing, Ryan. I really do. And I think at this point you may have already missed the freebies.
I don't know, man.
I mean, I asked about some World Cup tickets a long time ago, and they said good luck, and things are thousands of dollars a piece.
Yeah, we'll see.
That was the response I got.
Okay, we'll see. You don't have Aaron's mom.
That's right. Great point. Great point.
I'm sure I'll get a text here in a little bit. But no, man, I gotta jump in with Reggie and Figgy. I saw Reggie. I almost wanted to buy me a shirt. I saw Reggie buying one. I saw Cedar buying a shirt. I almost want to buy me a shirt. Want to go in there. I said, man, I need to experience this. I need to jump in this. Apparently my cohorts on the show just don't have the same feel. Tyler is reacting as if it's just a Friday night at the Heights.
He's busy.
Let's
man.
just go.
He's
let's
busy.
just go. Hell, I'm always down for a good time. Like it's
Call me up. I'm ready to go.
Friday night at the Heights, and Clint wants no parts of it.
Yeah, look at it's not a. I get what you're saying, and I agree with you. I agree with you. It's only here once. I'm
going to find my way to LA.
I'm
There's
just
like I don't know if there's another way.
Zero interest in that.
There's no other way. I feel like I come close to being able to go to the Olympics unless I really pay for it to go somewhere, and we know that.
Well, I mean, how are you not going to pay for it in LA?
Well, I mean, I think LA's a little bit different than if it's in Switzerland or if it's in.
Yeah, no, I don't. I'm not into crowds, man. To be honest with you, I'm not. We've talked about this. I'm not into big crowds, man.
Yeah, I'm not. Yeah. I'm not there. I'm not over that yet. That's just the experience, man. It's the experience. So I don't know. I hope y'all been enjoying y'all the World Cup. Some of y'all make it seem like it's a lot of fun now. Having a real good time out there. Kind of missed it. I saw it was live.
What jerseys did they buy? What jerseys did the boys buy?
I just saw shirts. And that watch party, like every time the U.S. scored one of those 4 goals, like that place was live. I saw shots of it at the watch party down at the Shell Energy.
Let me know how that goes for you, bud.
I am, man.
Keep me posted. Send me some videos.
I'm gonna get in there, man.
Hopefully, it goes better than your AAU matches.
Give me well, it happened again. We'll get to that later. This is the worst ever. Yep, I got
the red carpet. We're wanting to get into a controversy.
Got punched in the eye, and my glasses knocked off, and that's knocked off with an S. Knocked off. No, really an athletic move. Was able to catch it.
You put an S and an ED on that one, by the way. That was good.
Yeah, I was able to catch it and push it.
The hand
got scratched. Just taking live shots to the back. Yeah, we'll have to get to it. There's a real conversation with my AAU weekend. That's right. It is the 3rd time that there has been some sort of an altercation.
Yeah. I mean, eventually I told you last time, you're going to get caught in the middle of it. Just.
My father-in-law said, maybe I should look at badminton.
Pickleball.
That's right. Yeah. 2nd time in a month that the kids weren't able to finish the game because of parents. But back to what we were talking about, man. The Astros, they take 2 of 3, which is, hey, it's a successful series. That's what you need them to start winning series. Again, they're 4 games back in the West. The Mariners now are all of a sudden just 1 game over 500 again. So this division could be in a week with everybody under 500 in it if the Mariners keep losing. But they're 4 games back. They're 3 back in the wild card. And they took 2. Those games were crazy, by the way. I mean, that first inning on Friday night was insane. Me and Tyler and Clint, we're going back and forth on what's happening in that first game. Just when we thought Imai was taking steps forward, he goes and puts a performance like that together. But they win those first 2 games, crazy, 10-8, and then 8-7, and then they got Spencer Irrigati on the mound Sunday. All right, here we go. We got a chance to sweep. Got the Tigers at home, another team that's well below 500. We can really make some hay here. Here we go. And he runs out there, and I don't know who it was, but they came together and they said, let's put this lineup up. Jeremy Pena, Jordan, Christian Walker, and then the hell with it. Joey Loperfido, Cam Smith, Rick Myers, Bryce Matthews.
Is that what we're going with?
Delgado in his first game ever. And Price. I mean, Vasquez couldn't even be catching this day. It's old Price. That's the lineup with a chance to sweep. A chance to sweep. And what happens? Your ass loses 4-0. And you sit Paredes and Altuve. Both of them. It is so stupid. And then when he was asked about it, Tyler, Joe said, well, I just think those guys needed a breather. Hell, they got a rain delay the other night. They got an hour or 2 in a rain delay. That was a breather. Look, listen. I'm sorry, man. Like right now, those 5 dudes till the wheels fall off. Not when you're 7-8 games under 500, you're in chase mode. That's just unbelievable. And you cannot tell me that didn't damper a little bit of the mindset going into the game of the team. I'm sorry, you just can't. People are happy for Delgado. That's fine. But you can't tell them that, damn, this is what we're about to roll out here. This is the decision. Unbelievable that they whoever it was all came together and made that call.
I didn't watch a pitch one when I saw that lineup. I went back and checked it multiple times to make sure that was
there's
correct.
An injury. I just kept checking if there's an injury.
Yeah, I did. At least I asked on social media, am I missing something? Is Paredes or Altuve injured? Nope, none, not one bit. Didn't watch it lick. Went back just out of respect for my man Spencer. I went back and watched his highlights, watched him deal a little bit. It's disgusting. It is. Anybody out there that sits around and watches the Astros and that doesn't make their skin crawl, I want nothing to do with.
And you got
I don't
a chance
want to watch a lick of sports with you.
You got a chance to get that sweep. They need. We've talked about it. Yes, they need to win series, but they're also probably going to need to pick up some sweeps and get on a real stretch.
They're not, but Ron, they're not a team. I hear you, but the Astros are not a team that can play the whole. All we need to do is win series moving forward. You're not that team anymore. You're a team right now. If we're being honest, it's who you are anyway. But the team you are right now, constructed the way that this roster is constructed, with the injuries that they've suffered, and the hole that they've dug in the division. You are not a team that can proceed accordingly to plan from the very beginning of the season. Oh, we plan to rest these guys this much. You're not a team that can, a week after a guy returns from an injury, give them a break because they're 37 years old. You're not that team anymore. Like that approach, that it's a long season, a lot of baseball left approach, again, leaves you a game or two out of the playoffs. You're not that team anymore. When you got a chance to sweep a team, win 3 in a row, get a little bit of momentum, you've got your ace on the bump. You're not a team that can make decisions like, you calculate that into whether guys are playing or not. They're not that team anymore. Who are we fooling? If they take
the standing says they're not. They're just that team. They got to win series, but they got to go on a tear. They've got to get themselves back to 500. And when you got a chance to sweep a team like that is probably demoralized. One of their big hitters got injured and is out for the next 6-8 weeks. Their first baseman, that happened. You go into the game and you just take the air right out of everything as soon as it starts with that lineup.
Well, you just don't give yourself the best chance to win. It just, at the end of the day, you're in a give yourself a best chance to win type of situation. And resting 2 guys, 2 of your top 5 guys, while the rest of your lineup has been decimated, resting those 2 guys in that moment is a luxury.
Yeah.
That is hey, man, our division sucks and we got a 5-game lead in the division. We can rest guys excessively and we're going to be all right. That is not we're 4 games back in the division. You got to sweep a team because you don't know. You're going to mess around and lose a series to a team you shouldn't lose a series to.
Yeah.
That's who you really are.
You're not going to go perfect. Yeah, you got to take that opportunity and give yourself the best chance. Coming up, Tank Dell, he speaks. We haven't heard from him in a long time, and wait till you hear why he says, hey, y'all, I'm not really supposed to be talking about this. See what he's talking about. We'll do that coming up next.
Stadium.
Houston's sports leader. Sports Radio 610.
The Drive is powered by Mokaram Injury Lawyers. Heard in an accident? Call Mokaram Injury Lawyers at 281-222-2222. Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
All right, welcome back as we are live here on The Drive on a Friday. Appreciate you jumping in with us as we looked at it. We told you about it. Astros, frustrating Sunday, just the decision on how they went about things. But a successful weekend, taking 2 or 3 from a team that was well under 500, and they were able to win that series. And they get ready for the Tigers coming up and starting tonight. But yes, the Texans fellas are taking their break, and it'll be a minute, and then they'll get revved up, and the season will officially really start as training camp begins coming up mid-July. But we got to hear from Tank Dell, and we hadn't really heard from Tank Dell, Clint, since his injury, and he was out at an event, and he was asked an interesting question. Actually, it's not even interesting, just a normal question. Just basically what was able to get you through such a difficult time with this injury, and his response was a bit interesting. We'll pick that up. Here it is. This is Tank Dell talking about what it was that kind of got him through it. Interesting response.
What kept you going through the whole thing? What kept you fighting through to get to this point? So, as far as coming back and
you get a 2024 Ferrari.
To be honest, I'm not supposed to be answering those questions, but I will give y'all. I give y'all that. What kept me going is God, my faith in God, my belief in God, to know that I can overcome this if I just put Him first, put my trust in Him, and just work hard.
It said, obviously, it didn't seem like it was a question that was I was surprised by I'm not really supposed to talk about that. Like, what do you think that is? And because it seems like obviously he has been told, like, all right, you can't talk about this and this. But I don't think he was about to give us a breakdown at all of the injury, the surgery, and everything. What do you think that's about?
I mean, I think he's one of the younger guys that when he hears them talk about don't talk about medical stuff, there's a fear factor there with maybe saying something that he shouldn't say, especially when you haven't played much and you've been injured, you've been off the radar, don't create a headline kind of deal. I think that's what he's trying to, or that's why he responds in that fashion. That is odd.
Yeah,
seems like a pretty simple question.
Yeah, just like that. Even that, like he could have. It's weird. It's almost like he wanted us to know that he is unable to talk about stuff, because he could have just given the answer that he ultimately gave, and nobody would have said anything else. I guess maybe he's trying to shoot that thing down. Some people on the text line said, Clint, it makes them feel like he's maybe further away than maybe we think, and I felt good coming out of OTAs seeing that he was actually, now it was like, they were running routes, they weren't hitting or anything, but I remember you saying for them to put him even in the situation where he could collide with somebody, that they were running, decent speed, running through some drills and some stuff, that they put him out there, that is a positive sign. I don't know if I take it as that, but
I think here's the deal. I think depending on how you look at it, I believe it's a positive sign, because I'm not one that believes Tank Dell's going to be should factor into what they're going to do at the wide receiver position per se. I think there's a lot of people out there. You go, hey man, what do you think about these weapons? Tank Dell's one of the first 3 guys you mentioned. Like that's ludicrous to me. When I look at it, I look at Tank Dell as a guy that maybe by mid-season, he's worked his way into a position where if there's an injury or something, he can help them. I don't look at Tank Dell as a guy like, oh boy, he's going to be back. Like, I'm talking about competing for a spot. I think there's a chance he can be back getting some run at training camp at the very beginning of training camp. Do I think that they are going to put him in a position where he can potentially is highly likely to be contacted while he's moving, tackled at all? No, I think it's going to be a while. I think it's going to be a while. Yeah, look, I think there's a reason why he's in like the only thing we see him in is an accelerated walkthrough. That's really what we've seen him doing. I think there's a level of confidence that means they have in where he's at in a sense of just running a straight line, stopping and starting. But I think it's also the real sign is there's nowhere near ready for him to take contact. Yeah. To be running full speed and even nudge to where his body weight gets outside his frame kind of deal. I think they're still conscious of that. So, I think I like the fact that he's on the field. I think it's good to see that they got confidence that he can at least get out there and be part of the team. I don't think it means that he's very close to being back.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You're surprised. Maybe not surprised. You wouldn't be surprised if I heard this is what Reggie asked John. You wouldn't be surprised if he wasn't there week one?
I would not.
Suited up?
I would not. I think it's probably a long shot that Tank Dell comes back, is able to go and get enough reps full speed to be in quote unquote game shape, be healthy and ramping up to game shape with no other worries. I don't think that's likely.
Yeah.
I mean, I would think that Tank Dell will be by mid-season. He will be full go being mid-season, ramped up, ready to go, able to help this football team, available to be a everyday wide receiver for this football team. I would say mid-year is probably when that gets done.
Going, yeah.
I mean, if it's before that, I think it's a beautiful thing. We're lucky. We're living right.
Yeah. See how he's healing. Yeah. It was it's been a minute, and it was a hell of an injury. All right, coming up, we gave you kind of a hint. It happened again. I was involved again in an altercation. Again, not my fault. Involved again in an altercation. And in this case, I really wonder from parents, I really wonder how you would have handled this. Would you have handled this differently? Because it did set off ultimately a bad situation. But I wonder how someone would have handled it. We'll discuss that thing.
All right, before we do that, let me tell you how you need to
Presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
All right, let's dive into it. All hands on deck. 713-572-4610. Jump in on the text line. I really, parents out there, all the parents out there, hell, you ain't got to be a parent, but how you would think to handle it. But mostly my parents out there, how you would have handled this. YouTube, Twitch, jump in on this. Yes, I got into the third AAU altercation in about a month and a half.
For a guy that knows how to de-escalate so well.
I was trying to.
It's interesting, isn't it, Tyler?
This is,
how many times you heard, my prior life where I used to work, I just de-escalating and dealing with this kind of thing. He's pulling his lat, patting himself on his back, and all of a sudden he can't handle AAU tournaments.
Well, I think I de-escalated this right here, man. I know I did the last one as fast as I got over there on them bleachers.
You was quick.
I got into it, boy. It would have been worse.
Small ankle saved.
By the way, Sunday, they came back. They had to play that team again.
Oh, boy.
That's who they played Sunday. And if they would have beat them, they would have played this team that, well, anyway. So this is the scenario. This is the situation. I got drilled in the side of the head. I didn't see who got me. But I went through a lot of emotions here, Clint. So basically.
No videos?
No, not this time.
Man.
No, he wasn't there. So basically, we got a game, and the way that the gym is set up, they got two games going on, one full court. Just got them going
cross court.
Yeah, cross court, and they got a curtain in between, and so the seating is they pulled out the bleachers out here at A-Leaf. They pulled out the bleachers, and they're only the baseline is where the seating is, and then they got some chairs lined up, but really that's the team's benches. So most of the parents are sitting on the baseline.
Yep, on one side.
Yes. So we are front row right underneath the basket. Like we are 10 steps from the baseline.
Which is a terrible idea, but I understand they're making more money.
So this is a team that's got a couple of big jokers. A couple of big jokers that one may question, all right, are we within the age requirement? Whatever. We'll play. There's a young man about 5'11", 205, 210. Every bit of it, too.
Has he already got a scholarship offer? D1 football?
I'm about to say. I was going to say, he's doing this on his free time. So, again, you're a parent. You're sitting on the baseline underneath. There's a lot of trash talking happening. We're only about six
on
minutes
the floor or in the bleachers?
On the floor.
Okay.
On the floor. And your son, and I know you don't have a son, but you got a nephew that I know you view as your as your son with your brother. I know. So let's just picture you're on the front row and your nephew, and every parent out here, male and female, because I just want to know what moves you make. Your nephew comes down the lane, and that big joker just hammers him. I mean, nails. I mean, it wasn't like it was a hard foul.
Okay.
Took him off his feet. He hit the deck. Then that young man then comes and walks and steps over him and stands over him. Bends down, and remember, you're right here. You can hear and see all of it. Give me that ish. Didn't say ish. Give me that ish. Your nephew gets up. Ain't no punk. Ain't gonna back down. Hops up. He said something. I could not make out what he said. Trey said that was a foul. I don't know. I feel like he said something. Hops up. Your nephew hops up. This big joker shoves your nephew. Remember, you're right here. Timeout. Where are you at right now? Big joker shoves your nephew. You're right here. You are.
Well, I told you I'd have changed AAU leagues 2 weeks ago.
But where right now? Are you off your feet?
Oh, no question.
Are you on the court?
Whoa. Hey, no, I'm not on the court.
You're off.
No,
all right.
I'm not on the court.
Then your nephew shoves him back.
Okay.
Or you still?
Oh no, I'm still off the court. I mean, I'm towing the line though.
Then big joker squares up.
Okay.
Right, it like squares up like he's about to, and it's. Where are you at? 713-572-4610. This is where it went haywire.
Yeah, I probably would have. I naturally would have reacted and broke it up.
You would have gone out and.
I mean, if I'm right, it's right there in front of me.
Right there in front of you. Yeah. You didn't have bleachers to run down. You would have stepped.
I probably would have stepped out. Whether it was my kid or not, I probably would have stepped out there and broke it at that point.
Oh.
Well, we ain't finna do this. Hang on.
There was a dad right there that was next to me. His son was the one who got pushed. Got pushed.
Oh, it wasn't Trey. Okay.
No, it wasn't mine. No, it was another dad on the team. Nicest guy in the world. I swear to God, nicest guy. Everyone's shocked that this happened.
All right, I think there's a key question here.
Yes.
What the two kids? What are we talking about? Obviously, the big dude is
a very huge size discrepancy.
Yeah, but are we in
two black kids?
Okay, that's right.
Two black kids.
So we're going to two different.
Two black kids.
Okay.
Two black kids.
Okay.
Size discrepancy.
Okay.
So dad does exactly what you said. He got out there. Now what I believe his mindset was to get out there and get between them, and he did. But he got his hands and kind of pushed them both.
Mm-hmm.
His hand was a little high on the other kid, but he pushed them both. And I immediately walk out, and I'm like, I run out, and I grab him. I grab the dad, like, hey, I just like, let's pull this. Somebody got the other kid. I grab the dad, and next thing you know, the parents from the other baseline, they come running down. Apparently, some joker came from the back end. I got this from Courtney. Some joker came from the back end, and he just swung on him and hit dude's dad in the side. But I got him hemmed up, and I'm trying to run him back to the bleachers. So, trying to calm it down. And I'm just getting drilled in the back. My back, Tyler, I got hit in the face, in the eye, my glasses knocked off. Somebody scratched me. Somebody hit me. My lip was bleeding afterwards. I don't know if I bit it or if I got hit. I mean, it just went down. Cops were there. They came out. They stopped it. We backed it out. I pushed him to the door to leave, to get out, to leave. I'm just, and he has asked me a couple of times what I could have done, what I should have done. I'm trying to think. It went terribly wrong, but I am sitting there trying to think in my mind what I would have done.
Where were the refs and the coaches?
I don't know.
It's not.
They were late. All got there before. Someone texted in, "Where are the referees?"
Like that's. I mean, I feel like again. I mean, if we're not going to have referees that are a little more involved in the game than that, then
he made the call. He was right there. I don't know. I never saw him.
I don't know. Like if to me, that's the deal. Like I don't. Now you may have triggered the onslaught.
You think I triggered it by grabbing him?
Yeah, I mean, if my kid, because if I put myself in the other position and my kid's down there,
I could. Yeah,
I can't see what's going on, and all of a sudden one dad jumps in the middle and another dad jumps in the middle, and it's both for the other team. I'm gonna get down there and see what's going on. Now I'm not saying I'm gonna hit you.
Coming down there swinging.
I'm not coming down there swinging, but I'm definitely gonna get down there and see what's going down. But I think that's the dad should have never had to. He should not. He should be pissed off that he was in a position to need to do what he did.
Because I keep saying to myself, I hope in my mind I would have gone out and just grabbed Trey and pulled him. But in my mind, I don't like.
I mean, is that a pretty common occurrence? Like the kid standing over talking about
that's not as that's not common. Like the standover, it was hammer foul. He walked like it should. Like you're right. The ref should have run over immediately on the walk and standover. Probably should have gave him a tech and pulled it off.
Yeah, and his coach should have been in his ass.
Yeah, he was able to get up, and they were able to shove each other, and then square. Yeah, it was crazy. But I just like
I think once again, I mean, my advice to you is you need to get out of that league. I mean, if we're not going to have, I mean, you got parents coming up in the stands, you got having to chase people. I mean, you've chased up in the stands, you've chased onto the floor.
I did. Somebody caught me flush, man. I mean, and then afterwards, Clint, I feel it, and I am hot.
Yeah.
I know. Because my back is to it, and I don't know who did it. I don't know who's it. I can't see nothing. I'm in here like, I got you. And I feel bad because I got his arms, and he must have.
You got him wailed on.
It was.
Well, you probably did him a favor because, I mean, like at that point.
Well, I just didn't want it to get.
Well, you probably did him a favor because if he'd have been able to even swing back at all, then it would have turned into a melee, and you probably did him a favor. But the whole again, I mean, we need to find a new age. I mean, ain't that serious, man? I mean, you need to be you need to be able to enjoy your weekends, man. I mean, you can't go to the basketball tourneys and worry about, man, I wonder if I'm gonna get out of here with my glasses today. I mean,
I didn't think.
I just want to leave with all my glasses in my skin.
I had no problems last season. I had 3 for 3, and the worst part is the game ended 6 minutes in.
But and then you went back and played the same team the next day.
We didn't play. So remember the team that we've had the previous altercation with, where I had to get over in the
stands
with that lady who looked like she cooks ham hocks.
Yes.
They were the team that we had to play the first game.
Oh,
they got that dad was on vacation, so he was not there because what I heard was that young lady walked in looking.
Oh, I bet she gave herself a pep talk on the drive over. More importantly, I bet she had a couple of her grandsons and their kids out and waiting on his ass.
Next line coming in and see, man, you got to just let those kids settle it themselves. I just don't think that at 12.
Yeah,
I don't feel like I don't. Yeah, I don't think it's time to just.
I'm not a settle it yourself.
That's
not in that because I mean
that's not Carl Anthony Towns at Wemby.
Yeah, I mean if you're playing football down the street at Mr. Mallory's and we fight, that's cool. We just got to fight, you know what I mean? But when you're in an organized sport, an organized setting with parents everywhere, and you're playing, part of that, whether it be parents, coaches, or referees, should be, hey man, we're going. Y'all can talk trash all you want. I mean, and you can even get into a little altercation, but we can't square up. I mean we can't. And if it does get to that point, somebody's got to be there to break it up other than dad. Yeah, I mean, we got to do better than that. Come on, A-Leaf.
Yeah, man. I got hammered, boy. I really did. All right, coming up, the Knicks are world champions. How surprised are you that this thing was finished in 5 games? I know Clint is. The Spurs were heavily favored coming into it. How surprised are you that the series went the way it did? We'll discuss that next.
ADs, head coaches, superintendents. Let me get your attention one time.
necessary. See terms at ChumbaCasino.com. Must be over 21 and present in a state where it's legal to play.
From the West Point Lincoln and West Point Lincoln of Sugar Land Studios, KILT FM HD2 Houston. On Odyssey Sports Station, the Texans play here. Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
All right, welcome back in. I see a lot of people jumping in. 1 hour down. Someone said sportsmanship is dead in youth league's main culprit. I was a coach in AAU for years, and I always told my parents, as the coach, I will take care of any on-court confrontations. I think it was just literally a bad setup. It was the perfect storm in so many, because we generally. And he generally sits on the back row. Me and him, we generally sit on the back row so we can have a place to lean our back on the bleachers.
Right.
He's generally at the top. Generally, he would have had to come down a flight of stairs and bleachers to get there. And by that time, I would think somebody would have arrived there. But it just happened right in front of you, and you were just
that's a ref issue. That is to me that is a ref issue 100. I mean that is a ref issue.
Yeah, it was a tough.
Now, a big fella would need to be dealt with
by the coach. Yeah,
and I would imagine in youth sports across the board, but definitely in AAU basketball, I would imagine that caliber player probably is not the easiest to talk to.
Maybe.
I mean that big. It's playing. What is he? 11 and 12-year-olds.
Yeah.
I mean that's probably hard to tell that old fella what the hell to do.
I don't know. It felt like his coach had a pretty good handle on the kids from the 6 minutes I saw of it. Trey got in the car and said, "Yep, we played 6 minutes."
They called the game, huh?
Oh, ended it. Yeah. That one moved on.
That's the only good decision that was made that whole time.
Yeah, I don't think you revved that one back up.
No, I don't know. You don't let that one go.
I was ready to go anyway.
I guess you were. You were contemplating an emergency room.
Who hit me? Who in the hell hit me? I know that lady got in there and scratched me. I know that was a female's hands right there. All right, fellas, the Knicks won the championship. They closed them out in 5, Clint. They played 5 games. They played 3 of them in San Antonio, and the Knicks won all 3 of the games in San Antonio. The Knicks, you guys help me with this, Clint and Tyler, because betting is not my strong suit. But how big a favorite is minus 220 before the series? How big?
It's a pretty good one when you're talking about an NBA Finals.
I mean, I know the Rockets were minus 650 on the Lakers before that series started, but that seems to be out of control. But minus 220, that's a pretty good.
Yeah, I'd say anything over minus 200, like in that range, is a strong favorite, but don't rule out the other squad winning as an impossibility type deal.
Yeah, so
strong.
So they were strong favorites, and I mean, if you go look at all the game lines, you could tell who Vegas thought was the better team. At home, it was anywhere from 5.5 for the Spurs to 3.5 to 5.5, and for the Knicks, it was 1.5 to 3.5 when they were at home. But the Knicks were able to come back and win that series. Clint, how surprised are you the way the series went? Them winning all those games in San Antonio, it being a 5-game series, a gentleman's sweep, as they would call it by the Knicks.
I think two things. Two things here. One, I'm shocked that the Knicks. I'm shocked that anybody beat the Spurs in any series 4-1. So I'm surprised that happened. Number one, but I think if you really look at the two teams, especially in hindsight, now that we know how it all unfolded, and to be honest with you, it was probably a narrative. I don't know that I believed it, but it was probably a narrative or a conversation. You can tell more than me because you follow it more. But when you look at the inexperience and the youth of the San Antonio Spurs, right? Just one of the youngest teams. I can't remember the caveat, but one of the youngest teams in NBA Finals, kind of history kind of deal. And then you look at a Jalen Brunson, just him, but a Jalen Brunson-led Knicks team. I think what this thing boiled down to. Now we'll get into the details of it and dig into the different the second half scoring and all that kind of stuff. But if you look at it, I think for me it's very easy to say Jalen Brunson was the moment was never too big for him. That is what he was built for. That is, we've seen him do it before in lesser games. You've never seen him do it in the finals, obviously. Yeah. But we've seen him put the team on his back and go do things that's unimaginable for a guy that size, right? And if you look at the big moments, the fourth quarters of those games, whether you want to look at the whole second half, the fourth quarter, or just the moments where the game was won, Jalen Brunson was never shook one time. And I think if we're honest, you look at the Spurs, and now it may just be youth. It may not be that we don't need to make a mountain out of a molehill of, boy, these guys just don't have it. I don't want to go there yet. It may just be youth, but I think they were overwhelmed in those big moments in the second half of multiple games and pissed away some monster leads. But I think it was more to do with just inexperience and not knowing how to handle those moments.
I mean, it was the same script every
game.
I mean, it was happening in Game 5, and you felt it in the second half. And I felt like the Spurs felt it. No, here we go. It's happening again. Yeah. And they just walking them down methodically. It's down to 9. It's to 10. It's the next thing you know, it's 4. And next thing you know, Brunson. And this time, it literally was just him.
Yeah.
Like he had, you remember we were coming into Friday. Boy, who's gonna be the MVP? I listen to people saying OG is the series MVP. That the Carl. By the way, Karl Anthony Towns never recovered after he said going into halftime, he can't hold me or he can't handle me. Whenever he said that about Wemby going into halftime, he got those fouls called him, and he never recovered the entire way. He scored 2 points.
Yeah.
He scored 2 points, and OG scored, I believe, 11 or 12. He scored 45. The rest of his team scored 49. Yeah. And it was just him repeatedly going back and forth. Like
but Ron, I think you tell me if I'm crazy because you've watched more of it than I have. But from the decisions the coach made, and to the look in the eyes of the guys, the moment was too big. Like for instance, down the stretch. I would say down the stretch, I think you may have even mentioned this multiple times throughout that series, is Harper's got to be more involved, right? You said that early on.
I thought he was the best player for the Spurs.
Right. Yeah. And so what I thought was
in Game 5 at least.
In Game 5, Castle comes down and takes an ill-advised shot late, and they immediately pull him out of the game and go to the Fox package. And once again, Fox peed down his leg. Boy, you'd have thought that was Michael Jordan in there just jacking up shots, and he didn't hit a damn one.
He was atone for that.
Oh, he was like, but the point is like where I'm going with all of it is he should have never been given that opportunity. Like when Castle came out, Castle never should have came out, but I felt like that was a knee-jerk reaction by a young head coach, and then to not go immediately to, hey, Harper's got to get the ball and Harper's got to dominate the ball in these moments. We're going to chew up clock, let him big body and get down low and get a high percentage shot. That was the way to go. And it was like until they got down with under a minute left, it was almost like that was never the plan late. And so I think, again, whether it's the head coach's decisions in those moments and allowing Fox to even have that many shots down the stretch, or not having the Harper going hard on Harper the last 5 or 6 minutes of the game, or just the look in the guy's face. I just don't think – because Wemby's not in a spot – and now this is – I think eventually –
So part of this is on the coach – what you're about to say is on the coach too.
But Wemby's not a ball hand. Like I know in today's game he does bring it down the floor sometimes. But if he's not going to be the guy bringing it down the floor and initiating – then there's got to be a plan for everything to go through him. And there was too many shots that were thrown up where the ball did not go through to and through Wemby. And so I don't know how much of it I can say, man, Wemby's got it. He clearly has to be more of a presence. No question about that.
Yeah, he wasn't great in that game either, even when he got, the opportunity. I mean, You got the closeout game, you got 19. Like somehow
Well,
somehow
missing free throws too.
Dylan was able to figure it. Dylan Harper was able to figure it out. Well, I mean, the Castle situation. Well, he was sucking it up too. That was the other part. He was 0 for 8 before he had the putback dunk.
But they're so much better. And I don't even know what the difference is, but they're so much better when Castle and Harper and Vassell are there on the floor. Now I know it's obviously they're better defensively with those guys, but they were so much better with the physicality of getting a higher quality shot. I could not believe he didn't go back to that, man.
Yeah, I'm not as much surprised the Knicks won the series. I am surprised the way it went. I'm surprised it went 5, and that they just won all the games in San Antonio. That kind of caught me off guard.
I think weren't they undefeated on the road in the whole playoffs?
I'm trying to think if the Hawks got them. The Hawks would be the only team because they didn't lose through the semis or the Eastern Conference Finals. I'm trying to remember where that Hawks game, if one of those, because they were down 2-1, if one of those, I think one of those losses happened in Atlanta. So I think they lost one road game throughout the entire thing. I will be honest with you, Tyler. I'm glad that this season is over. I need some time away from Wemby. I'm starting to he's starting to get on my nerves. I'm starting, and some of it is not him. Some of it is it feels like he is being protected in a way that I don't know that I've quite seen. I don't know how he got away with that. With that flagrant, which should have been a flagrant foul where he didn't allow Brunson a chance to land. And again, it's against Brunson. Like it's not against McBride. It's against Brunson. And it was clear. It was the exact reason why they put the rule in. Hell, Brunson, he got hit with that not allowing a shooter to land when he turned his back to a shooter. He was standing backwards to a shooter landing on him. The Wemby thing, some people have some issues with him not shaking hands. I just know they crushed Isaiah Thomas and company when they just walked out. And I know Jordan thought it was one of the most disrespectful things. But he went in there, had that, got away with that because I'm telling you, Clinton Tyler, they would have reviewed that over the day if the Spurs would have won, and they would have found a way to have not made that a flagrant foul to keep Wemby in that game. It seemed like they were going out of their way, and maybe it's not the truth, but it seems like they were going out of their way to protect him. And I mean, my man is. I don't have a major problem with them not shaking hands afterwards, but I do know it's a tradition that generally when series ends, they shake hands, and that he just hightailed it right on up out of there. I don't know if that helped the image thing, but I need some time away from Wemby. He's starting to piss me off.
Yeah, I can tell.
It is. Yeah, it's something. It's something all the time with this guy.
Yeah, I like his approach though. I like his. I mean, I understand what you said. Well, the league protected him thing is where it bothers you, but like, I like the edge Buddy plays with, man. I think it's going to be really. I think it's going to be really good for the league and really good for ratings. Obviously.
Can I tell you the truth? What you just said with that, because I've heard that. I feel like there's a part of me that feels like it's not genuine.
Oh, you think it's got a little?
I'm talking about the edge part.
Yeah.
Because he does not go up and command and go get the ball. You know what I mean? He's acting like he's some sort of a killer. Like he's some.
He gets pushed around.
Down there, like the edge he plays. Like when you say the edge, like Kobe wouldn't have let De'Aaron Fox grab that ball and get them shots. Shaq wouldn't have let De'Aaron Fox grab them and shoot them shots.
How about when he let old buddy get that rebound at the end right there, man?
Yeah, there's a part of me that he says all of the stuff like where people are like, I love the throwback thing. Like I want all of this. But some of it feels like it's not. I don't know. It's not genuine because he doesn't carry himself like he says stuff that Draymond would do, and he does some things in a cheap, shoddy way that Draymond does, but he doesn't seem to carry himself all the way.
Well, I don't know. From a play style perspective, I don't know that his narrow ass has a chance. Like, I don't know that that's in his cards.
Yeah.
Like, he's going to get physically pushed around, and a lot of times he's going to get pushed around by guys younger than him. I mean, smaller than him.
It just someone texted in 2011 finals, your boyfriend, just brother, LeBron didn't shake hands after they lost. I told you it doesn't matter to me. It's not a big deal to me, but I understand why LeBron got crushed for it. You know, it's a tradition, and it is also a show of like a disrespect to your opponent in a way, especially how it's been a tradition. Again, it's not a huge thing to me. I wasn't bent up out of shape. I don't think Jalen Brunson gave a damn that he didn't shake his hand. Whatever. I just know it's a tradition, and some people have had some real issues with that. There's just something about it. And to LeBron, I hated when LeBron went to Miami and tried to act like he was going to be the bad guy, and that's just not his personality. It never was, and he played worse when he tried to act like everybody hates me, so I'm gonna show him the villain. No, I didn't like that. I don't know. It just maybe I'm wrong. Maybe Wemby is just this. It just doesn't it doesn't feel genuine when he comes out with that stuff. All right, coming up, the Astros they take 2 of 3. There's one particular player with this team, and I wonder how Astros fans like their approach towards him. We'll discuss that coming up next.
Something about Coach D'Amico's mini.
Make credit decisions. Must be 18 years old. Not available in all states.
Honey, everything is so expensive, and our bills are piling up.
You're telling me credit cards are maxed out, rent is due, and the car payment's right around the corner? We need some extra cash.
We should do what my friend from work did. She went to Bill's house.
Mokaram Injury Lawyers. Heard in an accident? Call Mokaram Injury Lawyers at 281-222-2222. Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
Weekend's best, weekend's worst coming up. Some people texting in. Wemby in year 3 got a cast of 23 and younger players, with the exception of De'Aaron Fox, and they lost in the finals. They'll be all right. No, I think they're going to be all right. That Dylan Harper fella doesn't seem like he is slowing down. That looks like a hell of a 1-2 punch, with Castle just being this era's version Draymond. Just with everything he can do, and just as I'm talking about the Draymond. Some of the kids don't remember when Draymond could score. The player that Draymond was prior to KD going, when he just said to hell with his scoring at that point, which somebody had to. I mean, I didn't think he would just completely forget it, but that dude right there, that Draymond used to average between like 15, 17 points a game. He would have arguably been the MVP of the finals the year that LeBron and then came back 3-1. He had like 34, 30-something in Game 7. He was something else. I think Castle potentially being on that role. Yeah, they'll be fine. Someone else text in 100% right on that take. Ron, spot on. Wemby comes off as a spoiled, entitled Frenchman. We'll see. All right, Astros, they get ready to take on the Tigers. this week, starting tonight. Framber alert. That's coming up. Framber versus Hunter Brown. That's going to be fun.
Was it Tuesday night? Tomorrow night?
Yeah, tomorrow night. That'll be fun for us to talk up tomorrow. But I want to get you all's thoughts. 713-572-4610, YouTube and Twitch. Your thoughts on this player. How do you feel about how the Astros are handling Cam Smith? Their young player, Cam Smith. How do you feel about how the Astros are handling him? He has played in over 70 games this year. He's hitting 218, 303, 356. That's his slash line. OPS under 660. He's got 7 homers, 10 doubles, 26 RBIs, and he does have 8 stolen bases. Has only been caught once. But he is the young guy, I think, especially in that trade with Kyle Tucker. Like Paredes has come on. We'll see about Hayden Wisniewski whenever he gets back. But Cam Smith was the one you thought, ooh, he could be a star. He could be maybe one of the next ones to come through. Your thoughts in year 2, how they have handled him. He's out there every day, but he does kind of move up and down in a lot.
Yeah. Now, if you're going to move anybody up, which we've seen guys that we didn't know who they were 2 weeks ago. We've seen them batting the 4-hole, 5-hole. We've seen Taylor Trammell batting the 4. Like to me, if you're going to break up the top 5 or 6 hitters on this team, Cam Smith. This is my only complaint. Cam Smith should be the guy that does that. Like the left right thing shouldn't take priority over Cam Smith getting to hit in between a couple of really good hitters and get a little bit of protection and see if seeing better pitches doesn't help him a little bit. Like it seems like Cam Smith is getting the Jake Myers, Yainer Diaz treatment where it's
within the lineup. Yeah.
Yeah. Well, we're going to play you. We're going to play you in the field. But yeah, it's a good point. He's not getting rotated.
He's playing damn near every day.
Yeah,
in right.
Yeah. But what I guess what I meant was more in the lineup of like maybe at 8th, maybe at 6th, he is showing some consistency from time to time, and then all of a sudden he starts dropping back and forth again. My only complaint would be I would like to see him treated like a future star here instead of Lo Profito hitting 4th or instead of Taylor Trammell hitting 4th or like let's see if Cam can't take advantage of those kind of opportunities. That'd be my only.
I don't know if they're testing him. I don't know. I don't know if this is. I don't know exactly what they're doing. I think it is. I hate how they're messing with his confidence and some of the stuff that they're doing. Like, there's no way Lamont Wade Jr. should come up and immediately jump him in the lineup, and he's not played a game in the majors this year and was in AAA in another organization and not lighting it up in AAA. There's no way that should happen. Taylor Trammell should not be hitting ahead of him. You said Joey Lo Profito should. Like right now, he should know. He should have an idea where he is hitting. Like right now, Tyler, you watch it. That lineup is going to come out soon. I know Cam's probably going to be in it. Where do you think he's going to hit tonight?
Towards the bottom of the order.
But you don't even know, right? You should know.
There's been no consistency with the spot as lineups. I think he's put out more day-to-day Astros lineups and variants comparatively to anyone else in the league this season. We've seen more variance in this lineup for the Astros than maybe any other squad.
But specifically with him, where Jeremy Payne is hitting tonight, right?
Mm-hmm.
He's leading off. We know where Jordan is hitting.
Mm-hmm.
Cam Smith. With everything, I'm not going to sit here and tell you that he's earned it with his play. I'm just real. I mean, he's hit 218, 303, 365. I mean, come on, Joe. Thank you. Come on, Joe. That ain't good enough. But
that ain't good enough.
He needs to know. He should be one that knows exactly where he is going to be every day with everything else, right? It's Trammell. He's fighting against Jake Trammell. Shea Whitcomb is up here sometimes. Brandon Shoemake was hitting in front of him. Who else? I'm sure there's other eight other guys we can roll through. They've had Lamont Wade. I mean, he's had. I thought Delgado may jump him.
He might tonight.
He might. But I just, the way that they are handling Cam right here, Jordan Alexander, I'm with you. Cam should be in the 6th spot behind Altuve every game.
Agreed.
Let's go.
Agreed.
Because there's not anybody else until somebody just goes off. Nobody has done anything to show that he met, but tonight he might bet 7th, he might bet 8th.
Well,
I don't know.
He might bet 6, but somebody else will be in the 5 hole because we're resting somebody, one of the top 5 hitters. But that's my only complaint about the kid. I love the fact that he's playing a lot, but I would like to see him, especially in a time where you've had so many injuries. You've got more of a reason to lean into Cam Smith and see what he's got and give him some level of consistency. You got more reason to do that now than you do when everybody's completely healthy. I would like to see him made a little bit more of a priority.
Yes, and I just think his future, the confidence. I mean, look, guys, they had Paredes and Altuve out, and Joey Loperfido hit cleanup. I mean, that's got to be Cam.
Oh, I agree.
I mean, I just think for a confidence and everything wise, because nobody, I mean, Joey, God bless him, he ain't doing nothing where you feel like you got to have him in there ahead of him. He's playing every day. He should know where he's at. All right, coming up, a little weekend's best, weekend's worst. You can text in and let us know exactly what your weekend's best, weekend's worst is. We'll do that coming up next.
All right, y'all, I'll tell you what, your weekend's worst is definitely.
Injured? Call Mokaram Injury Lawyers, 281-222-2222.
Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
All right, welcome back in as we are live here on The Drive. We appreciate you jumping in with the show. It is Monday, and we're coming off the weekend, and we do this every single week. Weekends best, weekends worst. You can text in yours, 713-572-4610, YouTube and Twitch to be a part of the show. Your weekends best, weekends worst. Obviously, that AAU tournament on Saturday was maybe the worst of the weekend, but we'll there are other candidates that I can go to, but I'll start in good spirits. Weekend's best. Shout out to our guys Reggie and John Lopez, who are really into it, and a lot of people. And the watch party, we were broadcasting. We were kind of the calm before the storm, broadcasting before it went down on Friday. And congrats to Tyler, because this was his team in the pool. And that is the performance, my weekend's best Friday night, the performance of Team USA as they just beat the brakes off of Clint's team, Paraguay. They beat them 4-1 in dominating fashion. And I ain't gonna lie, I was getting into it. We had it on at the house, and everybody was getting into it. The boys were getting into it. And they were jumping, checking the score, and I mean it was a good 90+ minutes. Not a lot of long, not that long a time. They didn't lose a lot of interest. I mean Lauren didn't give a rip, but the boys were into it, and it was fun. I was into it the whole way, and had them and the Astros and the Royals on another TV there and another screen, and it was good. But congratulations to Team USA and the performance they put together. And I'll be honest, I'm not going to sit here and say I know a ton about all these countries and where they rank and how good teams are. I'm sorry, boy. If you get beat down like that by Team USA, all that I've heard is, I don't know. This ain't one of their better teams. Hey, man, you must either had a real bad night or you really suck the way they just dominated your ass. So Team USA, shout out to them as they are my weekend's best.
Yeah, I didn't catch much of the game, but I'm always here for a Team USA win, no doubt about it.
What's your weekend's best?
Weekend's best is going to be Jalen Brunson. I don't know any other way to put it.
Big body.
I mean, just to be a guy that's traded away from the organization, what an awful move that is, right? It makes the Luka move look even worse when you realize they let Brunson go too. But that move, you told for whatever reason you're too small. To go out there and be the reason that your organization goes and wins a championship, and I just think it's a beautiful thing. He did it with two of his college teammates, right? That's pretty cool. Won a championship in college, and then they win a championship here. Did it with his dad on the sideline, or on the bench. Did it with scoring 45 points in a game where, the game was under 100 points. Both teams under 100 points. He goes out there and scores 45, puts a team on his back on a night when the others weren't real impressive, obviously, on his side. He put the team on his back and went and got it done. And there's just very likable dude. You hear him talk in the media afterwards, so mellow. It's almost like it's almost like it's too good to be true. I love the Jalen Brunson vibe. It's fun watching him play, obviously. This weekend, man, there was a lot of good. I got a lot of good going on, but Jalen Brunson and him getting that championship, obviously first championship, was 53 years in New York.
He can do whatever he wants in that city.
Absolutely.
And that's a hell of a city to be able to do whatever the hell you want.
Damn right. That is that's big.
Like, he's going to go down. I think I didn't know I was going to do this, Tyler, but you start thinking about like the biggest stars in New York of recent memory, not Babe Ruth, but Like I maybe Jeter's number one.
Jeter, A-Rod, Judge.
I don't think A-Rod, but maybe Judge hadn't won a championship. Maybe Eli winning 2 championships, 2 MVPs, and beating Brady. Lawrence Taylor, like some of the, I'm sure Mark Messier with the Rangers, the hockey team. There's Jalen Brunson. I honest to God, I think because of how much New York loves basketball, Patrick Ewing probably is in it because of how much. I mean, I feel like he may go up right behind Jeter. Like I feel like it may be
right now. He's up there. There's no doubt about it. I mean, he is. And the thing you mentioned Jeter, it's crazy. The temperament seems similar. You know what I mean? Cool, calm, collected.
Yeah.
Not a lot of emotion shown. Very, very likable dudes. To a point where almost some people may want more fireworks and more expression, more emotions, and you just don't get it. They're so even keel. So yeah, I mean, I'm just a fan, man. I mean, I've always liked him because you don't have to watch him long to see that. I've always liked him, but I wouldn't say I was ever a fan. I mean, I'll tune into Knicks basketball moving forward just to get a little taste of Jalen Brunson.
All right, weekend's best, or I mean, weekend's worst. My weekend's worst, Clint, is also coming from Friday night, the same time that Team USA match was happening. I'm not kidding you, Clint Tyler. That had to be the worst first inning and the worst performance by a pair of starting pitchers in MLB history. Imai for the Astros and Avila for the Royals. They combined for 87 pitches thrown in the first inning. Just those two, because neither one of them made it out. So there were more pitches thrown by Mason Black and Okert. But those two combined to throw for 87 pitches, 13 earned runs, 4 walks, both teams batted around on their asses, 1 strikeout in that. It was awful. 9-5 coming out of the first inning. And I'll be honest with you, Imai's was more disappointing because you knew you were up 9-0. And he kept starting off behind the count. Like nibbling. He wasn't. I was listening to the Royals broadcast, and I think I sent this to you. Denny Matthews he is like Mark Vandermeer, except the Royals have been there longer. He is the only broadcaster they have had. Since the team came out in the 60s, he has been the broadcaster.
Good God.
He said, guys,
he's got to have one leg in the grave, right?
No, he just got married for the first time this past year.
How old is he?
It's 70-something. Denny been playing the
longer
field.
Than me, didn't he?
He lasted way longer than you. My friend who said, I've never seen Denny this happy in spring training. But no, he said if he walks Bobby Witt Jr., I think Joe Espada is going to walk out there and strangle Imai for coming out the way he did. And I thought to myself, well, Denny, you don't know Joe.
There ain't no doubt.
And you don't know. But neither one of them out of the first inning. It was ridiculous. I was getting mad at everybody. Like, come on, man. This is utterly ridiculous. Yeah. So that is my weekend's worst. The 2 starting pitchers in that Astros-Royals game.
My weekend's worst is another Brunson. And it's Jalen Brunson's daddy, who happens to be a coach for the Knicks. So he was in the middle of, which is a really, really cool reality for them, all joking aside. But I don't know if y'all saw this, but there's obviously a conversation out there about Jalen Brunson being the best Knick ever. I think Big Perk may have brought that up. Big Perk or one of the former players brought it up and said, hey, there's no doubt Jalen Brunson's the best Knick to ever play. And
that sounds like Kendrick.
I think Perk said it, and then after he put up 45, he obviously stood up and yelled it from the top of the mountain. So anyway, that's a topic. I think it made its way to most of the talk shows. And Jalen and his pops went on with Shaq and Kenny inside the NBA after they won. And I want you to listen in closely to this audio. I purposefully played more than just the part about Jalen Brunson because I want you to see how almost uncalled for it is right here. This is Jalen Brunson's dad on set of Inside the NBA.
say Shaq was the greatest free agent signing. He was.
Yeah, but he was the number one pick in the draft.
But still,
and you expected him to be.
Still, he left. He was the greatest.
No, but
I'm going to stop the argument, too.
Yeah.
You know, I love my son. Patrick Ewing, the best Nick that I've ever witnessed.
Oh, I didn't say that.
No, I just want people to, like, you know.
I'm going to say it's going to be debatable.
Could be debatable.
No, it's going to be debatable now because the other thing, you know, what he has done is he has ignited a culture that was not lit.
And he went on to talk about the culture and how he's changed. Like the Knicks were basically just dead before Jalen got there, which is very, very true, and he's clearly the leader. But was that shot as uncalled for as I thought it was? Like he was talking about Shaq. We weren't even talking about
He didn't move. He moved to Patrick Ewing on his own. He just wanted to throw that out.
I'm gonna tell you what, man.
Nobody addressed it.
Look, I'm gonna tell you what. I know Jalen don't give a rip, but damn, Dad. I mean, that's about as uncalled for as it gets, man.
Jalen
just say you ain't got no comment. The thing is, Jalen had them damn post game goggles on, so you couldn't see if he was pissed off or not.
No, I'm sure he's pissed, but I think Rick is still working on his son. Hey, you ain't getting a big head around here. You got a lot to do. You got a lot to do before you get to Patrick Ewing's level. He's working on next year already for. It is clear, Clint, just by that cut. It is clear the kind of fathering and coaching that this man has instilled in.
You think he's hard on his son?
Hard
on his boy?
Yeah, what do you think some of them AAU games are like? He's put up 36 and he gets in the car. God dog it. Right there. You didn't call out that you didn't call out that pick. I mean, small stuff Rick's been. His name, you know what? His name ain't even Rick. His name is Eric Daniel.
Who's that? Is his daddy's name?
Yeah, just Rick is a nickname.
He ain't a Brunson?
How you get a nickname that's like a
Brunson?
real? No, it's Eric Daniel Rick Brunson.
Oh, okay.
He's got his.
He say, damn.
He's got a real nickname. Like Tyler's nickname would just be Ed.
How'd you know?
Hey, if you wanted to pick it, man, go ahead.
Frank, what you got coming up?
Hey, I'm not typically a fight watcher. I'm not typically a UFC guy, but what went on last night at the White House was a super cool event. And if you're ever going to schedule an event, this is how you want the fights to go. If you didn't see it, it was an absolute showstopper. We'll cuss and discuss next right here on Sports Radio 610.
Payne and Pendergast.
We are into the no excuse anymore zone here with getting Hunter Brown back.
Right.
Necessary. See terms at ChumbaCasino.com. Must be over 21 and present in a state where it's legal to play.
This is the story of the one who keeps multiple buildings running smoothly day after day. Plumbing that flows, HVAC that hums, cleaning supplies that keep surfaces sparkling. That's why she counts on Grainger. With easy reordering online and 24/7 support, Grainger helps her keep the products she needs on hand. So shelves stay stocked and buildings stay ready. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
The Drive is live.
Dive into the mind of former NFL quarterback Clint Stoerner.
I was thinking about coming out of the shoot here and telling y'all about my new boots that I got on, but y'all want to talk about puppy chow?
What is that, ostrich?
Hell no, that's python.
It's Sturdy's Daily.
Before we get to that boner.
On The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
Today's Dirty's Daily is powered by, I'm going to go with Bob and Jeans. Tyler, does that ring a bell for you? Bar over on the east side, Bob and Jeans.
Oh, then no.
I bet your mom or your dad. No, ask pops. Ask your pops if you've ever been in old Bob and Jeans.
I'll figure it out with old pops.
Really cool. I mean, I my parents went to it. It's really just it's smoky. It's just an old bar, old beer joint. But what they've done, T, is they've bought a bunch of old signs. Like they brought the Mickey Gillies. They brought the Gillies dance hall first. Like I'm talking about this thing's 40 feet tall kind of deal. Lights up.
Yeah.
And there's a bunch of them. There's a Heartbreakers. There's what was the other? There's a couple of big ones. There's a big Hooters one out there, but and they've created this outdoor venue behind this beer joint that's eventually going to be a music where they do a bunch of live music stuff. First time I saw it, went out there to see my little cousin play a little music. Waylon Stoerner, by the way, this first time I went out to see him play a little music, and I was like, "Damn!" Well, you see all these signs that are real. They're sticking up above the trees. I'm like, "What the hell is that?" And they got a live deal going. It's gonna be really, really cool over there. But Bob and Jeans, man, looks like they've made it. You get to sponsor Dirty's Daily today. Did y'all see you boys watch that UFC fight last night? Or the fights last night?
I did not.
I didn't.
I am not a fight watcher. I am not a UFC guy.
I'll be honest. I don't think I've ever watched a UFC fight.
I can't say I've never watched it, but I have. But I'm not typically a turn on the tube and let's watch guys beat the hell out of each other kind of deal. Not typically my get down. But last night my curiosity got the best of me. I mean, I tuned in simply because I'm an American and I'm curious as hell. I mean, this they called it the claw, this apparatus that they set up over the top of this ring of the stands as well as the octagon. But it was literally, and I knew I'd heard the hype running up to it. It's literally on the front yard of the White House. And so I'd heard that, but I was like, oh, okay, that'd be cool, whatever. I saw them kind of as they were constructing it. They had every fighter was introduced. There was cameras. They were inside the White House and walked out of the White House and draped on each side of them. There was some kind of law enforcement or a Marine or a Navy SEAL, or I mean, there was some kind of military or some kind of law enforcement to each side of every fighter that came out, and it was just, man, just watching that thing, thinking that they literally put this octagon on the front lawn of the White House, and like the backdrop of every video shot was absolutely ridiculous. But they put this thing together, right? And when you put an event like this together, Ron, most UFC fights, I didn't know this, but most of them are indoors, obviously.
Yep.
And you don't have to deal with the elements. Well, this one was outdoors. Well, guess what happens?
Rain.
There's a radar showing big time storms coming through, like literally the time it's supposed to start. So they delayed it for 30 minutes or whatever it was, and they got this thing rolling outdoors eventually. And when you for a guy that's not a fight fan, that doesn't watch it all the time, I was unbelievably entertained. The last fight, speaking of underdogs, Ron, the last fight of the night, both of the two headlining fights were unbelievable. But the headliner was Justin Gaethje versus Ilia Topuria. And you're talking about underdogs or favorites? Topuria was minus 550 last night and got beat. I mean, Gaethje, Ron, had his...
He's older, right?
Gaethje. That was... And Gaethje came out 37 years old.
Yeah, I was going to say he's older.
Now, the other fellow was 29. But the other fellow was pound for pound. I think they have him rated either the first or the second fighter in UFC. Pound for pound, he was. But when I say Gaethje kept this guy at bay with just jabs and literally his face, Ron. I don't know the last time I saw a UFC fight, which I hadn't seen many, or any boxing match, a guy that was beat up like this. I mean, it went. I believe it went 4 rounds. I think he got beat in the 4th round. But it was the headliner that everybody waited, stayed up till midnight watching. I'm thinking, this is fixing to be a dud. Gaethje came out there 37, looked 37. It was like, oh, boy, this is going to be a dud. It was one of the biggest upsets in UFC history last night. It was unbelievable.
Yeah, I've never been into UFC. It is. We were talking about World Cup events too. I do want to go to a fight.
Oh yeah, that would. I've been to a boxing match and it makes the
I've
hair
not
on
done
your
that
neck stand
either.
up.
I want to go to a fight.
Well, a UFC fight is even more barbaric. So I mean, I would think that would be that would just. I mean, your blood flowing and your adrenaline pumping. You remember Derek Lewis? Your boy, that after the match told his old lady what he was going to do.
Oh yeah.
He got whooped last night. He was on undercard. I don't know if you remember
expected more, huh?
Well, I mean, he is a heavy puncher, but he just wasn't ready, out of shape. This guy, Josh Hokett, was a running back at Virginia Tech, fullback at Virginia Tech. Spent a little time, I believe, on the San Francisco 49ers. You'll like this guy. He's got he tries to put some wrestling in there and do the Macho Man. I think he's a big Hulk Hogan fan.
Oh, he does. Yeah, I thought you were going to say he tries to take people down with their legs. No, you're talking about
he's acting. He's super extra acting, the outfits, everything. And but he was a former fullback / tight end, so he's more athletic than most of these dudes. But big boy Derek Lewis came out there and he was ready to knock somebody out with his hands. He was not ready to fight a better athlete. And that Josh Hokett kid is clearly an up-and-coming heavyweight. But you could just see when a dude's been playing football his whole life, how agile he is versus a guy that's just been standing and fighting. And, he had big Derek Lewis.
I bet he still did to his wife what he said he's going to do that last
There was actually now I don't know if the recording was from a previous fight or this one, but he actually had mentioned – he actually mentioned that he was going to do some damage later that night or something. So he did allude to her, but
he got paid.
I'm pretty I'm tuned into this 250, the 250th birthday of the U.S. I'm pretty tuned into it, and last night was a good kickoff. I believe, aren't they doing some kind of Formula One or some kind of race through D.C.? Tyler, are you aware of that?
I'm not sure.
I hadn't heard anything about it, but it's possible.
I think they were talking about it at one point. I don't know if it's for sure or not, but the overall celebration last night was a good kickoff to it. The whole thing was themed around, I think the Blue Angels flew over the top. The parts of it that were made for TV, all the introductions I was talking about, like they're walking by soldiers that are dressed up in like the old garb from when we won our independence, obviously. So it was. I'm looking. It got me a little pumped up about what all's to come on this July 4th. I'm a big July 4th guy anyway.
I can see that.
I'm a big July 4th guy anyway. So I'm in a spot where I think I may get me some. I may get me a United States hat with the flag on the hat or something. Maybe get me some swim trunks that are stars and stripes.
I'm gonna try to pop me some fireworks. See if I can get my kids to do it.
You gonna pop? What's your favorite firework?
I mean, growing up, I used to do
bottle rocket,
dangerous stuff with bottle rockets and Roman candles.
That's another thing. I'm just not going to. I'm gonna sit back and watch.
Stupid shooting.
We'll sit in the garage and watch y'all fire them off.
Yeah, we'll do that too. I'm trying to get my kids to step up to the light one.
Did you see? Well, why would you? What are going to do? They're going to end up like old buddy. They're going to end up like old buddy with blown off hand.
Justin Pierre-Paul.
There you
just
go.
Get you a pump and light it. You got to do that.
Did you see where the a firework truck caught fire the other day on the side of the highway and started shooting fireworks all over the highway?
No,
that's not ideal. But yeah, I'm a big July 4th guy. So I think this year I may throw a little party. You boys want to come?
I'm there.
Y'all want to come to the July 4th party?
Let me know.
I'm trying to think of where I'll be.
There. Actually, if it's on the 4th, I got to be at my mom's, so never mind.
Well, we'll figure it out. You can fit mom in there somewhere. And if you got to be at your mom's, you're gonna be in Baytown already, dog.
I'm about to say, where the hell?
Yeah, I'm out.
Where the hell you sold your house? Where the hell is this going?
Oh, in-laws, man. They got a nice crib. They got a pool. They got a nice crib, pool. Father-in-law do the cooking. Get show over there. Father-in-law and show could do the cooking. I think that'd be a hell of an idea. Speaking of cooking, I don't know if y'all seen this, but the Big 12 is pushing back on Texas Tech. Texas Tech has got to make a decision. All right, the Big 12 has pushed back, and they've filed a complaint. I guess I don't know exactly what is it.
I think they threatened to sue first.
Well, there's definitely a threat out there, but it's they're just not going to let Texas Tech and by the way. They're not going to let anybody push them around. The Big 12 has long spoken out about the dangers of sports wagering by student athletes and remains committed to protecting the competitive integrity of conference competition. Universities should not field players who have bet on their own team's games in college athletics. It's clear, Ron, the rest of the Big 12 and the Big 12 itself is not even entertaining Brendan Sorsby being the quarterback at Texas Tech. And Texas Tech, as we talked about Friday, they are clearly leaving that door open and doing everything they can to reinstate him back into the program. So
you hear Deion came out.
What did Prime say?
Deion, one of the coaches in the Big 12, obviously,
Big 12, absolutely,
with Colorado. Deion came out. He said, "You guys got to help me here. Somebody's gambling on the sport they're playing. You don't think something's wrong with that?" Sanders said in an interview with the Associated Press before the latest court ruling on Sorsby, "Just say it to yourself. This guy on my team is gambling on the sport in the competition, and we're about to go out in the competition that we're about to go out and have. Something's wrong with it."
Absolutely. Good for you, Prime. This is one of those common sense things, and it's not about typically these common sense deals, especially where people fail. Typically, is the NCAA. This is a common sense move for Texas Tech, right? I mean, this is a common sense move of, as I said Friday, as I've said every time we've talked about this. It's a common sense move. It's better for you, and it's better for the kid to just go, hey, you're not going to play for Texas Tech. Enter the supplemental draft, the NFL supplemental draft this year. There's teams out there that'll take you. Take a year off, work out, get ready for next year's cycle of quarterbacks in that draft and see where you land. He's a good enough player to be a first-round pick in the NFL draft next year. Even if he sat out, he would be A-okay. He's that good. And
is he that?
Well, I mean, look, you're asking. I'm saying he's that good in their eyes. He is. I think he is gifted enough and has good enough tape to where if he works out and trains well and does everything that you need to do this the next cycle, combine cycle, whatever you want to call it, then and he throws it the way he's capable of throwing it. Yes, he will be drafted in the NFL as a first rounder. The way they gauge arm talent and the athletic ability and this off-platform stuff, yes, he would get drafted in the first round, whether he plays this season or not. This is a common sense, wash your hands of it, and move on. But like we talked about, what they're going to do is they're going to build this deal up where this kid had this crazy addiction to gambling, right? They're going to build this deal up to where this kid has this, all of a sudden he's got this mental health issue, which he may have some mental health issue. It may be classified as but they're going to create this mountain out of a molehill. And it's going to end up being a bigger problem for him and the university than it ever should have been. And he's not going to get to play anyway. He's not going to play anyway. He's not. He is there. I mean, there are several people who feel like they are ready to lay over the train tracks. Yeah. Before they allow him on that field. And it's all within his confidence. But I will say it was nice of them, his attorneys in Texas Tech, to offer him sitting out the first 2 games. Oh yeah. Yeah, see, we'll sit out too. No, it ain't gonna work. It's not gonna happen. In fact, on that Kalshi, the probability. What is it? A probability? It's not bets, right? It's probability wagering or whatever they call it. He went from 4% chance of entering the NFL supplemental draft to over 40% overnight last night. So there's a thought that may have stemmed from Texas Tech making a decision and just not announcing it yet. So. Be the smart thing to do, man. This is one of those deals where you just got to face the music. The kids got to face the music. Everybody's got to face the music. Put it behind you as quick as you can and move on. This stringing this thing out is gonna. I mean, it could potentially ruin careers for multiple people. Hell, in that what do I keep the thing that they filed against them? The Big 12 filed the indictment or the. It's not a complaint, but what am I looking for? What am I looking for? But anyway, the president and the athletic director's in the damn thing. Nice of them to give up the Abilene Christian game. We'll punish you for that one, baby. I'll tell you what we're gonna do. He's gonna miss Oregon State and Abilene Christian. None of it passes the smell test. You're exactly. I didn't even realize those. I didn't even look up the schedule. But you're right. Even nice more so. To do that. Yeah. All right, coming up, we'll get you ready for a big series as the Astros return back to the Daikin. And these are the things, if they do have a chance, and right now it's an outside chance to get to the postseason, if they do have a chance, Joe's got to stop doing stuff that he did last night. We'll do that coming up next. All right, fellas, look, 25.
Straight Talk Wireless presents Pickup Truck Wisdom.
If you're only good to your new friends, you're not going to have any old ones. Straight Talk gets it. That's why new and existing customers get free 5G phones on Verizon's 5G network. Pretty simple, really. You keep good people by being good people.
Find us at straighttalk.com and Walmart. Straight Talk Wireless. Straightforward. Always. Taxes and fees apply. Plan purchase required for free phone offers. Copyright 2026 Verizon.
Finding great candidates to hire can be like, well, trying to find a needle in a haystack, but not with ZipRecruiter. Its powerful technology actively finds and invites qualified candidates to apply to your job. So while other companies might deliver a lot of hay, ZipRecruiter finds you the needle in the haystack.
See why 4 out of 5 employers who post a job on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. Try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/team. That's ZipRecruiter.com/team.
ZipRecruiter. The best sports talk around, anytime, anywhere. Hear your favorite Sports Radio 610 hosts wherever you go. Live, podcasts, video. It's all at your fingertips 24/7 on the Odyssey app, iHeartRadio app, tune in, and wherever you get your podcasts.
Houston's sports leader, Sports Radio 610.
The Drive is powered by Mokaram Injury Lawyers. Heard in an accident? Call Mokaram Injury Lawyers at 281-222-2222. Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
Yainer Diaz. There's a sighting and news on Yainer Diaz, Tyler. They'd have to go to the ballpark for this one.
Where's he at?
Or maybe the two pitchers. But Yainer, here is the latest. Yainer was supposed to get, they were hoping 3 to 4 at-bats, and Christian Javier was supposed to start, but the rain has canceled yesterday's game in Sugar Land, so they weren't able to get those at-bats. But Yainer Diaz is taking some live BP ABs against minor league arms from Sugar Land. He missed, as I said, those 4 or 5 at-bats yesterday. The Astros want to activate him tomorrow so he can be there to catch Hunter Brown. Hunter Brown versus Framber Valdez tomorrow. They want him to catch, so they want to activate. So he is ready to go in their mind. They want him to get some more ABs, and he's getting some just from live BP instead of in real game situation. But it looks like the plan, and this is according to Brian McTaggart, MLB.com, that Yainer Diaz will be back behind the plate catching Hunter Brown. So Hunter Brown and Yainer returning together as the pitcher and catcher, the battery mate there in the game coming up tomorrow.
Well, that'll make them whole, won't it? I mean, obviously, without other than Los Correa. I mean, that makes.
Lance is hurt.
Well,
I mean,
Christian's still not back.
Christian's not back. They still got
I mean, I guess that makes us whole.
Nick Allen's hurt.
Oh yeah, Nick's hurt. Yeah, that makes us whole in the field, other than Los. And like you said, Lance and Christian Javier are the two that started the season that are injured, at least at this point. We've lost a couple of other guys just due to poor performance in the rotation. But yeah, I mean, that's getting closer and closer to whole. That's what we're looking forward to.
There it is. So Yainer back. Should be catching tomorrow. And
boy, it'd be nice to see Yainer get up there and swing that bat the way you know he can.
It's Yainer is in the situation. Like I said, if and I've done it, and we did it before the show the other day. If you run down, I believe right now you would run to press the button for the production he had last year to be the catching production this team gets this year. You would run
at the plate,
press the button at the plate. Run. Well, listen. It does not seem they have guys who could throw guys out. I mean, the Royals ran at will.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, I think they got 4 yesterday. Like, I mean, every time Bobby Witt got on, you might as well just said, all right, he's going, no matter where we are. I mean, he what was it? That was Allen yesterday who fired that ball into right center. They got Bobby Witt to third with nobody out. Yeah, it was so that, I mean, listen, none of them do well from that. But I mean, he's in the situation where his play has almost become a myth. In terms of, I think many people feel like Yainer Diaz has played far worse than he actually has. It feels like it's growing into a deal of like, what do you have, 20-plus home runs last year, over 70 RBIs, I believe. He didn't hit a great batting average, but, I mean, it was like right now you would run
like you take it.
You would run for,
yes.
for hell, I mean, outside of, Jordan and Christian Walker, I don't know who else is going to hit 20 home runs for this team. Like you run to it, but like you said, hopefully he gets back and is able to swing the bat like he has been. By the way, the lineup today, Joe's not playing today, baby. Joe's serious today. Joe wants a win today. Sees AJ over there, and he said, hell with that. I'm putting a real lineup together. Pena, Alvarez, 1-2, Walker. Paredes, he's back after his breather is batting fourth and third base. Altuve is back after his breather. Finally hit a home run on Saturday night. So, yes, take the night off on Sunday, the day off on Sunday.
Might as well.
Yep. And then left field. We talked about it, Tyler. Where do you think Cam's hitting tonight? He ain't hitting sixth because Taylor Trammell is in left field and hitting sixth. And there's Cam. Cam shows up hitting seventh. And then Bryce Matthews, who hit a couple of bombs in Kansas City over the weekend, is in center field with Christian Vasquez. But, of course, it's a Tang day. It's a Tang day on the mound. So that is the lineup. Very different than what he decided to do yesterday with a chance to sweep the Royals on the road. Clint, he decided to take 2 of his big hitters out in Paredes and Altuve and try their best to run with that. And it resulted in them not scoring any runs. So
I'm at a point. I'm at a point, Ron, where it's. I mean, it's likely to change because I'm a fan, but it is hard for me to even want to watch right now.
You saw that pissed you. I know that pissed you off.
Well, I mean, it just defies. It just. I mean, like all logic. It just like this. I mean, it just. Sitting 2 of your best players yesterday, it's like, man, I get jacked up. I'm like, hell yeah, I got them first 2 games. Let's go get this sweep. Let's go get it. I mean, I'm jazzed up. Let's go, man. It's time. I can't wait to get the TV on. How social media ruins it again. I get the damn starting lineup, and I'm just like,
how did they settle on sitting both of them? That's the part. Like, to me, I've told you, like those. Though it's now 5 without Altuve back, like, nah, man, y'all got to go. Y'all got to go till we really get closer in this thing. But as Lopez says, I can understand, I guess they're going to treat a couple of these guys like they're catchers, like they played a night game into a day game, so they can't do that. I can understand maybe getting one of them off their feet. But to come out and say, yeah, man, let's get them both down. Let's sit 2 of them down. Like, that's just, that was nuts.
Yeah, I just, it's hard to watch, man. It's hard to watch for you, boy, Ron.
Yep.
Be honest with you. And I didn't. Yesterday, I saw the lineup on social media. Didn't watch one pitch. And that's tough to say because Spencer Arrighetti was up there. I did catch his highlights.
Yeah, I mean, it wasn't like he didn't get bombed. By the way, if you're scoring at home, folks, Homer Mike did give up a homer. It was just one, though. I mean, it was a no-doubter, too.
Burrowhead.
Wasn't even one of their great home run hitters. I mean, Lane Thomas just took his ass deep.
That's great. All of a sudden, we get a text message. Well, there's one, boys.
Yep. Did you get that too? I got that as soon as there's Homer Mike at it again. I got that a lot. It was crazy. The Royals broadcast, Tyler, that their broadcast said, well, the guys are thinking, who's going to be the one to hit it tonight? He's given up 17. It's a matter of who is it going to be. And they were literally having this conversation.
When it happened?
Or not when it happened, but like when he came in, that was the conversation was, yeah, it's who's going to be the ones to hit it? Who's going to be? You got Mike Burrow out here. Somebody's going to hit it. And then when Lane Thomas hit it, they said, well, now we know who that person's going to be. It's Lane Thomas, and now we'll see if it's going to be anybody else.
That play-by-play crew did their research.
You look up there, that 17 home runs you've given up, now 18, is just screaming at you.
It's a big number.
Man, doggone it. And then you just do a little bit of research. Well, let me just look over his last 10 games. Let me see what his last 2 start. You look at that homer column, and it's something in it every damn game. Good God, man. Yeah. Yeah, Mike didn't have a great one, but they picked him up. I mean, that like if that was Homer Mike's start to stay in it, to give him a run, that didn't hit. That did not.
Well, I'm through having Homer Mike's back. I tried it that one time when you gave up on him.
Because they said they had stuff. They had the stuff.
Yeah, you got that stuff. That stuff is ending up over the fence.
I mean, every game, it's one of the most amazing things you see. Like I wonder what is in his mind. Like every time that ball flies over, every time he probably is scared to death on fly balls. Any of them, just in the air. Oh God, in the air. All right, coming up, the Knicks won their first championship in 53 years, and now MVP of the finals, Jalen Brunson, is the King of New York. King of New York. How surprised are you that he had that much success in that series? We all heard about the Spurs and their defense, and Jalen Brunson was clearly the best player in the series on the floor. How surprised were you that he was able to do the things he was able to do against the Spurs? We'll discuss that next.
A hard reality look in just one.
Tremfya today. Call 1-800-526-7736 to learn more or visit tremfyaradio.com.
Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
My God, 5 o'clock fire coming up next segment. Jeez.
What happened?
We've been running through this, huh?
Goes fast. You have a good time, man. When you like people that you work with.
Text line coming in. I love Homer Mike.
The nickname or him himself?
Burrowhead.
I mean, we need some clarity here. I mean, I hope you're talking about the nickname. I mean, unless you're a fan of good stuff that doesn't work.
I am. I'm starting to feel bad for him. It's just everybody, including him, knows it's coming.
It is expected.
I think if he could just get it right out of the way to the first hitter. But you're right, though. It's not like Mike just gives up one.
Nah, depends on how long he pitches.
What did he do the other? What did Mike give us the other night?
But he gave us enough innings to give up 2 bombs because I checked it. It didn't happen.
No, yeah, he was 5 innings, 5 runs out there. Well, he was out there 4 earned. Not bad. Yeah, it was bad. Yeah, someone said, Ryan, I'm talking about the nickname. Okay, that's good. Good clarification.
That's what I figured.
I don't know who loved. Maybe you like Mike if you're not a family member. I don't know if you love him. That one's hard to roll through. One person that is beloved, Clint, is Jalen Brunson. And I got to be honest with you. Jalen Brunson, who was the MVP, right? No doubt about it. For some reason, that part, that was weird to me. I understood after the first 2 games, I think Karl Anthony Towns, clearly his impact was huge over the game, and he helped Victor Wembanyama not play as well defensively.
Yeah.
You could make sense of it right there. But as the series continued to go on, and we lost Karl as soon as the halftime of the second of game 2, when he said he can't mess with me or he can't F with me. I can't remember what he said, but he was never the same the rest of the series since. And then OG had some great moments, and he was huge for him. But the thought that he hit the big shots in game 1 to close them out and had 13 points in the fourth quarter and got Tyler money, and hit big shots, that big shot he hit to tie it late in game 2, which then helped them to go ahead and take the lead and win that. Everything he did in game 4 in that crazy comeback. I mean, he was the driving force. He did everything but the tip in and the block. I mean, he was huge in that game. And then finally, all right, man. If you score 45 and the rest of your team only scores 49, I guess we'll go and give it to. I was listening to real basketball people try to go the other way on OG being the MVP, and it was just like OG was really, really good. But this dude hit every major shot and made every big play in those games of that one. And I'll be honest with you, him averaging 32.5, 4.5 assists, 4 rebounds a game. He shot 38+% from 3, 42 from the field. It wasn't always efficient, especially those first couple of games. But I'll be honest, I was surprised, Clint. And it seemed like he got better and stronger as the series moved on. I was surprised that he was able to do the damage that he was able to do with Castle, with Harper, Vassell, even like all the guards and the physicality that they played with. And they got to play physical.
Yeah.
That he played the way he did. He is second in NBA history in the finals with a 10.3 points per game average in the fourth quarter. It's insane. I was surprised he was able to have the amount of sustained success that he had in every game.
Yeah, well, I mean, golly, who wasn't? I mean, because here's the crazy thing. I think even the biggest Brunson fans have to look at, especially game 5, and go, man, that exceeded expectations. I mean, again, 40+ points. And like you said, nothing was easy. That's what was crazy, was they put themselves in position throughout the first 3 quarters of games to where the fourth quarter was damn near impossible, and Brunson somehow allowed them to pull it off. I think I read somewhere, Ron, where the San Antonio Spurs, they led 75% of the time and lost in 5.
Yep.
I mean, that's a wild stat. They and Brunson was the catalyst of every comeback, and I think they overcome a double-digit lead in every single one of them.
Every game they were down.
I mean,
by double figures.
if you look, I think if you just look at the box scores, there's certain games you can look at and go, okay, Cat may be in the conversation. Hey, the what's the other kid's name? The Knicks.
Oh, OG.
Yeah. OG may be in the mix if you just look at the box score. But if you watched any of those games, even the one where OG went off, if you watch any of those games, Jalen Brunson is the dude. Jalen Brunson is the MVP. Jalen Brunson is the reason why the Knicks are hoisting that NBA Finals trophy right now.
No, he is. And I was like, we saw the number they did on Shea, and Shea had games. But it was clear that Shea wasn't able to impact the game and those Spurs guards through that 7-game series got to Shea. And to me, literally, like it felt like he became a little bit more efficient. He became better and stronger as the games went on. And our guy Reggie, who just doesn't watch soccer, folks, he watches all. Reggie, my man, he's texting me. I'm going to put him out there. He wants me to. I know he does. OG was the most consistent player in the series on both sides. JB is the right answer, but it's not insane. I mean, it's not insane, but it's not. But it really wasn't that close, though.
No, it's insane.
Especially after you rolled through. I mean, he was consistent until he went 3 for 11 in the closeout game, and he got 11 points.
It's insane.
Like that's the thing is, Brunson can't afford to come through with 11. And then win games, right? Like OG was huge, right? There are times in some of them series you could probably argue that Pippen was consistent, was maybe the most consistent Bull, but we know what the driving force was. Like I mean, we know what this is about. Every fourth quarter, and OG was great. OG was good. He was great. Every fourth quarter, he hit huge shots in every one of them. He held them. He held them in that game. The second quarter, his production in the game they came back down 29, they'd have been down by 40 if he didn't hold them together, and where he just had to go off. So yeah, I mean, listen, OG was really, really good. But no, and then obviously, to me, game 5 cleared it. Like there's not even a conversation after that.
When your team is, what were they, 16-3 in the playoffs, and you win this series 4-1. If you watched any of those games, it is clear who the most important person on the floor is. Every game, it is clear. Some guys had some good games, don't get me wrong, but when it comes down to every possession, there's one guy bringing the ball down the floor. There's one guy that's controlling the tempo, and this was a series where the comebacks, the tempo had to change. Like every possession was tenfold important down the stretch because you had to overcome double-digit leads. And so, like, I just – and on top of that, you average 32. Average 32. I mean, so I just don't even think – I think it is crazy, Reg. I think it is.
I didn't think he'd be able to do this against the Spurs. I did not. No, I was like, and for good reason, feel that he is a lesser player than SGA.
Is he, though?
Yeah. I mean,
you think so?
Yeah. I think he's a great player, but SGA he's a lesser player than SGA, and he's smaller too. He's a lesser player and a smaller player than SGA, and SGA had, just had problems playing to the level that he normally played to. And a lot of it had to do with Castle and the other. They were allowed to be physical with him. It wasn't like it was like they were probably allowed to be more physical than they were on SGA on Brunson. And you had to feel like that was wearing him down, and he would just play. He played the entire second half, the last 2 games.
Yep.
Yeah, he was. I was a bit surprised that he was able to put together what he was able to do. But OG, man, he will live forever. That tip-in play.
Oh, come on.
That will.
In that game overall for him was, what do you have, 33?
30,
he had 30 something. Look, there's no question that was a monster game. But again, even in that game, if you watch it, the guy that was on the 1s and 2s, as T Mill is every day, the guy that was on the 1s and 2s was the most valuable player.
Well, and the guy the number one person, and OG helped big time too. But the number one person that was the reason that they were in position for the tip in.
Oh, yeah.
Was Brunson. Yeah, so and whoa, I guess we're gonna stop with the little guards. With some of the little guard stuff, huh? Good God Almighty.
I would hope so.
I don't know. I would still prefer, 6'6" to 6'8".
Yeah, I don't think they're gonna go out there looking for them 6'2", them 6'2" lefties, but I tell you what, they'll take that one in New York if he ever hits the market.
He's never doing that. He took 120 less, something like that, to help put that team together. He left definitely $100 million plus. He left on the table so they could still be able to do other things.
He'll get it back in spades.
Oh God, he'll get it back by the fact that he doesn't have to pay for anything.
That's right.
By the way, Tyler, did you see his toast he made?
I did not see a toast.
He was they were out in New York. Spot or whatever at Champagne, toasting after they won it all. F Wemby, except he didn't say F.
Well said. Well said.
I don't know. Maybe Jalen Brunson and the Knicks. Maybe they aren't fans of Wemby. Maybe they did find Wemby a little bit disrespectful.
If he mushed my head and I went on to beat him in 5, I'd do it too.
Would you shake his hand if he mushed your head?
Nope, I would never shake his hand again till he apologized.
Well, if he walked up and said, my bad, it got away from me.
Okay, then we're all good.
We're squared away.
We're square. We're all good, baby. I'm all about that. But you can't mush me and laugh and act like it never happened.
It was a laugh. That was the part. That laugh took me over. That laugh was wrong.
We can be on the same floor and be cordial, but we're not gonna speak and chit chat about it.
Yeah. All right, coming up a little 5 o'clock fire. We'll get you ready as the Astros come back home to the dike. And by the way, Justin Verlander was throwing back here again, back on the mound. He's very familiar with as they get ready for this series against the Tigers. Tomorrow, we know Hunter Brown returns to the mound for the Astros. He will not be alone. Somebody else is returning as well. We'll get you in the rest of that. The Carolina Hurricanes, they finished things off. They won it as well. And Clint talked about it a little bit, but this situation continues to grow with the Big 12 and Texas Tech. We'll let you know all of that as we continue right here live on The Drive.
All right, look, I can't rate.
SportsRadio.com to view the medication guide and learn more about Ozempic semaglutide tablets 9 milligrams and Ozempic semaglutide injection 2 milligrams.
There's a pill version of Ozempic.
From the West Point Lincoln and West Point Lincoln of Sugar Land Studios, KILT FM HD2 Houston. On Odyssey Sports Station, the Texans play here. Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley. It's the 5 o'clock fire.
It is 5 o'clock. Congratulations. Hopefully you're off work. Luckily for you, Old Dirty Show, T-Mill, a.k.a. Psycho T, have the latest. And the latest is the Astros. They return home to the Daikin after a little road trip at Anaheim and Kansas City, and they will take on some former friends. A.J. Hinch, the manager of the Tigers, and Framber Valdez tomorrow will be on the mound back at the Daikin. Justin Verlander was on the mound earlier today. There's just some former Stros over there.
Yeah, I heard tomorrow, like the first 10,000 fans get straight jackets or something to honor Framber coming back to Daikin. So that'd be pretty cool.
Come on, man. It's not straight jackets. The first 10.
It's not.
They get
lobotomies,
dreads. They get hair.
Right.
Wigs.
Extensions.
Dreads. Just wigs.
Yeah, the Framber wigs.
The
Framber wigs.
Yeah.
Yeah. I must have misheard on the straight jackets.
Like, by the way, they missed out on that. That would have been fantastic. The first 10,000 coming in with them, with just what Framber did, basically. And just have a wig.
Here in Houston?
Yeah.
That'd
they
be
missed
awesome.
out on that. That would have been great.
Yeah.
Because, it's making fun of him, which obviously is what you got.
So much fun.
It's not on his team. It's making fun of him. Hey, look, take yours off. Let's take yours off, Framber. Let's all take ours off together.
Yes, you could.
As you can.
Everybody take him off and throw him on the field when he takes the field the first inning.
Yeah. We'll talk about it if he gets a video tomorrow. But the Astros, before we get you ready for their matchup in Game 1 of this series against the Tigers, some housekeeping stuff, Clint. We know tomorrow Hunter Brown is going to get a start in his first start in a while since his injury. He is on the mound, and Yainer Diaz will also be returning. He has been on the IL for quite some time with that oblique situation. Apparently today he got some live AB, and AB's from minor league pitchers. They brought some guys up from Sugar Land. He was supposed to be able to get some at-bats yesterday, but there was weather and a cancellation of the Sugar Land game, so he wasn't able. They got him some at-bats here with some live BP with some minor league arms. But the plan is for him to be activated tomorrow, and he's going to be behind the plate with Hunter Brown. I will tell you this. I know a lot of people have feelings that seem to be mostly negative about Yainer Diaz, and he has not played to the level that we thought he would be. I mean, those first couple of years, you thought this guy may be a real star, a guy that's going to take somebody's spot, and maybe he hits right by. He's the guy that hits right behind Yordan, and it's that the way that he was able to swing the bat his first couple of years. And no, he's been sitting in the 8-9 spot for the most part, which is wild down there. But I'm not one that's given up on Yainer Diaz. I still think, Clint, he has the ability to be an above-average catcher all the way around in this league.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know. I mean, man,
that response that you know.
Well, I mean, he's going to have to swing the bat really well to be an above average. I mean,
to make up for his defense.
I mean, that defense is just awful, and it doesn't. I mean, here in Houston, it doesn't seem like it's getting any better, and it seems like every catcher they've had since Maldonado, like literally just get reps. I mean, it's bad, man. It's and I understand it. Maybe with the rules that changed. Obviously have made it a little easier to swipe bases. You don't have to be Ricky Henderson to run up the stolen base title, tab anymore. But man, these guys just run at will, and it is just. I mean, it is killer at times, man. And it's another reason why, obviously we don't have to worry about it now, but Jeremy Payne in that leadoff spot is so big. We talk about Cam Smith and him getting more bad. Like, his speed is big time. Bryce Matthews, his speed is big time. Like, these guys, I mean, they're just circling the bags on the Astros catchers. And so he's got to swing it really well to make up for that defense to be what we'd liked it for him to be. But with that said, I think he can get back to swinging the bat better.
Yeah, I mean, that was the other part is like, and even before many people didn't think his defense was going to be the one that's in question.
I knew he wasn't Maldonado. I didn't know. Yeah, it was this.
Yeah, hopefully, they can get him to somewhat being better, but yeah, he can swing the bat to a point where he makes up for his defense. It's one thing for you to be bad defensively, but you bad defensively and you hitting in the same area that Maldonado hit in. Like on the team. And this is a team that don't have Carlos Correa in his prime, Kyle Tucker, Yordan Alvarez.
Let's go, Rocket.
And everybody that they had were, hell, Correa hit seventh for a while. This isn't one of those teams. You got Taylor Trammell taking your job, Lamont Wade Jr. I'm sorry, Lamont. I just seem to go to you every time. That's the one. I will never forget that. Believing that man slipped right into that 5 spot. That has got me all day. But I believe he can swing the bat better, and we'll see. He's expected to be back up here coming up tomorrow to return from the IL. Also, they have recalled Jaden Murray from AAA. Sent him back down to Sugar Land.
Oh, man.
Yeah. It's all right. That's all right.
Got up here and got to be a part of a no-hitter, though, didn't he?
He sure did, man. Got little nice hotels, good flights. I know he got it in Kansas City last week. By the way, the Astros, they take on the Tigers tonight, as we said. Some news coming out of that. The Tigers are scratching Troy Melton from the start tonight due to back tightness. The manager, A.J. Hinch, said it will be a bullpen game for the Tigers tonight. So, by the way, they're one of those teams that's very used to that. They just have bullpen games in the regular season just to have them. But a little quick game plan that is different. Maybe they've been working on Troy Melton today, and they got to change course, the Astros do, because he's not pitching. The lineup tonight, behind Tang, Jeremy Pena, Yordan is in the 2 spot as the DH. Christian Walker, who is continuing to stay hot. Paredes is back in the lineup. Altuve behind him, back in the lineup. And then in the 6th spot, Taylor Trammell, Cam Smith behind him, Bryce Matthews in center, and Vasquez is catching the game. So that is the lineup tonight. We'll see. Again, they just won the series against the Royals. This is another team that's under 500. Now, when I say under 500, more than double digits, under 500.
Another team that's gettable, man.
Yep.
And when I say gettable, I mean if you get hot and you get your arms just halfway decent, I mean you can sweep the series if you so choose to. So, this is we're hearing people repeat it over and over again. Hey, man, it's time. The Astros need to get hot. You're getting Hunter Brown back. Get hot, make a run, and do it sooner rather than later. The opportunity's here. This is just another one of those series that's very, very gettable for the Stros.
Yep.
5 o'clock fire.
All right, a couple of championships were decided over the weekend. Last night, the Carolina Hurricanes, they went on the road and won Game 6 over Vegas, and they won their first championship in 20 years. So congratulations to the Carolina Hurricanes. Stahl, their captain, won his first one with Pittsburgh 17 years ago. It's the longest. Oh wow! The longest time frame between championships that we've seen. So congratulations to Rob Brindamore and the Carolina Panthers, and then the Knicks. They won for the first time in 53 years. Jalen Brunson, the MVP. They closed out the Spurs in 5 and won all 5 games. All 3 games that were played in San Antonio. The Spurs had home court advantage and played 3 of the 5 games there and lost all 3 of them. Clint, do you feel like coming out of the postseason, coming out of the playoffs, there's a different feel about Victor Wembanyama?
Oh, yeah. I mean, you can't play that many games and make that kind of run without there being a different feel. I wonder where it's at. I think he's obviously such a big, he's such a headline right now that it's, I mean, I think every bit of his play and every one of his press conferences, and interviews, even the ones that don't happen, are going to get picked apart.
Oh, he's certainly being handled like at least the face, the feeling like the face of the league.
Yeah. So I definitely think he's thought of differently. I think the jury's still out on exactly what he is. Like, we know what kind of player he is. I'm just talking about like what it all means. I like the edge that he plays with. He took a beating in the playoffs this year, and anybody with any kind of guts doesn't just stand there and take it. I mean, even if you maybe respond in a way that most people don't appreciate or respect, it's hard to just sit there and eat it all the time. And so I don't know, man. I do just wonder when it all quiets down and we you forget about some of the details. I do wonder if what this means for him next year. So I'm a fan. I'm a big fan. I wasn't necessarily that a month ago. I'm a big fan now, and I like the way he's responded to it.
Yeah, it's the first time, outside of maybe the Olympics when he was on Team France, that we really got to see him on a major stage like this. And the crazy part about it is, and maybe the scary part for the rest of the league, Clint, is we've watched him, especially the last two rounds against OKC and against the Knicks, obviously, and he had some moments. But, I mean, you can watch it. I don't think he played great.
No, he didn't.
You know what I mean? His numbers, he averaged 26 in 9 or 10 or in three blocks. But scary to leave, he did not play great.
Well, there's a difference in being productive and playing great. I think we deal with it here with Şengün, right? Not to put those two in the same category, but we deal with it here in Şengün. With Şengün, you look at it, and there may be a good box score in the game, but if you really watch the game, there were moments when you needed your best player or one of your best players to make a big difference, and they didn't do it. There is no doubt about it. Whether it's fair, foul, schematically, or whatever, there were several moments in every game that they lost down the stretch where if one of the best players in the world would have got his hands on the ball and taken that moment over, the game would be totally different. And for the Spurs, it wouldn't have taken more than one or two possessions because they were already up 14 points. They were already up 27 points. They were already up 15 points. So there is no doubt about it that when he left a lot to be desired in moments, maybe not totality, because if you watch, you can see how he impacts a game. If you look at the box score, you can see some good numbers. But there were moments where a guy of that ilk, of that caliber, should take the game over and say, no, you're just simply not coming back after we had a 27-point lead, and I'm going to put this to bed.
He didn't play great, but you can see that he is going to probably learn from this and improve himself. And a lot of his issues are things that are improvable with time, like experience, and then he's got to get his body right, and I think he knows that he's got to get his body in a better spot.
Well, that to me, that's the interesting thing about the Spurs. I mean, Spurs fans should be absolutely ecstatic, right? I mean, I hate that you lost for your sake, but the reality of it is it does not appear, whether it's Wemby, Castle, Harper, Vassell, you name all these guys, it doesn't appear that any of those guys are going to cower down and regress, if you will. Yeah. They all appear to be guys that are like, I can't wait to get back in the weight room or on the floor to figure out and fix things and get back to work. They appear to be guys that have intentions of sticking around and being tops in the NBA for a while. So, crazier things have happened, but they seem to be wired the right way.
I will say his Q rating took a dip.
Which one?
I'd like to see how NBA fans outside of San Antonio react to him next year. Now, he's going to get booed, I think, for the rest of his career in New York. For the stuff that happened with Brunson, I think he's going to get booed. But I wonder how everybody else looks at him.
5 o'clock fire.
All right, Clint, we talked about this. This story seems like it will continue until the Red Raiders bow out. But the Big 12 files a suit versus Texas Tech and Texas AG over Brendan Sorsby saying it is in this ongoing saga over the future of Texas Tech quarterback, the Big 12 has made it clear it does not want to be pushed around in court. The league filed a federal lawsuit Monday in the Northern District of Texas seeking both a declaratory judgment and an injunctive relief to allow the league the authority to use its own bylaws in potentially punishing Sorsby. And also within this, the NCAA, they have asked the courts for a ruling on the Texas Tech quarterback before the season. This
they somehow planned. They somehow booked it for 2 weeks after the national championship game.
Did they?
You think that was convenient originally? So they're petitioning to get it moved up to before the season started. Again, Ron, I mean, I can't help, like, I almost feel sorry for the kid. I mean, every time I look up at the TV, it's him with he's out there throwing. Now that could be old footage, but he's out there throwing with his team. He's in a team meeting, like he just has to be in this environment in order to survive. And it's going to be all for none. And they're going to make this soap opera out of this thing, man, and it's going to be all for none.
Yeah, I don't think he's going to play. I mean, the Big 12 is serious. The coaches, Deion, spoke out about him. Deion saying, listen, guys, there's something wrong with this. There's just something wrong. This is a player who bet on his own team as they were about to go out to competition. So, yeah, I mean, you got powerful people who are but it also seems like Texas Tech and their brass, they are dug the hell in. They are going to fight this to the end. And they're going to lose.
Well, the president and the AD are personally named in that, I believe, in that lawsuit or in that suit that they got filed on. So we'll see how that lasts. And basically, I'm paraphrasing here, but I believe it's along the lines of, your position, your title, you got a duty to uphold these certain requirements, and this is one of them.
Wait till you hear. We heard from Tank Dell for the first time in a while. We know Tank Dell's been out for a couple of years now. Wait till you hear the answer to the question, what is it that got you through being able to get yourself to a space where you are ready to play through that terrible injury? Wait till you hear what Tank Dell has to say with that. Might surprise you. We'll have that for you next.
Payne and Pendergast.
We are into the no excuse anymore zone here with getting Hunter Brown back.
Right. Now it's easier to envision our
concerts, friendlies, and more as soccer in Houston hits the world stage. Stop in and join the party with us all tournament long at Shell Energy Stadium.
Houston's sports leader. Sports Radio 610.
The Drive is powered by Mokaram Injury Lawyers. Heard in an accident? Call Mokaram Injury Lawyers at 281-222-2222. Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
T-Mill's best bets. Oh, just making sure we're alive. T-Mill's best bets coming up here in just a bit. He had a Friday. He did not go over, so that's good.
That's a positive light we can focus on.
I am. Finished the week over 50%. 53%, 8 for 15 on the week. Let's see if he can get this Monday started off right. But just to give all fair context, historically Mondays have not been great for you.
Very true, very fair.
Yeah.
Might be the day you just lock into fade whatever picks I give you each Monday.
I mean, I'm not saying that. I just want to give the context. So no confusion there. T-Mill's best bets coming up in just a bit. See if he can get off to a good start. I believe you.
I'm here for you, man.
Yeah. Okay.
I'm here for you. We'll see how much when we get to those bets.
Yeah, boy. If I tell you what, Friday, boy, Jordan's 1.5 bases, boy. He cleared that up into the first inning twice.
No doubt.
Twice. 2 homers in the first inning.
You should win double the money if a guy hits 2 homers in the first inning.
Well, I was hot. I was pissed. I was hot. I said, my God.
What were you pissed about?
I mean, they were playing the Royals.
Oh, I forgot. Yeah, that's right.
Ended up being a pretty close game.
Yeah, I mean.
Which is unfortunate for Astros fans.
Right? How did that happen?
Yep. 9-0. I don't think Joe Espada thought he was going to have to be going to go get his starter in the first inning. Or did he ever think that that Bobby Witt would come up representing the go-ahead run at the plate? At 9-8. By the way, I don't mean to get Jeremy Payne. Like sometimes I know his defense can be frustrating and that weird stride that he walks and runs with, but that play he made on Sterling Marte, the ground that may have tied the game and charging it, gunned him. Mm-hmm. I really enjoyed how he kept on running and kept on running across there. That was a big time play for him. All right, again, T-Mill's best bets coming up. Tank Dell, we have not heard from him a lot. We know he had that devastating injury 2 seasons ago, and the hope is that he gets back, and we've seen a little bit of him. But wait till you hear the question and the response he gives. Here's Tank Dell as he's speaking to the media, kind of talking about, hey, this is what it took to get back here.
So, as far as coming back and you get a 2024 Ferrari. To be honest, I'm not supposed to be answering those questions, but I will give y'all. I give y'all that. What kept me going is God, my faith in God, my belief in God, to know that I can overcome this if I just put Him first, put my trust in Him, and just work hard.
I will say smart move by Tank. Going right to God as that first one there, because if he'd have said, I'm not supposed to be telling y'all this, but I'll give you this. Now, nobody going to confront him about, well, hell, he just said this, to God. I mean, if he'd have came in, I will give you this, but, it was hard, man. It was really hard every day. I think somebody may have gotten to him. Now you can't really say nothing to him.
Well, I mean, I would like for him to have answered that question. I mean, I think it's a fairly simple question for a player. Hey, man, you've had a rough 2 years, man. How you getting through it, bud?
You're right. I don't know why
the hell
that
did he
question
say
that question would bring amongst the response of and I'm not really supposed to be telling you this and why. And I gotta believe when they told him or whoever gave him the instruction of, hey, Let's not answer anything about your injury, because I'm guessing that's what he got. They probably didn't intend for him to say, well, listen, I'm not supposed to be talking about this. That's probably not the route that they wanted to go. But you're right. That is an odd thing to at least put in his mind, that he feels like he can't answer that question.
Yeah, it's just, I mean, I don't know what the point is of a guy feeling like he, I don't know. It's just weird to tell guys you can't talk about something, which clearly, as you mentioned, he's been told he can't talk about something. It's just, I mean, it's pretty basic common knowledge for players. Like, hey, man, we're not going to go out and talk to the media and do interviews and talk to people about our recovery and when we're going to be back.
Like a full breakdown of like this is what they thought he was going to.
Yeah, I don't know. That's just an odd approach, but nonetheless, man, I hope he gets to a point where he can talk about it soon.
Listen, it was interesting. I was listening to Payne and Pendergast, and I think some people were texting in. We had some earlier saying a similar thing, that it made them wonder if this means he's not quite on schedule to start right away, and that's why they're having him not discuss that. I don't know if I feel that way, because if that were the case, I'd be surprised that they would even put him in the situation where he was out there, even though it was like a fast walkthrough, but he was out there where Azeez Al-Shire and different corners and different guys on the defense were in close range at him, were coming at him, where there could have been some sort of collision or something like that. It wasn't him just running routes on his own. He was running it fairly, against somebody. And I'd be surprised if he was in a situation where, like, it's not close at all, that they would even put him in that situation, knowing and doing it in front of the media, and knowing that people could see it and record it.
Well, the collision, the potential of a collision is what you want to try to avoid, I would think. I mean, because he was involved in the accelerated, walkthrough. Ron, the second day I was out there, at the end of practice, they go to, I don't know if it's a review type situation where they run plays that maybe they messed up before, or maybe just run plays they need work on. But he caught, it wasn't a crosser like that. He was running a deep right. He caught a corner right on the sideline, tiptoed, and then went out of bounds. And so there's even more than just, hey, man, get in there and run this basic little shallow route right here and get a couple reps. I mean, he's running deeper routes and going and getting balls. And so I do think that they're more comfortable with him, just moving and doing football things than probably expected to be.
Last time he was on the field, December 21st, 2024, and obviously he suffered that injury where he tore his ACL, MCL, LCL, and meniscus damage. So we haven't seen him in a while. I would imagine, just the way they've been doing it, that they will take this slow. And he still is somebody, even though we saw him moving, it is still a wonder of when he actually will be a part of the action, be playing. Like, is it week 1 of preseason? Is it week 3 of is it week 1? It is still not really. Like, I believe Brevin Jordan is going to play and strap up the pads the first day they do that. And he'll play in week 1 if he doesn't have any setbacks. I don't know that I feel that way about Tank.
Yeah, I would bet against it with Tank. You got to think there's two things, right? Is he's got to not be able to just run routes. He's got to be game ready. So there's obviously a training camp. There's a ramp up period. That's going to be. There's probably still some strength issues with that leg. But then if you think about how the Texans handle their wide receivers, remember, this isn't a go play wide receiver and run routes type of team. You've got to be able to block. You've got to be able to block on the edge. You've got to be able to motion to the backfield and lead up on that safety that's inserted himself.
Well, he broke his leg blocking.
Yeah, I mean, so and I'm not saying they're going to do that with Tank. But the question is there a place on this team for a wide receiver that is probably going to be a little late to the party, because at the very best he's ramping up, and then, by the way, when he gets out there, we don't really want him mixed up in the box and doing some of that blocking stuff. I just don't see this team putting a lot of stock in that guy. right? So I think he's going to have to be fully back and able to go in there and block the edge, do everything that they ask Xavier Hutchinson to do before he's ever considered to even get any reps. I just don't know how he eats up an active roster spot unless he can do those things. This isn't a team that's going to just fit him in out there with and create a little package for him and make sure he gets some run. I don't think that's the kind of team this is. So I would say, Ron, probably mid-year before he's there.
All right, coming up on the other side, we'll get T-Mill's best bets, I promise. I will not have a screw-up like I did last week, allegedly. We will get to T-Mill's best bets. Stay tuned for that, as well as Astros back at it. And just as we talked about it, it feels like the conversation needs to be had again. How do you feel about how the Astros are handling their young, hopeful-to-be star Cam Smith? We'll discuss that next.
The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
I have drank the CJ Kool-Aid.
Have you?
Yeah, I've drank. He does seem to be motivated, and hell, he should be. And there's nothing wrong with it. He should be motivated from not just how the season ended, but, bro, this was a dude that some people thought was going to be the league MVP 2 seasons ago.
Yeah.
And now people –
If you have any home repairs you need to take care of, check us out at repairclinic.com. If you need a world-class website or technology project, then I would highly recommend AmericanEagle.com.
Call AmericanEagle.com at 773-NETWORK. That's AmericanEagle.com, 773-NETWORK.
Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
All right, we are about to do T-Mill's Best Bets coming up here in just a second. This is my favorite text of the week so far. Love the show. They love you. But how can you not spend a 4-hour show talking about how bad the Texans punter situation is?
No, one time. I can't believe you set this show up like that, Ron.
Shut up. Don't laugh, Tyler. One of those
Tyler's
dudes,
searching for him on Twitter.
One of those dudes was traded for. Hey, man.
I'll be honest with you.
Because I want to be honest, too.
Well,
T-Mill's Best Bet's coming up in just a second.
I cover the team. I ain't got the punter.
Yeah.
They parted ways.
With Tommy Townsend, that just made me remember. And I could easily look it up. I don't give a damn. I don't have it in me to go look. I really don't. And Tyler and Cheryl, you don't either. Don't look. Cheryl, don't look.
It's not what you get paid for, Cheryl.
No, man. Honest to God, man. I love this guy, and we appreciate you listening. I want to meet this person. Like, I want to meet if this is not a troll job, Tyler, I want to meet the person who sat there and said, damn it. I want to hear some Texans punter talk. I want to hear it. Why did they get rid of a Tommy Townsend? That guy was a championship punter. Wow. And now they've got these guys that they brought in, and it's not working out.
Did somebody shank one?
I was going to say, was there footage on the specialty units? Was somebody doing?
That's about the only time you get the video over there. So it probably was might have shanked one.
Honest to God, I want to meet that person. I want to meet that person who is that like that, listen to sports radio and wants to talk punter. I want to meet that person. I want to have a drink with him.
What kind of drink you gonna have with him? What kind of drink you think he drinks? Or they drink? I guess it could be
Apple teeny, please. Easy on the teeny.
Those are good if they're frozen. I hear.
I know it wasn't Tyler's voice, but that's Tyler talking right there. Tyler talking through drops.
Yeah, I tell you,
we should do a segment where Tyler can't say anything unless it's through a drop. Only way he can hot mic.
What are those? Is there those like chalky tasting Smirnoffs? Like that. That's what I think that person drinks.
I ain't got it. What's it?
Smirnoff Ice?
Smirnoff Ice. That's it. Smirnoff Ice. I think that's what he drinks.
Chalky tasting Smirnoff.
It's chalky tasting. Smirnoff Ice. Yeah, it comes in the bottle. Yeah. There was a blue one that we used to drink instead. Look it up. All right. It was in that same range. Easier to go down than beer. I'm telling you, it took me a minute to take that beer down. All right. T-Mill's Best Bets. He starts off this week. Remember, you can catch all of his bets at Space City Sharp every single night. What you got tonight?
I got 3 bets for the people around baseball. Not much other going on around the sports with basketball now done. Knicks on top of the NBA world. Not a lot of sports, but we got baseball, including the hometown team, and I will start there. Yordan Alvarez, old faithful, over 1.5 total bases for Yordan, and I had this bet plugged in before the Tigers announced they were having to do a bullpen-type game tonight with scratching their starter, so I really like it now. Yordan over 1.5 total bases. Next bet for the people, Mets at the Reds. Over 8.5 runs between New York and Cincinnati in that one. And then your third and final best bet is going to be the Diamondbacks hosting the Angels. I got the D-backs winning this one tonight at -125 odds for Arizona. So Arizona to defeat the AL West foe LA Angels tonight. And those are your 3 best bets.
You know, you said you definitely love it more that their starter jumped out, so it's going to be a bullpen game. Listen, if they're going to put the ball anywhere near the plate, I like his chances. But I don't love it more just because the odds are he's going to see a different pitcher every time he comes up tonight.
That's true. I can see where you're coming from.
Instead of, getting to see. Now, he saw two different pitchers in the first inning on Friday night, and he hit 2 home runs for 6 RBIs on both pitchers. But that's the other thing is, it's not like, I got one at bat against this cat, and here we go. I studied him. I saw him that first at bat. Now I'm gonna get his ass again the second time we go around. So he'll probably hit a double to kick off the game, or another homer, or
that'd be sweet.
That'd be just fine with T.
That would be.
Money in pockets. Let's go.
There it is. Coming up behind us, Texans All Access with Mark Vandermeer, John Harris will hold things down. They've got an array of Texans who they're going to be talking to, from everybody's favorite backup, Davis Mills, Wade Woodhouse, and I just think he should have another Z at the end of that. I know it's WOODAZ. I think
he should add one as well.
I think there should be a second Z. And then Kamari Ramsey, the rookie safety, will be on with the fellas coming up tonight at 6 o'clock. Programming note to you, I hate to say this, there is no Area 45 tonight. No Area 45 tonight.
Where'd it go? What the hell's wrong with them boys?
Just taking an evening off, and they'll be back. They'll be back hopefully the rest of the week. But Area 45 out today. But we got you live and local till 7 o'clock. So hang in here and enjoy your time here on Sports Radio 610. All right, Clint. Cam Smith is hitting 7th tonight, and he is hitting all over the order. Listen, I'm not going to lie to you. I don't think Cam Smith had a great start to the season, but Cam Smith, you were hoping it would be better than the slash line of 218, 303, and 365. You were hoping it would be better, or 356, excuse me. You were hoping it would be better than that, and an OPS at 659. You would hope it'd be better than that, but I think they've got a lot of like players and a lot of 4A guys, a lot of Sugarland guys that have been going up and down, and he is one of the constants. He's probably the constant in the outfield, especially with the injury to Jake. Even though he is not playing great, swinging the bat great, he is playing right field damn near every day. He has played probably about 4 or 5 games he's played in right field. Again, today he's hitting 7th behind Taylor Trammell. Your thoughts on how they are handling their young guy, who I think they brought him in hoping this would be the next Bregman, the next Correa, the next Kyle Tucker. You know what I mean? I'm not saying those great, but those players where they got all those guys in the line.
Well, it's in their best interest if he turns into something even remotely close to any of those guys you mentioned. So, look, the only complaint that I have with Cam, the way that Cam's being handled is I just wish he was made a little bit more of a priority than let's call it the Jake Myers of the world and even the Yainer Diaz's of the world that may bat 9th one night and may bat 6th one night, and kind of just up and down. It fluctuates. And anytime there's a righty on the mound and they squeeze in a lefty ahead of him, no matter who it is, like that left-handed bat is just, boy, that is priority. We got to get this left-right thing going in that 5, 6, 7 range. You got to get it going. I would just like to see him treated as a little bit more of a priority. Maybe not, obviously, the way that the top 5 in this lineup are, but right below it. I'd like right now, I'd like to see him in that 6 hole. When everybody's healthy and the lineup's right, I'd like to see him in the 6 hole. I'll be honest with you, he is one that I wouldn't mind them plugging him in higher up in the lineup to get him a little bit of protection to see if he could see some pitches and maybe even utilize that speed a little bit more on the base pass kind of deal. So I would like for him to be even a much bigger priority, but at the very least treated better than just yo-yoing him up and down the lineup for me. That's my only complaint.
Yeah, it's the yo-yoing up and down the lineup with guys that aren't great players, that aren't
correct,
or even aren't proven players.
Yeah,
right. Like I do think, even though as I read his numbers, he is not. And someone texted, listeners texted, and it feels like he's been playing better the last 30 days. there's like Joey Loperfido has been injured and has just come back. Taylor Trammell has been a guy that's been in this thing. What was the one kid, Zach? I can't remember his name. They sent him down, but he played in the infield and the outfield. Zach Cole. There you go. He has been involved in this thing. Lamont Wade Jr. has been involved for a couple of games in this thing. There have been a lot of guys to me that are in and out. Like, we'll see what they are. This dude is supposed to be hopefully the next. And I think you have to give some confidence in how you treat him. And to me, I think it's nuts. And I thought it was nuts for the psyche of, hey, man, you hit a triple that won a crazy comeback game against the Pirates. You had another 2-out RBI hit earlier in that game. There's one that could say you won the game. And then the next day, they trade for some dude in the White Sox. And I apologize for calling Lamont Wade Jr. just some dude. But they trade for some cat that's in the White Sox AAA affiliate and has played the entire time there. And he comes right in and he is above you in the order after that game. Like, to me, I think there is some part of playing, hey, Cam, we believe in you and we trust you. I can understand, Clint, if there are guys that are swinging the bat. Like if Yiner ran the lineup every day and Yiner was swinging the bat, like we've seen Yiner swing the bat. All right, well, you got to come behind you. Man, it's a different guy that could be in center and